That's how it is. Prepare yourself when you go back." The instructor, wearing a black uniform, crossed his hands and glanced at the thin young man before him, a trace of sympathy flashing in his eyes. "I've been included in the draft quota?" Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned. Having just crossed over, he had not yet had time to adapt. Before he could, he was hit with this bolt from the blue. Actually, for an ordinary student like Lin Yuan, conscription wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The government always spent generously on military expenses. Even for conscripts, the benefits were decent, but that was during peacetime. Now, with news of different species invasions in the border star systems, many suspected that the purpose of this draft was to bolster the frontline reserves. In the Starry Sea era, 2,600,000 years ago, the Cosmic Human Alliance pursued a frenzied interstellar expansion, conquering star system after star system, inevitably making contact with other species civilizations. Resources were limited. To vie for various space resources, human civilization had initiated a series of conflict wars. Those displaced civilizations of different species all watched human civilization from the shadows, seizing any opportunity to counterattack. "This is trouble." Lin Yuan's mood sank. He was well aware that although human civilization generally held the absolute advantage in wars against most civilizations of different species, local battlefields were not smooth sailing. Civilizations of different species deep in the starry heavens were ferocious and brutal, individually powerful beyond imagination. Tearing apart warships was no exaggeration. In battling these different species, even fully armed human soldiers had an average mortality rate reaching 2 to 3%. Moreover, due to the secrecy of the war, all soldiers participating in the extermination of different species were forbidden from communicating with the external world. The general duration of local space warfare was lengthy, lasting hundreds of years as a norm. That meant, now that Lin Yuan was selected for this draft quota, even if he survived the combat against the different species, he presumed he would spend the latter half of his life aboard a cold outer space warship, never again touching the soil and oceans of a life planet. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. "Director, can we discuss this? My parents are counting on me for support, and I have a younger sister." The instructor tapped the desk and solemnly said, "Don't worry, actively responding to the government's draft policy, your family will be properly taken care of. Your father's position will be raised by 1 level, your mother will receive a decent job in the district. Your sister will have all her tuition fees waived, and after turning 18, she will have one opportunity to advance to higher education. So all the arrangements for after my departure are considered?" Lin Yuan pursed his lips, feeling indescribably complex. Frankly, these conditions were acceptable. His father was at a career bottleneck that most people couldn't cross in decades. His mother was currently jobless, and securing a decent job would greatly improve the family's living situation. As for his sister, an advancement quoted to higher education was something money couldn't buy. With his sister going to higher education, her prospects were boundless. Only, why should all this be built on my sacrifice?" Lin Yuan had only crossed into this body a few days ago and, though he had fully absorbed all its memories, he still felt an indescribable repulsion at the scene of sacrificing one for the happiness of the family. "I still prefer life on the planet." Lin Yuan was silent for a moment, then couldn't help but speak up. After becoming a soldier, everything would be under militarized management. By then, it would be too late to refuse, though refusing now probably wouldn't make a difference either. Lin Yuan, serving the government is a duty we citizens ought to fulfill. Besides, this draft is a mandatory policy. Once selected, it doesn't matter how much you don't want to go. Moreover, young man, what's wrong with going out and making your mark? Being able to witness the different species, which you only see in textbooks, is something ordinary citizens can't achieve in a lifetime. If you can make a notable achievement, you might even be transferred back to serve in the military district. This is a rare opportunity, indeed. The instructor patiently consoled Lin Yuan for a few moments. But Lin Yuan opened his mouth, wanting to say more. But the instructor waved his hand broadly. "All right, go now, spend more time with your family these few days." Under the instructor's gaze, Lin Yuan stood up and left. Outside, more than 10 students about Lin Yuan's age were lining up, waiting. After Lin Yuan came out, one of the students walked in. Classmate, what did the director call us here for? A dark-skinned student quickly grabbed Lin Yuan's arm and asked in a low voice. You'll know once you go in. Lin Yuan sighed, ignored him, and walked away. Before seeing the director, Lin Yuan had not expected to be included in the mandatory conscription quota. Last week, Lin Yuan had learned about the mandatory conscription from a report by a prominent media outlet on his home planet. At the time, Lin Yuan didn't pay much attention. The scope of the mandatory conscription included the entire Kanglin star and several tens of surrounding life planets. With a resident population of 50 billion on Kanglin star, the conscription quota assigned to Kanglin star was only a few 100,000. From a probability standpoint, the chances of a citizen being selected for the mandatory conscription was about 1 in 100,000. Such a minute possibility, Lin Yuan hadn't taken seriously. But reality is full of surprises. The original body had bought various kinds of lottery tickets for more than 10 years and had never won once. Yet he managed to hit the 1 in 100,000 chance of being enlisted through mandatory conscription. Returning home, Lin Yuan found his parents at home, and even his younger sister, who rarely sat in her seat, was there. Looking at the cake in front of her, she drooled, yet she didn't dare to reach out. Xiao Yuan. Mother Lu Chong stood up, her gaze toward Lin Yuan filled with unspoken words. Father Lin Xiaocheng sat there with a frown, seemingly lost in thought. It was clear that the news of Lin Yuan being drafted into the mandatory conscription had reached home. Even compared to Lin Yuan, his parents had known this piece of news earlier. There is still some room to maneuver around this conscription issue. Tomorrow I will go to your uncle's place and ask him to intervene. Father Lin Xiaocheng said. The uncle he mentioned was a distant relative. Currently employed at a certain research institute, he had quite a few connections. There's no need. Lin Yuan shook his head. The mandatory conscription policy was issued by the government. It's not to mention a mere employee of some unknown research institute. Even the Kanglin Star governor would have to pay a huge price to make any changes. Of course, if Lin Yuan truly had any connection with the governor, his name wouldn't appear on the conscription list at all. Before the list was released, it was possible to avoid being listed by spending money and utilizing connections. But once the list was finalized, it became difficult to be removed from it. I'm a bit tired, I'm heading back to my room. After eating a bit, Lin Yuan got up and went back to his room. How to get rid of the mandatory conscription. Lin Yuan lay on his soft bed, still holding on to the faintest hope. Connect to the goddess of wisdom. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan sat up. The goddess of wisdom was one of the 3 great goddesses of the cosmic human alliance. She was the core intelligent processing system of the entire civilization, overseeing the operation of the whole, responsible for all affairs of every citizen of human civilization, monitoring any abnormal behaviors strictly to ensure they comply with the civil charter. In the span of more than 2 million years of the Starry Sea era, human civilization was able to sweep through many different species largely due to the contributions of the 3 goddesses. If it weren't for the 3 goddesses' absolutely selfless processing methods, the human civilization of the universe would probably have perished in internal strife long ago. How could it possibly have grown to its current grand, brilliant, and resplendent civilization? Humans have emotions, they can have cognitive biases towards things, can be influenced by emotions into making wrong decisions, but the 3 goddesses do not. The stance of the 3 goddesses is always aligned with human civilization as a whole, without any private intentions, capable of being perpetually just. The goddess of wisdom that Lin Yuan connected to was naturally not the main consciousness of the actual goddess of wisdom. It was but an insignificant subconsciousness derived from her, a benefit that every citizen possessed. Cosmic First-Class Citizen Lin Yuan, please state your question. An electronic synthesized voice rang in Lin Yuan's ears through the omnipresent network. I want to know, what are the conditions for exemption from mandatory conscription? Lin Yuan organized his language and asked. Mandatory conscription stems from Article 156 of the Constitution, designed to maintain the stability of human civilization and for warfare. All human citizens are obliged to comply with conscription. The following 3 conditions allow for exemption from mandatory conscription. 1. Evolvers, being those on the path of evolution, are the hope of human civilization and have the privilege to refuse mandatory conscription policies. Evolvers. Lin Yuan looked complex. During the long Starry Sea era, Evolvers were no secret. There were many ways to become an evolver, mainly divided into unique evolvers and common evolvers. Unique evolvers are easy to understand, they cannot be popularized nor replicated. For instance, some evolutionary families with genetic inheritance belonged to this category. There were some individuals who had undergone an unrepeatable special process, mutated, and obtained extraordinary powers. These two belonged to unique evolvers. As for common evolvers, these were humans who undertook a stable path of evolution. For example, gene warriors who took expensive genetic potions and stepped onto the path of evolution. And spiritual masters who, through brutal training and torture, combined with specific cultivation methods, created killing machines and so on. Any stable evolution path was exceedingly precious. The valuable knowledge discovered by countless ancestors and predecessors throughout their lives. I should just be an ordinary person, Lin Yuan sighed. Being ordinary meant there was no chance with unique evolvers. To become an evolver, Lin Yuan could only consider stable evolutionary paths. But such was not something that could be achieved overnight, although certain evolution paths like gene warriors could be accelerated. This was based on expensive genetic potions and other treasures. In the human alliance of the universe, genetic potions were strictly controlled products. Ordinary people have no means or qualifications to purchase it. Even if one took a step back and placed the gene potion in front of Lin Yuan, he still couldn't afford it. As Lin Yuan pondered over this, the cold, indifferent electronic synthesized voice rang out once again. Second, cosmic fourth-level citizens have an exemption privilege every 10 years that can offset the mandatory conscription. Fourth-level citizen. The corners of Lin Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. In the first year of the Starry Sea era, human civilization established the public citizen hierarchy system. Citizens were divided into 12 levels, and the higher the level of the citizen, the greater the privileges they possessed. And the method to raise one's citizen level was to contribute to human civilization. This was supervised by the three goddesses, ensuring absolute fairness. Thus, raising one's citizen level was exceptionally difficult. Nearly 99% of citizens, from birth to death, were only first-level citizens. Of course, accompanying this were the many benefits of higher-level citizens. Starting from fourth-level citizens, one would possess an exemption privilege every 10 years. This could pardon citizens below the rank of serious offenders from their sentences. Mandatory conscription was included in this as well. However, with the current connections of the Lin family, where could one meet a fourth-level citizen? Bear in mind, the current population of Kanglin Star is 50 billion permanent residents. Those who have reached the fourth level are only one. That is the Kanglin Star governor, the major figure who controlled the life and death of billions of citizens. What about the third option? Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask. Third, contribute to human civilization and be promoted to second-level citizen, then you can avoid mandatory conscription. The electronic synthesized voice came once again, but it made Lin Yuan fall silent once again. Even without being an evolver, a second-level citizen status is not lower than most evolvers. The privileges that evolvers have, a second-level citizen naturally possesses as well. However, this was even harder than becoming an evolver. At least Lin Yuan knew how to become an evolver, even if he couldn't achieve it. But to be promoted to a second-level citizen, one would need to make contributions that could be recognized by the goddess of wisdom, something completely elusive. What specific acts can be considered contributions? Lin Yuan tentatively asked. Providing a brand new evolution path will earn a huge contribution. The electronic synthesized voice responded. Lin Yuan vaguely realized. The goddess of wisdom placed great emphasis on brand new evolution paths. Otherwise, she wouldn't offer a huge contribution as a reward. Think of other methods. Lin Yuan massaged his temples, considering the three conditions provided by the goddess of wisdom. None was achievable for Lin Yuan at the moment. Especially the last one, providing a brand new evolution path? If Lin Yuan had that, he would have already been promoted to a second-level citizen. Why would he be waiting for mandatory conscription? Unknowingly, midnight had arrived, and Lin Yuan gradually fell into a deep sleep. Suddenly, at that moment, a strange pulling force drew Lin Yuan's consciousness towards his mind. Deep within his mind, a magnificent, towering gate of light appeared. The door was filled with a pale blue light screen. It rippled constantly like water waves. What is this? Lin Yuan was shocked. He then awoke from his sleep. It's not a dream. After waking up, Lin Yuan could still sense the gate of light deep within his mind. At the same time, lines of illusory text flashed before Lin Yuan's eyes. Name: Lin Yuan. Identity: holder of the Myriad Realms Gate. Realm: none. Talent: none. Divine skills: none. This gate, can it send me to another world, through a brief spiritual connection? A stream of information flowed from within the gate. In short, Lin Yuan could, should he choose, pass through the gate in his mind. Enter another world. This entrance did not imply the physical body entering, but rather the arrival of the true spirit, the consciousness descent. Similar to reincarnation, the door to the myriad realms. Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. Based on the flashing text in his field of vision, the gate of light in his mind should be the myriad realms gate. And Lin Yuan was the holder of the myriad realms gate. Should I try it now? Lin Yuan fell into contemplation. The myriad realms gate could send his true spirit consciousness into an alien world. But it was not without limits. Each transit required the myriad realms gate some time to recharge. Calculated according to the Kanglin star's solar cycle, this period was roughly 8 months to a year. Never mind. Lin Yuan made up his mind. In a few days, conscription staff would take him away. Then, he would be subjected to comprehensive surveillance along with other recruits. Lin Yuan didn't know whether the true spirit transits by the myriad realms gate would leave traces on his body, thus alerting the surveillance to something unusual. But Lin Yuan dared not gamble. Even a fool could see that the gate in his mind was an incredible treasure. If that were to be leaked, what awaited him would be certainty far worse than forced conscription. Lin Yuan understood the principle that to possess a gem is to invite envy. Therefore, the best time to transit the myriad realms was now. At least at the moment, Lin Yuan was not under any surveillance. Even if some anomalies arose, there was a chance they could be covered up. Moreover, from the extraordinary aspect revealed by the myriad realms gate, it was possible that Lin Yuan could become an evolver and be exempt from forced conscription. Transit. With a single thought from Lin Yuan, the gate of light in his mind began to quiver. Lin Yuan only felt his spirit and consciousness uncontrollably flooding into the gate of light. The Dali dynasty. The great Zen temple. As a world-renowned holy land of the Buddha gate, the depths of the great Zen temple were unfathomable. There were no less than 50 martial monks at the innate realm, and even a Grand Master at the Grand Master realm. You should know whether in the imperial court or in the martial world. Innate martial artists were considered local experts, and Grand Masters were few and could be counted on 2 hands. With a Grand Master presiding, the Great Zen Temple could basically be considered one of the top powers. The Martial Monk Institute. Hundreds of martial monks were topless, sweating profusely, practicing the Arhat fist. The Arhat fist was not a profound martial art, but it was highly beneficial for strengthening one's foundations. The many martial monks of the Great Zen Temple often practiced this boxing technique to circulate their life essence. As the monks practiced the fist repeatedly, not far away, a group of 3 to 4-year-old little novices in gray robes poked their heads out. Their round eyes looked over, filled with curiosity and expectation. This group of novices was the most recently accepted disciples of the Great Zen Temple. Their backgrounds were mostly that of orphans without a father or mother. Who would have thought? Among the dozen little novices, one significantly younger novice's gaze suddenly flashed with an unusual light. This novice, naturally, was Lin Yuan, who had transited over the martial world. Lin Yuan's expression was contemplative. Although the young novice's years were few, he had some understanding of this world. This world, akin to the ancient times of Earth, was home to martial artists capable of taking on thousands single-handedly. From the memory of the little novice, Lin Yuan found that an old monk at the Great Zen Temple, from tens of meters away, could lightly strike and shatter a wall. In the world of the cosmic human civilization, that would undoubtedly be considered superhuman, part of the ranks of evolvers. Name: Lin Yuan. Identity: holder of the Myriad Realms Gate. Realm: none. Bound talent: against heaven's understanding. Current status: consciousness descent. Residence time: 20 years. In the lower left side of his field of vision, Lin Yuan quietly saw lines of illusory text flashing by. I can only stay in this world for 20 years? Lin Yuan looked pensive. That was not difficult to understand. However, the newly appeared, bound talent, did cause Lin Yuan some confusion. Against heaven's understanding. Lin Yuan checked himself, apart from his senses becoming much clearer. There were no other anomalies. That's a sparrow. Lin Yuan looked up and saw a sparrow flying in the sky. His clear senses allowing him to notice every detail on the sparrow's body. Feathers, wings, pinions. Only a moment later. Your understanding is against heaven. Having observed the sparrow's flight, you comprehended the martial skill divine sparrow sky crossing skill. Lin Yuan's eyes instantly widened. In an instant, countless key points about the martial skill divine sparrow sky crossing skill flooded into his mind. This skill enabled one to hover briefly in the air, and although it couldn't achieve true flight like a sparrow, it was still incredibly unbelievable. This is against heaven's understanding. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Just by watching a sparrow for a moment, he had comprehended a rare skill. This ability truly deserved the "against heaven" label. An earthworm. Lin Yuan shifted his target, looking at an earthworm crawling out of the soil next to him. Your understanding is against heaven. Having watched an earthworm digging through soil, you have comprehended the martial skill earth dragon rolling skill. A wealth of digging experience and techniques emerged. With the earth dragon rolling skill, Lin Yuan could create a vast underground tunnel in a short amount of time, becoming the forefather of all tomb thieves. This is sick. Way too sick. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel emotional internally. At the same time, his gaze no longer focused on the surroundings. Instead, he looked toward the numerous martial monks practicing their fists in the distance. Your understanding is against heaven. Observing the martial monks practicing Arhat fist, you've comprehended the superior martial skill Great Arhat Buddha fist. Compared to the previous two attempts, this time took much longer, almost half a stick of incense to complete. Great Arhat Buddha fist. Spiritual light surged in Lin Yuan's mind, and he started practicing the fist technique accordingly. Under an old towering tree of the Martial Monk Institute, Abbot Huiwen stopped walking and looked toward the many martial monks practicing their fists. Not bad at all. There are no shortcuts on the path of martial arts. Only through decades of arduous training can one achieve success. Abbot Huiwen nodded slightly, his expression revealing appreciation. He observed for a while but didn't find any martial monk slacking off. Everyone was practicing earnestly without any slack. These little rascals. Abbot Huiwen's gaze shifted, seeing a group of young novices sneaking looks from not far away. Although the great Zen temple is a holy land of Buddha Gate, it is also one of the great martial sects, so it was normal for the young novices to aspire to the martial Tao. They haven't even learned to walk yet, and they're already thinking of running? Seeing 6 or 7 little novices imitating the martial monks and mockingly practicing fist techniques, Abbot Huiwen couldn't help feeling a bit helpless. Even though Arhat fist wasn't some profound martial art, it was still a secret skill of the great Zen temple. To learn it would take no less than 7 or 8 years. That was under the condition of having ample vitality and guidance from a master. As for those novices, their bodies hadn't fully developed yet, making it absolutely impossible for them to master Arhat fist. Fooling around. They're all fooling around. Abbot Huiwen frowned, his eyebrows knitting together. Training in martial arts was no joke. Forced practice not only brought no benefits but could also injure the body. Just as Abbot Huiwen was about to step in and send the novices away, he suddenly froze. His gaze fell on the youngest novice amongst them. Similar to the other novices, this one was also practicing fist techniques. What? Abbot Huiwen's expression changed subtly, becoming more incredulous the more he watched, and a tumultuous shock surged through his heart. For Huiwen, an innate realm peak martial Taoist, there were few things that could stir his emotions. Buddhist martial arts inherently have the effect of calming the mind and stilling the qi. Huiwen had immersed himself in the Buddhist teachings for 70 to 80 years. Not to say he could remain unfazed even if Mount Tai were collapsing in front of him. But it was not far from it, yet now, his heart was tossing with tumultuous waves. Is this Arhat fist? No, this is not Arhat fist. Huiwen carefully observed the young novice practicing the boxing technique. Compared to the hundreds of adult martial monks performing the Arhat fist, bursting forth with robust vitality, this young novice's practice didn't cause any stir. Yet to Hui Wen, there was something like an antelope hanging its horns. Effortlessly natural. Every punch and every kick by the novice carried an inexplicable meaning. How is this possible? How can such a mere child master such a profound boxing technique? Hui Wen could hardly believe it. Any martial art, including those of the Buddha Gate, requires a great deal of time to comprehend and master. Arhat fist is not particularly profound, but it usually takes a regular person 6 to 7 years of hard training to achieve some proficiency. But now, the boxing technique that the young novice was practicing was clearly several grades higher than Arhat fist. And he had already mastered it perfectly, which was utterly inconceivable. What baffled Hui Wen the most was that he had never seen the boxing technique that the young novice was practicing. It bore traces of the Arhat fist, yet was far more sophisticated. It almost reached the level of the great Zen temple's 72 exquisite skills. Such high-tier Buddhist martial arts, and Hui Wen, an old monk nearly 100 years old, had never heard of it. Abbot. The other young novices also noticed Wei Wen's gaze. One by one, their faces turned pale, standing obediently in their places. Only Lin Yuan continued practicing the newly realized, great Arhat Buddha fist. MMA. At this moment, Hui Wen was hardly paying attention to these novices who had sneaked out. He waved his hand, signaling all the young novices to leave. While he kept his gaze fixed on Lin Yuan, who was practicing great Arhat Buddha fist. Lin Yuan kept practicing this boxing martial art he had realized, while feeling a tingling sensation spreading through his limbs and body. As comfortable as soaking in a hot spring, he did not know how much time had passed. Inside Lin Yuan's lower abdomen, in the dantian, a whiff of qi silently converged. Is this supposed to be inner qi? The innate inner qi that only innate martial Tao experts can harness? Lin Yuan speculated in his heart. He was just a 3 or 4-year-old novice with limited knowledge. Only aware that innate inner qi is a power wielded by innate martial Tao experts. As soon as the inner qi formed, Lin Yuan immediately felt a surge of hunger. Instinctively, he stopped practicing. If he continued, he figured he might starve to death. However, when Lin Yuan looked around, he saw that the hundreds of martial monks and the dozen or so young novices nearby had all disappeared without a trace. In their place, there were 7 elderly monks. The middle one, an old monk with very long eyebrows, had a piercing gaze that made Lin Yuan's scalp tingle. Abbot, head monk? Lin Yuan tentatively asked. Among the 7 monks, Lin Yuan had met 3. The head of the Martial Monk Institute, the head of the Discipline Academy, and the current abbot of the great Zen temple. As for the remaining 4, he did not recognize them. However, being able to stand alongside the abbot, their status must be significantly high. Especially that elder long eyebrow, even the abbot only dared to stand half a step behind him. Little fellow. The current abbot of the great Zen temple, Hui Wen, asked with a gentle smile, where did you learn the boxing technique you were practicing just now? After Abbot Hui Wen had the other young monks leave, he immediately contacted the abbot of the great Zen temple and other heads. The true experts of the great Zen temple immediately realized the seriousness of the matter and hastened to come over, putting aside their ongoing tasks. Everyone's judgment was the same as Wei Wen, so the depth of the boxing technique practiced by Lin Yuan was no less than that of superior martial arts. Moreover, this technique was a Buddha fist technique previously unheard of. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe that there exists such a superior Buddha martial art in the world that they had never heard of. Where did you learn it? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan let out a slight sigh of relief. His demonstration of the great Arhat Buddha fist was partly to showcase his talent. Through the 3 attempts just now, Lin Yuan understood that to excavate the effects of his against heaven's understanding, he needed to engage with the profound martial teachings of this world as much as possible. By observing sparrows and earthworms, he could only comprehend ordinary martial arts like divine sparrow sky crossing skill and earth dragon rolling skill. But by observing the monks practicing Arhat fist, he was able to directly comprehend the superior martial art, great Arhat Buddha fist. If he could observe a superior martial art, then the comprehension derived from it. Although Lin Yuan did not know the status of superior martial arts, allowing him to ascend swiftly and condense innate qi was certainly no trivial matter. And to access such superior martial arts of the great Zen temple, even more profound teachings. Merely being a young monk was definitely not enough. Replying to the abbot, "I just saw my fellow disciples practicing boxing and also wanted to practice along. As I was practicing, I somehow comprehended this boxing technique, although I'm not sure if I should have." Lin Yuan promptly showed an expression of unease. What he said was not untrue. In the cosmic human alliance, if Lin Yuan were this forthcoming, he might be observed or even studied. But in the current world, similar to an ancient feudal kingdom of the martial world, especially in a place filled with the Buddhist teachings like the Great Zen Temple, even if Lin Yuan displayed extremely powerful talent, he would only be regarded as a true Buddha reincarnate or a living Buddha child. Seeing the monks practicing Arhat Fist and then comprehending a superior martial art that far surpasses Arhat Fist, the abbot of the Great Zen Temple and the other heads fell silent. The elder Long Eyebrow, observing Lin Yuan intently, also went quiet. If anyone else dared say such a thing, they naturally wouldn't believe it. What a joke! Did they think superior martial arts were as common as cabbage? Most superior martial arts were created by Grand Master realm experts after extreme dedication and effort. The Great Zen Temple, as a sacred site in the Buddha Gate and a major school in the martial world, primarily relied on 72 exceptional techniques to continuously train innate realm martial experts. The 72 exceptional techniques are precisely 72 superior martial arts. A 3 or 4-year-old kid claiming to have comprehended a superior martial art? However, upon reflection, the abbot and others irresistibly found that what Lin Yuan said could very well be true. Firstly, the Great Arhat Buddha Fist is a superior Buddhist martial art. In the present world, besides the Great Zen Temple, there indeed are some other Buddhist sects. But undoubtedly, they are all led by the Great Zen Temple. There are superior Buddhist martial arts aside from the 72 techniques. But the abbot and the heads certainly would have heard of them. The superior boxing technique practiced by Lin Yuan, however, was something they had never seen before. Secondly, it was not difficult to see that the Great Arhat Buddha Fist had a significant connection with Arhat Fist. This was consistent with Lin Yuan's claim of watching Arhat Fist and comprehending the Great Arhat Buddha Fist. In a split second, the abbot of the Great Zen Temple and the other heads exchanged glances. A thought simultaneously emerged in their minds. Could it be that among the new disciples received by the Great Zen Temple this term, there really was a martial prodigy seen only once in 1,000 years? "Little fellow, show me your hand." As the abbot, the heads of various departments, and others were lost in thought, Elder Long Eyebrow stepped forward and spoke in a kind tone. "Okay." Lin Yuan did not decline. In fact, he couldn't decline. Upon looking at Elder Long Eyebrow, Lin Yuan felt the thread of innate qi that had just been nurtured in his Dantian tremble. It was obvious. This Elder Long Eyebrow possessed strength far beyond Lin Yuan's imagination. At the very least, he was much stronger than the abbot and the heads of various departments. Because Lin Yuan did not feel such pressure from the latter. Martial mastery brings forth inner qi. Indeed, it is refining a supreme martial art to the state of perfection. Elder Long Eyebrow gently touched Lin Yuan's right hand, releasing a wave of searing inner qi before he sighed. Inner qi is born naturally? Upon hearing this, the abbot and heads of departments at the Great Zen Temple unanimously breathed a sigh of relief. Even though they had speculated as much, they were still astounded. In this world, the martial path is divided into the acquired realm, innate realm, Grand Master realm, and Great Grand Master. Generally, the Grand Master is already considered the limit, while a Great Grand Master might not appear once in hundreds of years. And the vast majority of martial artists in this world reside in either the acquired or innate realms. There are generally 3 ways to transition from the acquired realm to the innate realm. 1. Consuming a rare spiritual medicine of heaven and earth, and, upon absorbing its power, even an ordinary person could become an innate martial Taoist. 2. An acquired peak martial artist grasps a breakthrough opportunity and successfully steps into the innate realm. This method is the mainstream one, and nearly all innate martial artists have advanced in this way. 3. Refining a supreme martial art to the state of perfection. A supreme martial art is the painstaking creation of a martial expert at the Grand Master realm. A supreme martial art at the state of perfection has already developed one aspect of the human body to the ultimate limit. It's not strange for innate chi to be naturally born from this. However, those who advance to the innate realm through this approach are usually in their 50s or 60s, having devoted decades to the study of a supreme martial art, until they achieve a realization on a certain day entirely by chance. Someone like Lin Yuan, who had grasped a supreme martial art at 3 or 4 years old. At least the abbot and department heads had never heard of such a case. Only a martial prodigy, born with knowledge and encountered once in 1,000 years, could vaguely explain this phenomenon. "Little fellow, would you be willing to take me as your master?" Elder Long Eyebrow looked at Lin Yuan with a complex expression and suddenly asked. Upon these words, monks like the abbot and department heads did not show any signs of surprise. After confirming that Lin Yuan had grasped a supreme martial art, and refined it to the state of perfection, they all realized that Lin Yuan's martial talent could truly be classified as the best in 1,000 years at the Great Zen Temple. Such a martial genius. Only Elder Long Eyebrow in the entire Great Zen Temple had the confidence to teach. As for the abbot, department heads, and others, strictly speaking, they were in the same innate realm as Lin Yuan. What qualification did they have to take disciples? Disciple pays his respects to the master. Lin Yuan promptly bowed to Elder Long Eyebrow. Becoming Elder Long Eyebrow's disciple indeed saved Lin Yuan a great deal of time. According to the rules of the Great Zen Temple, every disciple, no matter who, regardless of status, must first spend 3 years as a saddled horse monk, 3 years doing menial tasks, 3 years in the lecture hall, 3 years in the discipline academy. Only after enduring these 12 years, do they qualify to formally come into contact with the true martial arts of the Great Zen Temple. Had Lin Yuan not displayed his talent and merely lingered among the ordinary novice monks, it's unknown how much time would have been wasted. Although, with his against heaven's understanding, even watching mountains and rivers could bring about realizations. The outcome of the same time spent due to different starting points is naturally worlds apart. Under the premise that he could only remain in this world for 20 years, merely getting by was clearly not tenable. With Lin Yuan taking Elder Long Eyebrow as his master, having the only Grand Master of the Great Zen Temple for direct instruction, combined with his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan's progress would be exceptionally rapid, a rarity in the world. 2 months later, Lin Yuan sat opposite Elder Long Eyebrow. "From now on, you should move to live in the Sutra Pavilion," said Elder Long Eyebrow, his mouth twitching slightly. The subtext of his words was that Elder Long Eyebrow felt he could no longer teach Lin Yuan. There was no helping it. Lin Yuan's understanding was just too exaggerating. At first, Elder Long Eyebrow could still offer Lin Yuan some guidance. But after a few days, he sensed something was amiss. Since ancient times, a person with sharp wit was described as one who understands by analogy. But was Lin Yuan just seeing 1 and inferring 3? He saw 1 and inferred 10. He saw 1 and inferred 100. No matter what Elder Long Eyebrow said, Lin Yuan could quickly understand. And from that, he would infer even deeper meanings. What made Elder Long Eyebrow find even more incredible was that Lin Yuan's talent was not limited to the martial Tao. In the study of Buddhist scriptures and laws, it was the same. Facing this abnormal prodigy, even a Grand Master like Elder Long Eyebrow found it hard to keep up. So, towards the end, rather than saying that Elder Long Eyebrow was instructing Lin Yuan, it was more like 2 high monks engaging in an equal debate. Even some of the things Lin Yuan said greatly benefited Elder Long Eyebrow, a Grand Master himself. And up to this step, it only took 2 months. Sutra Pavilion? Lin Yuan's eyes slightly lit up. The Sutra Pavilion was the place where Great Zen Temple stored its martial arts. It was an absolute core and crucial location. The 72 great skills, those superior martial arts, were placed on the 2nd floor of the Sutra Pavilion. Moreover, on the 3rd floor of the Sutra Pavilion, there were martial arts that surpassed the 72 great skills. In fact, Lin Yuan had long wanted to visit the Sutra Pavilion, but Elder Long Eyebrow had not agreed. He said that Lin Yuan was too young and that contact with too high-level things was detrimental to one's state of mind. The many martial arts stored in the Sutra Pavilion are the works of the Great Zen Temple's past Grand Masters. There, you should be able to learn even more. Elder Long Eyebrow waved his hand, resigning himself to his fate. Since he couldn't teach Lin Yuan, let the past Grand Masters of the Great Zen Temple teach him. In fact, as a core part of the Great Zen Temple, ordinary disciples had no right to enter the sutra pavilion. But Lin Yuan was different. With the permission of Elder Long Eyebrow, a Grand Master, entering the sutra pavilion would not be a problem. After that day, Elder Long Eyebrow announced he would go into seclusion. And Lin Yuan often stayed in the sutra pavilion. At only 3 years old, Lin Yuan began browsing the many martial arts. The martial arts stored in the sutra pavilion were as vast as the sea of smoke, with the 72 great skills being just the most famous part, and there were many others besides. Yi Jin Jing? On the second floor of the sutra pavilion, Lin Yuan took out an ancient tome. The Yi Jin Jing was a special martial art that could reshape the tendons and enhance one's martial talent. Its value was even above that of the 72 great skills. However, this martial art throughout the entire Great Zen Temple had not been mastered by a single person. The reason was that the threshold for this martial art was too high, requiring not only martial Tao comprehension but also touching upon the essence of Buddhist scriptures. Elder Long Eyebrow might have had the foundation to cultivate the Yi Jin Jing, but for a Grand Master, the Yi Jin Jing was no longer that important. Lin Yuan picked up the original Yi Jin Jing and began to read it earnestly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Your understanding is against heaven. While observing the special martial art Yi Jin Jing, you've comprehended the special martial art, Yi Jin washing marrow tempering body exchanging blood refining divine skill. Lin Yuan's heart rejoiced, only to see an inexplicable breath circulating among his limbs and bones, slowly strengthening his meridians and flesh. This force was not limited to the physical body. Even Lin Yuan's spirit and soul began to be nourished. The original Yi Jin Jing could only reshape tendons, the effect being somewhat singular. Now, the Yi Jin washing marrow tempering body exchanging blood refining divine skill, I've realized can enhance in all aspects without any weaknesses or shortcomings. Even a great Grand Master would be jealous upon seeing it. Lin Yuan couldn't help but reveal a smile at the corner of his mouth. Through 2 months of instruction by Elder Long Eyebrow, a Grand Master, Lin Yuan was no longer ignorant about the martial arts of today's world. Grandmasters don't focus on tendons and bones. Or rather, every Grandmaster's tendons and bones have been developed to the extreme of ordinary people in that aspect. However, the subsequent tempering of the body, exchanging blood, and refining the spirit could have a great influence on Grandmasters. Especially refining the spirit, as it is said that even great Grandmasters are extremely eager for martial arts that can enhance the spirit. With this, Yi Jin washing marrow tempering body exchanging blood refining divine skill, entering the Grand Master realm should be accelerated by some time. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, feeling quite satisfied. After realizing the Great Arhat Buddha Fist, although Lin Yuan had soared to the skies, surpassing the acquired realm and directly stepping into the innate realm, Lin Yuan's innate realm was somewhat hollow in strength. After all, other innate martial Tao experts had cultivated their innate qi on the premise of vigorous qi and blood, ultimately breaking through to the innate realm. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, with the body of a 3-year-old child, whether in terms of quality or quantity, his innate qi was naturally far from that of a normal innate martial Tao expert. The realm had been achieved, the rest was just a matter of time. But now, with this, Yi Jin washing marrow tempering body exchanging blood refining divine skill, nurturing his physical body and spirit, Lin Yuan was even saving time. This martial art far surpassed the Yi Jin Jing, being able to comprehensively improve and enhance everything about Lin Yuan. And so, Lin Yuan stayed in the Sutra Pavilion for 5 years. Great Zen Temple, ancient lamps before age-old Buddhas. 5 years had hardly left a trace in this place, Sutra Pavilion. 5 years already. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his eyes deep and serene. Unconsciously, he had already been in this world for 5 years. A quarter of the 20-year residency period had passed. In these 5 years, Lin Yuan had immersed himself in the understanding and cultivation of the law. He had also gained a certain level of understanding of this world. As for the sources of his understanding, they naturally came from the Great Zen Temple. Being the holy land of the Buddha Gate and one of the great martial sects of the world, the Great Zen Temple was naturally not truly isolated from the world. On the contrary, the temple's intelligence network had infiltrated every aspect of the world. Using Buddhist belief as a cover for their intelligence, they were omnipresent. According to what Lin Yuan knew, The Dali dynasty currently ruled the Central Plains, at the height of its power. All the lands far and wide submitted to its rule. Even a thousand-year great martial sect like the Great Zen Temple had to bow its head before the Dali dynasty. According to intelligence gathered by the temple, there were at least 6 martial arts grandmasters serving the Dali dynasty. To put into perspective, the grandmasters of martial arts in the world today added together would scarcely exceed a dozen. With just one grandmaster to guard, the Great Zen Temple could dominate the martial fraternity. The deterrent power of the Dali dynasty, employing 6 martial arts grandmasters, can only be imagined. The foundation of the Dali dynasty rested on its founder, a great grandmaster himself. Grandmaster, great grandmaster. A difference of just one word, yet as different as heaven and earth. Since ancient times, each era would produce several grandmasters. As few as 10 or as many as several dozen. But the advent of a great grandmaster was an event that might only occur once in several hundred years. The Dali dynasty swept across all under heaven, forcing even grand martial sects like the Great Zen Temple to submit. All thanks to that peerless founding great grandmaster. So much so that, to this day, many years after the demise of that founding great grandmaster, the Dali dynasty still has the means to command so many martial arts grandmasters. If we were to say that Hushin, innate, and even grandmaster are merely enhancements and transformations at the physical body level, then the great grandmaster is an elevation of the spirit and soul. A living great grandmaster needs only a glance to cause an ordinary grandmaster's heart to tremble. Spiritual exotic force. Lin Yuan touched his brow. The founder of the Great Zen Temple, Grandmaster Bodhidharma from 1,000 years ago, was also a great grandmaster. Therefore, the Great Zen Temple was not short on descriptions concerning great grandmasters. Compared to grandmasters, the most significant characteristic of a great grandmaster is the beginning of tapping into the power of the spirit and soul. To break through to great grandmaster, one must consolidate and take control of this spiritual exotic force. But how intangible is the spirit and soul? An ordinary grandmaster might spend decades without ever feeling such power. And even if a grandmaster did realize it, any slight miscalculation during the consolidation of the spiritual exotic force could lead to a fate of no redemption. After all, physical injuries can heal over time with proper care. But on the level of the spirit and soul, no such negligence can be tolerated. Under normal circumstances, out of 100 grandmasters, 80 would never touch upon the level of spirit and soul in their whole lives. 19 would fail to gather the spiritual exotic force and die in the attempt. In the end, only one grandmaster might advance to the realm of great grandmaster. The 163rd secret technique to break into the realm of great grandmaster almost poses no danger. Lin Yuan mused within. Since the year before last, after he used the Yi Jin washing marrow tempering body exchanging blood refining divine skill, to nurture his body and successfully step into the realm of grandmaster. Lin Yuan had been pondering over the law to ascend to great grandmaster in his spare time. With Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, realizing and even developing the spirit and soul was not a problem. What was difficult was how to gather the spiritual exotic force without any risk. Such a fundamental force related to the soul, even for Lin Yuan, required utmost care. The founder Bodhidharma of the Great Zen Temple had indeed left behind the method to break through to the great grandmaster level. Moreover, it was stored on the 3rd floor of the Sutra Pavilion. However, the death rate of that method was alarmingly high, at 96%. A 96% death rate, though better than the 99% death rate out there, was still far from acceptable to Lin Yuan. That's why he intended to create a completely risk-free secret technique for ascending to great grandmaster, drawing upon his own against heaven's understanding. After creating 162 secret techniques, the breakthrough method he devised a few days prior, the 163rd, left Lin Yuan quite satisfied. It not only reduced the risk of advancing to great grandmaster to almost zero. Even if some extreme situation arises, such as being disturbed by an external force during the breakthrough, or if Lin Yuan suddenly doesn't want to break through anymore, there is still room for remedy. At most, a few years of recuperation would suffice for recovery. Unlike other secret techniques for breakthrough, which leave no room for turning back. To step into the realm of the great grandmaster is to do so today. After mulling it over for a while, Lin Yuan decided to begin his breakthrough immediately. Meanwhile, the abbot of the great Zen temple, along with the head of the Martial Monk Institute Hui Wen and several other institute heads, were chatting leisurely. Counting the time, it has been 3 or 4 years since Weijun, our junior brother, set foot outside the Sutra Pavilion, hasn't it? The disciplinary institute head reflected for a moment before speaking. Weijun, our junior brother. That is, Lin Yuan. After becoming a disciple of Elder Long Eyebrow, Lin Yuan's seniority in the great Zen temple was equal to that of the abbot. Belonging to the Wei generation, when the abbot mentioned Lin Yuan, he would refer to him as a junior brother. Correct. The abbot of the great Zen temple nodded and said. Since Lin Yuan moved into the Sutra Pavilion 5 years ago, except for the first year when he occasionally came out, he hadn't stepped out of the Sutra Pavilion's gate in the following 4 years. It is said that Weijun, our junior brother, cultivated innate qi at the age of 3, and that he is a martial arts prodigy that comes once in a millennium, yet his dedication to the martial Tao transcends that of ordinary people. The head of the Miscellaneous Tasks Institute spoke. The others nodded in agreement. 4 years without leaving the Sutra Pavilion, spending every day with martial arts scriptures. Demonstrating a level of focus and patience that many high-ranking monks do not possess. I wonder how junior brother Weijun's cultivation is coming along. A trace of curiosity appeared on the face of a third institute head. Having merely observed a practice of the Arhat fist and consequentially stepped into the innate realm, everyone wanted to know what level Lin Yuan had achieved after spending 5 years in the Sutra Pavilion. With junior brother Weijun's talent, he might already be at the peak of the innate realm. The disciplinary institute head speculated, innate realm peak? The abbot of the great Zen temple hesitated for a moment. The martial Tao of this world is divided into the postnatal, innate, grandmaster, and great-grandmaster realms. Although Lin Yuan stepped into the innate realm as a 3-year-old child, a child that age usually lacks the vitality and blood energy. Surely a foundation like that would require extensive time to compensate. In 5 years, Lin Yuan might have just made up for it and reached the standards of a regular innate martial Tao expert. Perhaps. The abbot of the great Zen temple pondered briefly before nodding slightly. He didn't believe that junior brother Weijun, after compensating for his poor foundation, could have further cultivated to the peak of the innate realm. However, since Lin Yuan was Elder Long Eyebrow's disciple and their peer, he had to be careful not to be too dismissive. You two old fellows have so little confidence in junior brother Weijun? Maybe junior brother Weijun has already become a grandmaster by now. The head of the Martial Monk Institute glanced in the direction of the Sutra Pavilion, a smile emerging on his face as he spoke. He was the first to recognize Lin Yuan's martial arts talent. Grandmaster. The Disciplinary Institute head and the head of the Miscellaneous Tasks Institute looked at each other and shook their heads slightly. Even though they could sense the head of the Martial Monk Institute was partly jesting, neither responded to support the claim. After all, that was a grandmaster. Throughout the heavens, they were titanic figures that could be counted on one's hands. Okay, enough about junior brother Weijun. The abbot of the great Zen temple felt the idle conversation was drifting into the absurd and immediately intervened to stop them. However, at that moment, boom, an invisible surge rose to the sky, transforming into ripples spreading in all directions. Is this spiritual psychic power? A great grandmaster's spiritual psychic power? The abbot of the great Zen temple and the institute head's pupils suddenly contracted. Instantly, they felt a sense of shock, their faces showing signs of fear. When did another great grandmaster appear in the world? And that great grandmaster had come to their great Zen temple? No, this spiritual psychic force, it's coming from the Sutra Pavilion. It's junior brother Weijun's aura. The disciplinary institute head seemed to realize something, his eyes bulging. Weijun's junior brother's aura? Spiritual psychic power? Great grandmaster? The abbot of the great Zen temple and the head of the Martial Monk Institute gasped as if they had seen a ghost. Based on the origin of this spiritual psychic power and its aura, a possibility they couldn't help but consider dawned on them. Could it be that junior brother Weijun, who had stayed in the Sutra Pavilion for 5 years, had stepped into the realm of great grandmaster? Upon realizing this, a sense of absurdity washed over them. Being innate at 3 years old was one thing, but now a great grandmaster at 8? Is he still human? Is he still human? innate and grandmaster are not concepts that can be equated. Let alone a great grandmaster who has already developed spiritual psychic power. The most obvious manifestation is that those in the innate realm can take shortcuts. For example, consuming a certain spiritual medicine of heaven and earth. Or perhaps receiving the full force transmission of power from a certain grandmaster. With the foundation of the great Zen temple, if willing to pay the price. It's entirely possible to artificially create a few innate realm martial Tao experts. But such an act is meaningless, for a great martial sect like the great Zen temple. Having a few more innate martial Tao experts won't make a fundamental impact. What can truly decide the fate of the great Zen temple? Are the grandmasters, and the great grandmasters. The latter can even determine the great trends of the world. However, whether stepping into the grandmaster realm or the realm of great grandmaster, external objects are of minimal use. Breaking through from innate to grandmaster requires perfect control of strength. To break through from grandmaster to great grandmaster, one must develop spiritual psychic power, with a slim chance of survival. This is also why the abbot of the great Zen temple and others were shocked when they realized that the mysterious great grandmaster, who displayed spiritual psychic power, might be Lin Yuan from the Sutra Pavilion. In today's world, a great grandmaster emerges only once in hundreds of years. The last known great grandmaster was the founding emperor of the Dali dynasty 180 years ago. Calculating the time, it's not entirely impossible for a new great grandmaster to be born. But it should be someone from among those long-renowned individuals at the grandmaster peak. As for Lin Yuan, mere an 8-year-old child, how could he possibly be a great grandmaster who dominates the era, invincible under the heavens? This is completely beyond reason, beyond comprehension. In the back mountain of the great Zen temple, Elder Long Eyebrow, who was in seclusion, was also startled by the spiritual fluctuations coming from the room in the Sutra Pavilion. Spiritual psychic power? Has my disciple Wei Zhen already stepped into the realm of great grandmaster? Elder Long Eyebrow's gaze turned blank as he murmured to himself. Even though he had anticipated this day, his emotions still fluctuated uncontrollably at this moment. As the grandmaster of this generation in the great Zen temple, Elder Long Eyebrow had once taught Lin Yuan for 2 months and was aware of his terrifying talent in martial Tao. In Elder Long Eyebrow's view, it was no problem for Lin Yuan to become a grandmaster in the future. And he even had a great chance of touching the realm of great grandmaster. But that was something for several decades later. Now, only 5 years had passed. Lin Yuan, now a great grandmaster, compared to the abbot and leaders of the temple, Elder Long Eyebrow's shock was even greater. The abbot and temple leaders were only at the innate realm peak. They knew of the difficulty of breaking through to the realm of great grandmaster. But they didn't have a concrete concept of it. Elder Long Eyebrow, however, was a grandmaster. Only one realm away from becoming a great grandmaster. He was constantly aware of the vast chasm between a grandmaster and a great grandmaster. Even with the secret techniques for breaking through left by Patriarch Bodhidharma, Elder Long Eyebrow had no clue about how to make the breakthrough to great grandmaster. Inside the Sutra Pavilion, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, containing the fluctuations of his spiritual psychic power. This spiritual force, is it similar to the mind master evolution path of the cosmic human civilization? Lin Yuan speculated in his heart. In cosmic human civilization, evolvers are no secret. The many evolution paths that have emerged from this are well known to most citizens. The mind master path of evolution requires stimulating the mind through special means. And then he mastered the power of the mind, unleashing many abilities that were beyond imagination. It is only similar, not the same, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The evolvers of the mind master evolution path have a mastery of mental power that leans towards the illusionary aspects. Whereas the spiritual powers of a great grandmaster are purely for killing and warfare, creating an oppressive force that surpasses that of the mind masters. Moreover, in the cosmic human civilization, the flesh and blood of the mind masters are generally considered weak points, and appear somewhat frail. But a great grandmaster's body has long surpassed the limits of ordinary people, and they are able to perfectly control every bit of their strength. Lin Yuan did not know the specific advantages and disadvantages of the mind master's evolution path. But he speculated in his heart that in terms of combat power, the mind masters should be somewhat weaker. Martial Tao, when considered in cosmic human civilization, should be considered a completely new evolution path? If I can deduce the martial Tao to a higher level in this realm and later present it to the goddess of wisdom for evaluation, I should be able to obtain a substantial reward. Lin Yuan silently pondered. After learning about the forced conscription, Lin Yuan had asked the goddess of wisdom and knew that she highly valued new evolution paths. Are they all waiting outside? Lin Yuan seemed to sense something and glanced outside the sutra pavilion. When breaking through to the realm of Great Grand Master, condensing spiritual powers inevitably led to spreading the news. As a result, it was only normal for the abbot and the heads of the monastery to notice. Outside the sutra pavilion, Elder Long Eyebrow, the abbot of the great Zen temple, and the heads of the monastery were all waiting. If there were other monks present, they would notice that the abbot and the heads, who normally presented themselves with the poise of high monks, were now showing a trace of nervousness on their faces. It was as if they were schoolchildren about to meet a teacher they admired. Uneasy. Expectant. "Everyone, come in." Just then, a gentle voice rang out in everyone's ears. "Yes." After receiving permission, the abbot and the heads exhaled slightly and followed Elder Long Eyebrow into the sutra pavilion. "We greet the Buddha child." On the third floor of the sutra pavilion, Elder Long Eyebrow and others finally saw Lin Yuan. They immediately bowed and said, they had no choice. If one could explain Lin Yuan reaching the innate realm at the age of 3 as a once-in-a-millennium martial Tao prodigy, then stepping into the realm of Great Grand Master at the age of 8 was something that could not be explained by any stretch of common sense. Only the reincarnation of a true Buddha, a Buddha child on earth, could reel back people's cognition. Everyone, including Elder Long Eyebrow, did not hesitate to address Lin Yuan as Buddha child. Buddha child. Lin Yuan slightly smiled, without admitting it, nor denying it. Lin Yuan's own family knew their own affairs. He was not any Buddha child. But as long as Lin Yuan kept silent about it, no one else would know. Next, Lin Yuan spoke a few words with the abbot and the heads. He took the chance to share his enlightenment about the breakthrough from the innate realm to the Grand Master realm over the past few years, explaining it in a way that offered guidance. This directly enlightened the abbot and the heads like an epiphany. The great Zen temple, as a great martial sect with a great Grandmaster's heritage, naturally had records on how to break through to the Grandmaster level. These were the precious heritages left by Patriarch Bodhidharma and successive Grandmasters. However, even the manuscripts left by Patriarch Bodhidharma contained many things that the abbot and the heads found difficult to fully grasp. Being able to do certain things doesn't necessarily mean understanding all the principles and essences of those things. They all knew that to break through to the Grand Master, one needed to perfectly control every bit of their own strength. But exactly how to control it perfectly, and what it means to do so, was not elaborated, let alone how to achieve it. Yet Lin Yuan, relying on his against heaven's understanding, was able to faithfully replicate the process of breaking through from the innate realm to the Grand Master realm, giving specific methods and means. This almost moved the abbot and the heads to tears. With Lin Yuan's guidance, they could now at least see the hope of breaking through to the Grand Master level. If they could absorb this guidance for 10 or 20 years, perhaps they too could step into the domain of Grand Master. With just a few words from Lin Yuan, he nearly cultivated several Grand Masters for the great Zen temple's future in the next few decades. This capability, if not the Buddha child, then who else could achieve it? Indeed, if anyone now dared to doubt Lin Yuan's identity as the Buddha child, the abbot of the great Zen temple and the several heads would be the first to disagree. As for you, Master. Lin Yuan looked towards Elder Long Eyebrow standing beside him. Elder Long Eyebrow had granted Lin Yuan guidance and direction, even if it had been for only 2 months. In addition, Lin Yuan had been able to smoothly move into the Sutra Pavilion because he had received a nod from Elder Long Eyebrow. In the realm of Great Grand Master, the essence lies in the spirit. External forces can hardly interfere. Several years ago, upon studying the Yi Jin Jane within the Sutra Pavilion, I realized another martial art that should help in stepping into the realm of Great Grand Master. The martial art that Lin Yuan mentioned was naturally the Yi Jin washing marrow tempering body exchanging blood refining divine skill. This martial art, besides nurturing the physical body, could also temper the spirit. The breaking through from Grand Master to Great Grand Master essentially involved awakening spiritual power. And the purer the spiritual power, the easier it was to perceive and condense into a unique spiritual force. It can be said that as long as one can cultivate this martial art to the state of perfection, the probability of breaking through from the peak of Grand Master to the realm of Great Grand Master could almost reach 20 to 30%. Buddha child, there's no need to expend your energy on me. The path to Great Grand Master requires a moment of sudden enlightenment. Elder Long Eyebrow immediately said. Before Lin Yuan, the common knowledge among the world's martial arts powerhouses was that the realm of Great Grand Master could not be forced. Even a Great Grand Master himself could hardly cultivate another Great Grand Master. 1,000 years ago, Patriarch Bodhidharma, the founder of the Great Zen Temple and a Great Grand Master, took 108 high monks of the Buddha Gate as disciples and established the Great Zen Temple. Yet none of these 108 high monks were able to step into the realm of Great Grand Master. It doesn't matter. Just listen. Lin Yuan didn't say much and slowly spoke of the Yi Jin washing marrow tempering body exchanging blood refining divine skill. Seeing this, Elder Long Eyebrow listened patiently. At first, Elder Long Eyebrow was quite at ease, believing that what Lin Yuan said would be somewhat similar to the insights left by Patriarch Bodhidharma. But just 1/5 of the way through, his brow furrowed, and his thoughts began to surge. As a Grand Master, Elder Long Eyebrow's heartbeat quickened. With his basic discernment, he had realized just halfway through that the martial art Lin Yuan was imparting held great value. It was actually a martial art for tempering the spirit. Spiritual martial arts had appeared before. On the 3rd floor of the Sutra Pavilion, there were several spiritual martial arts left by Patriarch Bodhidharma. However, all the known spiritual martial arts of the world could only be cultivated by great Grand Masters, and only those who had condensed a unique spiritual force, meeting the basic condition for practicing spiritual martial arts. But the Yi Jin washing marrow tempering body exchanging blood refining divine skill that Lin Yuan had realized could even be cultivated by martial artists of the innate realm. This was simply inconceivable. For a moment, Elder Long Eyebrow was at a loss for words. He knew very well the value of this martial art. It could be said that if this matter were to spread, the Great Zen Temple would become the focus of the entire world. The other great martial sects and even the Dali dynasty would shamelessly come over to snatch away this martial art. After a moment, Lin Yuan finished speaking and looked towards Elder Long Eyebrow, who was stunned. The abbot Huiwen, and a few others standing beside him had also listened once but didn't immediately realize the value of this martial art. They just felt that the martial art Lin Yuan spoke of was abstruse and difficult to understand, requiring gradual comprehension. Alright, you may all go back now. Lin Yuan cast his gaze downwards and waved his hand. Yes. Elder Long Eyebrow, as if awakening from a dream, suppressed the excitement in his heart and respectfully responded. After Elder Long Eyebrow and the others left, the Sutra Pavilion became quiet once more. Lin Yuan went up to the 3rd floor and picked up an ancient tome. On the surface of the tome were the words, Demon Subduing Wisdom Scripture. The wisdom scripture was related to the spirit. This martial art was indeed a spiritual martial art. Left by Patriarch Bodhidharma 8,000 years ago. Before breaking through to Great Grand Master, Lin Yuan had not mastered any unique spiritual force. Although he possessed an against heaven's understanding, he had not delved much into such spiritual martial arts. Now that he had already become a Great Grand Master, he naturally began to comprehend this aspect. Half a month flew by in a blink. During these 10+ days, Lin Yuan had been observing the Demon Subduing Wisdom Scripture. Your understanding goes against heaven, deciphering the spiritual martial art, Demon Subduing Wisdom Scripture, and realizing the unique spiritual skill, heaven striking earth shattering skill. Lin Yuan rejoiced in spirit. Within the Niwan Palace at his brow, strands of unique spiritual force continually entwined and overlapped, forming an inexplicable pattern that imprinted itself upon it. Heaven striking earth shattering skill, unique spiritual skill. Lin Yuan felt that once he activated the pattern within the Niwan Palace, woven from unique spiritual force, he would unleash a type of spiritual domain. Within the scope of this domain, even if another was a great Grand Master, their spiritual will would be suppressed and subjected to the torment of sinking and being lost. This defies all reason. Lin Yuan shook his head, feeling somewhat emotional. Merely with this unique spiritual skill, Lin Yuan was confident he could be invincible within the Grandmaster realm. Time marched on. Another 5 years had quickly passed. Within the Sutra Pavilion, unnamed auras pervaded the space, halting just at the threshold. Above the realm of the great Grandmaster, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, and a white lightning bolt seemed to flash across the void. Lightning born from the void. This was the external manifestation of an extremely powerful spirit. The spiritual force of a great Grandmaster could kill a man, yet it couldn't shake the rules of matter. For instance, lifting a rock using the force of one spirit. Since ancient times, not a single great Grandmaster had managed to do this. However, now, this ironclad law was broken by Lin Yuan. For his realm had already transcended that of the great Grandmaster, reaching an unparalleled level never seen before in this world. With his against heaven's understanding, it took Lin Yuan merely 5 years to cross the 3 major realms from post-heaven to innate to Grandmaster and achieve the body of a great Grandmaster. Now, another 5 years had passed, and it was not surprising that he broke the chains of the great Grandmaster, accomplishing feats that no one in history had. Above the great Grandmaster, let's call it the mythical realm, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The level beyond the great Grandmaster was one of legends, of myths. Therefore, naming it mythical seemed quite fitting. There are still 10 years left to stay. It's time to take a look outside. Lin Yuan eased his aura and looked out beyond the great Zen temple. After stepping into the mythical realm, Lin Yuan had essentially absorbed all the accumulated foundations of the great Zen temple over 1,000 years. If he wanted to maintain the cultivation speed of the past 10 years, he would need to travel the world and experience other martial secret techniques. After all, the great Zen temple was but one of the great martial sects. Beyond it, there were still several other great martial sects. And even the Dali dynasty that loomed large. Experiencing martial arts utterly different from those of the great Zen temple and then refining them to their ultimate heights with his against heaven's understanding, would make it easier for Lin Yuan to comprehend the path and realm that lay ahead. Outside the Bodhi yard, Abbot Yun of the great Zen temple and a few abbots were convening once again. I can already feel the bottleneck of the Grandmaster realm. In as soon as 10 years, or at most 20, I should be able to make a breakthrough into the Grandmaster realm. Abbot Yun said excitedly. Normally, given his aptitude, the chances of stepping into the Grandmaster realm were not high. However, under Lin Yuan's guidance from several years ago, he now saw hope. The other abbots also looked quite thrilled. Lin Yuan's advice had greatly benefited them as well. Although they were not as confident as the abbot in making a breakthrough within 20 years. They still had high hopes for 30 or 40 years. For those martial artists at the innate realm peak in this age, living past 100 years was not difficult, and most abbots were in their 60s or 70s, capable of one last struggle. Just then, a martial monk hurried in. Abbots, no good. The martial monk stammered, clearly very urgent. Take it easy, no rush. Abbot Yun comforted him softly. Buddha child. The martial monk took a deep breath, about to speak. What about the Buddha child? Abbot Yun stood up abruptly, looking directly at the martial monk. The other abbots were equally solemn. At this point, the Buddha child was seen as the hope of the great Zen temple for the next 500 years. Anything related to the Buddha child was a major affair for the great Zen temple. The Buddha child. Seeing the expressions of the abbots, the martial monk quickly said, "The Buddha child has descended the mountain." What? The Buddha child has left the mountain? Abbot Yun was stunned, then quickly asked, "Did the Buddha child say why he is leaving the mountain?" Exactly, what did the Buddha child say? Abbot Yun of the Martial Monk Institute also asked urgently. The Buddha child said, he is going to leave the mountain, too. The martial monk steadied himself, attempting to mimic Lin Yuan's tone. Have a look at this world. Has the Buddha child entered the world? Head of the Martial Monk Institute, Yun, immediately reacted. It wasn't strange for the monks of the great Zen temple to descend the mountain and explore the world. Abbot Yun and several heads of the institutes had experienced it themselves, more than once. To high-ranking monks, descending the mountain to wander the world was part of their spiritual cultivation. However, in the minds of Abbot Yun and the others, Lin Yuan had been sitting in the Sutra Pavilion daily for 10 years. In such a state of mind, at least he was unmatched by the several institute heads. That's why they overlooked the fact that Lin Yuan had never actually left the mountain before. If the Buddha child ventures out alone, could he encounter any danger? The head of the Discipline Academy seemed to think of something and couldn't help but speak out. However, before he could finish his sentence, he swallowed his words. Abbot Yun and the other heads glanced at each other again. What a joke! Danger, although they did not know Lin Yuan's current realm. As early as 5 years ago, Lin Yuan had already reached the realm of Great Grand Master. In 5 years, even if Lin Yuan made no progress, he would still be a Great Grand Master. With the strength of a Great Grand Master, even if surrounded by tens of thousands of troops, it would just take some time to annihilate the whole army. At the very least, he could retreat unscathed. A Great Grand Master traveling the world, as long as he does not wish to die, will not die. It's unnecessary. The portraits of the Buddha child have long been distributed to temples all over the world. Our monks from the great Zen temple all over will heed the Buddha child's command, Abbot Yun said slowly. The great Zen temple could serve as the holy land of Buddha Gate and one of the great martial sects. Because its potential influence was unfathomable. Even among the other great martial sects, it was second to none. Outside the great Zen temple, the sky was vast, the land was broad. A young monk clad in a gray robe walked along a narrow mountain path. If someone observed carefully, they would discover that, with each step the young monk took, his figure would appear several meters away, incredibly mystical. This young monk was naturally Lin Yuan. After leaving the great Zen temple, Lin Yuan had traversed 1,200 miles in 2 hours. Compared to the realm of Great Grand Master, the divine energy within a warrior at the mythical realm had evolved into a higher order of power. For now, Lin Yuan chose to call this power Yuan energy. A single strand of Yuan energy could break through 10 strands of inner qi at the level of Great Grand Masters. Of course, this was a rudimentary comparison. Actual combat was a different matter. According to Lin Yuan's estimation, his true combat power had reached an unprecedented level. Even if all the Great Grand Masters from ancient times to the present were resurrected and stood before him, they would not be enough for him to slap away. Ha 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 ha. Exhilarating, it's truly exhilarating. With every step Lin Yuan took, his blood surged, and Yuan energy circulated within him. Monstrous heat spread in all directions, burning like a furnace. The physical body of a warrior at the mythical realm allowed Lin Yuan to resemble a humanoid beast. Suddenly, at that moment, Lin Yuan came to a halt. A gentle breeze brushed against his face. At once, Lin Yuan stood still as if in a daze. Days passed with the rising and setting of the sun. With your against heaven's understanding, after perusing countless scriptures and feeling the blowing wind, you have listened to the profound meanings of the wind and comprehended the true meaning martial arts, divine wind 9 steps. Lin Yuan opened his eyes as numerous flickers of spiritual light erupted in his mind, forming a school of true meaning martial arts. True meaning martial arts, surpassing the martial arts of great grand masters, would require a warrior at the mythical realm to expend a great deal of energy and time to possibly create. This time, stepping out from the great Zen temple, Lin Yuan's mind was at ease, free from confines, experiencing the winds of heaven and earth. With the aid of his against heaven's understanding, he created this martial art. Divine Wind 9 steps. Lin Yuan carefully contemplated. This martial art belonged to the category of movement techniques. It utilized the Yuan force within one's body, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth. And after 9 steps, one would merge with the wind as much as possible, thereby achieving a several-fold increase in one's own speed. Terrifying. Lin Yuan felt quite emotional in his heart. At his level, every aspect had already reached its apex. To even enhance a fraction was immensely difficult, not to mention a several-fold increase. True meaning martial arts has already started to draw upon the power of heaven and earth. Is the path ahead also related to heaven and earth? Lin Yuan still stood in place, his expression reflective. Pudu Temple. This temple was built 300 years ago by a high-ranking monk from Great Zen Temple during his pilgrimage. Over the centuries, it had always maintained a close connection with Great Zen Temple. What business does the Buddha child have at Bright Moon Palace? The abbot of Pudu Temple asked cautiously. In front of him sat a young monk, who was none other than Lin Yuan. The main purpose of Lin Yuan's departure from Great Zen Temple was to observe the profound martial arts of other major factions. And the forces on par with Great Zen Temple, also known as great martial sects, were his first choice. Those who were revered as great martial sects generally had a great Grand Master as their founder, and also produced numerous Grand Masters across generations. And Bright Moon Palace was one of these great martial sects. The founder of Bright Moon Palace was an even rarer female great Grand Master. I wish to observe the many martial arts of Bright Moon Palace. Lin Yuan, sitting cross-legged, stated calmly. On the way to Bright Moon Palace, he passed by Pudu Temple and took a moment to rest. Even as someone of the mythical realm, he was still human, and could not go on tirelessly like a robot. Pudu Temple had deep roots with Great Zen Temple. And when the abbot of Pudu Temple recognized Lin Yuan's identity, he immediately saw to his personal hospitality. Bright Moon Palace. The abbot of Pudu Temple hesitated, not to conceal from the Buddha child. Half a year ago, a Grand Master from Bright Moon Palace passed away, and with no successor, there were internal rebellions. Many martial arts scriptures are likely to be missing, the abbot of Pudu Temple said softly. Although Bright Moon Palace desperately tried to suppress this news, Pudu Temple, through special channels, became aware of it. Lin Yuan frowned slightly upon hearing this. If the Buddha child wishes to view the martial arts scriptures of Bright Moon Palace, you might visit the Dali capital. Years ago, the founding emperor of Dali trod over the world, sweeping across all directions, and even visited Bright Moon Palace, copying all of their martial arts scriptures to take back with him. Pudu Temple paused for a while and then subtly mentioned another matter. At that time, it wasn't just Bright Moon Palace, other great martial sects, including Great Zen Temple, had all been visited by the founding emperor of Dali. And many martial arts were copied and taken away, as a great Grand Master and unrivaled in his time. None of the great martial sects dared to refuse, they could only grudgingly accept this bitter pill. Oh, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up slightly. He had not read about this in the books at Great Zen Temple. However, on second thought, it seemed quite logical. Having all one's martial arts scriptures taken by an aggressor was hardly something to be proud of, even if that person was the founding emperor of Dali, a great Grand Master. It was unlikely that Great Zen Temple would intentionally suppress this event, nor would they specially promote or record it. So you're saying, in the Dali capital, there are martial arts scriptures from all the current great martial sects? Lin Yuan asked. In the past, the founding emperor of Dali sought to advance further, hence he gathered the martial arts from all over the world. Any martial arts force of renown had to hand over their core martial arts teachings without exception, the abbot of Pudu Temple stated truthfully. That's rather convenient, Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Originally, if Lin Yuan wanted to observe the martial arts of various sects, he would certainly need to visit each one by one, as the world's great martial sects were scattered across different regions. If Lin Yuan had to search for each sect individually, it would certainly waste a lot of time. Now, it was simplified, a single visit to the Dali capital would suffice. Dali capital. Linglong Pavilion. As the largest tavern in the capital, Linglong Pavilion was packed with people every day. Visitors from out of town, local patrons. Given the chance, who wouldn't want to try the culinary delights of Linglong Pavilion? Clap. In the center of the tavern, on a raised platform, a storyteller was animatedly spinning a tale. They say that 10 years ago, within the great Zen Templia sanctum of the Buddha Gatiya, a Buddha child was born, possessing innate knowledge and the likeness of the Buddhas. It is said that at that time, the golden body of the Buddha appeared above the great Zen temple. Its golden light spread over dozens of miles. Many commoners whose bodies bathed in this light found their hidden ailments dissipating. Now, 10 years have passed, and that Buddha child. Just as the storyteller reached this point, he suddenly stopped and addressed the audience with a bow. Ladies and gentlemen, that will be all for today. If you wish to know the current state of this young Buddha child, please come again tomorrow. As soon as these words were spoken, the many patrons on the scene immediately began to sigh in disappointment. They had been listening intently and wanted to find out what had become of the Buddha child, only to have the storyteller cut off the tale at this crucial moment. Who could stand such suspense? This is for you. Keep going, one brawny man said as he took out a silver ingot and threw it onto the platform. The rest of the audience also threw up some copper coins and other valuables. Heh, I am flattered by the audience's appreciation, and I shall continue. The storyteller chuckled upon seeing this and promptly sat down again. To tell a good story, one must know the perfect moment to pause, piquing the audience's curiosity. How else to make money? This storyteller clearly understood this well, and after collecting the money on the platform, he continued the story. Judging by his age, that Buddha child should be over 10 years old now, naturally reading Buddhist scriptures and studying the Buddha's law in the great Zen temple. The storyteller fanned himself with a paper fan and continued in a shaking voice. Murmur. The audience couldn't help but let out a murmur. They were expecting to hear about any remarkable feats of the Buddha child, but it turned out to be this? However, upon further thought, they found it reasonable. A child in his teens, despite possessing high Buddha nature, what could he truly achieve? As for the earlier anomalies described by the storyteller, they're probably fabricated to attract the audience's attention anyway. What no one in the tavern noticed was this. In a corner, a young monk dressed in a gray robe wore an expression of bemusement. Have I been written into a storybook? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. In his view, there was nothing particularly strange about this. The great Zen temple was not only a holy land of Buddha Gate but also among the great martial sects of the world. Every move was naturally the subject of outsider attention, especially for someone like himself, who was taken in by Elder Long Eyebrow, a Grand Master. Certainly, many eyes were fixed upon him. Moreover, the abbots of the temple had no intention of blocking the news. Over time, with one tale leading to another, it was natural for various versions of rumors to emerge. After sampling the cuisines of this world at Linglong Pavilion, Lin Yuan stood up, left some silver behind, and walked out. On the bluestone paved streets where people were coming and going, cries of hawkers could be heard everywhere. Lin Yuan walked among them, not very conspicuous, however, as Lin Yuan continued deeper into the capital. The pedestrians on the road became fewer, while the patrolling soldiers seemed to increase. Until he arrived at a tall city gate, where dozens of soldiers with formidable auras stood guard with sharp eyes. Behind that city gate was Dali Imperial Palace, the absolute core of a dynasty. Even standing outside the palace, one could vaguely see the magnificent buildings within. At that moment, a slowly moving imperial carriage was driving out from within the palace. The gatekeepers saw it and immediately retreated to make way. Inside the carriage, a middle-aged monk in a red kasaya was rubbing his temple. The current Empress Dowager of Dali was a devout Buddhist, often inviting eminent monks to the palace. This middle-aged monk in the red kasaya was a well-known monk in recent years, highly regarded and favored by the Empress Dowager. Every 10 days or half a month, he would be invited to the palace. The Empress Dowager's questions are becoming more and more challenging. The middle-aged monk frowned with some annoyance. I should be leaving the palace now, the middle-aged monk said as he reached out to lift the carriage curtain. He cast a casual glance, but this glance made the middle-aged monk's pupils constrict. Is that? The middle-aged monk focused on the young monk who was standing not far away, looking somewhat uncertain. Buddha child. The middle-aged monk was from the great Zen temple, although in recent years he had stayed in Dali capital. He often kept in touch with the great Zen temple. A few years back, the temple sent him a portrait of the Buddha child and instructed him to remember it well. If he ever saw him, he would have to act as ordered. And the portrait was almost identical to the young monk not far from him. With this realization, the middle-aged monk hurriedly got out of the carriage and approached Lin Yuan. Buddha child? He ventured. You recognize me? Lin Yuan's eyebrows lifted. 20 years ago, I too was a monk of the great Zen temple, the middle-aged monk said with a single sentence, indicating his identity. I see. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The great Zen temple was a holy land of the Buddha Gate, its influence not limited to atop Mount Shaoxi. The Pudu temple that Lin Yuan had passed earlier and the middle-aged monk before him were evidence of this. May I inquire, Buddha child, is there a particular reason for your visit to the capital? The middle-aged monk asked curiously. Prior to seeing Lin Yuan, he had not received any news from the great Zen temple. It was clear that Lin Yuan's visit was not known even to the abbots of the temple. Otherwise, it would have been impossible not to inform him. I wish to visit the martial hall within the imperial palace, Lin Yuan stated. Lin Yuan began to speak. The martial hall of the Dali imperial palace is where countless martial arts manuals from all over the world are stored. In past years, the founding emperor of the Dali dynasty set the order of the realm and placed the copied martial arts techniques of various sects into the martial hall. It can be said that the martial hall of the Dali imperial palace, with its extensive collection of martial arts, is 10 or even 100 times greater than that of the great Zen temple's Sutra Pavilion. Wanting to enter the martial hall, that is somewhat troublesome. The middle-aged monk furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Generally speaking, only the offspring of the imperial clan are qualified to enter the martial hall. This was a rule established by the first emperor of Dali from the beginning. In addition, high-ranking officials who have made significant contributions to Dali are also qualified to enter the martial hall. But neither of these applied to Lin Yuan. Thus, he almost had no chance of coming into contact with the martial hall. Founded on martial prowess, the Dali dynasty placed extreme importance on its many secret martial arts techniques. It would definitely not casually allow an outsider to enter such a sacred martial arts place as the martial hall. It's not that there's no way, the middle-aged monk slowly spoke. Inside the palace, the security is extremely tight, sneaking in is definitely out of the question. A trace of apprehension appeared on the middle-aged monk's face. As a distinguished guest of the Empress Dowager, he had some understanding of the Dali imperial palace. The 8,000 imperial guards within the palace are all acquired peak martial artists trained with the secret techniques of the imperial clan. The 200 deputy commanders are innate realm martial Taoists, while the 18 chief commanders are innate peak martial Taoists. It can be said that, with just this force alone, they could easily sweep away an army of several 100,000. Even if a Grand Master came in person, he would be trapped. Moreover, the middle-aged monk occasionally learned from the Empress Dowager that, at various key points within the palace, there were Grand Master-level martial Taoists stationed. Having frequently visited the palace over the years, he roughly estimated that there were no fewer than 4 Grand Masters inside the palace. 4 Grand Masters, 18 innate peaks, 200 innates, 8,000 acquired peaks. This was the Dali dynasty's strongest hand. Even now, with the world in decay, the Dali dynasty could be rebuilt from the ground up. Not to mention that this was just a part of the Dali dynasty's foundation, as outside the palace, the great armies stationed on the borders, along with the Grand Masters, were always ready to move at the behest of the Dali dynasty. Buddha child, listen to me. You will accompany me to the palace later to meet the Empress Dowager. With my recommendation, the Empress Dowager will definitely take a liking to the Buddha child. In the coming 3 months, Buddha child must visit the Empress Dowager frequently to become a familiar face. After half a year, when the Emperor celebrates his 60th birthday, with the Empress Dowager's support, you can accompany her to offer birthday greetings. At that time, I will present a treasure from the Buddha gate. Under the great joy of the Emperor of Dali, the chances of the Buddha child's request to visit the martial hall will be very high. The middle-aged monk, after much contemplation, laid out the only feasible method currently available. Theoretically, outsiders cannot enter the martial hall. But if the current emperor of Dali permits it, there is no question of whether one can enter or not. As long as Lin Yuan can gain the emperor's favor, entering the martial hall would not be an impossible matter. After all, Lin Yuan was just going to look at the martial hall, which wouldn't cause any loss to the numerous martial arts texts within it. I wonder what Buddha child thinks about this. The middle-aged monk, having said his piece, saw that Lin Yuan was silent and asked with some uncertainty. It's indeed not bad. Lin Yuan nodded. The middle-aged monk had put a lot of thought into it. According to his method, there was a high probability that entry to the martial hall could be smoothly gained. It's just. Lin Yuan then shook his head, just what? The middle-aged monk asked anxiously. It's too much trouble. Lin Yuan's gaze was calm as he looked towards the palace not far away. Trouble? The middle-aged monk didn't understand for a long moment. The plan he had just devised was as straightforward as possible. He would take Lin Yuan directly to see the Empress Dowager, then use her influence on the emperor. This was the fastest method the middle-aged monk could think of to enter the martial hall. It wasn't possible to just go see the emperor, was it? Without someone of significant standing to make the introduction. Even the middle-aged monk wouldn't be able to meet the emperor, let alone Lin Yuan. Just say it outright. After Lin Yuan spoke, he took a step forward, took a deep breath, and called out towards the direction of the palace. Wei Zhen, wished to have an audience with the martial hall of the imperial palace. His voice was normal at the first syllable, I, but it began to rise in pitch with the second syllable. By the fifth syllable, the terrifying sound waves were wildly spreading in all directions. And with the last syllable, hall, it was as if the sky had shattered and thunder exploded. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the entire imperial palace was engulfed by the horrific sound waves. The 8,000 acquired peak imperial guards felt a roaring in their ears and their consciousness began to dissipate. The 18 innate peak chief commanders were bleeding from every orifice and couldn't get to their feet. Within the depths of the palace, 5 Grandmaster-level auras flickered and tried to resist the invading Buddhistic sound. But they only lasted a few breaths before their auras quickly weakened and collapsed, utterly powerless to resist. For a time, the once tightly guarded Dali Imperial Palace collapsed like a house of cards, reduced to a state of chaos on the brink of falling. The middle-aged monk's mouth hung open. Dali Imperial Palace. Taiji Hall. An august man clad in dragon robes sat before a sandalwood desk. Opposite him sat a lean old man. With Uncle Ancestor's current strength, there should be no opponent in the world for him now, right? The august man was none other than the current emperor of Dali. While the lean old man sitting across from him was a senior ancestor of the Dali royal family. He was also the strongest, a martial arts master at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. Without this sea-calming divine needle, perhaps the Dali dynasty could have still achieved dominance over the 4 seas and commanded the allegiance of all directions. But it definitely wouldn't have been so easy. Without reaching the realm of Great Grandmaster, what's the talk of having no opponent? The lean old man shook his head, but his tone harbored not the slightest hint of humility. Even among Grandmasters, there is a difference in strength. And the lean old man was undoubtedly at the very pinnacle within the Grandmaster realm. In terms of heritage, the other great martial sects also have great Grandmaster legacies. But the great Grandmaster ancestor of the Dali dynasty undoubtedly had the greatest influence. After all, this ancestor was still alive over 100 years ago, and his fame diminishes not a whit even today. The many martial arts manuals he left behind, if not stronger than other great Grandmaster heritages, are at least more complete and perfected, let alone the fact that the ancestor personally visited the other great martial sects in former years, taking all their martial arts and transcribing them to bring back. Gathering the martial arts of the whole world, the foundation of the Dali dynasty could only far surpass that of the great martial sects. Great Grandmaster, Uncle Ancestor is only a step away from becoming a great Grandmaster, right? The Emperor of Dali asked with an indistinct tone. A step away can mean the difference between heaven and earth. The lean old man sighed. The closer he approached the realm of Great Grandmaster, the more he felt despair and helplessness. This was even with the advantage of the many breakthrough insights left by the Dali ancestor. Without these, the lean old man wouldn't even dare to think about the Great Grandmaster realm. Even so, the lean old man had little confidence in taking that final step himself. But your majesty can rest easy, in this present world, if I can't break through to the Great Grandmaster, no other Grandmaster should think of breaking through either. The lean old man spoke in a low voice, brimming with immense self-confidence. Just as the Emperor of Dali was about to speak, fearsome sound waves descended, filling every inch of the air. I am Wei Zhen, a monk, wishing to enter the martial hall of the palace for a look. I am Wei Zhen, a monk, wishing to enter the martial hall of the palace for a look. I am Wei Zhen, a monk, wishing to enter the martial hall of the palace for a look. The devilish sound flooded their ears. The Emperor of Dali felt his eardrums tremble, and his vision began to blur. Compared to the Emperor of Dali, the neighboring lean old man at the Grandmaster peak was in a much more pitiful state. The stronger one's power, the more sensitive they were to sound waves, and the more severe the suppressive effect they suffered. What is this sound technique? The lean old man couldn't believe it. Merely with the sound of a voice, not knowing from how far away, they could make a powerful Grandmaster realm martial artist like himself lose the ability to resist. Who could it be? A great Grandmaster? Perhaps. Even someone as strong as the great Grandmaster ancestor of the Dali couldn't achieve such an effect, right? Outside the palace, Lin Yuan's gaze was calm. He had just used one of the great Zen temple's 72 ultimate techniques, the sound wave martial arts known as Lion's Roar, to utter the phrase, wishing to enter the martial hall for a look. The lion's roar belonged to superior martial arts, and was also a rare soundwave martial arts that could intimidate by sound, causing dread and despair in others. However, this martial art was difficult to affect those in the innate realm of martial artists. After all, compared to punches, kicks, or weapons, the effectiveness of sound waves indeed wasn't high. But Lin Yuan's strength was too overwhelming at the moment. With the mythological realm physical strength and Yuan power that surpassed the great Grand Master. One roar had the capacity to shatter not just mountains and rivers, but at least it proved too much for Grand Masters to withstand. Of course, Lin Yuan did not strike with lethal force. Under the terrifying sound wave envelopment of the lion's roar, those below the acquired realm peak only felt their eardrums vibrating and did not sustain any other injuries. As for those at the acquired realm peak, innate realm peak, and even martial Taoists in the Grandmaster realm, the impact sustained was indeed more severe, but they would recover after a month or two of rest. It wouldn't cause irreversible damage. In years past, the founder of the Dali dynasty had forced his way into the great Zen temple, using absolute martial force to compel the monks to surrender their secret techniques. Now, with Lin Yuan's roar outside the imperial palace, causing the heavily guarded palace staff to be thrown into disarray, it could be considered a taste of their own medicine. Buddha child, this. The middle-aged monk beside him was blank-minded at the moment. Just a moment ago, he had been wondering why the Buddha child mentioned trouble. And what "speak directly" meant. Then he witnessed the incredible scene before him. You see, I guess we will probably be able to go in soon. Lin Yuan glanced back at the middle-aged monk and said nonchalantly. The middle-aged monk was still immersed in shock, although he didn't know what had happened inside the imperial palace. After Lin Yuan's roar, all sorts of tumultuous auras emanated from within the palace. Even auras of Grand Masters were plummeting. The middle-aged monk had a feeling that the palace's defensive force was now at an historically low point, and probably just any group of innate martial artists could massacre it. Under such circumstances, Lin Yuan's earlier remark, "I guess we will probably be able to go in soon," the middle-aged monk had no doubts about it. Given Lin Yuan's roaring achievements, never mind entering the mere martial hall, even intruding into the harem of today's Emperor of Dali would probably be just a matter of saying the word. A few moments later, under the middle-aged monk's gaze, an imposing man dressed in dragon robes, accompanied by a lean old man, walked out hurriedly. Behind them followed several figures, whose auras were weak, but their demeanor and poise as they moved were far beyond what could be compared to those in the innate realm. The Emperor of Dali came out of the palace and soon saw Lin Yuan standing there, dressed in a gray monk's robe. "Greetings, Great Master." The Emperor of Dali felt bitterness in his heart and immediately bowed. After suffering the terrible sound wave in the Taiji Hall, the effects on the Emperor of Dali were not severe, and he soon recovered. The Emperor of Dali's first thought was to flee, however, the lean old man beside him stopped him. The lean old man was at the peak of Grandmaster realm. He was very aware that anyone capable of causing such a scene with sound waves had a strength that, if not groundbreaking and remarkable, was at least superior to the founder of the Dali dynasty over 100 years ago. In face of such a powerful individual, where could one flee, and how could one possibly escape? On the contrary, by observing the extent of the emperor's injuries, the lean old man judged that Lin Yuan likely bore no real malice towards the Dali royal family. Otherwise, merely with that terrible sound wave, it would have been enough to heavily injure someone like himself at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. How could the Emperor of Dali, who was not even at the innate realm, sustain only minimal impact? It was for this reason that, following the suggestion of the lean old man, the Emperor of Dali mustered the courage to follow the source of the sound wave and came out of the palace. "I am Wei Zhen, and I wish to enter the martial hall of the imperial palace for a visit." Upon seeing the disheveled Emperor of Dali, Lin Yuan spoke directly. "That's easy. Please enter, Great Master. Please enter, Great Master." The Emperor of Dali breathed a slight sigh of relief. At the same time, a sense of grievance surged in his heart. If you wanted to enter the martial hall, why not say so earlier, instead of causing such a commotion? Time passed. Half a year went by in the blink of an eye. During this time, the tale of Lin Yuan's roar that suppressed the Dali imperial palace spread like a hurricane throughout the world. After all, the incident was no small matter, and even if the imperial guards and palace maids inside the palace dared not spread the word. The martial experts outside the palace could not pretend it never happened. Their eyes were not blind, and their ears were not deaf. Even the middle-aged monk could sense the change in the aura inside the palace. Other martial experts naturally could as well. Moreover, the Emperor of Dali actively stepped out from the palace and bowed to Lin Yuan, a scene witnessed by many. Considering everything, it was easy for people to speculate the general truth. The Dali dynasty's palace had been breached by a mysterious monk from the Buddha Gate. Even the reigning emperor had to step forward and bow his head in admission of fault. The Dali dynasty indeed tried to suppress the story, but it simply could not be contained. And this version of the story was actually the truth and even flattered the Dali dynasty. Using the word breached at least implied that Lin Yuan had made several moves. The Dali dynasty still had the strength to resist, but ultimately it failed. But the truth was, merely a single sonic technique had left many experts within the palace unable to rise from the ground. Suddenly, the world was abuzz. Commoners and martial experts from various places were talking about this event. The Dali dynasty had ruled the world for nearly 200 years, and because of that founding great-grandfathers, all martial experts were suppressed to the point of suffocation. Now, seeing the Dali dynasty humiliated, and thoroughly defeated at that, everyone naturally took pleasure in their misfortune. After discussing the Dali dynasty, everyone's attention immediately focused on that mysterious Buddhist monk. Was the Dali dynasty weak? Definitely not. Not only were they not weak, they were terrifyingly strong, even if that great-grand master ancestor had entered nirvana. The strength of the Dali dynasty was still sufficient to suppress the world. Yet even so, the palace, as the gathering place for the Dali dynasty's most elite power and the most martial experts, was breached by a mysterious monk. Thinking deeper about what this implied made everyone shudder with dread. Without a doubt, the strength of that mysterious monk must have already stepped into the realm of great-grandmaster. In the martial hall of the Dali imperial palace, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged with a calm expression. Since entering here 6 months ago, Lin Yuan had not gone out. The Emperor of Dali was indeed perceptive, directly declaring the martial hall a forbidden area, prohibiting anyone from disturbing Lin Yuan. In addition, every meal was meticulously prepared. Not only were they able to replenish primordial qi, but they were also expertly cooked by the imperial chefs. They made sure that there was nothing to complain about in terms of taste. Not enough, these martial arts are still far from enough. Lin Yuan sighed silently in his heart. In just half a year, Lin Yuan had thoroughly learned and understood all the martial arts within the Dali Imperial Palace's martial hall. This was not because the martial arts in the martial hall were inferior to those in the great Zen temple's Sutra Pavilion. To be frank, the martial arts collected in the martial hall far surpassed those in the Sutra Pavilion. But that was then, and this is now. Lin Yuan currently stood at the unprecedented mythical realm. Whereas at the great Zen temple, Lin Yuan was an innate grandmaster, a great grandmaster. From such a lofty position, the efficiency of his enlightenment naturally far outstripped the latter. However, even after mastering all the martial arts within the martial hall, and pushing his against heaven's understanding into full bloom, Lin Yuan still hadn't broken through the mythical realm. The martial arts of the world that can be recorded and passed down are ultimately the minority. Many more are scattered among the warriors of the world. Lin Yuan silently pondered. These martial arts might not be high level and far from the caliber of supreme martial arts, but they were unique in perspective. They might even be entirely different from the current martial Dao cultivation system. If Lin Yuan could gain insights into the martial Dao from other angles, it should help him break through the mythical realm. Come in. Having a rough direction in mind, Lin Yuan slightly raised his head, looking towards the entrance of the martial hall. Yes. The lean elder immediately came in respectfully. As the highest-ranking, strongest elder of the Dali royal family, the lean elder wouldn't normally be so submissive, personally standing guard outside the martial hall and waiting for Lin Yuan's commands. But ever since Lin Yuan had casually given some advice to the lean elder shortly after entering the martial hall, which led to an epiphany, the lean elder had stayed outside the martial hall and had not left. The advice made the lean elder realize that even 10, 20, or 50 years of hard cultivation would not equal a single casual remark from Lin Yuan. I plan to hold a global martial Dao tournament, right here in the capital. Any martial artist of the acquired realm or innate realm can participate. The top 10 will be allowed to select any 3 supreme martial arts. Lin Yuan spoke. With his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan didn't need to learn martial arts. Just by watching others perform, he could glean insights. More than a decade ago, Lin Yuan watched the great Zen temple's martial monks practice Arhat Fist, from which he derived the supreme martial art, Great Arhat Buddha Fist, as an example. Asking the world's martial artists to write out their signature techniques was unrealistic. Many freelance martial artists, unburdened by sects, could simply hide in the mountains and forests if pressured. Even Lin Yuan would have no solution. But by using a martial Dao tournament to attract them, and with Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, he could silently comprehend the essence of their abilities. As for whether he could attract those freelance martial artists, people only pursue 2 things: fame or fortune. For martial artists, there's another. That is the advancement of their own martial Dao realm. With supreme martial arts as bait, Lin Yuan wasn't worried that those freelancers wouldn't bite. Supreme martial arts are not common cabbages. A single such technique can form the foundation of an inheritance. The great Zen temple, among the sanctuaries of the Buddha Gate and great martial sects, had only 72 supreme martial arts. In addition, such a grand martial Dao tournament, led by the Dali dynasty, would allow anyone who slightly distinguished themselves to quickly rise to fame. And the Grand Masters? Lin Yuan stroked his chin. Having Grand Masters participate in the martial Dao tournament was meaningless. After all, the number of Grand Masters was too few. The Grand Masters that are known to all could be counted on 2 hands. Even if including those who secluded themselves from the world and remained hidden, the count wouldn't exceed 20. If Grand Masters do come, they can challenge me, and regardless of winning or losing, they will receive a secret technique of spiritual martial arts. Lin Yuan spoke slowly. Simply put, as long as the Grand Masters arrive, they will obtain a secret technique of spiritual martial arts. What's the concept of spiritual martial arts? It is a secret law that only great Grand Masters can cultivate. Although Grand Masters cannot cultivate spiritual martial arts, constant contemplation over the years would greatly assist in stepping into the realm of great Grand Master. Yes. The gaunt elder swallowed his saliva. Though the Emperor of Dali left behind a few secret techniques of spiritual martial arts in the past. But who would complain about having too many spiritual martial arts? Contemplating various spiritual martial arts simultaneously and verifying the realm of great Grand Master from different angles makes it easier to take that step. As the news of the martial Dao tournament spread, the whole world boiled over, and countless martial artists were dumbfounded. Just by securing a place among the top 10 in the martial Dao tournament, they could choose any 3 superior martial arts? If it weren't for the promise made by the Emperor of Dali himself, probably no one would have believed it. That's superior martial arts, achievable merely by being in the top 10, and also by choice. Initially, some martial artists were skeptical, but after the first martial Dao tournament was held, the top 10 martial artists received the 3 superior martial arts they desired. The martial artists of the world immediately went mad. They rushed non-stop to the capital of Dali, waiting for the next martial Dao tournament to begin. In contrast with the excitement of martial artists in the acquired realm and innate realm, the Grand Masters stationed at various places gradually began to change their minds. The Emperor of Dali had disseminated the news about the martial Dao tournament to the outside world, and they all saw it. Grand Masters could also participate, and moreover, they could challenge the mysterious monk who broke through the palace alone. No matter the outcome, they could obtain a secret technique of spiritual martial arts. For a time, many Grand Masters could no longer stay put and made their way toward the capital of Dali. Half a year later, Dali Imperial Palace, outside the martial hall, quietly appeared a burly man carrying a heavy sword. By the side of the burly man was a young boy of only about 15 or 16. Sword Saint of the Southern Sea, I didn't expect you to come too. The gaunt elder standing outside the martial hall had a grave expression. Before encountering Lin Yuan, the gaunt elder considered himself invincible under the great Grand Masters. Across the heavens, very few Grand Masters could make him wary. And the Sword Saint of the Southern Sea was one of them. In terms of strength, the Sword Saint of the Southern Sea was not stronger than the gaunt elder. The two were at most considered equals. But the sword saint of the Southern Sea did not come from the great martial sects. He had walked step by step to his current greatness. The gaunt elder came from the Dali royal family and had been instructed by grandmasters since his youth. Often contemplating the philosophical insights left by the emperor, he had reached where he stood today. While the sword saint of the Southern Sea, relying solely on himself, stood shoulder to shoulder with the gaunt elder. His perceptiveness and talent could not be underestimated. You've already started to nurture spiritual extraordinary powers? The gaunt elder carefully looked at the sword saint of the Southern Sea and was instantly shocked. He could feel a faint spiritual pressure emanating from him. This was a sign of beginning to gather spiritual extraordinary powers. Another step, and he would break into the realm of great grandmaster. The sword saint of the Southern Sea did not speak. From his appearance until now, his gaze had never fallen on the gaunt elder. Instead, it was firmly fixed inside the martial hall. Great grandmaster. A faint smile appeared on the lips of the sword saint of the Southern Sea. Unlike other grandmasters who had come to this place, he, the sword saint of the Southern Sea, wasn't here for spiritual martial arts. Though spiritual martial arts did help in consolidating spiritual forces, he no longer needed it. His real purpose was to challenge that mysterious monk. The one who, single-handedly, had breached the Dali imperial palace. The ambitions of the sword saint of the Southern Sea were vast. He intended to use a great grandmaster as a stepping stone. To forge his own path into the realm of great grandmasters. Master, do you really want to go in? Next to the sword saint of the Southern Sea, the 15 or 16-year-old boy was somewhat nervous. After all, it was a well-acknowledged fact among many warriors that the mysterious monk was in the grandmaster realm. Who else but a great grandmaster could have pierced through the Dali imperial palace with his own power? And although his master, the sword saint of the Southern Sea, possessed extreme strength and had even begun to condense his spiritual forces and embark on the path of great grandmasters, he was not yet a great grandmaster. Facing a true great grandmaster, life and death were unpredictable. Do not worry, my disciple. With my current strength, just facing the spiritual pressure of a great grandmaster, I could break through to the realm of great grandmasters at any moment. The sword saint of the Southern Sea was not worried at all. Now, he had already half-stepped into the realm of great grandmasters. He only needed a real great grandmaster to stimulate him a bit, and fully stepping into the realm of great grandmasters would be instantaneous. Then, being in the same realm as the great grandmasters, the sword saint of the Southern Sea believed he could retreat unscathed, even if he couldn't defeat the mysterious monk. I'm going in. Wait here for a while, my good disciple. The sword saint of the Southern Sea spoke with an eager tone and an expectant expression. The doors of the martial hall quickly opened. The sword saint of the Southern Sea, full of fighting spirit, walked in. The 15 or 16-year-old boy caught a glimpse and saw, deep within the martial hall, a young monk in a gray robe sitting. Master will definitely not lose. The 15 or 16-year-old boy clenched his fists and cheered himself up. Only a short while later, the doors of the martial hall opened again. The broad-shouldered man carrying a heavy sword walked out expressionlessly. Master, is it over already? The boy approached and asked with concern. Let's go. The sword saint of the Southern Sea shook his head slightly, leading the boy away from the imperial palace. They reached only a short distance from the capital, before the sword saint of the Southern Sea stopped. Turning to look back toward the direction of the imperial palace, he sat down heavily on a stone. He muttered phrases such as, "How could he be so strong?" and "How could such a person exist in this world?" The 15 or 16-year-old boy immediately realized that his master must have lost. And lost quite thoroughly at that. Otherwise, he would not have behaved this way. Master, I saw him, and he didn't look that strong. When you become a great grandmaster in the future, can't you just challenge him and win back the honor? The boy spoke from beside him. That was the truth. Just before, when the sword saint of the Southern Sea entered the martial hall, the boy had stolen a glance at that mysterious monk and, while his aura was indeed profound, he seemed only slightly stronger than his own master. Perhaps he would not be unreachable in the future. Not that strong? The sword saint of the Southern Sea was silent for a while, not sure what to say. After a long moment, the sword saint of the Southern Sea gathered his thoughts and slowly said, "Currently, you're only in the innate realm, and your perspective is narrow, seeing him as a frog at the bottom of a well looking up at the moon. The day you fortuitously step into the Grandmaster realm, or become a half-step Great Grandmaster like your teacher. The Sword Saint of the Southern Sea, with a mix of complex emotions, continued. You will see him as a mere mayfly gazing up at the vast sky. Outside the martial hall, the lean elder Yuan Pan watched as the silhouette of the Sword Saint of the Southern Sea disappeared. To use Master Wei Zhen as a stepping stone to attack the realm of Great Grandmaster, this really is. The lean elder Yuan Pan for a moment did not know what to say. A look of sympathy involuntarily appeared on his face. In fact, this method of using the pressure of life and death to break through limitations and bottlenecks is not unheard of. With the aptitude and understanding of the Sword Saint of the Southern Sea, under the oppression of a Great Grandmaster, it is indeed highly possible. After all, compared to Yuan Pan, the Sword Saint of the Southern Sea reached this point today entirely on his own. His potential goes without saying. The biggest mistake of the Sword Saint of the Southern Sea was setting his sights on Master Wei Zhen. Because in the eyes of Yuan Pan, Lin Yuan's strength undoubtedly surpasses that of an ordinary Great Grandmaster, and could even be considered the strongest among all Great Grandmasters in history. This point, through nearly a year of contact, Yuan Pan had almost confirmed. Even more terrifying were Yuan Pan's speculations. The master's strength, has it really surpassed that step? Yuan Pan felt his whole body trembling. Since ancient times, spanning thousands of years, the Great Grandmaster had always been recognized as the undisputed strongest. It is the ultimate realm sought by all martial artists in the world. As for the realm above Great Grandmaster, surpassing Great Grandmaster, Yuan Pan dared not think about it, nor would he think about it. This was just like pondering why the sun hangs in the sky, meaningless. But now, having experienced the might of Lin Yuan's roar, Yuan Pan finally began to doubt. Perhaps, above the Great Grandmaster, there exists a higher realm? Just like Lin Yuan. No wonder Yuan Pan thought this way. It was simply because the combat power displayed by Lin Yuan was too extraordinary. The founder Great Grandmaster of the Dali dynasty had not died many years ago. And Yuan Pan remembered the descriptions of Great Grandmasters very clearly. No matter how strong, they should not be this powerful. Moreover, this past year, under Lin Yuan's occasional guidance, Yuan Pan clearly felt the existence of the Great Grandmaster's bottleneck. If the guidance of a Great Grandmaster were so useful, there wouldn't be the saying that a Great Grandmaster cannot train another Great Grandmaster. Inside the martial hall, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Since he had started the Martial Dao Conference in the capital half a year ago, seeing countless martial artists engage in combat, Lin Yuan's gains had never ceased. The participants of the Martial Dao Conference might not be very strong, but the martial arts they exhibited varied greatly. With his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan comprehended the Dao from countless perspectives. Far more useful than merely observing a few superior and profound martial arts. Your against heaven's understanding senses the martial Dao of the world, enhancing your understanding of post-mythical realm martial Dao. Your against heaven's understanding senses the martial Dao of the world, vaguely grasping the true essence of nature. Your against heaven's understanding senses the martial Dao of the world, creating the cloud mist spirit refining skill. Your against heaven's understanding senses the martial Dao of the world, begins to perceive the direction for breaking through subsequent realms. Lin Yuan was completely immersed in the world of sudden enlightenment, and unless threatened by life or death, he would not awaken. And with Lin Yuan's current physique, along with his self-protecting mythical realm, Yuan Force, even if a group of Grandmasters attacked, he would not suffer any injury. Half a month later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. I have finally found it. Lin Yuan let out a slight sigh. At this moment, with the aid of against heaven's understanding, he finally pinpointed the path that transcended the mythical level. Of course, it was just pinpointing. To completely traverse it would still require a great deal of energy. But as long as the direction was correct, the rest, for Lin Yuan, was merely a matter of time. It's time to go back. Lin Yuan rose to his feet and walked toward the outside of the martial hall. Although it was true that, with Lin Yuan's current strength, he could cultivate anywhere. However, having spent 10 years at the Great Zen Temple, he was quite satisfied with the environment on Mount Shaoxi, where ancient Buddha lamps flickered and he could cultivate undisturbed. Advancing beyond the mythical realm would take considerable time, and Lin Yuan still wanted to stay on Mount Shaoxi. Click. The doors of the martial hall opened. Yuan Pan, the thin elderly man who was always on guard outside, was suddenly startled. "Master." Yuan Pan instinctively looked into the martial hall. But he found that the young monk who should have been sitting there had already disappeared. "Master. Has left." Yuan Pan was stunned for a moment, feeling somewhat lost. Although he had anticipated it, knowing that a powerhouse like Lin Yuan couldn't possibly stay in the imperial palace forever. His heart still felt as though it had lost something. Great Zen Temple. Abbot Yuan, the head of the Martial Monk Institute Huiwen, and several other institute heads gathered at the temple gate, looking anxious. A year ago, the Dali Imperial Palace had been breached by a mysterious monk suspected of being a great Grand Master. And the Great Zen Temple had naturally heard of it early on. Unlike other martial artists and forces speculating about the mysterious monk's origins, Abbot Yuan and the other institute heads had almost instantly determined that the monk was their own Buddha child. It couldn't be helped. He had the appearance of a young monk. He possessed the strength of a great Grand Master. With such a precise description, who else could it be but their newly emerged Buddha child? Initially, the group marveled at Lin Yuan's strength. More than 100 years ago, the great Grand Master of Dali had ascended Mount Shaoxi. Now, the great Zen Temple's Buddha child had single-handedly breached the Dali Imperial Palace, which could be seen as a reciprocal gesture. However, as time passed, the heads of the temple began to notice something amiss. It seemed the Buddha child intended to remain in the Dali Imperial Palace indefinitely? Abbot Yuan and the others hadn't thought that Lin Yuan would abandon the great Zen Temple. But they worried that the Dali dynasty might have other plans. Visible threats are easy to dodge, hidden threats hard to guard against. Indeed, given Lin Yuan's strength, no one in the Dali dynasty was his match. But what if the Dali dynasty resorted to underhanded schemes? After all, the Dali Imperial Palace was once the residence of that great Grand Master ancestor, who undoubtedly had means to deal with other great Grand Masters. If Lin Yuan stayed in the Dali Imperial Palace for too long, what would happen if he fell into their trap? Moreover, Abbot Yuan harbored deeper concerns. With the organization of the Martial Dao Conference and several Grand Masters traveling to the capital to spar with Lin Yuan, rumors about Lin Yuan's power grew more and more abundant. Great Grand Master. Peak Great Grand Master. Invincible Great Grand Master. The greatest Great Grand Master of all ages, and so forth. These rumors all came from other Grand Masters. There was no questioning their authenticity. As a result, Lin Yuan's reputation grew larger and larger, far surpassing Patriarch Bodhidharma and the Dali founder from a century ago. This situation might not affect other great Grand Masters. For all other great Grand Masters have at least spent decades to reach this stage, their mental states having endured numerous trials. But Abbot Yuan was well aware that the Buddha child was only in his teens. Such a young age, could he withstand the trials and tribulations associated with fame and status? Let's wait a bit longer. The Buddha child has only been away for a year. It's still a short time. Even if he's influenced by the mundane world, he should be able to return in time, said the head of the Discipline Academy gravely. Not to mention a great Grand Master, even for an ordinary martial artist, a year is not long and is just the beginning of their journey in the world. The Buddha child has a pure heart. The head of the Martial Monk Institute furrowed his brows, about to speak. Just then, on the narrow mountain path of Mount Shaoxi, a young monk clad in monk's robes and wearing cloth shoes walked up step by step. The Buddha child has returned. Abbot Yuan noticed Lin Yuan immediately. A moment later, Lin Yuan arrived at the gate of the great Zen Temple. Buddha child, they greeted Lin Yuan with a slight bow, wanting to say something, then swallowed the words. All is done. Lin Yuan simply said this, and then returned to the third floor of the Sutra Pavilion, sat down again, detached from the secular world, detached from the worldly troubles. On that day, the young Buddha child of Mount Shaoxi, clad in monk's robes and wearing cloth shoes, just entered the world, then left it. Lin Yuan returned to the great Zen temple without causing much stir. Besides the abbot and a few heads of departments, no other monks knew. On the third floor of the Sutra Pavilion, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. 8 years left. Lin Yuan glanced at the ethereal screen below his line of sight. Aware that his time in this world was not much longer. It should be enough. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Having a concrete direction and thoughts on the pathway beyond the mythical realm. With the efficiency of Against Heaven's understanding, 8 years was more than sufficient. The path of martial Tao. Lin Yuan's gaze deepened. The path of martial Tao in this world relied on the human body as the foundation, combined with spirit, undergoing continuous transformation. While the advancement was slow, it was advantageous in having no weaknesses. At least, it had much more potential than the genetic warriors, evolutionary path of the cosmic human civilization. Genetic warriors represented a strictly physical evolutionary path. And once they faced supernatural sorcerers, mental masters, and other evolvers. Without prior preparation, they were generally swept aside. The genetic warrior's evolutionary path was probably created specifically by the upper echelons of human civilization. For the evolution of their own descendants, purely dependent on genetic potions, as long as one could purchase potions of the appropriate level, one could keep improving indefinitely. I wonder what kind of evolutionary path martial Tao is classified as, and how it's rated by the goddess of wisdom. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The Cosmic Human Alliance encouraged its citizens to develop new evolutionary paths. And the Goddess of Wisdom even offered substantial contributions as rewards to attract more human citizens to invest in this area. The value of an evolutionary path depended on 2 factors. One was its accessibility, and the other was its potential. Accessibility was easy to understand. If the path allowed only one person to cultivate, then it would be of little value to human civilization as a whole. As for potential, it was the theoretical limit of that evolutionary path. Having arrived in this world more than a decade ago, Lin Yuan, with his Against Heaven's understanding, had been deducing martial studies, paving the way above Grand Masters to the mythical realm, and even surpassing the mythical tier. He was enhancing the ultimate potential of the martial path evolutionary path as much as possible. In order to get a higher evaluation from the Goddess of Wisdom and gain sufficient rewards. Lin Yuan was clear about his priorities. This world was just a stop in his journey. And once his 20 years of residence was up, he would still return to the Cosmic Human Alliance. Continue the enlightenment. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan closed his eyes and once again immersed himself in the state of enlightenment. His trip to the Dali Imperial Palace this time had been of great help to Lin Yuan. The myriad martial arts housed in the martial hall and the various exquisite techniques mastered by the warriors of the world. With the catalysis of Against Heaven's understanding, countless strands of spiritual light burst forth in Lin Yuan's mind, steadfastly progressing toward the realm beyond mythical realm. Time passed. 8 years elapsed in the blink of an eye. With the passage of time, the real identity of the mysterious monk who had broken through the Dali Imperial Palace was finally revealed to the world. The Buddha child of the great Zen temple, Wei Zhen. Back then, Lin Yuan's utterance, "This poor monk is Wei Zhen," outside the imperial palace had been heard by many. Moreover, the great Zen temple had long since distributed the Buddha child's portraits to temples across the world, and Lin Yuan had shown up at several martial arts tournaments held in the Dali imperial capital. A comparison of before and after was not difficult to make. The exposure of the mysterious monk's identity led to an immediate consequence. The great Zen temple started bustling with activity, with a large number of martial artists arriving at the foot of Mount Shaoxi every day. That mysterious monk had only stayed in Dali for a year before his whereabouts became unknown. Many speculated that the monk might have returned to the great Zen temple. The many martial artists who came to the great Zen temple were eager to meet Lin Yuan. After all, Lin Yuan was recognized as a great Grand Master and even called the greatest of all time by a few Grand Masters. There is no first in literature, no second in martial arts. To be universally recognized by all Grand Masters without any doubts raised meant only one possibility. That Wei Zhen, the Buddha child, was truly inconceivably powerful. He had convinced all the Grand Masters. That was what attracted a multitude of martial artists. Even if they couldn't meet him, just getting a distant glimpse was wonderful. Who knows, they might even be fancied by that nameless monk, right? Wasn't such an opportunity bigger than a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate? As for the possibility of being highly regarded by the Buddha child and needing to shave one's head and become a monk. As long as one could step into the Grand Master realm, not to mention becoming a monk, If one had to sever all emotional ties and desires, there were many who were willing. On the narrow mountain path of Mount Shaoxi, a burly man carrying a heavy sword walked slowly forward. Behind the stout man was a young man in his 20s following. "Master, Master, are you here to challenge the Buddha child again?" the young man asked curiously as he walked. The man carrying the heavy sword was the sword saint of the Southern Sea. If there were Grand Masters nearby, they would notice that the sword saint of the Southern Sea's aura was profound, and by looking into his eyes, one could feel a spirit force as sharp as a sword's edge. Great Grand Master. This sword saint of the Southern Sea had indeed taken that step and become a great Grand Master. In any other era, the birth of any great Grand Master would be an extremely sensational event. Celebrations from all directions. Millions upon millions bowing down. Those were the minimum to be expected. However, the sword saint of the Southern Sea found it all rather dull and tasteless. Ever since his encounter with Lin Yuan 8 years ago, the sword saint of the Southern Sea realized that there were people beyond him and heavens beyond his reach. Great Grand Master? So what? In front of that Buddha child, even a great Grand Master would have to die. I'm just here to take a look. The sword saint of the Southern Sea shook his head. Also, don't compare your mentor to that Buddha child. That Buddha child was no longer a great Grand Master 8 years ago. The sword saint of the Southern Sea took a deep breath and said quietly. Suddenly, the sword saint of the Southern Sea's expression dramatically changed. He looked up sharply toward the summit of Mount Shaoxi, in the direction of the great Zen temple. A terrifying aura began to shake, sweeping across the entire Mount Shaoxi in an instant. And it spread at an appalling speed in all directions. What's that? The sword saint of the Southern Sea turned pale. In his perception, an ocean-like aura rose from the depths of the great Zen temple, shining upon the world like the blazing sun. Finally, it's finally done. In the third floor of the Sutra Pavilion, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes and got up to walk out of the Sutra Pavilion. After nearly a decade, he finally stepped into a level above the mythical realm. Outside the Sutra Pavilion, Elder Long Eyebrow, the abbot, and the heads of the various departments had been waiting for a long time. The commotion caused by Lin Yuan's breakthrough was simply too great. Even the sword saint of the Southern Sea, who was on the mountainside, felt the disturbance, not to mention the many monks within the great Zen temple. Buddha child. We greet the Buddha child. Upon seeing Lin Yuan emerge from the Sutra Pavilion, Elder Long Eyebrow and the others immediately bowed. Lin Yuan nodded, his mood was good. The Buddha child's strength must have already surpassed that of a great Grand Master, right? Abbot Yun hesitated for a moment, then ventured to ask. He had long had this suspicion, but had never been sure about it. After all, becoming a great Grand Master had always been the ceiling for martial artists since ancient times, and surpassing a great Grand Master was anything but easy. However, just now, they felt the disturbance of Lin Yuan's breakthrough. Even if Abbot Yun was dull, he had realized something. An aura as vast and mighty as that, even 10 or 100 great Grand Masters could not come close. The reason Abbot Yun knew this so clearly was because Elder Long Eyebrow had also successfully advanced to the Grand Master realm a year ago. Almost. Lin Yuan's eyes were calm as he spoke lightly. Really surpassed the Grand Master realm? Even with their expectations, Abbot Yun and the others felt turmoil within upon hearing this confirmation. The holy monk, who was already a great Grand Master, had even more complex thoughts. He had personally witnessed Lin Yuan's growth step by step and, over 10 years ago, had even acted as his mentor. Above the great Grand Master. What is it like? Abbot Yun's voice trembled as he asked. The others, upon hearing this, immediately stared at Lin Yuan with burning eyes. Even though they could not possibly reach Lin Yuan's heights, or even hope to become great Grand Masters, they at least wanted to hear about it. That was better than the great Grand Masters who had dominated an era in the past. Above the great Grand Master is known as the mythical realm, where inner qi is sublimated into Yuan power. Lin Yuan patiently introduced the many mysteries of the mythical realm. Having said this, Lin Yuan paused for a while, then continued, above the mythical realm. I haven't thought of a name for it yet, but where qi, blood, and spirit merge, one can sense the qi of heaven and earth. Above the mythical realm? Abbot Yun and the others were deeply shocked and did not react for a long while. They had just been immersed in the many wonders of the mythical realm, imagining its various characteristics, and then Lin Yuan mentioned something above the mythical realm? Could it be that the young Buddha child before them was now not in the mythical realm? Otherwise, how could he know the mysteries above the mythical realm? Following that, Lin Yuan patiently explained a few more sentences and then sent Abbot Yun and the others away. It wasn't that Lin Yuan didn't want to say more, but with their realms not yet reached, saying more would be useless. On the contrary, it might affect one's own cultivation. It should have reached the limit. Lin Yuan pondered for a while, already faintly feeling an oppressive force between heaven and earth. The level he was at had reached the ultimate in the world, and to go further, while not impossible with his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan simply didn't have enough time left. It's about time. Inside the Sutra Pavilion, Lin Yuan looked at the dozens of books piled in front of him. Recorded on them were the details of the process from the acquired realm to the mythical realm and even beyond. Of course, the deeper into martial arts one went, the more incomprehensible it appeared to ordinary people. This was also the reason Lin Yuan was reluctant to go into detail with Abbot Yun and the others. But should there come a day when the great Zen temple produced a disciple with even 1/10,000th of Lin Yuan's talent, these books could at least point them in the right direction. Only, thinking of that day, it was likely to be hundreds if not thousands of years away. After stepping into a level above the mythical realm, Lin Yuan stopped practicing and started to roam the mountains and enjoy the waters instead. Nevertheless, he could feel the pressing force of the world growing stronger, like a beached whale, extremely uncomfortable. Several months later, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. Because the door to the myriad realms deep in his mind suddenly burst into bright light. In a daze, Lin Yuan's eyes opened once again. The bed, bookshelf, photographs. His gaze swept across them, and eventually, Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. On my back, surrounded by the familiar setting, Lin Yuan felt as if he had lived another life. Just a moment ago, he had been in the martial world, where he had remained for 20 long years. And now, he found himself back within the expanse of the starry sea under the cosmic human alliance. Right. Let's see how much time has passed. After a moment of reflection, Lin Yuan immediately checked the time. From his current surroundings, Lin Yuan inferred that not much time could have passed. Otherwise, given his state of consciousness departure to a foreign world, his parents would have taken him to the hospital for treatment long ago. But to know exactly how many minutes or hours had gone by, he needed to take notice. Only 10 minutes have passed. Once he had confirmed the current time, Lin Yuan felt somewhat disoriented. The 20 years spent in the martial world had amounted to merely 10 minutes in the main world. Is it because the flow of time is different between the two worlds? Before the traversal, the door to the myriad realms had warned Lin Yuan that the flow of time in the world he was traversing to was different from his current world. But Lin Yuan hadn't anticipated such a significant difference. 10 minutes compared to 20 years. Since ancient times, there had been sayings like, "A day in the immortal realm is a year in the mortal world." The flow of time in higher worlds is much slower than in lower worlds. Compared to the main world, the martial world clearly belonged to an inferior tier. And the difference in time flow was much greater than that between the immortal realm and the mortal world. This was evident from the comparison of time flow rates. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan's consciousness submerged into his mind. There, a tall and majestic door was suspended in midair. Upon closer inspection, the door to the myriad realms was significantly dimmer at the moment. Around its edges, it was gradually lighting up. Once the entire door to the myriad realms was fully illuminated, Lin Yuan would be able to make a second traversal. While Lin Yuan's consciousness was focused on the door to the myriad realms, messages once again began to transmit to him. Lin Yuan rubbed his temples. After experiencing the first traversal, more functions of the door to the myriad realms poured into Lin Yuan's mind. The first was another method of traversal, besides the descent of consciousness. It was also possible to traverse with one's physical body through the door to the myriad realms. However, this method of traversal demanded a greater consumption of energy from the door to the myriad realms. It would require at least a few years to accumulate enough energy. To think, Lin Yuan's normal consciousness descent method allowed him to traverse once every 8 months to a year. Physical body traversal. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, not very optimistic about this method of traversal. Physical body traversal had many conveniences, such as not having to start cultivation from scratch, and so on. But the drawbacks were also obvious. If you died, you were truly dead. With consciousness descent, even if the body perished, it merely meant the consciousness returned to its original body. There would be another chance to try again. Of course, Lin Yuan didn't completely dismiss the idea of physical body traversal. It could at least serve as a kind of life-saving measure. For instance, if Lin Yuan encountered some life and death crisis in the main world, he could entirely flee to a different world through physical body traversal. He could then return after the crisis had passed, or he might use the different time flows of the two worlds to achieve a breakthrough in the other world and then return to turn the tables in the main world, and so forth. In addition to adding the physical body traversal method, the messages transmitted from the door to the myriad realms mentioned that a certain price could be paid to bring back items from other worlds. This didn't come as a surprise to Lin Yuan. If even people could traverse, it only made sense that other things could too. Innate Qi. After absorbing the information transmitted from the door to the myriad realms, Lin Yuan's thoughts slightly stirred, and a strand of innate Qi naturally formed within his Dantian Qi Si. In the martial world, Lin Yuan had only realized the superior martial art of the great Arhat Buddha fist before he naturally formed inner Qi within his body as a child. What's more, he had now already transcended the mythical level. Transcending the mythical level, Lin Yuan named it the free and unfettered realm. Once one enters this realm, the sky is high and the earth thick, free for me to roam. This is the free and unfettered realm. If it weren't for the fact that ascending to a Grand Master, Great Grand Master, or even to the mythical realm required vast external energy and couldn't be achieved in one step, Lin Yuan now estimated that it would only take a thought for him. Once the realm is reached, all advancements occur naturally like water flowing along a channel. Now, I should be considered an evolver, right? Lin Yuan manipulated the flowing of innate Qi throughout his body and silently pondered. The Cosmic Human Alliance had a very clear definition of an evolvera having mastered powers that ordinary people cannot. The strength here refers to a broad range of abilities, such as the mental strength of mind masters, the psychic powers of psychics, and so on. All fall within this scope. The innate Qi Lin Yuan had condensed, although not high in intensity, was clearly something ordinary people couldn't master. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the room suddenly sounded. Big brother, it's me, it's me. A childish female voice came through. Lin Yuan looked up and knew it was his 6-year-old sister. After the conscription notice was issued, his parents had both been properly settled, and his young sister was no exception. She already had an advanced academic placement quota even before she was old enough to attend primary school. Such immense wealth was envied by many. He stood up, opened the door. Then Lin Yuan saw his young sister. "Brother, you eat the cake," the sister said, holding out the cake with a pitiable look. Clearly, offering the cake to Lin Yuan was not her own intention. Lin Yuan glanced at the living room and saw that, although his parents were occupied with their own matters, they were both covertly watching this side. The mandatory conscription was akin to sacrificing Lin Yuan for the entire family's wealth, which was not easy for his parents to accept. After all, Lin Yuan was their son, and naturally, there were deep feelings after so many years together. But they couldn't change anything as this was a decision made by the government of the Human Alliance. Mandatory conscription is mandatory conscription. Why add the word mandatory before it? His parents wanted to comfort Lin Yuan but feared they might upset him. So they could only let the sister bring her beloved small cake for Lin Yuan to eat. Not bad. Lin Yuan took the small cake from his sister's hand and devoured it under her hopeful gaze. It had to be said, after condensing the innate Qi, Lin Yuan was quite hungry, and although the cake was but a drop in the bucket, it was exceptionally sweet. "Brother, is it tasty?" The sister looked up at Lin Yuan, her large eyes beginning to brim with tears. "It's particularly tasty." Lin Yuan nodded affirmatively. "Wah! Such a tasty cake," and brother ate it all. The sister suddenly cried out and ran towards the living room. Closing the door to his room, Lin Yuan fell into deep thought. Now that he had become an evolver, he could be exempted from conscription. Logically, he should tell his parents. However, it would be best to obtain the evolver's certificate for certainty. Only then would he be officially registered, have official proof, and could apply for exemption from conscription. Lin Yuan planned to visit the Evolvers Association the next day and announce this to his parents after obtaining the Evolvers certificate. Otherwise, even if he told them now, his parents might not believe him. How could their fine son suddenly become an Evolver? After all, there was still almost half a month until the conscription date. According to the charter of the Cosmic Human Alliance, as long as one has not boarded a military district warship, they can be exempted from conscription with Evolver status. The current priority is to quickly recover all my strength, Lin Yuan thought to himself as he sat cross-legged on the bed. With Lin Yuan's realm, as long as there was sufficient external energy, he could return to his peak in the shortest time. And external energy could be translated into various types of nutritional supplements and tonics. The Cosmic Human Alliance, ruling over vast star domains, did not lack these items. But the prerequisite was having enough money. Lin Yuan, being a student, naturally didn't have much money. Although his parents had some savings, it was definitely not enough for the amount of nutritional supplements Lin Yuan needed to buy. Martial Path Evolutionary Path. If Lin Yuan could upload this evolutionary path. Given the cosmic human civilization's support for developing new evolutionary paths, Lin Yuan would definitely receive significant rewards. Not just rewards, but also a sufficiently distinguished status. Lin Yuan had seen more than once online various deeds of scholars who had developed certain evolutionary paths. However, before uploading the Martial Path evolutionary path, Lin Yuan still needed to make minor modifications to it. After all, the human anatomy in the martial world was not identical to that in the general population of cosmic human civilization. This meant that citizens of the main world might not be able to practice the martial techniques from the martial world. This undoubtedly greatly reduced the value of the evolutionary path. One standard for assessing the value of an evolutionary path is its degree of popularization. However, this kind of problem was overly simple for Lin Yuan. With a similar overall framework and relying on his Against Heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan could make slight modifications to the Martial Path evolutionary path to make it suitable for citizens of the main world to practice. Your understanding is against heaven. You begin to refine the Martial Path evolutionary path with considerable success. Your understanding is against heaven. You begin to refine the Martial Path evolutionary path with considerable success. Your understanding is against heaven. You begin to refine the Martial Path evolutionary path with considerable success. Compared to starting from scratch and deducing the subsequent road of the Martial Path evolutionary path. Modifying the original Martial Path is undoubtedly much easier. Just 2 hours passed. Lin Yuan had completed the modifications for the Innate chapter and the Grandmaster chapter. At the same time, he integrated everything he had learned during his 20 years in the martial world, forming a complete cultivation system. Martial Canon. Lin Yuan named it the Martial Canon. Having done all this, Lin Yuan chose to connect with the Goddess of Wisdom. As one of the 3 ultimate intelligences of cosmic human civilization, the Goddess of Wisdom is absolutely impartial, with no personal biases. Uploading the evolutionary path to the Goddess of Wisdom would prevent any unforeseen interceptions. The Goddess of Wisdom would fairly assess its value. Several seconds passed. A familiar synthesized voice rang out beside Lin Yuan's ear. Cosmic Level 1 Citizen Lin Yuan, please express your request. Remember, your number of connections to the Goddess of Wisdom this month has reached 2, with 8 more opportunities remaining. Please use them wisely. I wish to upload a new evolutionary path, Lin Yuan straightforwardly said. Uploading a new evolutionary path. The synthesized voice remained unfluctuating. Indeed, not just across the entire Cosmic Human Alliance, but just on Kanglin Starl 1 every moment. Numerous citizens upload their so-called evolutionary paths. What is an evolutionary path? It is guidance that enables a leap in the essence of life. This transition should be stable and positive, while most of the evolutionary paths uploaded by citizens are extremely one-sided, highly fluctuating, and might not even have many specific cases. They are simply a waste of the Goddess of Wisdom's time for review and assessment. However, a brand new evolutionary path is too important for the Cosmic Human Alliance, relating to whether new supreme beings can be born. Thus, whether it is the Human Alliance or the 3 intelligent goddesses. They all spared no effort in encouraging their citizens to explore and develop new evolutionary paths. Even if it resulted in some waste of resources, that's all. Lin Yuan translated the innate chapter and Grandmaster chapter of the martial canon into the language of human civilization and then began the upload. Receiving evolutionary path, starting preliminary judgment. In almost an instant, the martial canon's innate and Grandmaster chapters were continuously simulated and derived under the tremendous computational power. Preliminary judgment, this evolutionary path is real. Preliminary judgment, this evolutionary path appears for the first time. Preliminary judgment, this evolutionary path has an extremely wide popularity. Seconds later, Lin Yuan contemplated the forthcoming Great Grandmaster chapter and mythological chapter. The voice of the goddess of wisdom once again reached his ears. However, compared to the electronic synthesized voice before him, this time, the voice sounded solemn and cold, and even carried a hint of emotion that shouldn't exist. Respected Cosmic Level 1 Citizen Lin Yuan, the evolutionary path you uploaded is undergoing a deeper level of judgment, please wait. Lin Yuan blinked in surprise. He naturally noticed the change in the goddess of wisdom. Could it be that I am now communicating with one of the main consciousnesses of the goddess of wisdom? Lin Yuan secretly thought. The Cosmic Human Alliance governed extensive star domains, and its number of citizens was incalculable. Thus, as a citizen's welfare benefit, each citizen was assigned a fraction of the real goddess of wisdom's consciousness, akin to ordinary artificial intelligence. The only difference was that they could contact the real goddess of wisdom at any time. It was said that the main consciousness of the goddess of wisdom would appear when truly significant decisions were to be made, but Lin Yuan had never experienced it before. What Lin Yuan did not know was, at this very moment, within a mysterious space countless light years away on Kanglin's star, a colossal screen flickered rapidly, frantically assessing the value of the martial canon. In-depth judgment, this evolutionary path's completeness and stability meet the standards. In-depth judgment, this evolutionary path's potential cap has reached the 3rd rank. In-depth judgment, there is no similar evolutionary pathway in the current database. In-depth judgment, this item complies with Article 3 of the Alliance Charter, initiating the corresponding plan, about to begin request for authorization. Found that the highest authority near Kanglin's star belongs to Governor Song Wuyang. Contacting Governor Song Wuyang, at the highest point on Kanglin's star. Song Wuyang stretched his body, preparing to end his day's work. As the planetary governor of Kanglin's star, Song Wuyang had far too many responsibilities. Kanglin's star, a middle-grade life planet, had a resident citizen population of 50 billion alone. Not to mention the other planetary citizens coming for tourism and business. And all of this was Song Wuyang's responsibility. Preparing to rest, turn off all communication devices. Song Wuyang instructed his intelligent assistant and stood up, massaging his temples. This had been his habit for many years. Once it was time to rest, he would not touch anything work-related. Of course, Song Wuyang's rest time was also very short. Only 2 hours each day, but during those 2 hours, Song Wuyang absolutely would not engage with any work-related matters. Just as Song Wuyang was about to rest, an electronic synthesized voice suddenly rang in his ear. Governor, there is a request for communication. Didn't I say to turn off all communication devices? No one should contact me while I'm resting, Song Wuyang said, eyes wide open and brows furrowed in discontent. The requester has the highest authority level in the nearby star domain, unable to decline. The highest authority level in the nearby star domain? Song Wuyang's eyebrows lifted, quickly calming down. Is it the esteemed Star Lords? No, it is the Goddess of Wisdom. Goddess of Wisdom? Song Wuyang's expression was solemn. As one of the 3 ultimate intelligence goddesses, the authority of the Goddess of Wisdom was not only the highest in the nearby star domains. Even against the backdrop of the entire cosmic human civilization, the Goddess of Wisdom was one of those with the highest authority. Why would the Goddess of Wisdom be looking for me this late? Song Wuyang speculated in his mind. Any action of the Goddess of Wisdom was the result of countless algorithm computations by the super brain. It would never be meaningless. Could it be that those different species have made their move? Song Wuyang's brow furrowed tightly. Several months ago, the Alliance had detected traces of different species in nearby star domains. That was why they had initiated the conscription movement, in order to resolve the different species threat as soon as possible. Connect. With thoughts churning, Song Wuyang chose to establish the connection. In fact, with the authority that the goddess of wisdom possessed, even if he refused to connect, it was meaningless. The goddess of wisdom could completely force the communication. The so-called connect right was obtained tens of thousands of years ago by a Star Lord who advocated for the protection of citizens' privacy. At the Charter Congress held every 100 years, he had requested this power from the three goddesses, albeit begrudgingly. Even if this power was useless, and not really about choosing not to connect, it provided at least a fig leaf, ensuring that one wasn't suddenly interrupted by the voice of the goddesses while attending to some private matter. The instant Song Wuyang chose to connect the call with a ding sound, the goddess of wisdom is now connected. Song Wuyang steadied his nerves, arranged his posture, and carefully asked, "What does the goddess want with me this late at night?" The three ultimate intelligence goddesses of cosmic human civilization are the goddess of freedom, the goddess of justice, and the goddess of wisdom. These three goddesses are in charge of different aspects, with the goddess of freedom overseeing aggression and expansion, the goddess of justice over legal decision-making, and the goddess of wisdom over public well-being and logistics. The three goddesses each played their part, jointly upholding the dazzling splendor of today's cosmic human civilization. According to Article 16 of the Charter, when a new evolution path of potential third rank or above is discovered, the goddess of wisdom and the nearby highest authority will discuss and make decisions jointly. The dignified and solemn voice of the goddess of wisdom came through. Song Wuyang's pupils shrank slightly, and he quickly asked, "Do you mean to say, a completely new evolution path has been discovered, and the potential of this evolution path might reach third rank?" As an official of governance, Song Wuyang reviewed newly discovered evolution paths every day for authorization. But nearly all evolution paths had low potential, with most not even qualifying for a rank, and occasionally finding a first rank was already extremely lucky. No wonder the goddess of wisdom was so cautious about contacting me outside working hours, Song Wuyang thoughtfully pondered. If it were just an ordinary evolution path, the goddess of wisdom would have already made her judgment, simply waiting to authorize it with Song Wuyang the next working day. But the potential reaching third rank, potential, did not mean the current limit of this evolution path. But rather, the goddess of wisdom simulated the future limit of this evolution path through vast computational power. Any evolution path with potential reaching third rank or above was the future and wealth of the entire human civilization. Through such a path, a third rank evolver could potentially emerge. "Correct," the goddess of wisdom answered. "Please look, official Song Wuyang." Suddenly, layers of light screens flashed before Song Wuyang's eyes. It was the Martial Canon's Innate Chapter and Grand Master Chapter, submitted by Lin Yuan. This, Song Wuyang's brows furrowed. As a powerful evolver himself, he immediately realized the terrifying aspects of the evolution path of martial Tao represented by the Martial Canon. It had very minimal external requirements and hardly any for innate talent. Even if one didn't become an evolver through this path, it could still be used to strengthen the body and improve health. With high popularity and few restrictions, and without any apparent weaknesses. It was unlike some extreme evolution paths that were too specialized, and, if targeted, were left with no ability to resist. The Grand Master realm of this evolution path should have already reached the standard of a qualified evolver. Song Wuyang concluded. Regardless of which evolution path one followed, evolvers were divided into unranked evolvers and ranked evolvers. Though unranked evolvers also possessed power beyond ordinary human limits, their strength was far inferior to that of ranked evolvers. This evolution path should qualify for the Kanglin evolution ranking, right? Song Wuyang tentatively inquired. The Kanglin evolution ranking listed all the evolution paths born on Kanglin star since it became a habitable planet for life, a period spanning over 820,000 years. According to the highest super-brain computations, the Martial Path evolutionary path can be ranked 93rd in the Kanglin evolution ranking. The voice of the goddess of wisdom communicated. It really made it into the evolution ranking? Song Wuyang's expression was somewhat complex. The Kanglin evolution ranking had recorded the 100 strongest evolutionary paths in the history of Kanglin star. These 100 evolutionary paths had withstood the test of lengthy eons, changing very rarely. At least, since Song Wuyang had been appointed as a governing official, the Kanglan evolution ranking had not changed. According to Article 86 of the Charter, regarding the support policy for the development of new evolutionary paths, this evolutionary path will grant the developer a reward of 2,000 merit points. Does governing official Song Wuyang agree? The voice of the goddess of wisdom was solemn and respectful. 2,000 merit points? Song Wuyang fell into contemplation. Merit points were the most valuable currency of the Cosmic Human Alliance, directly issued by the three goddesses. In human civilization, merit points could almost achieve anything, for instance, raising a citizen's level. As long as one had enough merit points, one could even command the three goddesses. Of course, the issuance of merit points depended entirely on one's contribution to human civilization. The more merit points one had, the greater the contribution to human civilization, and naturally, the corresponding privileges one could enjoy. Deciding to award the developer of the Marshall Path evolutionary path 2,000 merit points, Song Wuyang realized he had underestimated the value of this evolutionary path. You should know that evolutionary paths with normal potential reaching third rank usually ranged from 800 to 1,000 merit points. It was very rare to exceed 1,000 merit points. Let alone a direct 2,000 merit points. I agree. Song Wuyang nodded. The goddess of wisdom would not be partial, so if she deemed it worth 2,000 merit points, then it was definitely worth that much. Inside the room, Lin Yuan was still sitting cross-legged on the bed. Still a bit hungry. After finishing all the snacks in the room, Lin Yuan slightly frowned. It was at this moment that a solemn and respectful voice came through. Respected citizen Lin Yuan, the Marshall Path evolutionary path you uploaded has been assessed. Oh, Lin Yuan perked up immediately. The Marshall Path evolutionary path was something he had forged in the martial world, after 20 years of relentless effort and integration. It was Lin Yuan's ultimate Tao fruit from the martial world. Lin Yuan also wanted to know the value of this evolutionary path in the eyes of the Cosmic Human Alliance. Citizen Lin Yuan, according to the judgment, the theoretical potential of the Marshall Path evolutionary path is third rank, with extremely wide applicability, valued at 2,000 merit points. Do you wish for them to be issued now? 2,000 merit points? Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Of course, he was well aware of the value of merit points. These were personally bestowed by the three goddesses of human civilization, a symbol of the highest honor, which could be used to raise one's citizenship level. 2,000 merit points was also far beyond Lin Yuan's expectations. You should know that merit points could buy almost any restricted resource. In the underground black market, one merit point might sell for tens of millions at a sky-high price. And 2,000 merit points, even if sold at a low price on the black market, would amount to hundreds of billions. The merit points have been issued, after the voice of the goddess of wisdom rang out. Lin Yuan immediately discovered that in the merit points column of his account, where there previously was nothing, now showed the number 2,000. Raise citizenship level. Lin Yuan began to operate the system. Although the merit points were very valuable, their most important use was still to raise the citizenship level. Using the merit points as currency to purchase items or converting merit points into money through the underground black market was merely a short-sighted act of depleting resources. Once one's citizenship level went up, who would worry about not having money? At least Lin Yuan knew that citizens of level 2 and above could get interest-free loans of tens of millions annually from the central bank. Even many places needed only a high-level citizen's name endorsement to receive tens or hundreds of millions of annual income. As Lin Yuan began to raise his citizenship level, the voice of the goddess of wisdom came through once more. Cosmic first-rank citizen Lin Yuan uses 1,000 merit points, promotion to second-rank citizen. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Lin Yuan's face. From first rank to second rank citizen, one needed 1,000 merit points. From second rank to third rank citizen, 5,000 merit points were needed. Although he had not ascended to a third rank citizen, Lin Yuan was already quite satisfied. Second rank citizen. He had surpassed 99% of the citizens. Normally, only one second rank citizen would emerge from tens or even hundreds of thousands of first rank citizens. It could be said to be a privileged class, one in several hundred thousand. Accompanying the change in Lin Yuan's citizenship level, a series of Emails swiftly arrived in Lin Yuan's inbox. Emails. Lin Yuan's eyebrows slightly raised. Immediately thoughts stirred, and, upon connecting to the network, a phantom screen appeared before him. The cosmic human civilization valued technological development and had long abandoned external networking devices like mobile phones and computers. As long as one was a human citizen, they could connect to the omnipresent network through specific mental fluctuations. The goddess of wisdom and other three ultimate eyes could contact any citizen at any time through this method. Open the mailbox. Lin Yuan started reading the first email received. The sender of this email was the cosmic human civilization. The gist of it was to congratulate Lin Yuan for becoming a level 2 citizen and expressed hopes of progressing together with human civilization and so forth. At the end of the email was an encouragement from the cosmic human civilization. A transfer of 5 million. They really are generous. Lin Yuan thought to himself, clicking his tongue. He then casually glanced at his bank account. Sure enough, 5 million had just been deposited. The currency of the cosmic human civilization was extremely stable. 5 million. Enough for a normal family of four's expenses for 200 years. Father Lin Xiaocheng worked his entire life and never earned 5 million. Even a level 2 citizen wouldn't ignore 5 million. After all, no one would complain about having too much money. It seems higher-level citizens are much more favored than evolvers of the same tier. Lin Yuan quietly mused to himself. At least he had never heard of any citizen who just became an evolver receiving a transfer from the cosmic human civilization. Actually, this was reasonable as there were many ways to become an evolver, such as purchasing specific resources like gene potions or developing one's body and so on. These were all personal affairs, unrelated to the cosmic human alliance. But to become a level 2 citizen, one must make contributions to the cosmic human alliance and earn merit points from the goddess of wisdom. The cosmic human alliance naturally valued higher-level citizens more. Lin Yuan delightedly looked again at the 5 million in his account. With this large sum, Lin Yuan could buy nutrient solutions and other supplements. Without any restrictions, restoring his full strength was just around the corner. Next, Lin Yuan finished reading the other emails. The content of these emails was basically explanations of various privileges. After becoming a level 2 citizen, Lin Yuan gained many privileges that ordinary citizens could not access. Mainly 5 aspects. 1. Financial security. A level 2 citizen, even without doing anything, could still receive 10,000 civilization coins from the central bank every month. 2. Immunity privileges, like conscription, immigration, and other compulsory actions. Unless Lin Yuan volunteered, he could outright refuse them all. 3. Virtual world access. Level 2 citizens are eligible to enter the virtual world local network. 4. Life privilege. Within the controlled area of the cosmic human alliance, even if a level 2 citizen committed a crime, local law enforcement had no right to arrest or kill them. 5. Purchase permissions. Many of the civilization's limited resources, even if one had the money, couldn't be purchased without the appropriate citizenship level. Of course, besides these 5 privileges, level 2 citizens also had many hidden benefits. For instance, according to the rules of the Cosmic Human Alliance, a large corporate conglomerate must have a certain number of level 2 citizens and so on. No wonder there are so few higher-level citizens. Lin Yuan's expression showed astonishment. Virtual world access. Lin Yuan's gaze fell on the 3rd privilege. He could understand the other privileges of a level 2 citizen. But this virtual world access, enter the virtual world? As Lin Yuan focused on the line about the virtual world, the solemn voice of the goddess of wisdom sounded in his ear. Let's go in. Lin Yuan nodded. He was quite curious about this virtual world. Applying for connection to the virtual world. Since it is the requester's first time connecting to the virtual world, identity verification is required. Iris verification passed. Blood verification passed. Clone characteristics checked. Result is non-clone. DNA verification passed. Unique life fluctuation matches records. Verification passed. Citizen Lin Yuan, during your time in the virtual world, do not harbor any thoughts of resistance. No sooner had the voice of the goddess of wisdom ended, than Lin Yuan felt a darkness before his eyes, and his consciousness rapidly sank. With Lin Yuan's strength, he could easily break free from this sinking sensation. But by doing so, he might not be able to enter the so-called virtual world, so he let his consciousness continue to sink. Where is this? When Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, he found himself amidst a starry sky. Beneath his feet, a pale blue planet slowly rotated. Is this Kanglin's star? Lin Yuan's pupils constricted slightly. He immediately recognized that the planet beneath his feet was an exact miniature of the real Kanglin star. The number of continents and the proportion of ocean coverage were exactly the same as the true Kanglin star. Respected citizen Lin Yuan. Just then, a solemn voice came. Lin Yuan looked up and saw a beautiful woman in a white dress, watching him quietly. I am the goddess of wisdom. I will now introduce you to the functions of the virtual world. The goddess of wisdom paused, then continued. The virtual world currently connected by citizen Lin Yuan, to be precise, is the virtual world Kanglin Star LAN. It is divided into 7 areas. They are residential area, trading area, arena area, central plaza area. Every time the goddess of wisdom mentioned an area, that part of Kanglin Star below instantly enlarged. That is. Lin Yuan looked toward the central plaza area, as introduced by the goddess of wisdom. In this area, a large crowd gathered, and in its center, a giant, towering stele stood erect. That is the Kanglin evolution ranking. It records the 100 strongest evolutionary paths in the history of Kanglin Star. The goddess of wisdom explained softly. I see. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, then curiously asked. I wonder what rank the Martial Path evolutionary path ranks. The Martial Path evolutionary path developed by citizen Lin Yuan, after calculations by the highest intelligence, can be ranked 93rd. The goddess of wisdom replied. 93rd. Lin Yuan showed no particular emotion. The current martial path evolutionary path was only something he had developed in the world of martial Tao after spending 20 years. Even with his against heaven's understanding aiding him, in the context of Kanglin Star's history of nearly a million years and countless generations of scholars and geniuses, ranking 93rd was not unusual. In terms of understanding, no one in a million years of Kanglin Star's history could compare with Lin Yuan. But given the long history and large population base, the Kanglin evolution ranking will be updated tomorrow, and at that time, the martial path evolutionary path of citizen Lin Yuan will be displayed for the first time. Would citizen Lin Yuan like to hide their citizen ID? The goddess of wisdom asked. In the Cosmic Human Alliance, what identifies a citizen is not their name, but their citizen ID. After all, many people might share the same names, but a citizen ID is unique. Hide it. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and nodded. Tall trees catch much wind. Since the Kanglin evolution ranking only selects the strongest 100 evolutionary paths, its prestige is tremendously high. Given Lin Yuan's current weak strength and lack of background, it would be best not to be so high profile. Having learned about the functions of the virtual world, Lin Yuan then exited. Is it about to dawn? Lin Yuan glanced at the sky. Xiaoyuan, may I come in? At that moment, the voice of Lu Chang came from outside the door. Worried that Lin Yuan wouldn't be able to cope with the shock of the mandatory conscription, the parents had held back all night and hadn't approached him. Now, as the dawn was almost upon them, Mother Lu Chang, after much consideration, decided to come and check on Lin Yuan. Come in. The door isn't locked. Lin Yuan sat up from the bed. You're up early? You probably didn't sleep well last night, did you? Mother Lu Chang's voice was gentle. Although her features were somewhat ordinary, they exuded a kind of approachable warmth. Xiaoyuan, actually, we knew about the conscription yesterday, the district chief called Xiaocheng. Xiaocheng refused on the spot. You know your dad, he would never exchange your freedom for his future, and neither would I. Why should our family of 4 have to be torn apart? Mother Lu Chang's eyes reddened. Mom, don't be too sentimental. I understand, I really do. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Indeed, the forced conscription was just because of poor luck on Lin Yuan's part, nothing to do with others. And there was no particular targeting against Lin Yuan. You are the son I've raised for so long, the flesh that fell from my body. If you are conscripted, what will I do afterward? Although human civilization in the universe had long mastered technologies like ectogenesis, nearly half of all citizen couples still chose to bear children through the laborious and thankless process of pregnancy. Lu Chang was among this half. Xiaoyuan. This card contains all the money I've saved over the years. Even Xiaocheng doesn't know about it. You take it for now, the pin is your birthday, it will definitely come in handy. Lu Chong pulled out a bank card, stuffed it into Lin Yuan's hand, and spoke with a slight choke in her voice. This? Lin Yuan hesitated, his expression uncertain. He could clearly see that the money in the card was what Mother Lu Chong had saved from her frugality over the years. Now giving it all to him. Actually, I don't need these. Lin Yuan hesitated, then said, I don't have to go to conscription anymore. I know, Xiao Yuan, you are sensible. Mother Lu Chong was about to say something when she suddenly caught on. What did you say? I don't have to go to the draft anymore. Lin Yuan repeated. Lin Yuan's original plan was to visit the Evolvers Association, register himself and then, as an Evolver, refuse the military draft. But after being promoted to a second-class citizen, everything became simpler. Among the 3 methods given by the Goddess of Wisdom to be exempt from conscription, both the status of Evolver and second-class citizen came with the privilege to refuse the draft. Xiao Yuan, are you alright? Do you need to go to the hospital to check? Mother Lu Chong did not show a trace of joy, but asked with a worried face. Forced conscription was no joke. Was it something that could be refused just by wanting to refuse it? In Lu Chong's view, had Lin Yuan suffered some kind of stimulation that caused a mental aberration, speaking gibberish? I am fine. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly and pondered for a while. I should be an Evolver now, don't believe me, just watch. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and pushed it towards the living room. A few meters away, the ceramic bowl placed on the dining table turned into powder. Ah! Mother Lu Chong widened her eyes at the sight. Facing such an extraordinary scene, Lu Chong's heartbeat suddenly began to accelerate. Really an Evolver? Lu Chong murmured to herself. Beside those incredible Evolvers, where could ordinary people accomplish such feats? Old Lin, hurry up and get up. Thinking this, Lu Chong quickly ran out to share the good news with her husband, Lin Xiaocheng. A moment later, Lin Yuan was sitting at the dining table. Father Lin Xiaocheng, Mother Lu Chong were sitting up straight, looking Lin Yuan over, as though they were seeing their own son for the first time. Especially Lin Xiaocheng, he had been racking his brains over the draft issue, and even if there was little hope, he could not accept, no matter what, to watch his son being sent to fight to the death against different species. But Lin Xiaocheng could never have dreamed that the matter would be resolved in another way. Lin Yuan had become an Evolver. According to the constitution of human civilization, even unranked Evolvers had the right to refuse conscription. How did you become an Evolver? Father Lin Xiaocheng couldn't help asking. There were many ways to become an Evolver, but most of them required a sufficient price, either in money or in other aspects. And Lin Yuan was just an ordinary student. What price could he possibly have? This morning, I woke up from a sleep, and I just had it. Lin Yuan thought for a while and then came up with an excuse. He certainly couldn't reveal the door to the myriad realms in his mind. This was his biggest secret, which he could not tell to anyone else, not even his closest family. It was not that he suspected his parents would harm him, but with one more person knowing, there was an increased risk of it being leaked. Could it be that you're an awakening type Evolver? Father Lin Xiaocheng excitedly conjectured. Evolvers are divided into 2 types. One is the unique type and the other is the widespread type. Among the unique types, there are many subtypes, and awakening type is one of them. Awakening type Evolvers have evolutionary factors in their bloodlines, which may never manifest in a lifetime, or may suddenly do so one day. According to Lin Yuan's description, his son seemed very much like an awakening type Evolver. The ancestors of the Lin family must have included a powerful Evolver. Otherwise, how could evolutionary factors have been passed down? Father Lin Xiaocheng was quite proud. Mother Lu Chong immediately took offense and pushed Lin Xiaocheng slightly. Why couldn't it be the evolutionary factors from my side? The tone of their discussion was noticeably more relaxed. No matter whose side the evolutionary factors came from, Lin Yuan had become an Evolver, and the upcoming forced conscription had nothing to do with him. Of course, once exempt from forced conscription, the conditions previously opened by the government were naturally cancelled as well. But these were not comparable to the fact that their son had become an Evolver. After all, as long as Lin Yuan got involved with the Evolvers circle, not to mention skyrocketing in success, at least crossing social classes would be a breeze, and they too might benefit from his light. Kang Landstar Virtual World, Central Plaza area. Those who appeared here, without exception, were citizens above the second class and evolvers. Ordinary citizens didn't even have access to the virtual world, let alone enter here. Of the 7 major areas in the virtual world, the Central Plaza area was the liveliest, where the immense monument created by the Kanglin evolution ranking stood tall. It was looked up to by countless evolvers and high-level citizens. As you have just become evolvers and entered this virtual world, first and foremost, you need to understand the significance of the Kanglin evolution ranking. In a certain corner of the Central Plaza area, a middle-aged woman with black-framed glasses was imparting common knowledge to several young men and women. The Kanglin evolution ranking records the 100 most powerful evolution paths in the history of our Kanglin star, some of which have even shone brilliantly in other star domains. Remember, these 100 evolution paths have each undergone the baptism of time and are the monuments of us evolvers, unchangeable. The woman with black-framed glasses spoke rapidly. The young men and women listening nodded in agreement. What a joke, they weren't stupid. They naturally understood the value of the Kanglin evolution ranking. The middle-aged woman with black-framed glasses nodded slightly. This time, there were no arrogant people standing up to contradict her. Next, the woman with black-framed glasses was about to continue. Just then, a baby-faced young woman below suddenly opened her mouth wide. "Ruan, it changed. The ranking has changed," the baby-faced woman stammered. "Are you seeing things? How could the Kanglin evolution ranking possibly change?" The woman with the black-framed glasses furrowed her brows slightly. The 100 evolution paths on the Kanglin evolution ranking had been the pinnacle of evolution, beating out countless other paths over nearly 1,000,000 years. A change in the Kanglin evolution ranking meant that an evolution path had been surpassed and kicked off the ranking, which was, of course, incredibly unbelievable. However, out of curiosity, she still looked up at the Kanglin evolution ranking again. The blood evolution path. The woman with black-framed glasses first looked at the blood evolution path ranked at number 100. Is it really gone? A jolt went through the woman with black-framed glasses' heart. The blood evolution path that used to be ranked at number 100 had vanished, replaced by the previous 99th. The martial path evolutionary path. She swiftly looked higher up and immediately spotted a new face, ranked at number 93. So it's this evolution path that has barged into the Kanglin evolution ranking? The woman with black-framed glasses took a deep breath as a tidal wave surged in her heart. Breaking into the ranking already proved the potential of the martial path evolutionary path. What shocked the woman was, who could have developed this evolution path? Big things are about to happen, she thought to herself. Changes to the Kanglin evolution ranking would inevitably attract the attention of many forces on Kanglin star. For example, the blood evolution path, having been squeezed out of the ranking of the evolvers who practiced this path, must already be going crazy. Changes to the Kanglin evolution ranking were also noticed by others in the plaza simultaneously. Suddenly, the whole plaza erupted. Amazing, the last time the evolution ranking changed was 560 years ago. Who on earth developed the martial path evolutionary path? Dr. Chen? Or Director Shi? Not sure. Dr. Chen is my relative and I haven't heard about him researching new evolution paths recently. What exactly is the martial path evolutionary path like? Has anyone tried it? Many evolvers and citizens of the second level and above were buzzing with discussion. They wanted to know who had developed the martial path evolutionary path, but the citizen ID was hidden, so no one knew. Lin Yuan naturally did not realize that his uploading the martial path evolutionary path had caused a hurricane-like disturbance in the virtual world. He was currently browsing the mall, looking to purchase some nutrient solutions to quickly replenish his strength. The so-called mall was a shopping platform officially set up by human civilization. Inside were a variety of goods, and the prices were extremely fair, backed by official endorsement. As a second-level citizen, Lin Yuan's product list was mostly restricted level. Genetic potions, which ordinary citizens could never access, were also part of it and merely cost 1 million a bottle. Advanced nutrient solution? Lin Yuan quickly searched and locked his gaze onto the advanced nutrient solution. Nutrient solutions were essential supplies for those space explorers, able to greatly replenish their own energy consumption. Nutrient solutions were divided into low-level, mid-level, and high-level. A low-level nutrient solution contained enough energy for an ordinary person's consumption for a month. In other words, by taking a low-level nutrient solution, a normal person could go a month without eating or drinking. As for mid-level and high-level, most consumer groups were certain huge beasts or exotic beasts. Ordinary humans simply couldn't withstand the terrifying energy contained in such high-quality nutrient solutions. I'll buy a bottle first to try out the effects. Lin Yuan set the quantity of the advanced nutritional supplement to 1. Then he clicked to purchase. A bottle of the advanced nutritional supplement cost 200,000. That's equivalent to the income of an ordinary citizen for 10 years without eating or drinking. Moreover, nutritional supplements of advanced quality count as restricted resources. Had Lin Yuan not been promoted to a second-level citizen, let alone buying, he wouldn't have even seen this option. At my current strength level, I'm probably considered a pre-rank evolver? After purchasing the advanced nutritional supplement, Lin Yuan began to evaluate himself. According to the Cosmic Human Alliance's different standards for evolvers of each rank, the innate realm in martial Tao just barely meets the threshold for an evolver. That is to say, he's at the pre-rank level. Of course, realm is realm, and combat power is combat power. The two should not be confused. With the capabilities Lin Yuan possessed in the free and unfettered realm, he could exert 100% effectiveness with just 10% of his strength. Even though he was just at the pre-rank level, he could easily overwhelm and beat down an ordinary evolver who had entered the first rank. In the first rank of evolvers, which is divided into 12 segments, if I could return to full strength, I'm probably between the 10th and 12th segment. Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. Purely in terms of destructive power, the Grand Master Realm is equivalent to the first rank, segments 1 to 3, the Great Grand Master Realm to segments 4 to 6, and the Mythical Realm to segments 7 to 9. The free and unfettered realm, I guess, is almost reaching the limit of the first rank, approaching the second layer level. A true second layer evolver, though not reaching the city destroyer grade. Wouldn't take much time to destroy a city without the obstruction of another evolver of the same level or technological weapons. With a casual blow, they could easily demolish skyscrapers hundreds to thousands of meters tall. Such restricted resources as advanced evolution fluid definitely needed to be allocated from other megacities. And it would take at least half a day to a full day before they would arrive in Lin Yuan's hands. While waiting, Lin Yuan planned to buy a house. More precisely, a cultivation site. The room he currently lived in was too cramped and fragile. Sometimes, Lin Yuan was worried that even stretching might cause it to collapse. The most crucial point was that occasionally, Lin Yuan needed sufficient space to verify his martial arts. Moreover, as an evolver, he also needed private space. His current residence clearly didn't meet the requirements. Shuihui Residential Complex. After browsing online for a while, Lin Yuan chose this residential complex. The Shuihui Residential Complex belonged to the luxury real estate area of Dongning City and had just been launched for sale recently, located in the suburbs. In the interstellar era, the true upper-class elites actually preferred not to live in the city center. Therefore, high-end residential complexes like the Shuihui Residential Complex, located in the suburbs close to nature and emphasizing the environment, have always been popular. Lin Yuan glanced at the prices of the real estate in the Shuihui Residential Complex. They ranged from 10 to 15 million. Furthermore, second-level citizens could purchase at half price. To Lin Yuan, this was not surprising. In human civilization of the Cosmic Human Alliance, it is normal for higher-ranked citizens to enjoy many benefits. After all, citizen rank cannot be inherited, and all current higher-ranked citizens have made real contributions to human civilization without exception. I'll choose this complex. Lin Yuan went out and headed for the suburbs. Half of 10 to 15 million was 5 to 7.5 million. Which exceeded Lin Yuan's current savings limit. However, after being promoted to a second-level citizen, Lin Yuan received a credit card from the central bank. He could take an interest-free loan of 20 million alliance dollars. This 20 million alliance dollars only needed to be repaid within 50 years. It was also one of the covert benefits for second-level citizens. As a second-level citizen, earning a few million a year was a breeze, and 20 million would only take about 7 or 8 years at most. It wasn't a high-risk loan. Soon, Lin Yuan arrived at the sales center of the Shuihui Residential Complex. Not many citizens were here, but without exception, they all had an extraordinary demeanor, belonging to the true elite. After all, ordinary citizens rarely visited such a luxury real estate priced at 1 to 2 million. Lin Yuan, despite being dressed ordinarily, was not ignored. A staff member immediately stepped forward to greet him. "Good day, sir. What kind of house are you looking for?" The staff member was a girl with red lips and white teeth, large eyes, and a tall figure, dressed in a slightly tight uniform that faintly outlined her curves. A larger one, a quieter one. Lin Yuan reiterated his needs. Yes, yes, yes. As the conversation progressed, Anna's heart grew heavier. She glanced at the young man in front of her, who was not yet 20. Could he really be here to buy a house? It wasn't that Anna was looking down on Lin Yuan. It's just that among those who came here to inquire, 9 out of 10 were just asking, and only one might have a bit of intent to purchase. It was quite normal, after all, anything involving tens of millions needed to be considered carefully. But the tone in which Lin Yuan was inquiring didn't seem to be just casual questions. With this thought in mind, Anna immediately perked up, and the distance between her and Lin Yuan decreased considerably, almost sticking close to him. "I'll take this one." After looking for a while, Lin Yuan finally made up his mind. This house had 3 floors, above and below. Rather than being a house, it was more like a manor, with its own yard and even an underground training facility. "Really buying?" Anna was overjoyed in her heart. "Sir, do you need to apply for a loan?" Anna asked cautiously. "No need." Lin Yuan shook his head. Applying for a loan involved interest, but with that credit card from the central bank, he could get an interest-free loan. For second-level citizens, there should be a 50% discount on housing purchases, right? Lin Yuan inquired. "Indeed, we at the Shuehui," Anna replied routinely. Only, she stopped midway, stunned. "Sir, you're a second-level citizen?" Anna's voice trembled slightly. She'd seen many wealthy buyers here, but second-level citizens or higher were extremely rare. The main reason was that there were only so many second-level citizens in Dongning City, and their numbers were too few. "Sir, please wait a moment while I call our manager." Anna apologized several times before welcoming Lin Yuan into the VIP room. The rest area of the sales office. Zhao Qiwu took a sip of water and immediately stepped out. She had paid a hefty price for the opportunity to work part-time here. For sales ladies at high-end properties like the Shuehui residential complex, looks and figure were just the basic requirements. Having a friendly demeanor and client service skills were extremely important. They had to make sure the customers felt no displeasure while also getting them to willingly part with their money. "I don't know when I'll be able to sell a unit." Zhao Qiwu sighed. She glanced up casually. Isn't that Lin Yuan?" Zhao Qiwu immediately noticed Lin Yuan, who was talking to Anna. "What's he doing here?" Zhao Qiwu was full of confusion. She and Lin Yuan were classmates, and although they didn't interact much, she was aware of the general financial situation of each other's families. Logically, with Lin Yuan's family background, he absolutely couldn't afford a house in the Shuehui residential complex. Could he just be here to look around? Zhao Qiwu speculated in her mind. She had no intention of greeting him. For one, they were classmates, and it would be somewhat awkward to meet in this setting. Secondly, since Anna had already stepped forward, her doing so would seem suspiciously like poaching a client. Even in Zhao Qiwu's heart, Lin Yuan, this client, simply didn't have the financial strength to buy a house. However, what happened next made Zhao Qiwu's eyes widen. Firstly, she didn't know what Lin Yuan said to Anna, but he was then led by her into the VIP room with great respect. My goodness! That was the VIP room. Normally, you'd only be invited there after a financial check, and if your bank deposit were over 20 million with sufficient purchasing power. Zhao Qiwu couldn't for the life of her figure out why Lin Yuan was invited into the VIP room. If it weren't for the fact that Anna was a senior employee here, who would never make such a rookie mistake, Zhao Qiwu would have couldn't help but step in to stop it. However, just when Zhao Qiwu hadn't snapped out of it, a dignified middle-aged man hurried over and entered that VIP room. Before entering, the middle-aged man stopped to knock on the door patiently. Mr. Wang. Seeing this, Zhao Qiwu swallowed hard. Mr. Wang was the manager of the sales office and was rumored to have strong connections with several senior officials in Dongning City. Given Mr. Wang's status, he hardly met with customers anymore. Even ones with purchasing power had difficulty getting an audience with Mr. Wang. Let alone Mr. Wang coming over in such a humble manner. Could it be that I saw wrong? At this point, Zhao Qiwu began to doubt her own eyesight. That absolutely couldn't be Lin Yuan but someone who bore a resemblance to Lin Yuan, who was some big shot. But would such a big shot wear such shabby clothes? And that outfit, Zhao Qiwu remembered, Lin Yuan had worn it at school too, hadn't he? Could there really be such coincidences in the world? With her mind full of doubts, Zhao Qiwu decided to wait outside. A moment later, Zhao Qiwu saw Lin Yuan being escorted out respectfully by Mr. Wang. Then under Mr. Wang's personal guidance, they went to the back of the residential complex to view the houses. It really is Lin Yuan. This time, Zhao Qiwu looked very carefully. She was certain that the young man walking in front of Mr. Wang was indeed her classmate. What are you looking at? Why are you staring at the client like that? How were you taught? At that moment, Anna walked up beside her and frowned at Zhao Qiwu. Sister Anna, I'm just curious what kind of person is he that even Mr. Wang? Zhao Qiwu stopped herself before saying, acts like a grandson, but her meaning was clear enough. Mr. Lin is an important guest of our Shuai group, don't refer to him as that person. Otherwise, if the manager finds out, he won't let you off, Anna said, giving Zhao Qiwu a sharp look. Also, don't inquire into the guest's information. That's also a company policy, you understand? Yes, I understand, Zhao Qiwu said, her complexion turning slightly pale. Anna had brought up the company policy, clearly indicating that Lin Yuan's true identity was far beyond what someone like her could comprehend. The environment is quite nice. In the basement training room of house number 32 in the Shuai residential complex, Lin Yuan showed a satisfied expression. You get what you pay for, and this place indeed met his standards well. Right, I need to change the address. As if he thought of something, Lin Yuan opened the shopping app and changed the delivery address of the advanced nutrition supplement he had purchased to his current address. Half a day later, a stranger arrived at the Shuai residential complex, stopping in front of Lin Yuan's residence. Hello, Mr. Lin, here is the item you ordered. You can open it with your fingerprint. Lin Yuan took the sealed alloy box handed over by the man, and his fingers slid over the top of the box. Beep. Fingerprint verification passed. An electronic synthesized voice sounded, and the alloy box opened to reveal a 10 cm long test tube. Inside the test tube was a sky blue liquid. It's truly worthy of being an advanced nutrition supplement costing 200,000 yuan per dose, Lin Yuan said with a smile on his face. Gurgle. Lin Yuan opened up the advanced nutrition supplement and drank it down. Instantly, he felt a burning sensation start to spread throughout his limbs and body. The terrifying force nearly burst his body open in all directions. Refine. Lin Yuan sat down with his legs crossed. Suddenly, the terrifying heat flowed rapidly into his body, being refined continuously. An hour later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, which were utterly still and silent. Entered the Grandmaster realm? Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled as he felt his vital energy and inner qi rise significantly within his body. I'll probably need about 20 more bottles to fully recover my strength. Assured that the advanced nutrition supplement was effective, Lin Yuan did not hesitate to buy another 20 bottles. 2 days later, Lin Yuan had digested and absorbed all 20 bottles of advanced nutrition supplement, and his strength was fully restored. Shuai Residential Complex, Residence Number 32. Underground training room. Now, there isn't any sense of oppression. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his eyes deep, thinking to himself. In the martial world, after he had stepped into the free and unfettered realm, he had sensed an oppression coming from the unknown. It felt as if he were a beached whale, uncomfortable all over. But now, he felt none of that. Is it because of the different limits of the world? Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. The upper limit of the martial world was clearly much lower than that of the main world. This could be seen from the great disparity in the flow of time. Lin Yuan had reached an unprecedented level, the free and unfettered realm. In the martial world, perhaps approaching the real limit, he would be suppressed and repelled by the world. But in the main world, even if it wasn't a start, he still had a long way to go before reaching the true limit of the world. At least Lin Yuan knew that those truly powerful evolvers in the Cosmic Human Alliance could easily traverse the starry sky with their physical bodies and extinguish stars in the blink of an eye. In the 2 million plus years of the Starry Sea era, human civilization had been able to step out of their mother planet, sweep away different species from all directions, and occupy vast and boundless domains. Not just because of the unified scheduling by 3 ultimate intelligent goddesses of wisdom, but also through the indelible contributions of extremely powerful individual evolvers. Having restored all his strength, Lin Yuan quickly adapted and then connected to the virtual world. These past few days, aside from refining advanced nutrition fluids, Lin Yuan would occasionally enter the virtual world to explore. Kang Lan Star Virtual World, Residential Area. Lin Yuan's figure appeared on a street. People passed by him from time to time. In the corner, the seats occasionally gathered a few figures who chatted leisurely. At a glance, this residential street had at least dozens of figures. Lin Yuan was no longer surprised by this, although it was said that ordinary people did not have access to the virtual world. The population base of Kang Lan Star reached as high as 50 billion. Even if one second-level citizen emerged from every 50 million citizens, the total number of second-level citizens on Kang Lan Star would exceed 100,000. In fact, one second-level citizen generally emerged from every 200,000 or 300,000 people. The true number of second-level citizens on Kang Lan Star was nearing 300,000. And this was only the second-level citizens. Evolvers also had access to the virtual world. The number of evolvers was far greater than that of second-level citizens. After all, becoming an evolver could be achieved through various means: normal, abnormal, mutated, inherited, and so forth. Of course, while the number of evolvers was high relative to second-level citizens, compared to regular citizens, evolvers were still extremely rare, averaging 1 in several thousand. Lin Yuan casually entered a bar in the residential area, sat in a corner, and ordered a mixed drink. This tactility. Lin Yuan took a sip, his expression slightly amazed. If he wasn't acutely aware of his external body, Lin Yuan might have thought he had come to the real world. No wonder the goddess of wisdom restricts access to the virtual world. Such clear sensory simulation must be built on a giant server, and if everyone could connect, the cost would be terrifyingly high. Lin Yuan sat in the bar for a while, then exited the virtual world. Now that my strength is restored, I should go to the Evolvers Association right away, to register and get my Evolver's certificate. The Cosmic Human Alliance closely regulates Evolvers. Even those not yet advanced must register as soon as possible. Thinking this, Lin Yuan immediately contacted the local Evolvers Association in the city to schedule his registration for the following day. For official organizations like the Evolvers Association, it is best to make an appointment in advance. The next day, Lin Yuan returned home. In recent days, using the excuse that he needed to receive training for becoming an evolver, Lin Yuan hadn't stayed at home. At the dinner table, his mother Lu Chong seemed to remember something and said, "Xiao Yuan, aren't you an evolver now? Old Lin loves to show off and has already mentioned it in the family group. A few relatives heard about it and want to organize a family banquet to get together and celebrate, and to see you." That family group. Lin Yuan glanced at his father, Lin Xiaocheng. In the interstellar era, the concept of family clans had long since diminished, but social niceties remained. Lin Yuan becoming an evolver was a major event that transcended class barriers, far more significant than getting admitted to any top university. Being admitted to a top university didn't guarantee standing out. Millions graduated every year, but how many actually found satisfactory jobs? But evolvers were different. Even just starting evolvers were highly sought after by numerous corporate conglomerates with high salaries. If one day he happened to advance further as an evolver, it would be like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. Previously, Lin Yuan's family was just an ordinary one, rather insignificant among relatives, but now that Lin Yuan had become an evolver, everything had changed. No one could guarantee that they wouldn't need the help of Lin Yuan, the evolver, someday. Sometimes, asking for help wasn't shameful. What was shameful was not having anyone to ask for help. Mr. Nian had helped me before, he wants everyone to gather, and I couldn't refuse. Father Lin Xiaocheng gave a rueful smile. He had merely boasted a bit in the group chat. Little did he think someone would actually take it seriously. "It's okay, I'll be there for the family banquet." Lin Yuan knew what his parents meant. They were just worried he might be too busy to attend. If Lin Yuan, the protagonist, weren't there, what would be the point of holding the banquet? Family banquet? What family banquet? Will there be good food? His sister, Lin Yi, suddenly perked up, her eyes twinkling as she asked. After dinner, he left home. Lin Yuan planned to go to the Evolvers Association to collect his certificate. Before he had walked far, Lin Yuan received a phone call. Is this Mr. Lin Yuan? The voice on the other end was a careful female voice. It is. Lin Yuan nodded. I'm from the Evolvers Association. Mr. Lin Yuan, you applied for registration today. At the time, I didn't realize Mr. Lin Yuan was a second-tier citizen, so I didn't make it clear. According to the association's rules, any second-tier citizen coming in must be picked up personally. The female voice on the phone was almost frantic. In Dongning City, the second-tier citizens were few and all known by the president of the association, who dealt with their affairs directly. She, a minor staff member, had never dealt with second-tier citizens. When she received Lin Yuan's application yesterday, she was busy with other matters and didn't think much about it. But when inputting Lin Yuan's citizen number this morning, she was shocked to find out he was a second-tier citizen. Because of this, her supervisor noticed and inquired if the second-tier citizen had any special requirements, insisting that they be fully accommodated. It's all right, Lin Yuan shook his head, it hadn't cost him anything. Where is Mr. Lin now? I'll send someone to pick you up immediately. The woman on the phone finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that if Lin Yuan had been unhappy with her service, she would undoubtedly have been fired the next day, and the reason would have been included in her record. At that point, no corporate group would be willing to hire her, as taking a light view of a high-ranking citizen was a serious infraction anywhere. I am currently Lin Yuan hesitated, then decided to reveal his location. Having someone pick him up was convenient and would also save him some cab fare. After hanging up, Lin Yuan found a nearby coffee shop to wait. However, it wasn't long before a voice suddenly came from the side. Lin Yuan, what are you doing here? Lin Yuan turned around and saw a tall and burly boy running over. It was Du Quan, Lin Yuan's desk mate and good friend at school. Du Quan jogged over and grabbed Lin Yuan's shoulder. Where have you been for the past half-month? When I asked Mrs. Liu, she just said you were busy. Lin Yuan smiled but didn't speak. Not minding too much, Du Quan suddenly looked surprised and felt Lin Yuan's shoulders and chest with his hand. Haven't seen you for half a month and you seem to have gotten a lot stronger, brother? Du Quan clicked his tongue in wonder. Really? Lin Yuan wasn't surprised. After all, not long ago, Lin Yuan had just refined 21 bottles of advanced nutrient fluid. According to the conservation of energy, even though most of the energy from the 21 bottles of advanced nutrient fluid was transformed into primordial qi and spirit, the physical body still experienced some impact, more or less. This was only because the martial path evolutionary path that Lin Yuan had created emphasized stealth and containment. Had it been another evolver following a different evolutionary path who rashly absorbed so much energy, to say that their height would shoot up significantly and they become as robust as an ox would be an understatement. Compared to Lin Yuan, who simply looked somewhat stronger. After expressing his amazement, Du Quan immediately pointed towards several people approaching. Look who's here. Lin Yuan glanced over and recognized that these people were classmates from his class. Just finished graduation, so came out to hang out, Du Quan explained. He had originally wanted to invite Lin Yuan too, but since Lin Yuan wasn't at home, he had no choice but to leave him out. At this moment, those people also came closer. Lin Yuan, what are you doing here? Waiting for someone? A scholarly-looking guy with glasses asked casually. You're Lin Yuan, huh? Haven't seen you for a few days, you seem to have changed a lot. A girl sized up Lin Yuan and commented in slight surprise. Hello, everyone, Lin Yuan symbolically greeted as everyone gathered. In fact, the original personality was very quiet and reserved. If it wasn't for Du Quan, he would not have hung out with these people at all. Among these people, there were mainly two groups. The first was led by Chu Shiyu, the scholarly-looking guy with glasses. Chu Shiyu came from a well-off family and was academically gifted, so many classmates liked to be close to him. The other group was led by Huo Qingyao, who had an extraordinary background with elders holding positions in the military. He was fearless at school. As for Du Quan, he was good at networking and could mingle well on both sides. On top of that, He was known for being fair and just, so both Chu Shiyu and Huo Qingyao gave him face. Besides, several girls were also present. Lin Yuan. Look who this is, our class beauty who was admitted to a prestigious institution. I invited her over this time too. My brother has some clout, huh? Du Quan pointed toward a tall girl and said proudly. This girl had a delicate face, and her simple jeans outlined her shapely legs and rounded hips. It was Zhao Qiwu. Lin Yuan? Zhao Qiwu was incredibly unsettled. Ever since she saw Lin Yuan, initially an unremarkable presence, being respectfully welcomed into the VIP room at Shuehui Residential Complex's sales office, and watching him directly purchase a house worth over 10 million yuan while even Mr. Wang stood by reverently. Zhao Qiwu realized that Lin Yuan's identity was no simple matter. All the classmates and even the whole school were deceived by Lin Yuan. Her agreement to join Du Quan's invitation was also because Du Quan usually had the best relationship with Lin Yuan. Perhaps Lin Yuan would attend. Otherwise, with her character, how could she possibly participate in such a meaningless gathering? But after arriving and finding Lin Yuan absent, just as she felt disappointed, she saw Lin Yuan, which caused her emotions to fluctuate greatly, leaving her somewhat disoriented. Hello, Lin Yuan. Zhao Qiwu composed herself and took the initiative to reach out her right hand towards Lin Yuan. This surprised Du Quan, who was standing nearby, as Zhao Qiwu was known to be aloof, even ignoring the likes of Huo Qingyao and Chu Shiyu. So why would she take the initiative to shake hands with Lin Yuan? Hello. Lin Yuan extended his hand in return as a courtesy. After some small talk, they spontaneously found a place to sit down. Chu Shiyu called over a staff member to order everyone a cup of the coffee shop's signature coffee. Yu Gei is always so generous, Du Quan flattered beside him. This shop's signature coffee was not cheap, nearly 30 yuan a cup, and the total for everyone added up to over 200, a significant amount compared to the living expenses for half a month in school. Once seated, they began to chat casually. This college entrance exam, I didn't do well, ended up in a third-rate university, not sure what I'm going to do after graduating. A girl sighed. Isn't that easy? Aren't you close with Yu Gei? After graduating just go work at his family's business, Du Quan joked. The girl pretended to be upset. But her heart was delighted as she sneakily glanced at Chu Shiyu a few times. Du Quan is right, after you graduate you can come to my company. I'll make sure the treatment is generous, Chu Shiyu said generously. He wouldn't pass up this opportunity to show off in front of his classmates. After all, graduation was far away, so the future could be dealt with later. Then, thank you, Yu Gei. The girl hurriedly thanked him. They sipped their coffee while chatting idly. Soon the conversation shifted to Lin Yuan. Speaking of which, Lin Yuan, you must be on the conscription list, right? Huo Qingyao seemed to remember something and spoke up. As this was mentioned, the atmosphere suddenly went quiet. Everyone's gaze was focused on Lin Yuan. Ordinarily, being conscripted wasn't a bad thing, and they even helped arrange jobs after completing service. For the average person, this would already be considered a decent outcome. However, this round of conscription was targeted at different species, and due to secrecy concerns, it was highly unlikely that anyone on the conscription list would return. Even if they did not die in battle, seeing them again in their lifetime would be quite difficult. Although the government would provide compensation, the families would be taken care of properly, but one would certainly end up as a sacrifice. It's all rumors and exaggerations, all this talk about different species. In my opinion, these are just little pieces of gossip. Du Quan immediately spoke up. Indeed. The government hasn't mentioned anything publicly, so it might just be a normal recruitment. Right, Lin Yuan, don't take it too seriously. Maybe after you retire, you could be called back to take a post in the military region. Several people began comforting Lin Yuan. Of course, it was just to comfort him. In reality, no one was optimistic about this conscription. Even though the government had not explicitly stated the purpose of this conscription, the compensation for all those on the conscription list had already been put in place. This wasn't a secret, anyone slightly diligent could find out about it. After all, if this were just a normal recruitment, why would so much compensation be offered? Actually, there might be a way out. My elder uncle works in the military region, and I'll ask him tonight if he could make some flexible arrangements. Huo Qingyao then spoke up. He was the only one present with a military region background, and the most confident person to make such a statement. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Yao. Upon hearing this, Du Quan immediately responded. This time, it wasn't flattery, but a sincere expression of gratitude. As a classmate and friend for so many years, he didn't want Lin Yuan to embark on a point of no return. The other people present, especially the females, their eyes suddenly lit up upon hearing Huo Qingyao's words. Huo Qingyao's statement carried many implications, the most obvious being the possibility to influence the conscription list, which was a significant connection to have. Compared to this, Chu Shiyu, who had just promised to help with arranging a job, seemed rather insignificant. Just a job, how could it be compared to Huo Qingyao, who might influence recruitment within the military region? For a moment, other than Zhao Qiwu, the few women at the scene, including the one who had wanted Chu Shiyu to arrange a job, began to draw closer to Huo Qingyao. Lin Yuan, sitting aside, found Huo Qingyao's chest-thumping manner not only unoffensive but somewhat amusing. The conscription list, being vetted by the goddess of wisdom, was it something that could just be changed on a whim? Yet, Huo Qingyao was ultimately trying to help him, even if the nature of that help was his attempt to outshine Chu Shiyu. At Lin Yuan's level, the overt and covert struggles between Huo Qingyao and Chu Shiyu were like child's play, laughable. It's about time. I should go now. Someone is waiting for me. Lin Yuan glanced at the time, stood up to say his farewells. Immediately, without waiting for anyone's agreement, he left the coffee shop and walked towards the roadside. Huh? The people at the site frowned upon seeing this? Especially Huo Qingyao, who had promised to ask his uncle, and though he had not guaranteed anything, the least Lin Yuan could do was to express his thanks. However, Lin Yuan said nothing and just sat there, now using any excuse to leave? Such impolite behavior left Huo Qingyao somewhat resentful. This guy. Huo Qingyao, looking through the glass of the coffee shop at Lin Yuan's retreating figure, was about to say something. Just then, a sleek black, streamlined hovercar pulled up at the curb. To be precise, it stopped in front of Lin Yuan. That hovercar's license plate? Chu Shiyu also noticed it and his focus immediately concentrated on the license plate. Although his family didn't have military background, they often dealt with the government and he immediately recognized the license plate of the black hovercar as government exclusive. With this kind of license plate, one could enter special roads. Not only was the distance shorter, but it also avoided the possibility of traffic jams. However, these kind of specially supplied hovercars were generally only used to transport important figures. Why was it stopping in front of Lin Yuan now? It must be a coincidence, definitely a coincidence. Chu Shiyu couldn't help thinking in his mind. Yet following that, under everyone's gaze, a tall man stepped out from the black hovercar and respectfully ushered Lin Yuan into the vehicle. The crowd at the scene fell silent once more. They had originally thought that Lin Yuan's statement that someone was waiting for him was just a made-up excuse. But unexpectedly, it was true, and the person waiting for him was driving a government-supplied vehicle. This license plate belongs to the Evolvers Association. I've seen this kind of plate before when I followed my uncle to the association for errands. Chu Shiyu seemed to have realized something and spoke again. Evolvers Association. Huo Qingyao's expression changed slightly. Among the many government departments, the Evolvers Association was undoubtedly one of the toughest to deal with. They managed the Evolver community, were exceptionally assertive, and very influential. Simply put, why would the assertive Evolvers Association send a special car to pick up Lin Yuan, who was just a student? Everyone was filled with doubts. This made no sense at all. Ha ha ha, maybe there's some cooperation between the military district and the Evolvers Association. Huo Qingyao racked his brains and gave this reason. Perhaps, it's the only possibility. Hearing this, the others nodded slightly. Although the explanation was extremely absurd, the Evolvers Association and military district have always been separate systems, what else could they collaborate on? However, it was the only explanation that made sense of the current situation. After all, Lin Yuan was on the military conscription list, and the only connection to the Evolvers Association could be through the military districts behind the conscription. A few days ago, I revisited the conscription notice and found that Lin Yuan's name was no longer on the conscription list. At this moment, the previously silent Zhao Qiwu suddenly spoke up. As soon as these words were said, everyone was momentarily stunned. Especially Huo Qingyao, his expression completely stiffened. He wasn't a fool, he knew how difficult it was to be removed from the conscription list, especially with this kind of mandatory conscription. Though he had said with confidence that he would inquire with his uncle upon returning, it was more a matter of routine. He guessed his uncle wouldn't have much of a way to help. Even if there was a way, the cost would be horrifying, certainly not something one would pay for an outsider. But now, Lin Yuan's name had truly been removed from the list? Impossible. I must inquire with the goddess of wisdom. Huo Qingyao immediately linked to the network and, upon discovering Lin Yuan's name was gone from the list, began to initiate a connection with the goddess of wisdom to inquire why Lin Yuan was exempted from conscription. The next moment, a solemn and grave female voice rang directly in Huo Qingyao's ear. Warning, first-class citizen Huo Qingyao, you are inquiring into content beyond your authority, suspected of violating Charter Article 560. This is your first warning. If you continue to inquire, you will be sent to the highest court for trial. Hearing the goddess of wisdom's chilling warning, Huo Qingyao turned pale with fear and fell to the ground with a thud. The highest court of the Cosmic Human Alliance had always been where those who committed heinous crimes were judged, with every case tried there being of major significance and resulting in a severely adverse impact. What abilities did he, Huo Qingyao, have to warrant the highest court taking time to judge him? Huo Qingyao's teeth chattered, and his legs shook uncontrollably. Huo Qingyao was now extremely frightened. As one of the three ultimate intelligence goddesses of the Cosmic Human Alliance, the goddess of wisdom's authority could be considered one of the highest. Even the exalted Star Lords were reverent and cautious in front of the three goddesses, daring not to show a hint of impatience, for fear of lowering their evaluation in the eyes of the goddesses. Now that the goddess of wisdom had personally descended into her main consciousness to issue a stern warning, Huo Qingyao felt as if the sky had fallen. Huo Qingyao had not recovered from the shock when he heard Chu Shiyu's face suddenly turn pale beside him. His level of horror was no less than Huo Qingyao's. Did you also check Lin Yuan's information? Huo Qingyao asked. He suddenly turned his head to look at the other students and warned, you mustn't go looking up Lin Yuan's personal information. If even he had been warned by the goddess of wisdom for checking Lin Yuan's personal information, then it went without saying for the others. They were all classmates, and their relationship was not at the point of being terrible. There was no need to watch one another get warned by the goddess of wisdom. The few girls looked on blankly. Huo Qingyao briefly shared his own experience. What on earth is Lin Yuan's background that his personal information would be encrypted by the goddess of wisdom? Chu Shiyu came to his senses, his expression turning ugly. It is true that in the era of cosmic human civilization, a citizen's personal information is private. But he had only wanted to find out why Lin Yuan's name had been removed from the draft list, and for that, he was warned by the goddess of wisdom? Such a level of protection of personal information is only available to those with rare special talents or high-ranking citizens. Could Lin Yuan be related to these two aspects? No matter what his background is, this time I've lost face completely. Huo Qingyao's face turned slightly red as he had assured everyone just a moment ago, promising that he would ask his uncle to see if he could help Lin Yuan. Yet, it turned out that Lin Yuan didn't need his help at all, his name having been removed from the list long ago. Zhao Qiwu, since you knew so early that Lin Yuan was exempt from the draft, do you know more? Chu Shiyu seemed to think of something and looked towards Zhao Qiwu, who was sitting at the side. The others suddenly brightened up, turning their gazes towards Zhao Qiwu. Indeed, it was Zhao Qiwu who first mentioned that Lin Yuan was no longer on the draft list. Clearly, Zhao Qiwu knew more than they did. I don't know much. Zhao Qiwu shook her head, hesitated for a moment, and then told the truth. It's just that a few days ago, I was working part-time at the sales office of the newly opened Shuhui residential complex. I saw Lin Yuan there, buying a residence directly. As soon as these words came out, everyone gasped in shock. The Shuhui residential complex was well known, it had been heavily advertised when it was being developed. It's a true high-end residential community, where the price of any house starts above 10 million. If Zhao Qiwu wasn't lying, Lin Yuan was definitely the wealthiest student in their school. Casually spending 10 million, even Chu Shiyu would find it hard to do unless he used his family connections to borrow money. It wasn't that the Chu family didn't have 10 million in assets but that Chu Shiyu didn't represent the Chu family. Huo Qingyao and Chu Shiyu exchanged glances, their expressions quite complex. They had competed with each other for 3 years in class, and probably, Lin Yuan had been watching it all. Thinking of Lin Yuan's background, it probably seemed as ridiculous as watching a monkey show. Zhao Qiwu glanced at Huo Qingyao and Chu Shiyu, who were looking dejected. There was something else she hadn't mentioned, that Mr. Wang, the manager of the Shuehui sales office, was as respectful to Lin Yuan as a grandson is to his grandfather. The Shuehui real estate group was a well-known asset tycoon with markets spanning dozens of cities around, and Mr. Wang had connections with several leaders in Dongning City, yet he behaved in such a way in front of Lin Yuan. Zhao Qiwu shuddered at the thought, realizing she had spent 3 years in the company of such a big shot. Zhao Qiwu bit her lip lightly, seemingly lost in thought. Could Lin Yuan really have such a significant background? Du Quan was somewhat dazed, having known Lin Yuan for 3 years, and yet now he felt as if he had never truly known him at all. The Evolvers Association. A silent black hovercar glided in. The hovercar stopped, and Lin Yuan stepped down from it. Is this the Evolvers Association? A peculiar expression arose in Lin Yuan's heart. In front of him was a gray building, exceedingly low profile, without even a sign that read, Evolvers Association. Are you Mr. Lin Yuan? A woman dressed in a black skirt suit, with a somewhat short hemline ending just above the knee, revealing her fair and slender legs, came running over with small steps to ask tentatively. Yes, that's me. Lin Yuan nodded. Mr. Lin, please come inside. Zhu Qianqin stole a glance at Lin Yuan and immediately led the way. She was the staff member who had failed to enter Lin Yuan's citizen number in time. Because of this, Zhu Qianqin had been under great pressure. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was in a constant state of anxiety. If she hadn't received Lin Yuan's forgiveness, she would probably have been fired by her supervisor today. Mr. Lin looks so young. Zhu Qianqin led the way, with another surreptitious glance to the side. Following Zhu Qianqin, Lin Yuan entered the gray building and arrived in front of an elevator. Stepping into the elevator, Zhu Qianqin stood beside Lin Yuan and introduced, Mr. Lin, before registering as an evolver. A test is required. Based on the test results, the evolver certificate will be issued. I'm aware of that. Lin Yuan nodded. The evolver certificate included a specific rank designation. And this could only be determined through a test of strength. Not long after, the two of them took the elevator to the 22nd floor. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Inside were several small rooms. Made of dark gold alloy, they were neatly divided into 2 rows. This is the room for Mr. Lin's assessment, said Zhu Qianqin, leading Lin Yuan to a door at the very end. The assessment is conducted in this room? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Yes and no, replied Zhu Qianqin, nodding her head first then shaking it. She pushed the door open. Inside stood a silver-white metal cabin. This is the virtual world cabin slot. The tests you take, Mr. Lin, will need to happen in the virtual world, Zhu Qianqin said without any suspense. In the virtual world? Lin Yuan looked around the room. Exactly, Zhu Qianqin said with a smile. Powerful evolvers can easily destroy cities and devastate lands. Surely we can't allocate an entire planet for their strength assessment? Therefore, the assessment for evolvers mostly takes place in the virtual world. Zhu Qianqin paused, then continued. Mr. Lin need not worry that his strength in the virtual world will be inconsistent with his real-world strength. This virtual world cabin slot, as long as Mr. Lin lies down in it, can scan the whole body, thus perfectly simulating the physical body, and then synchronize it with Mr. Lin's body in the virtual world. I see. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Indeed, evolvers vary in strength. The weaker ones, like those who haven't reached a rank or are at the first rank, scales 3 or 4, are manageable. You could use a square for their strength assessment. But for stronger evolvers, like Lin Yuan, a casual strike could demolish the gray building beneath his feet. And the even stronger ones, those at the 2nd rank, 3rd rank, or even 4th and 5th ranks. How many resources would it take to test the strength of such powerful evolvers? Therefore, placing the assessment location in the virtual world is the most efficient method. In the virtual world, everything is virtual. Simulating an entire galaxy is no challenge at all. Next, Zhu Qianqin mentioned some precautions to Lin Yuan about using the virtual world cabin slot. Then she respectfully exited the room. Virtual world cabin slot. Lin Yuan carefully observed it for a while before lying down inside. A slight vibration swept over him. Lin Yuan only felt a slight numbness on his skin. Then he heard the voice by his ear. Replication complete. Please connect the evolver to the virtual world. Welcome to the assessment world. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes, he saw a stern man looking at him. Assessment world? Lin Yuan immediately felt his own body. The physical strength, the circulation of Yuan energy within his body, and the spiritual foreign power in the Niwan Palace in his mind. All had no difference from his body outside. The cosmic human alliance truly is terrifying. Lin Yuan inwardly gasped. Such perfect replication meant that he had no secrets. Not right. The door to the myriad realms hasn't been replicated. Lin Yuan seemed to think of something, his consciousness concentrating deep within his mind. Where the door to the myriad realms should stand, there was nothing but emptiness. Even the cosmic human alliance can't replicate the door to the myriad realms? Or is it that they can't even detect the existence of the door to the myriad realms? Lin Yuan sighed with relief while he couldn't help speculating. Evolver, please choose your assessment scenario. The stern man not far away suddenly spoke. As soon as the voice fell, various scenes appeared in front of Lin Yuan. There were deserts with endless sand, forests dense with ancient trees, cities with towering buildings. The desert will do. Lin Yuan casually chose one. Scene confirmation complete. The stern man waved his hand. The surroundings instantly transformed, and Lin Yuan found himself in the midst of a desert, with sweeping sands and scorching temperatures. Based on the energy fluctuations within the evolver's body, this assessment will start directly from the first rank. First is an opponent of first rank stage 1, and you only qualify for the next assessment if you defeat them. Do you understand? The stern man's gaze serenely met Lin Yuan's. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. Whoosh, the stern man disappeared. Not far away, large swaths of sand swiftly converged, forming a humanoid figure. This was a tall man, with dark skin, and even a fierce black horn growing on his forehead. Die! The black-horned man didn't say another word and charged towards Lin Yuan. His speed is a bit faster than the ordinary Grandmaster, but he's no threat to me. Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Following the stern man's indication, the assessment went from weak to strong. The first opponent was at first rank stage 1, and only after defeating him could Lin Yuan face the opponent of first rank stage 2. Crack! Suddenly, the black-horned man stopped, his eyes dimming in an instant, his body dissolving into sand and scattering away. Lin Yuan stood still, without having moved an inch. The quickest way to defeat an opponent far weaker than himself was to use spiritual martial arts. With Lin Yuan's strength of spirit, from the free and unfettered realm, he could instantly crush the opponent's spirit and soul. Sigh. The sand condensed once more. Lin Yuan's opponent was still the black-horned man. However, this time the black-horned man's presence had increased once more, reaching near the Grandmaster peak level. But still, Grandmaster or Great Grandmaster, for Lin Yuan, it was just a matter of a glance. Like this, in a few breaths, he faced the 9th opponent. This opponent was still the black-horned man. But unlike the previous 8, the gaze of this black-horned man was deep, and after forming, he did not immediately attack Lin Yuan. An evolution path akin to a spiritual master? This time I've specifically strengthened my soul defense. I can negate 60% of your spiritual attack methods. The black-horned man's mouth showed a trace of cruel smile. Although he was a life intelligence simulated by a massive amount of data, he also had basic emotions, and being crushed instantly 8 times did not feel good to anyone. Die! After the black-horned man spoke, he once again took large strides forward. But in the next moment, crack! A slender right hand had, at some unknown time, seized his neck, and then with a twist, exerted force. Who told you I only have spiritual attack methods? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. For evolvers of the martial path evolutionary path, the physical body is always the most fundamental. As for psychic power? It's merely a force born from a strong physique. You are not a psychic masterclass of evolver? The man with the black horns couldn't believe it and immediately transformed back into yellow sand. The psychic master class of evolvers possess bizarre psychic attack methods, but indeed have a shortcoming in their physical strength, and even if some powerful psychic masters enhance both evolutionary paths by consuming gene potions, they find it hard to completely erase this disadvantage. Evolvers Association. After Zhu Qianqin exited the assessment room, she returned to her workstation. I wonder at which level Mr. Lin's evolver status will be fixed. Zhu Qianqin was quite curious, staring intently at the screen in front of her. To protect the privacy of evolvers, the battle scenes that occur during the assessment are not allowed to be disclosed to the outside world. Therefore, even internal staff like Zhu Qianqin are not privy to the specific assessment content. They can only gauge how many stages the evolver ultimately passes and which level they are fixed at by the number of light columns that light up on the reality screen. Miss Zhu, has Mr. Lin already gone in? Zhu Qianqin had just sat down for a bit when the president of the Evolvers Association came over. As the president of the Evolvers Association, it was completely unnecessary to pay attention to an evolver's assessment. It's just that Lin Yuan was not only an evolver, but also a second-tier citizen. A second-tier citizen, even without an official position, holds a status not much lower than his, the president. Plus, this second-tier citizen was someone the president of the Evolvers Association had never heard of, so he made a special trip, intending to get to know him after the assessment was complete and to cultivate some connections. No matter the reason, it was certainly no mistake to be on good terms with a second-tier citizen. Ah, President. Zhu Qianqin immediately stood up nervously, stuttering, Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin has already gone in. Don't be nervous. The president of the Evolvers Association was in a good mood. Okay. Zhu Qianqin composed herself and sat down at her station again. Miss Zhu, what level do you think Mr. Lin will be fixed at? The president of the Evolvers Association also became interested and asked casually. Mr. Lin is a second-tier citizen, so since he has come to register, he must have at least first-rank strength. Zhu Qianqin cautiously said. For ordinary people, becoming an evolver is extremely difficult. But in the eyes of high-ranked citizens, there are many methods, with the simplest being to buy a bottle of gene potion and follow the genetic warrior evolution path. Although genetic warriors have significant weaknesses, lack potential, and are very reliant on external items, there is no doubt they are also evolvers, not bad. The president of the Evolvers Association nodded slightly in agreement. He too believed that Lin Yuan definitely had first-rank strength and couldn't possibly still be an unranked evolver. Normally, high-ranked citizens are likely to be evolvers, but many weaker ones remain first-tier citizens. In my opinion, Mr. Lin's final ranking will be fixed from first-rank second segment to third segment. The secretary standing beside the president spoke up. This speculation prompted the president of the Evolvers Association to nod again. It's not difficult for high-ranked citizens to become evolvers, but still a threshold exists to becoming a strong evolver. And that threshold lies between the third to the fourth segment at first rank. In the 12 segments of the first rank, each set of 3 is a bottleneck. Advancing from third to fourth segment takes not only hard work and effort but also a certain natural talent. High-ranked citizens may have extraordinary capabilities in other areas, contributing to human civilization and earning recognition from the goddess of wisdom. But the talent for evolution, that's something money cannot buy. Using gene potions can indeed forcefully improve one's strength, but there's a certain risk of death, and high-ranking citizens wouldn't joke with their lives. Zhang has a good point. The president of the Evolvers Association looked approvingly at his secretary. Zhu Qianqin listened on the side, with no objections of her own. Even though she had a good impression of Lin Yuan, strength still spoke for itself. Inform me when Mr. Lin's assessment is over, the president of the Evolvers Association said, preparing to leave. Just at that moment, on the display screen in front of Zhu Qianqin, the first light column suddenly lit up. It seems that Mr. Lin has already started the assessment. Seeing this, the president of the Evolvers Association suddenly didn't want to leave and decided to sit down and wait for Lin Yuan's assessment to end. In the president's view, Lin Yuan, at most, had the strength of first-rank third segment and only needed to pass 3 stages. What happened next, however, left the president of the Evolvers Association stunned. On the display screen, after the first light column lit up, the second light column did so in an instant. It was immediately followed by the third one, then the fourth. Then the fifth. Until the 12th, it was almost within a few breaths' time. All 12 light columns lit up. And at this point, the president of the Evolvers Association hadn't even fully taken his seat. "This is 12th segment." Zhu Qianqin widened her eyes, and the president beside her was also somewhat astonished. 12 ranks? First rank, 12 ranks? The president of the Evolvers Association was somewhat bewildered. He wasn't surprised by the concept of first rank, 12 ranks itself. Although Evolvers at first rank, 12 ranks are powerful, even in the whole Dongning city, they belong to the highest tier. But the president of the Evolvers Association had an extraordinary background and had reached his position by seeing even true second-layer Evolvers. What shocked the president was that Lin Yuan had the strength of first rank, 12 ranks the first time he came to register. It is known that the transformation of an Evolver's strength requires gradual progress. It's impossible to jump from first rank to second layer overnight. The Cosmic Human Alliance has extremely strict standards for categorizing the strengths between ranks of Evolvers. The energetic fluctuation inside a second-layer Evolver compared to a first-rank Evolver differs by more than 100-fold. This large disparity is hard to bridge in a short time. And Lin Yuan had the strength of first rank, 12 ranks the first time he came to register. Upon this, the president of the Evolvers Association made two speculations. One is that Lin Yuan is very reserved. He became an Evolver long ago but just didn't come to register, holding back until now, holding back until he achieved the strength of a first rank, 12 ranks. This possibility is not very likely, given the Human Alliance's control over Evolvers. An unregistered Evolver who recklessly reveals his strength, if discovered, would be subject to punishment. Even if Lin Yuan, with his second-tier citizen privileges, were to be exempted from punishment, the president of the Evolvers Association would still have been informed. It's impossible that he remained completely unaware until now. The second speculation was that Lin Yuan's evolutive talent was terrifyingly exceptional. From first rank to 12 ranks, it might have taken just a few years or less than a decade. With the Human Alliance's life-extending technology, a first-rank Evolver can easily live 500 years. Hence, several years don't count as much. The president of the Evolvers Association leaned towards the second speculation. Compared to the president's calm and analytical thinking, Zhu Qianqin beside him was slightly agape. Good heavens. This was a 12-rank Evolver. She, Zhu Qianqin, had been working here for nearly 2 years. It was her first time seeing a 12-rank Evolver. In a place like Dongning City, a first-rank, 12-rank Evolver was considered the ceiling, comparable in numbers to second-tier citizens, and not someone you could just see casually. And this 12-rank Evolver looked no different from an ordinary person like Lin Yuan. This contrast made Zhu Qianqin feel even more incredulous. To know, according to the official published standards of a first-rank, 12-rank Evolver's combat power, a single strike could destroy a building tens of meters tall. Thinking of such immense power contained within Lin Yuan's body made Zhu Qianqin perceive it as unfathomable. Let's go meet Mr. Lin. The president of the Evolvers Association only took 2 breaths to think. He decided to go to the assessment room in person and wait for Lin Yuan to appear. Initially, the president just intended to meet Lin Yuan and foster good relations. But now, after deducing the terrifying evolutive talent of the other party, the president felt he needed to lower his stance a bit. The assessment room. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and got up from the virtual world cabin slot. Too bad. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. After defeating his 12th opponent, the assessment space spontaneously materialized an opponent of second-layer caliber. Lin Yuan did not exit but wanted to see how much difference there was between him and those second-layer Evolvers. The result was evident. After only enduring 3 moves, Lin Yuan was overwhelmed. Second layer. Flashes of spiritual light suddenly raced through Lin Yuan's mind, and under the boost of his against heaven's understanding, he slowly began to comprehend the path forward. Just through a single battle with a second-layer Evolver, he began to comprehend the essence of second layer. If this were known, it's hard to say how many Evolvers would be dumbfounded. Compared to Lin Yuan, most other Evolvers might as well have not existed at all. But for Lin Yuan, this was common. Under against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan was constantly in a state of sudden enlightenment. Even without battling a second-layer Evolver, figuring out the realm of second layer was inevitable, merely a matter of time. The direction is roughly there. In no more than 5 years, I should be able to break through. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. His visit to the Evolvers Association truly proved worthwhile. Not only did he casually register, but he also illuminated the path ahead. Snap! Lin Yuan pushed the door open. He saw Zhu Qianqing and a middle-aged man standing outside. "Mr. Lin, this is our president." Zhu Qianqing immediately began to introduce. "The president?" Lin Yuan looked at the middle-aged man. The president of the Evolvers Association, undeniably a big shot. Probably ranked among the top 5 in all of Dongning City. "My surname is Liao." The middle-aged man stepped forward, warmly speaking. "Forget the formalities of president or not. I'm merely a few years elder than Mr. Lin. If Mr. Lin doesn't mind, you can simply call me Brother Liao," Mr. Liao said warmly. The two chatted for a while. Lin Yuan then got up to take his leave. Mr. Liao personally escorted Lin Yuan to the door. The next day, Lin Yuan returned home. "Be a bit more courteous tomorrow. Although you are now an evolver, you shouldn't appear too indifferent. They are all relatives. Even as an evolver, you need to understand human networks. You might need those relatives' help in the future." Lin Shusheng's mother, Lu Chong, reminded him while cooking. "I understand," Lin Yuan replied. After swiftly finishing the cake his sister made, Lin Yuan turned his attention to the large bag of snacks beside him. The family banquet was set for the next day, when distant relatives of Lin Yuan would come to congratulate him on becoming an evolver and to take the opportunity for a gathering. Lin Yuan naturally remembered this. A few days earlier, his father Lin Shaocheng had mentioned it to him. "Hey, old Lin, should we book a few tables at the Fanqing Grand Hotel?" His mother, Lu Chong, asked hesitantly. The reason for her hesitation was that the Fanqing Grand Hotel was one of the highest standard hotels in Donghai City, and booking a table there cost as much as several months of Lin Shusheng's salary. Lu Chong really hesitated to spend that much. "Book it. We should definitely book at Fanqing." Lin Shaocheng answered without a second thought. "This time, Mr. Nian has specifically invited Lin Hao. He's the secretary of a certain bureau director in Dongning City. We can't let Xiao Yuan lose face." Lin Shaocheng continued. "Lin Hao?" Lu Chong seemed a bit dazed. With Lin Hao's social status, he was in a completely different class from their family. Usually, Lin Shaocheng didn't even have the chance to meet Lin Hao. Unexpectedly, due to Lin Yuan becoming an evolver, they had managed to invite this significant figure. "Then we really should book at Fanqing," Lu Chong nodded in agreement. In her simple view, since Lin Hao was willing to make time to come, they should naturally host him well. Spending a bit more money was appropriate. Dongning City. In a luxurious mansion, Chu Shiyu stood there with his head lowered. In front of him sat a bearded man. "You went to gather information on your classmate, and you were warned by the main consciousness of the goddess of wisdom?" The bearded man asked with a serious expression, repeating his question. "Yes, grandfather, I didn't do it on purpose." Chu Shiyu's face turned pale, and his legs trembled slightly. The bearded man sitting before him was the founder of the Chu Corporation. He had suddenly called him over today to inquire why he had been warned by the goddess of wisdom. Chu Shiyu could only answer honestly. Whether it was intentional or not is not important. To be protected by the goddess of wisdom to this extent, your classmate must be someone significant. Although you didn't target him specifically, if he takes it to heart, it could spell trouble. "Tomorrow, I will take you to visit your classmate's home." The bearded man decided firmly. It was not without reason that he was so cautious. The severity of the situation had exceeded his expectations. This was the goddess of wisdom, who reigned over the entire cosmic human alliance. Even someone as high-ranking as a Star Lord would tread carefully, let alone the Chu family. Regarding anything related to the goddess of wisdom, one could never be too cautious. Okay. Chu Shiyu braced himself as he responded. In another estate, Huo Qingyao stood upright, video communicating with a man in military uniform whose face showed authority. The goddess of wisdom. Your classmate is probably now on the goddess priority watch list. He's bound to have significant developments in the future. The man in military uniform slowly said on the other end of the video call. Significant developments. Huo Qingyao gulped. Hearing such high praise from his uncle indicated that Lin Yuan's future achievements would not be limited by merely Dongning City. You really know how to cause trouble. Well, I'll make a trip for you. Regardless of what developments your classmate will have in the future, first, you two need to smooth things over. The other day, you boasted about manipulating the conscription list, which to anyone with slight discernment, sounded utterly boastful. Tomorrow, I'll take you to apologize to him. We're not seeking friendship, but at least we shouldn't foster enmity. The man in the military uniform said on the video call. At the Evolvers Association, Mr. Liao sat in his chair. Soon, his secretary walked in. Have you figured out the background of that Mr. Lin? Mr. Liao looked up and asked. Chairman, Mr. Lin Yuan's personal information is blocked by the Goddess of Wisdom. And I did not dare to continue investigating, fearing consequences. The secretary directly stated, blocked by the goddess? Mr. Liao's face turned serious. For the powerful Goddess of Wisdom to specifically block information about a citizen was unlikely, even if he were a second-rank citizen. There must be other reasons. However, while I couldn't find out more about Mr. Lin Yuan, I did manage to learn about his parents. Mr. Lin's parents are natives of Dongning City, having no significant ties elsewhere. The secretary suddenly mentioned, so, Mr. Lin is also from Dongning City? A glint of sharpness passed through Mr. Liao's eyes. What does the chairman imply? Seeing this, the secretary immediately guessed something and couldn't help but ask. Whether it can be achieved or not, I still have to ask in person. Let's cancel all the plans for tomorrow. I will personally visit Mr. Lin's home to have a detailed discussion. Mr. Liao said gravely. Fanqing Grand Hotel. Early in the morning, Lin Xiaocheng and his wife were standing at the entrance of the private room. As one of the most high-end hotels in Dongning City, Fanqing was not only expensive, it was excellent in every other aspect of both service and food quality were impeccable. Hosting their son's Evolver celebration banquet here certainly gave them a lot of prestige. Uncle, you've arrived. Sit here, sit here. Is this your daughter? She has grown so much in the blink of an eye. Mr. Nian, please walk slowly, come inside, if it weren't for you back then, I don't know where I would be now. Lin Xiaocheng had been busy greeting guests at the entrance of the private room the whole time. Half an hour later, most of the guests had arrived. The family banquet officially began. Everyone started to sit down and enjoy the food and drinks. Lin Yuan sat in the seat of honor, and his chopsticks never stopped. Fanqing had become so big in Dongning City partly because it had strong backers, but also because of its own merits. Many of the ingredients in Fanqing were from other planets, and a lot of the meat was rare exotic beast meat, which had quality and flavor that far surpassed the locally farmed meat in Dongning City. Although the energy contained in these meats was not as much as in high-grade nutrient solutions, it was still better than ordinary meals, and Lin Yuan enjoyed eating it a lot. At the banquet, apart from Lin Yuan, everyone wasn't just focusing on eating. They mostly engaged in chatting and socializing, and among them, those who were doing well were definitely the most active. Lin Shusheng's distant cousin, Lin Jia, had seized an opportunity in Dongning City, purchased a few plots of land in the suburbs, which the government eventually developed, making him a large sum of money, truly a windfall. I tell you, I've met the owner of Fanqing several times, she's a woman, and it said that. Lin Jia immediately began to show off his connections and knowledge. Yet his words indeed captured the attention of most people present. The owner of Fanqing had always been mysterious, scarcely seen by anyone, leaving everyone secretly guessing who the big shot might be. Right. Xiaocheng, what are your plans for Xiaoyuan in the future? After talking about the owner of Fanqing, Lin Jia suddenly turned his gaze to Lin Yuan who was enjoying his meal. With these words, everyone's attention immediately turned towards Lin Yuan. After all, this family banquet was initiated on the pretext of Lin Yuan's development. And the fact that Lin Yuan had become an evolver was indeed beyond the relatives' expectations. Without mentioning anything else, just discussing Lin Yuan's future prospects, most of the relatives at the scene could only look up to him. I don't have any specific plans yet, I'll take it one step at a time. Lin Yuan was a bit startled, put down his chopsticks and spoke honestly. This was indeed the truth, as far as it went. Lin Yuan really didn't have any specific goals. If he had to say, it was to become as strong as possible, but saying this out loud was tantamount to saying nothing. Who doesn't want to become stronger? Why not come to my company? Though my company isn't big, I will offer you 20,000 a month if you join. Lin Jia said, patting his chest. 20,000 a month? The relatives around him immediately showed envious looks. 20,000 a month, that's 240,000 a year, which is considered a high salary. The normal salary for ordinary citizens is about 2 or 3,000 a month. How about it? Don't feel underwhelmed. Our company also employed an evolver who handles security. If you come, not only could you earn money every month, you could also learn about evolution from him. Lin Ji confidently said. For ordinary people, evolvers are extremely rare. But in the eyes of wealthy bosses, there are channels to specifically employ evolvers. Of course, those employed are only pre-stage evolvers. Higher stage evolvers aren't something small bosses like Lin Ji could afford. Even so, Lin Ji's speech significantly boosted his status in the eyes of the relatives present. Immediately someone inquired, "Ji, is your company still hiring? My kid has been looking for a job recently." As for the salary, no need for 20,000, 5,000 is enough. 5,000? Auntie, your son didn't graduate from any prestigious university. How dare he ask for 5,000? Ji, my daughter is pretty and has a good figure. She would definitely be a great fit for the front desk receptionist in your company. Unknowingly, Lin Ji replaced Lin Yuan and became the focal point of the banquet. And Lin Ji was very polite in his performance, happily smiling in the compliments from many relatives. Lin Yuan didn't mind at all and picked up his chopsticks again, continuing to eat while watching Lin Ji's performance. Despite Lin Ji's seemingly warm-hearted behavior now, acting as if everything was on him, he might play dead after the banquet ended. Just now, Lin Yuan had taken the opportunity to go online and roughly checked Lin Ji's financial status using his second-level citizen privileges. He did indeed own a company, and had employed a pre-stage evolver. However, this pre-stage evolver had voluntarily resigned years ago. The reason was that Lin Ji had repeatedly docked his salary, which nearly escalated to the Evolvers Association. One could imagine Lin Ji might have once been wealthy, but his current financial situation was definitely not very good. How could he possibly hire an evolver again? Of course, Lin Yuan saw through it but didn't reveal it. Yet Lin Xiaocheng and Lu Chong thought the other party was speaking the truth, occasionally chatting with Lin Ji, asking for details about the jobs. Just then, sitting in the main seat, Lin Hao suddenly spoke up. Yuan is still so young. Even if he has become an evolver, there's no need for him to enter the workforce so soon. As soon as Lin Hao spoke, the room fell silent immediately. Even Lin Ji, who had been talking up a storm, shut his mouth right away. Of all those attending the family dinner, the highest in status was undoubtedly Lin Hao. As the secretary of a certain bureau chief in Dongning City, Lin Hao's attendance at this family dinner even shocked Lin Xiaocheng. "Brother Hao, what do you mean?" Lin Xiaocheng asked in a low voice. "Our bureau has a quota this year for further studies at a higher institution, which only evolvers can apply for." Lin Hao pondered for a moment before saying, "Here's the plan. Yuan can participate in the bureau's interview in a while. Once he joins, I will transfer the quota to him. As an evolver attending a higher institution, he would inevitably receive resources biased toward him, a treatment completely different from that of ordinary students. Therefore, this quota was absolutely coveted, and the few evolvers in Lin Hao's office were all eyeing it. However, it was Lin Hao who could make the decision. Although he was not an evolver himself, as the chief secretary, he managed several evolvers. Originally, Lin Hao had intended to save this opportunity for his own son. But his son was not competent. Despite having several evolvers coach him, he still had not become an evolver. It seemed the quota would fall into the hands of other evolvers in the office. Then he heard that a distant relative's family had produced an evolver? Lin Hao's thought was simple: since his own family had no chance for the quota, he might as well give it to Lin Yuan. It was better than giving it to any of those evolvers in the office. At least in the future, Lin Yuan would remember his distant elder cousin's kindness. After all, no matter what, they were relatives. Could that be very precious? Lin Xiaocheng was somewhat stunned. Although he was not an evolver, he understood the difficulty of obtaining a quota for advanced study at an institution. Yet ordinary people struggled immensely to get admitted into higher institutions, and because of Lin Hao's single statement, his own son could get in. "No problem. Just listen to me when the time comes," Lin Hao said unconcernedly. Giving the quota to Lin Yuan was considered keeping the opportunity within the family. Who else could he blame when his own son was incompetent? Thinking this, Lin Hao glanced at his son sitting beside him. He had also brought his son to the family dinner this time. "Thank you, Brother Hao, thank you." Feeling joyful inside, Lin Xiaocheng immediately stood up to thank him. "Yuan, won't you thank your elder cousin?" Lin Xiaocheng glared at Lin Yuan. "Thank you, elder cousin." Lin Yuan spoke up. This was ultimately a kindness from his elder cousin, who would at least think of him when something good came up. HMPH, getting such a big opportunity and just saying thank you? Lin Yan, who had been sitting beside Lin Hao and hadn't spoken up until then, felt extremely upset greater than. Logically, the quota should have been his, since he was Lin Hao's son. Who else deserved such a great opportunity? But there had been a hitch with becoming an evolver, and he had not managed to become one. Lin Yan had already prepared himself to see the quota go to someone else. But unexpectedly, his father decided to give it to a distant relative in the end. Thinking of Lin Yuan going to a higher institution, reaping what should have been his, made Lin Yan extremely uncomfortable. "Damn fool, you're a failure yourself and you're blaming others." Lin Hao frowned tightly, staring at his son, almost slapping him there and then. Others hearing this, their expressions turned strange. This was clearly an internal issue within Lin Hao's family. Now that it involved Lin Shusheng's family, it turned into quite the drama. Lin Shusheng's face reddened slightly, at a loss for words. Normally, at this moment, he should have immediately spoken up to say his family did not need the quota. To ease the relationship between Lin Hao and his son. Only, Lin Xiaocheng couldn't bear to let go of the quota. The atmosphere at the scene became awkward for a while. Just then, an employee from Fanqing Grand Hotel suddenly burst in. With a slightly anxious expression, he said, "Excuse me, is Mr. Lin Yuan here?" This statement immediately broke the tension in the room. "He is here. What's the matter?" Lin Xiaocheng stepped forward to answer. The employee immediately said, "Someone wishes to visit Mr. Lin Yuan." This left Lin Xiaocheng puzzled for a while. Someone wanted to visit his son? Weren't all the people for the family dinner already here? Who could it be at this time? "Who's looking for my son?" Lin Xiaocheng stood up and asked. In his mind, he went over the guest list again. He confirmed that all the relatives who were supposed to be present had arrived, with no one missing. Could it be that a relative decided on a whim to come without informing them in advance? Lin Xiaocheng couldn't help but feel suspicious. "It's Mr. Chu." Seeing this, the staff member let out a slight sigh of relief. They had no choice. Chu Corporation had been cooperating with Fanqing for many years. Just now, the founder of Chu Corporation personally arrived, saying he wanted to see Lin Yuan, which really startled her. Luckily the person was indeed at their event. "Mr. Chu?" The guests at the family banquet were slightly stunned. Named Chu? That wasn't a Lin family name, was it? While everyone was privately discussing. A bearded man, accompanied by a 17 or 18-year-old youth, walked in. Though the bearded man was dressed simply, the natural air about him was unmistakably noble, very much like those in possession of power and prestige. Is he the founder of Chu Corporation? Someone at the event seemed to realize something and couldn't help exclaiming in surprise. In this era of interstellar advancement and widespread networks, the photos of any slightly famous citizen would be circulated online. Chu Corporation, being one of the top 50 enterprises in Dongning City, obviously had considerable fame, and even if its founder was low profile, it was impossible for no one to recognize him. The founder of Chu Corporation? My God, that's a big shot in our Dongning City. It's said that Chu Corporation has assets worth tens to hundreds of billions, and the founder is a well-known tycoon in the nearby cities. Such an important figure is here for Lin Yuan? Instantly, the crowd at the event started to buzz with talk, with some even connecting to the network right there to compare the bearded man in front of them with his photos online. Director Chu. Lin Ji rushed over in a swoosh, standing excitedly in front of the bearded man. "We met 6 years ago, over that piece of land in the suburbs. It was bought by your corporation." The bearded man replied noncommittally. In truth, he didn't remember Lin Ji at all. "Mr. Lin is also here?" The bearded man scanned the room, saw Lin Hao sitting at the main seat, and nodded in greeting. Then he quickly walked over to Lin Yuan, leading the 17 or 18-year-old youth behind him, who was Chu Shiyu. "Mr. Lin, this junior of mine was thoughtless. I hope you won't hold it against him." The bearded man was extremely humble in his approach, without showing any seniority. "It's fine. Lin Yuan glanced at Chu Shiyu, who was standing beside him, looking very restrained, and immediately thought of the encounter at the coffee shop not long ago, shaking his head as he spoke. "How did you find this place?" Lin Yuan asked, curious. "Today, I had planned to take Shiyu to visit Mr. Lin at your home, but after we got there, we heard from others that Mr. Lin's family had come to the Fanqing Hotel for a family banquet, so we followed here." The bearded man spoke truthfully. "I see." Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The family banquet hosted by his father, Lin Shucheng, was no secret. In their neighborhood, 6 or 7 out of 10 neighbors knew about it. "This is a small token to congratulate Mr. Lin on becoming an evolver." The bearded man took out an envelope and handed it over with respect. His reverence was not for Lin Yuan's status as an evolver. Evolvers were rare but not unheard of, and even Chu Corporation employed a group of evolvers. What the bearded man truly feared was the favoritism the goddess of wisdom showed Lin Yuan, to the extent that searching for related information would trigger a warning from the goddess herself. Only a fool wouldn't realize that Lin Yuan was no ordinary person. At least no one would receive such a warning when searching for him, a corporate founder. "I understand," Lin Yuan said without a care. He hadn't taken the incident that occurred at the coffee shop to heart. In fact, nothing much had happened. What Lin Yuan didn't realize was the huge stir his conversation with the bearded man had caused among the relatives present. Initially, upon recognizing the bearded man's identity, some had wondered if they had mistaken someone else for Lin Yuan. Perhaps the Mr. Lin Yuan that the bearded man was looking for merely shared the same name as the son of Lin Shaocheng. After all, Lin Yuan had only just become an evolver. How could he possibly have such extensive connections to meet big figures like the bearded man? But it was only after the bearded man approached Lin Yuan in person and the two had their conversation that everyone realized there had been no mistaken identity. The founder they were looking for from the Chu Corporation was Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan. Lin Jiai's expression was cloudy, then clear. A moment ago, he was poised to give Lin Yuan an opportunity, ready to let him come and work for him. And he had grandly offered a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. Yet before long, the founder of the Chu Corporation, whom even he could not look up to, stood before Lin Yuan with an extremely low posture. This nephew of mine, Lin Hao, sitting in the place of honor, fell into deep thought. In the eyes of others, the bearded man was a person of high status. But to Lin Hao, he was merely a businessman, at most a businessman on a larger scale. What surprised Lin Hao, however, was how could the bearded man, wealthy as he was, speak to Lin Yuan in such a tone. Thud, thud, thud. The door of the private room was knocked upon again. "Is this Mr. Lin Yuan's private room?" A voice full of vigor came through. "Oh, someone else looking for Lin Yuan?" With the precedent set by the bearded man, no one dared to take it lightly now, and Lin Shaocheng personally stepped forward to open the door of the private room. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a man with a ramrod straight back walked in. Following him was a 17 or 18-year-old youth. It was Huo Qingyao. "Who is this man?" The people at the family banquet started to search online but couldn't find any relevant information. This time, he can't be someone important, right? Everyone breathed a slight sigh of relief. All were deeply shaken by the bearded man, thinking that Lin Yuan might have some terrifying identity. Now it seemed they might have been overthinking it. The bearded man's demeanor towards Lin Yuan must have been a coincidence. Just when everyone felt like their hearts could settle down, Lin Hao, who had been seated in the place of honor, and had to receive a bow from the bearded man, suddenly stood up. "Major General Huo?" Lin Hao's voice carried a hint of disbelief. Information about the military district was always confidential, and ordinary people without certain authorization couldn't easily find it online. But Lin Hao was different. As the secretary to the director, he had much greater access and knew more. "Secretary Lin?" Huo Yanming glanced at Lin Hao and nodded in acknowledgement. He then stepped aside, and another figure walked in leisurely. "Mr. Liao?" If seeing Huo Yanming was merely shocking for Lin Hao after all, the military and government are separate systems, and neither can control the Othera. Then seeing the person behind Huo Yanming made Lin Hao's scalp tingle. "Mr. Liao, the chairman of the Dongning City Evolvers Association. A second-level citizen, in terms of status and position, capable of ranking in the top 5 in Dongning City. For such a personage, even Lin Hao's director would have to greet carefully and respectfully. Could it be? Mr. Liao is also here to see Xiaoyuan? An unfathomable thought suddenly surfaced in Lin Hao's mind. Lin Hao guessed correctly. Mr. Liao indeed came to find Lin Yuan. As for the purpose, it was naturally more than just congratulations. Lin Hao had sharp eyes, upon hearing that Mr. Liao and Lin Yuan had important business to discuss. He immediately stood up and led the others out of the private room, leaving only Lin Yuan and Mr. Liao to talk. Lin Hao, being the secretary of the director, couldn't be pressured even by the status of Huo Yanming, a senior colonel in the military district. As for the others, naturally, none dared to object and they all left the private room. Inside the private room, Lin Yuan and Mr. Liao sat facing each other. "Mr. Lin, I've come to you this time to ask for a favor." Mr. Liao said without beating around the bush. "Please speak, Chairman." Lin Yuan spoke earnestly. The Chu family and the Huo family coming over, he could guess their intentions. But as for Mr. Liao, Lin Yuan was somewhat at a loss. First of all, the chairman of the Evolvers Association, with a civic rank of second layer and strength not far from Lin Yuan's, certainly wasn't weak. What could such a person possibly need from Lin Yuan? In another year, the Kanglin Star Arena battle will take place, and I would like to request Mr. Lin represent Dongning City in the competition. Mr. Liao said gravely. Arena battle? Lin Yuan was slightly taken aback. He quickly understood. The arena battle on Kanglin Star, and even within the entire Cosmic Human Alliance, was one of the most heated events. On the arena stage, two evolvers would fight to determine a champion. The whole process was broadcast live, incredibly exhilarating and thrilling, and hugely popular among the citizens. "Why choose me?" Lin Yuan asked casually. "Because Mr. Lin is from Dongning City and younger than 100 years old, meeting the requirements for the star-level arena battle. Most importantly, Mr. Lin's strength is extremely close to second layer. Already standing among the strongest in Dongning City, could we choose those evolvers much weaker than Mr. Lin instead?" Mr. Liao replied truthfully. The Kanglin Star Arena battle involved selecting evolvers from various major cities to compete and determine the strongest. Not to conceal from Mr. Lin, in the past few arena battles, our ranking in Dongning City has been quite unsightly. If this arena battle turns out like the previous ones, I might as well resign as chairman of the Evolvers Association. Mr. Liao's face showed a trace of bitterness. The Evolvers Association was responsible for managing and nurturing all local evolvers. If the evolvers from Dongning City were weak and performed poorly in the arena battles, he as the association chairman would naturally bear the primary responsibility. This was also one of the methods employed by the Cosmic Human Alliance to stimulate the potential of evolvers and guide more powerful evolvers to emerge. Of course, if one achieved a good ranking in the arena battle, like making it into the top 3,000, they would receive an official reward. I see, Lin Yuan suddenly understood. Rest easy, Mr. Lin. If you can make it into the top 5,000 in this arena battle, the Evolvers Association will provide 50 million civilization coins as a reward. Mr. Liao, fearing Lin Yuan might not agree, immediately promised. Based on previous iterations, approximately 10,000 evolvers would participate in the arena battle. Achieving a rank among the top 5,000 among 10,000 evolvers would be considered average. The main issue was that in past events, they always ranked at the bottom. Mr. Liao was losing confidence. This time he wasn't aiming for the top 3,000 to receive the official reward, just hoping to stay within 5,000 to avoid penalties. 50 million? Lin Yuan's heart was slightly moved upon hearing this. No one would consider money superfluous, especially Lin Yuan who was desperately in need of it. Not to mention anything else, just the high-level nutrient solution alone was in great demand for Lin Yuan. The first time he returned through the door to the Myriad Realms, Lin Yuan used no less than 21 bottles of high-level nutrient solution to restore his full strength. How many bottles would he need for the next transit, and even more so when his strength increased? Perhaps he would need even more limited resources in addition to high-level nutrient solution. All these things required money. If he could have a 50 million payday, Lin Yuan's financial pressures would lessen for several years to come. Alright, I'll consider it. Lin Yuan contemplated for a moment and then nodded. No problem, Mr. Liao said unconcernedly. Anyway, there's still a year until the arena battles, and there is plenty of time, so Mr. Liao isn't in a hurry for Lin Yuan to give an immediate response. Outside the private box, A large group of people are anxiously guessing and waiting. Xiaocheng, your son's future achievements will be boundless. Lin Hao looked at the nervous Lin Xiaocheng and sighed. As soon as he said this, the complexions of the relatives around them showed complex expressions. Originally, many of them had felt jealous of Lin Yuan. But now, those feelings had taken flight. When the gap between two parties is too great to bridge, all envy and resentment become difficult to emerge. And now, Lin Yuan was a concrete example. Even the president of the Evolvers Association personally made a visit to discuss important matters with Lin Yuan, and anyone with a sound mind could deduce the implications of that. You scoundrel! Do you still have the face to stand here? With a glance, Lin Hao looked at his son, feeling a surge of anger. If it weren't for the last few words his son, Lin Yan, had said, just the act of planning to transfer the department spot to Lin Yuan could have won him considerable favor. But now, because of Lin Yan, even if the favor still existed, it was likely to be greatly diminished. Dad. Lin Yan said, his head hanging low. He had no idea that Lin Yuan would have such great influence, with major figures from the business world, the military, and even the president of the Evolvers Association coming in person to meet him. At that moment, Lin Yan's heart was still trembling, especially when Mr. Liao from the Evolvers Association clearly stated that he came to see Lin Yuan, which made his legs go weak. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan and Mr. Liao emerged from the private box. After saying his farewells, the Chu family and Huo family members also took their leave in turn. After all, this was someone else's family banquet, and as outsiders who had come to visit Lin Yuan, they couldn't stay any longer. With several people departing, the Lin family banquet continued. But by that time, no one was in the mood to participate in the banquet any longer. Their minds were filled with complexity and shock, and when they looked at Lin Yuan, their eyes brimmed with confusion and awe. An hour later, the Lin family banquet ended. Uncountable relatives hesitated, wanting to get close to Lin Yuan. But they didn't have the courage to do so. Xiaoyuan, what exactly is going on? As they returned home, Lu Chang couldn't help but ask. Lin Yuan had stolen the show at the family banquet, but afterwards, Lu Chang felt somewhat uneasy. Mom, don't worry. When I registered as an evolver last time, I was ranked as first rank, 12 segments. Lin Yuan said nonchalantly, first rank, 12 segments? Lu Chang nearly thought she was dreaming. She had hardly seen any evolvers yet, let alone one who was of first rank, 12 segments. My son is a 12-segment evolver? Lin Shusheng's face went blank. Just like that. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed. Shuiwi Residential Complex, number 32, the underground training field. Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged, suddenly, as if sensing something. Lin Yuan immediately focused his mind deep within his consciousness. He saw the grand, towering, and majestic door to the myriad realms, with its edges now completely illuminated. Is it time for the shuttle? Lin Yuan's heart leapt with joy. The shuttle capability of the door to the myriad realms wasn't without limits. It needed time to accumulate energy, which manifested as points being lit up one by one. When Lin Yuan returned from his first shuttle, he obtained related information from the door to the myriad realms. The illumination level of the door to the myriad realms was divided into three: the peripheral edge region, the inner region, and the core region illumination. Once the peripheral edge region was lit, shuttling could be performed, but only as a consciousness descent. If the inner region was lit, physical body shuttling was possible. As for the core region illumination, it was related to some kind of metamorphosis of the door to the myriad realms. The information Lin Yuan received only briefly described it. The three levels of illumination required increasing amounts of time. The peripheral region took about 8 months to a year to light up. Lighting up the inner region would take several years to a decade. As for the core region illumination, Lin Yuan speculated. It would likely require several decades or even centuries. Let's just go with consciousness descent. Lin Yuan wasn't particularly interested in physical body shuttling. Firstly, accumulating energy sufficient for a physical body shuttle took too long. Secondly, physical body shuttling had a very low margin for error. Death meant true death. In contrast, the cost-effectiveness of consciousness descent was much higher. However, some preparations are in order before shuttling. Lin Yuan steadied his mind and began to make arrangements. His main concern was to inform his parents that he might disappear for a while. Although there was a difference in the flow of time between higher and lower worlds. Lin Yuan wasn't sure what level the world he was about to shuttle into would be. If the flow of time wasn't significantly different, and he spent decades there while only a few years passed in the main world, it would be problematic. Once everything was ready, Lin Yuan left the underground training field and arrived in front of a room door. After this shuttle, I should be able to advance the martial path evolutionary path to the second layer. Then, after uploading it to the Goddess of Wisdom, the merit points I obtained should be enough to raise my citizen rank to level 3. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Half a year ago, Lin Yuan had uploaded the improved, mythological chapter, and carefree chapter, of the martial canon. He received a reward of 3,000 merit points. Also, the martial path evolutionary path moved up in the Kanglin evolution ranking from 93rd to 78th. The Kanglin evolution ranking listed 100 evolutionary paths, which the Goddess of Wisdom ranked, using her vast computational power, based on their potential, popularity, difficulty of cultivation, and many other factors. When the martial canon only included the Grandmaster chapter and the Great Grandmaster chapter, it was ranked 93rd, but with the addition of the mythological chapter and the carefree chapter, its overall potential improved, naturally raising its ranking. One could predict that when the martial path evolutionary path advanced to the second layer officially, its ranking would rise to an even higher level. After all, the leap from first rank to second layer was a qualitative change of a great realm, a significant stride recognized by the cosmos and human civilization. In total, the upload of the martial path evolutionary path had provided Lin Yuan with 5,000 merit points. Advancing to a second rank citizen cost 1,000 merit points. 4,000 merit points remained. To go from a second-rank citizen to a third-rank citizen required 5,000 merit points. Let's start. Lin Yuan pushed open the door. He walked to a 2-meter-long nutrient pod. During Lin Yuan's first shuttle, he had no choice but to go through it due to the compulsory conscription looming over his head. Fortunately, he was lucky. Although he had spent 20 years in the martial world, only about 10 minutes had passed in the main world. But now, naturally, Lin Yuan wouldn't proceed without taking precautions. This nutrient pod, an item of military-grade quality, was something Lin Yuan had purchased through Mr. Lao's channels. Once activated, it could maintain functions for no less than 200 years. Meaning, as long as Lin Yuan lay in it, unless he chose to get up himself, the pod's nutritional substances could sustain Lin Yuan's bodily needs for 200 years. This gave Lin Yuan a great sense of security. At least he wouldn't return from the shuttle to find his body emaciated to skin and bones. Recalling the usage of the nutrient pod in his mind, Lin Yuan opened the hatch and lay down inside. Shuttle. Lin Yuan's consciousness merged with the door to the myriad realms deep in his mind. In an instant, an invisible suction force came. Lin Yuan felt his consciousness start to fall rapidly. Zhang family fort. The place was festooned with lanterns and streamers. What a joyful occasion. Everyone in the fort knew that Mr. Zhang's wife had given birth to an heir, and it was a boy. Before this, Madame Zhang had delivered 8 daughters in a row, and various gossips filled the air. Madame has worked hard. In the room, Zhang Kun put down the infant in the swaddling clothes excitedly and looked toward the frail woman lying on the bed, speaking with heartfelt concern. It wasn't hard, my dear Zhang, this is our child. Madame Zhang's face was somewhat pale, but she still forced herself to sit up and cradled the swaddling clothes in her arms, her eyes filled with tenderness. The couple had a tender moment. Then Madame Zhang brought up a serious matter. Husband, that myriad demon sect has been restless lately and seems to be moving in our direction. Have you notified the Taoist from Dragon Tiger Mountain? Don't worry, my dear, Zhang Kun said, patting his chest. I sent someone to deliver a message to Chongqing a while ago. He should be arriving soon. As Zhang Kun said this, he paused for a moment then continued, moreover, what is there to fear from the myriad demon sect? Your husband, am also considered a first-rate expert in the martial community. How could I fear those demonic brats? As he spoke, Zhang Kun's voice was filled with strong confidence. It seems, this birth isn't bad. What Zhang Kun and his wife did not know was that, while the two of them were talking, the infant being held in the swaddling clothes opened his eyes, revealing a depth that did not belong to his age. This infant was naturally Lin Yuan. From the brief conversation between his parents, Lin Yuan deduced that his father in this life should have a decent social status. At least at the time of his birth just now, there were no less than 5 midwives called in addition to over a dozen maidservants attending. Any world you put that in, it's definitely not something ordinary people could afford. As he thought about it, Lin Yuan began to feel sleepy. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, he heard a cacophony of noise. The door was shut tight, but he could hear the sounds of fighting outside. His own mother was full of anxiety. What's going on? Lin Yuan opened his eyes wide. Weren't things going well just a moment ago? How did it turn into this? His mother saw Lin Yuan waking up. Immediately came over to him, and with tears in her eyes, she said, "Child, 8 helmsmen from the myriad demon sect have come to kill us, and your father has gone to fight them along with the fort's masters. We will definitely be able to fend off the myriad demon sect." As his mother held Lin Yuan, it was more like she was comforting herself than the child. A moment later, the door was pushed open. His father, Zhang Kun, entered covered in blood. "My dear Zhang, what's the situation outside?" Mrs. Su Yun quickly asked. "We can't hold them off. The myriad demon sect didn't just send 8 helmsmen, but there's also a protector hiding in the shadows. Our Zhang family fort is finished." Zhang Kun's face was ashen. He had never imagined that to deal with his Zhang family fort, the myriad demon sect would actually deploy a protector. To become a protector of the myriad demon sect, one must at least surpass the level of a first-rate expert. "What do we do now?" After a moment of silence, Mrs. Su Yun asked. "You two go." Zhang Kun came to the back of the bed and gently tapped it, revealing a secret tunnel. "This tunnel leads 10 miles out. Take the child and go far away, never come back in this lifetime." After opening the tunnel, Zhang Kun seemed to have lost all his strength and nearly collapsed to the ground. "Let's leave together, Zhang, let's leave this place together." Su Yun glanced at the tunnel and immediately said to Zhang Kun, "I can't go." Zhang Kun shook his head. "I was struck by the palm of the myriad demon sect's protector. My heart veins are shattered, and I don't have long to live." Zhang Kun looked at Lin Yuan, his voice turning gentle. "I even thought of your name, it was to be Shangfeng, to become the peak of our Zhang family fort. Sadly, there's no future now." After speaking, Zhang Kun took out a jade pendant and tucked it into the swaddling clothes. The pendant had 2 characters engraved on it, Shangfeng. Having done all this, Zhang Kun looked up at his wife Su Yun. "When the child grows up, don't tell him about his origins. Just let him live an ordinary life, don't even think about avenging me." With that, Zhang Kun pushed Su Yun into the tunnel. Through the tunnel, Mother Su Yun successfully left Zhang family fort. However, it hadn't been half an hour when the pursuers from the myriad demon sect arrived to kill. Clearly, the secret passage in the room had been discovered. Left with no other choices, Su Yun could only place Lin Yuan into a hidden thicket. "I'll lead them away, and come back for you later." After saying this, Su Yun headed in another direction. As the wife of the first-class expert Zhang Kun, Su Yun was naturally no ordinary person. Even just after childbirth, her strength was still above 3rd or 4th tier experts, and her lightness skill was exceptional. However, 2 or 3 hours had passed, and Su Yun still hadn't returned. "She probably won't be coming back," Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. If Su Yun had managed to shake off the pursuers, she surely would have returned by now. Her absence implied that she hadn't managed to elude the pursuers. The fate of not evading the pursuers need not be mentioned. Sigh. Lin Yuan let out a soft sigh. Just a moment ago, he had been the highly anticipated heir of Zhang family fort. But now, he had nothing. This is troublesome. Lin Yuan furrowed his brows slightly. Now was not the time for regrets. The urgent matter at hand was how to survive. This time, Lin Yuan's situation was extremely difficult. As a newborn baby, Lin Yuan dared not make any significant movements. A newborn like him, if he left the swaddle, the only outcome would be to freeze to death. What about crying loudly to draw the attention of people nearby? Lin Yuan didn't know if the ones he might attract would be the demonic sect's pursuers. Additionally, Lin Yuan's current environment seemed extremely remote with hardly any human presence. He feared that any slight noise might attract jackals, tigers, or leopards. To those fierce beasts, a human baby was nothing but a delicacy. What a pity, if it could be a few months later. No, just a few days. Lin Yuan felt somewhat helpless. With his against heaven's understanding, given time, Lin Yuan could quickly become stronger. The first time he traversed, Lin Yuan was only a 3-year-old child yet managed to comprehend the great Arhat Buddha fist and step into the innate realm. Though a baby's body had many limitations, it wasn't completely incapable of resistance. At least there would be some power to fight back. Soon, it was night. The temperature also began to drop rapidly. Even wrapped in the swaddle, Lin Yuan felt waves of cold. If it were any other baby, they might have already started crying by now. But Lin Yuan didn't, because he knew that once he cried, it would attract nearby beasts and then be carried away and eaten by them. However, even so, the innate milky scent of a baby was still faintly emanating. Before long, Lin Yuan heard rustling noises coming from the nearby bushes. Listening to the noise, it was clear that it wasn't made by humans. What to do? Lin Yuan's heartbeat began to speed up. If it wasn't a human that made the noise, then it must be a beast. Facing a beast, Lin Yuan was completely powerless, for to a beast, Lin Yuan was just a delicious meal, devoid of any sympathetic emotions. As the rustling noise continued to approach, Lin Yuan's breathing began to slow down. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan's gaze suddenly noticed the dry leaves and twigs on the ground. This was the wilderness, full of plants, and dry leaves and twigs were everywhere. Staring at the dry leaves and twigs, dots of spiritual light suddenly surged in Lin Yuan's mind. You have against heaven's understanding. After observing the withered wood, you understand the withered wood breathing skill. Withered wood breathing skill, by utilizing a special breathing rhythm, conceal all traces of breathing, mimicking the form of withered wood. In an instant, Lin Yuan's aura continued to retract. The original faint milky scent vanished. Even Lin Yuan's skin, originally soft and fair, shifted towards the dark color of dried wood. From a distance, Lin Yuan looked like a piece of withered wood wrapped in a swaddle. Ooh! A few meters away, an adult wolf paused, sniffed the air, and emitted a confused low howl. Lingered nearby for a while, and upon confirming there was no scent of food, the wolf had no choice but to turn away. In the swaddle, as Lin Yuan's breath disappeared and his consciousness remained, after hearing the rustling sound fade away, he let out a huge sigh of relief. Withered wood breathing skill? Lin Yuan maintained this concealment secret technique. Actually, regarding techniques to conceal one's aura, Lin Yuan had comprehended many during his first traversal. However, those techniques required the support of inner qi and primordial qi. And Lin Yuan, currently just a baby, possessed neither inner qi nor primordial qi. As for the newly created withered wood breathing skill, it simply used adjustments in breathing rhythm to achieve the goal of concealing one's aura. It was something Lin Yuan could manage at the moment. There's no immediate danger now. Lin Yuan kept surveying his surroundings, refusing to lower his guard. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, half a day had gone by. Lin Yuan felt a strong sense of hunger. Every cell in his body was screaming for food. You have against heaven's understanding and, tormented by hunger, you realized the hibernation breathing skill. Against heaven's understanding saved Lin Yuan once again. The hibernation breathing skill greatly reduced the bodily wear of Lin Yuan, and in combination with the withered wood breathing skill, made him no different from a true piece of withered wood. 2 days later, Lin Yuan clung to his last bit of consciousness. Just then, a Taoist in a Taoist robe descended from the sky. Someone's here, and a Taoist? Lin Yuan's spirit lifted. This was the first living person he had seen in 2 days. No matter. If I keep going like this, I'll really die. Lin Yuan quickly deactivated the withered wood breathing skill and the hibernation breathing skill. Although the hibernation breathing skill greatly reduced the bodily wear of Lin Yuan, it was only a reduction. As a newborn infant, surviving for 2 days was already the limit. To continue dragging this out, even the hibernation breathing skill wouldn't hold. With this thought, Lin Yuan gathered all his strength and cried out aloud. As the infant's voice sounded, the Taoist clearly heard it. Is it an abandoned infant? The Taoist looked to be middle-aged, his expression filled with weariness. Is it an abandoned infant from Zhang family fort? From the pattern on the swaddle, the Taoist guessed Lin Yuan's identity. This jade pendant? Is it Brother Zhang's jade pendant? Is this Brother Zhang's child? The Taoist's eyes suddenly moistened. He was Chongqing, who had received a letter from Zhang Kun several months ago, saying he had discovered traces of the myriad demons sect. Chongqing immediately set out for Zhang family fort. However, he was ambushed by several protectors of the myriad demons sect on the road, which delayed him for several days. By the time he reached there again, everyone in Zhang family fort had already perished. Just as Chongqing was disheartened and about to return to Mount Longhu to report, he unexpectedly heard Lin Yuan's crying, and this infant was Zhang Kun's son. Very good, Brother Zhang's bloodline continues. Brother Zhang's bloodline hasn't been severed. Chongqing immediately picked up Lin Yuan, feeling him for a while. In Chongqing's view, an infant like Lin Yuan, left outside for half a day, would probably freeze to death. Although he didn't know how long Lin Yuan had been there, the surrounding environment indicated it was definitely more than half a day. Therefore, Chongqing planned to use his own primordial qi to supplement the infant's origin source. Even though this act was a great consumption for him, Chongqing didn't care. Because his late arrival led to the massacre at Zhang family fort, if even the last bloodline of Zhang family fort couldn't be preserved, he truly couldn't face living in this world. There's no injury on the body? Chongqing was stunned. He discovered that the infant's body was very healthy, except for weakened vitality, probably due to hunger. There were no other major issues. Incredible, Chongqing murmured to himself. Child, from now on, you are a person of Mount Longhu. Chongqing held Lin Yuan in his arms. He immediately embarked on the journey back to Mount Longhu. At the Mount Longhu True Martial Hall, Chongqing stood before Master Kangqing, articulating everything that happened. Master Kangqing, the current sect leader of Mount Longhu's Celestial Master's Mansion, was a venerable figure in the martial world of his time. The current sect leader of the Myriad Demon sect is brilliant and strategic, having stepped into the celestial phenomena realm, which is why he commanded his disciples to raid the lands to assert demonic might. Master Kangqing spoke slowly. Soon he took over Lin Yuan from Chongqing's hands. Poor child. Master Kangqing sighed deeply. Mr. Zhang lived a heroic life. With his death at the hands of the Myriad Demon sect, our Celestial Master Mansion will definitely not let this go. By the way, has the child been named? Master Kangqing asked. I found a jade pendant in the swaddle engraved with the characters, Mountain Peak. It must be the name Brother Zhang chose for the child. Chongqing said softly. Mountain Peak, Mountain Peak. All right, from now on, your name will be Zhang Shangfeng. Master Kangqing spoke slowly. That is how Lin Yuan came to reside on Mount Longhu. Initially, Chongqing was worried that Lin Yuan's crying would disturb others. But after spending a few days together, Chongqing found that Lin Yuan was extremely well behaved. He never cried out. When hungry, he would just open his round big eyes and stare at him. He was unreasonably sensible. As for the infant's need for milk, there were many villages at the foot of Mount Longhu, which included women who had recently given birth. Chongqing would shamelessly ask these women for some breast milk, managing to barely keep Lin Yuan alive. In this way, 10 years passed. Dragon Tiger Mountain, dusk. Lin Yuan, dressed in a gray standard Taoist robe, stopped in front of a large boulder. 10 years already. Lin Yuan sat on the boulder, falling into a brief contemplation. In 10 years, Lin Yuan had come to deeply understand this world. The cultivation system of this world was divided from the 9th grade to the 1st grade. The 9th grade was the lowest, the 1st grade the highest, and above the 1st grade was the celestial phenomena realm. Practitioners of the celestial phenomena realm were said to be one with heaven and earth, perceiving the vital energies of all things, capable of moving mountains and splitting stones with a mere gesture. Even within the Cosmic Human Alliance, they're considered a formidable second-layer combat power. From this aspect, Lin Yuan also confirmed that the hierarchy of this world was higher than that of the martial world he had traversed through for the first time. 70 more years to stay. Lin Yuan glanced at the illusory text below his line of sight. Name: Zhang Shangfeng, Lin Yuan. Identity: holder of the Myriad Realms Gate. Bound talent: against heaven's understanding. Current status: consciousness descent. Residence time: 80 years, perhaps due to the enhancement of strength and the different world ranking. This time, Lin Yuan's residence time had changed from 20 years to 80 years. Regarding this, Lin Yuan was quite satisfied. Naturally, the longer the residence time the better, under the background of consciousness descent. Celestial Phenomena Realm. Lin Yuan's eyes were slightly closed as he felt the slowly circulating true force within his body. In 10 years, Lin Yuan naturally hadn't been idle. With his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan had cultivated to the first-grade realm in just 3 years. That corresponded to the level of the free and unfettered realm in the martial world. Then, 5 years later, Lin Yuan smoothly stepped into the Celestial Phenomena Realm, becoming one of the top powerhouses of the current era. Of course, all of this was done secretly by Lin Yuan. The others on Mount Longhu were not aware. Still, I should keep a low profile. Lin Yuan breathed out softly, thinking to himself. The Mount Longhu Celestial Master's Mansion was the ancestral court of Taoism in the world, with unfathomable depths. At least, after Lin Yuan broke through to the Celestial Phenomena Realm, he vaguely sensed that there were several spots within Mount Longhu that harbored a presence surpassing the Celestial Phenomena Realm. Cultivate slowly. Since there's still plenty of time for this residency, there's no need to rush. As he thought this, Lin Yuan left from beside the boulder. Before long, Lin Yuan arrived at a Taoist convent halfway up the mountain. This convent was where the Taoist boys on Dragon Tiger Mountain lived. There were a total of 8 such convents throughout Dragon Tiger Mountain. The Celestial Master's Mansion normally didn't strictly supervise the Taoist boys. As long as they completed their daily lessons, they could do as they wished. Lin Yuan had only been back a short while when he saw numerous young Taoist boys, around his age, gathering together. Taoist Pingyang? Lin Yuan's eyebrows slightly raised. The one surrounded by many young Taoists at that moment was an elderly Taoist dressed in worn robes. This old Taoist usually loitered around Dragon Tiger Mountain, liked to mingle with the young Taoists, and the many Taoists of the Celestial Master's Mansion did not bother with him when they saw him. Over time, everyone became familiar with him. The reason Lin Yuan paid such attention to Taoist Pingyang was because this man was unmistakably a practitioner of the Celestial Phenomena Realm. Mount Longhu Celestial Master's Mansion publicly announced only its master Kang Ching to be a practitioner of the Celestial Phenomena Realm. In fact, there were 3 practitioners of the Celestial Phenomena Realm in the mansion. The somewhat unkempt Taoist Pingyang before him was one of them. Lin Yuan guessed that Taoist Pingyang was likely to be in a role similar to a protector. Only when the Celestial Master's Mansion fell into crisis would he appear. Old Taoist, who do you think is the strongest person in the world? Among the young Taoists gathered around Taoist Pingyang, a younger-looking Taoist boy asked in a milky voice. The strongest person in the world? Taoist Pingyang was slightly startled, then immediately laughed. That's naturally the successive Celestial Masters of our mansion. The Celestial Master Mansion has a heritage of 6,800 years, producing 36 heavenly masters, each an unparalleled genius, invincible in the world. Even those in the Celestial Phenomena Realm must bow their heads in the presence of a heavenly master. Pingyang Taoist's tone slightly elevated, quite proud of himself. Upon hearing this, the other little Taoist disciples were all invigorated. After all, everyone was a Taoist disciple of the Celestial Master Mansion, and it was exhilarating to hear that their own heavenly master was unmatched under the heavens. Their hearts naturally filled with joy. So, who is the heavenly master of the Celestial Master Mansion now? Another innocent little Taoist disciple asked. As soon as these words were spoken, all the little Taoist disciples turned their eyes towards Pingyang Taoist, the current heavenly master. Upon hearing this, Pingyang hesitated but answered, "Our generation of the Celestial Master Mansion has not yet produced a heavenly master." Pingyang Taoist had more to say but didn't. It wasn't just this generation that had failed to produce a heavenly master. It had been a full 500 years since a heavenly master had emerged. The Celestial Master Mansion had a heritage of 6,800 years, producing 36 heavenly masters. This meant that not every era would produce a heavenly master. Even so, generally at most 200 to 300 years would pass before a heavenly master emerged. But now, 500 years had passed since the last heavenly master passed away. Heavenly master. Not far away, Lin Yuan gazed calmly. Based on his understanding over the past decade, The true realm of the Celestial Master Mansion's Heavenly Master should surpass the Celestial Phenomena realm. As for how one becomes a Heavenly Master, it requires passing some kind of test. Exactly what the test entails, Lin Yuan did not yet know. This was among the core secrets of the Celestial Master Mansion, likely only accessible to those in the Celestial Phenomena realm. How to surpass the Celestial Phenomena realm? Lin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. Since stepping into the Celestial Phenomena realm 2 years ago, Lin Yuan had felt his cultivation speed decrease significantly. At this rate, even with his against heaven's understanding, it would take Lin Yuan at least 50 years to break through the Celestial Phenomena realm. This was strange indeed. With Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, it would take 50 years to break through, but for others, even the most astonishingly talented, wouldn't it take at least 200 to 300 years, if not 500? Yet all the past heavenly masters that Lin Yuan knew of were not older than 100. Could there be a shortcut? Lin Yuan speculated quietly, glancing surreptitiously in several directions again. Those directions were where Lin Yuan had sensed the presence that surpassed the Celestial Phenomena realm. It is the mountains. Pingyang Taoist looked up at Lin Yuan and smiled. Counting the days, in half a month, it will be the once every 20-year pilgrimage to the Sword Tomb. You should perform well when the time comes. It will greatly benefit your future. Pingyang Taoist said meaningfully. The journey to the Sword Tomb? Ripples stirred in Lin Yuan's heart. If it were someone else speaking, Lin Yuan might not have cared much. But Pingyang Taoist was a guardian of the Celestial Master Mansion and one of the 3 Celestial Phenomena realm powerhouses. His understanding of the Celestial Master Mansion certainly far exceeded Lin Yuan's. Such a person stressing the pilgrimage to the Sword Tomb and advising Lin Yuan to perform well clearly carried a deeper implication. Thank you, Taoist Pingyang, for the reminder. Though Lin Yuan was unclear about the true significance of the journey to the Sword Tomb. He respectfully bowed to Taoist Pingyang. Over these 10 years, Pingyang Taoist had taken good care of him, especially when he was first brought to Mount Dragon Tiger. In addition to Taoist Chongqing's care, Pingyang Taoist had secretly used his celestial qi several times to cleanse Lin Yuan's meridians and marrow. Pingyang thought Lin Yuan was too young to know about this. But Lin Yuan, having descended in consciousness, was well aware of everything that happened since his birth. After the Pingyang Taoist left, Lin Yuan returned to his own Taoist temple. Sword Tomb. Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. The Sword Tomb of Dragon Tiger Mountain was where the Celestial Master Mansion's ancestors had stored their swords. The Celestial Master Mansion revered the true martial great emperor and had considerable achievements in sword techniques, with the supreme art, Zhenwu 7-section sword, being the strongest sword technique of the era. If I remember correctly, the location of the Sword Tomb should be one of those places. Lin Yuan's heart stirred. The so-called those places naturally referred to the places that harbored an aura surpassing the Celestial Phenomena realm. They were also what Lin Yuan regarded with considerable wariness. Things will straighten themselves out when the boat reaches the bridgehead. I'll know in half a month. Lin Yuan steadied his spirit and closed his eyes to begin cultivating. At the top of Dragon Tiger Mountain, True Martial Hall, Master Kang Qing of the Celestial Master Mansion, with his hands clasped behind his back, looked up at the towering Zhenwu divine statue before him. In half a month, it will be the trip to the Sword Tomb. I wonder if any of the disciples of our Celestial Master Mansion's generation will be chosen by the true martial sword. Master Kang Qing sighed. There were countless swords in the Sword Tomb of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Among them were the swords of the mansion's past disciples, past masters, past mansion masters, and even the swords of the 36 celestial masters. Of course, the most important was the true martial sword. It was said the true martial sword belonged to the first-generation celestial master of the Celestial Master Mansion and was related to the revered true martial great emperor, hence it was named the true martial sword. Only those chosen by the true martial sword could take that step to become the new celestial master of the Celestial Master Mansion. 500 years, 25 trips to the Sword Tomb. Not a single disciple of the Celestial Master Mansion had been chosen by the true martial sword again. This had led to the position of the Celestial Master being vacant for 500 years. Even though the Celestial Master Mansion was still considered the ancestral home of the Taoist sect without a Celestial Master, no one dared to take it lightly. But in terms of high-end combat power, it ultimately fell short by a great deal. For decades, the myriad demon sect had been resurgent, causing untold slaughter. If the Celestial Master Mansion had a Celestial Master in this generation, would the myriad demon sect have the audacity? The Mansion Master need not worry, said a plump Taoist who had started to speak beside him. This plump Taoist showed no hint of his aura, yet he was a Celestial Phenomena Realm powerhouse, one of the 3 Celestial Phenomena Realm experts of the Celestial Master Mansion. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. On this day, Lin Yuan had just left the Taoist temple. He was immediately approached by a Taoist who came hurrying from the summit. "All Taoist boys under the age of 20, come with me," he said. The Taoist seemed to be in his 30s or 40s, but he was a 9th grade expert. In the current system of cultivation, it ranged from 9th grade to 1st grade, with 9th grade experts already at the peak of the middle 3 grades, and they could be regarded as masters in their own right at the foot of the mountain. "Is it time for the trip to the Sword Tomb?" Lin Yuan felt a slight move in his heart and obediently stood in place as the Taoist commanded. Soon enough, all the eligible Taoist boys in the temple had almost assembled. Lin Yuan took a quick glance around and estimated there were over 100. "Follow me, don't fall behind, and don't run off," the Taoist ordered once he saw that everyone had gathered. His voice contained a hint of martial skills like sound waves, and all the Taoist boys felt a ringing in their ears, not daring to cause trouble. After half a day, under the guidance of the Taoist, Lin Yuan and many other Taoist boys arrived at a valley behind Dragon Tiger Mountain. There were already many other Taoist boys gathered there, presumably from the other 7 temples. "So many people," commented a slightly thin Taoist boy next to Lin Yuan, unable to contain his amazement. "Shangfeng, what are the masters bringing us here for?" The slight boy leaned closer to Lin Yuan and whispered. "I don't know," Lin Yuan shook his head. The thin Taoist boy was named Qingping, and he got along quite well with Lin Yuan. To be more precise, he looked up to Lin Yuan. After all, because of Chongqing's reasons, Lin Yuan had 2nd generation status on Dragon Tiger Mountain and wasn't bullied, so he naturally attracted a group of young Taoist boys. Even in Dragon Tiger Mountain, the ancestral home of the Taoist sect, there would still be factions, and the young Taoist boys would naturally form small groups to stick together. Another half an hour passed. Another Taoist came quickly, holding several booklets in his hand. After distributing the booklets to each Taoist boy, the Taoist said, "The booklet contains a sensing skill. Everyone begin cultivating according to the sensing skill, and then enter the Sword Tomb in succession. Maintain the sensing skill continuously during this time, and look for a suitable sword for yourself in the Sword Tomb." The Taoist quickly finished speaking and then repeated it several times. After confirming all the Taoist boys understood, he went on to other places. "This sensing skill is so difficult," Qingping complained as he flipped through the booklet. The other Taoist boys were similar, working hard to grasp it. "Sensing skill?" Lin Yuan opened the booklet and quickly scanned through it. "Your perceptiveness is against the heavens. Reading, Sword Intent Sensing Skill. You have comprehended, Supreme Sword Sensing Chapter." In an instant, copious insights about the sword path and sword intent flooded in. Even Lin Yuan, who had already stepped into the Celestial Phenomena Realm, spent half an hour absorbing it all. This sensing skill. Uncertainty flickered in Lin Yuan's heart. After mastering and elevating this perception technique, Lin Yuan faintly resonated with the nearby Sword Tomb. Atop the Sword Tomb stood a high platform. 3 figures were sitting there, looking down upon the Sword Tomb below. The leading figure was Master Kang Chen, the current master of the Celestial Master Mansion. In the era without a heavenly master, the Celestial Master Mansion's master was the absolute authority. The one to the left was the unkempt Pingyang Taoist. And to the right was a plump Taoist. These 3 figures were indeed the 3 Grand Masters of the Celestial Phenomena Realm from the current Celestial Master Mansion. The journey to the Sword Tomb. It's crucial for the birth of a heavenly master in our Celestial Master Mansion. Let's hope we won't be disappointed this time, Pingyang Taoist muttered to himself. From his perspective, he could clearly see everything within the Sword Tomb below. In the Sword Tomb, it's not only people choosing swords, but also swords choosing their bearers. Every sword that can be placed in the Sword Tomb contains sword intent. If one can cultivate the sword intent sensing skill, to minor completion. One can sense many sword intents and possibly select a sword once worn by previous celestial masters. The plump Taoist spoke. As for why they didn't let the disciples practice sword intent sensing skill in advance. The sword intent sensing skill is not only about sensing but also a measure of one's own aptitude. If one can cultivate the sword intent sensing skill to minor completion within just a few hours, their swordsmanship aptitude must be extraordinary, and the sword they select will also reflect their true level. Besides, if one's swordsmanship aptitude is not up to par, even 10 years of practicing the sword intent sensing skill would hardly bring it to minor completion. As for the major completion level of the sword intent sensing skill, it has been a long time since it appeared in the Celestial Master Mansion. That is something only a prospective Celestial Master Seed could achieve, capable of being sensed by the Zhenwu 7-section sword. Half a day later, as the disciples began to enter the sword tomb and select the swords suitable for themselves, smiles gradually appeared on the faces of the three celestial phenomena realm powerhouses watching from the platform above. So far, 4 disciples had chosen swords once wielded by previous celestial masters. This meant that these 4 possessed the potential to step into the celestial phenomena realm. Additionally, 31 disciples chose swords that were once worn by previous mansion masters. Even if they could not become celestial phenomena realm cultivators, reaching the 9th grade realm would not be a problem for them. This scene filled Master Kang Qing with immense satisfaction. Before the journey to the sword tomb, he had wished, albeit extravagantly, that a disciple might select the Zhenwu 7-section sword. But extravagant hopes were just that, hopes. With no one resonating with the Zhenwu 7-section sword for 500 years, why would it happen this time? Compared to this ephemeral possibility, the current outcome was more in line with the actual situation of the Celestial Master Mansion. As long as they could produce a few more celestial phenomena realm powerhouses, even without a heavenly master, there would be no major issues. No, these sword intents are all too weak. Inside the sword tomb, Lin Yuan was also selecting a sword. After elevating his sword intent sensing skill to the Supreme Sword Sensing chapter, all the sword intents in the sword tomb were as clear to Lin Yuan as the patterns on the palm of his hand. And whenever Lin Yuan slightly exerted the Supreme Sword Sensing chapter, he could sense that countless swords were sending eager signals to him. Those swords were extremely powerful to the disciples, but as Lin Yuan was already at the celestial phenomena realm, naturally, he was not impressed. There is a path of sword intent over there. Following the resonance, Lin Yuan walked towards the depths of the sword tomb. Almost at the same time, the 3 celestial phenomena realm powerhouses above turned their attention toward Lin Yuan. Who is that person, not selecting a sword properly and heading deep into the sword tomb? The plump Taoist furrowed his brows, speaking out. Is it Shangfeng? Pingyang Taoist recognized Lin Yuan, his expression equally puzzled. He indeed told Lin Yuan to perform well, but performing well didn't mean wandering around there. Moreover, deep within the sword tomb, sword qi was rampant, which could easily harm the disciples with sword qi entering their bodies, leaving behind problems. Seeing this, Master Kang Qing was also puzzled. I'll bring him back. The plump Taoist saw Lin Yuan showing no sign of stopping and was about to go down to halt him. However, in the next moment, Lin Yuan looked solemn, raised his right hand, and plunged it into a pile of swords. Come out to me. Lin Yuan operated the Supreme Sword Sensing chapter and began to draw out slowly. SSSSSSHHHHH. A faint frictive sound emerged. Then, under the incredulous gaze of everyone, inside the sword tomb, thousands of swords uncontrollably quivered. This caused the sword tomb to shiver, and the mountain behind the tomb quivered as well. Lastly, the entire Dragon Tiger Mountain trembled too. In the extreme northern ice field, a majestic man with golden eyes stood up abruptly, looking toward Dragon Tiger Mountain in shock. On a street, a fortune-telling Taoist in a Taoist robe was slowly hawking his services when he suddenly twisted his body, nearly falling over, much to the surprise of the nearby children. After all, the old master was one of the world's strongest. How could he stumble? But the Taoist's face showed an unfathomable look. The celestial master? In a desolate land, an old man, half buried in the earth, couldn't help but crawl out, his expression vacant as if in disbelief. At Dragon Tiger Mountain, in the Sword Tomb, Lin Yuan's right hand slowly drew out a sword with a worn hilt and the words, Zhenwu, engraved on it. With Lin Yuan as the center, thousands upon thousands of swords trembled simultaneously. All the disciples of the Celestial Master Mansion were shaken and knelt toward the Zhenwu 7-section sword. 39 real people of the first grade from the Celestial Master Mansion bowed to Lin Yuan respectfully. Master Kang Cheng, this generation's master of the Celestial Master Mansion with strength at the Celestial Phenomena Realm, was at this moment tearfully overwhelmed. Dragon Tiger Mountain had not seen the true martial for 500 years. Today, true martial finally reveals itself to us, this sword. In the depths of the Sword Tomb, Lin Yuan gripped the hilt with his right hand. Even so, Lin Yuan could distinctly feel the sword slightly trembling. If it wasn't for the Supreme Sword Sensing chapter constantly circulating in his body, Lin Yuan had no doubt that the sword would have flown away on its own. A mere object possessing such spirit? Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. If this were in the Cosmic Human Alliance, only spaceships made of biofusion technology comparable in value to a planet could possibly match it. However, no matter how spirited, it remains an inanimate object. Lin Yuan could sense that the sword's resistance was weakening. Merely moments passed before it stopped trembling and lay quietly in his hand. Only then did Lin Yuan turn to look behind him. The current lord of the Celestial Master Mansion, the chubby Taoist Master Pingyang, and two other Celestial Phenomena Realm Masters stood not far off, quietly watching Lin Yuan. To be precise, they were looking at the true martial sword in Lin Yuan's hand, their expressions a complex mix of relief, shock, and reminiscence. Lord! A tinge of fear promptly appeared on Lin Yuan's face. He was about to bow in respect. No need. Master Kang Cheng stepped forward and lifted Lin Yuan up. Since you have been chosen by the true martial sword, you're this generation's true martial successor, and you will be the future celestial master of our mansion. Master Kang Cheng spoke solemnly. The journey to the Sword Tomb concluded. Lin Yuan did not return to the Taoist temple halfway up the mountain. Instead, Master Kang Cheng personally took him to a residence at the mountain summit. With Lin Yuan, there were also 4 Taoist boys. From the casual conversations with Master Kang Cheng, Lin Yuan learned that the swords chosen by these 4 boys, even though not comparable to the true martial sword selected by Lin Yuan, were extremely impressive, having been left behind by past celestial masters of the mansion. They all held great potential to reach the Celestial Phenomena Realm. Brother Shangfeng, what do you think the Lord is doing? Qingping followed closely behind Lin Yuan. This little shadow, too, had been chosen by a sword left behind by past celestial masters, making him one of the 4. Don't worry, it must be something good, Lin Yuan said offhandedly. From the snippets of information occasionally revealed by Master Kang Cheng, Lin Yuan deduced that the 5 of them were certainly being cultivated as seeds by the Celestial Master Mansion. Especially Lin Yuan, who had been chosen by the true martial sword and directly named as the future Celestial Master by Master Kang Cheng himself. What did it mean to be a Celestial Master of the Celestial Master Mansion? Even after 500 years, the world still could not forget the terror of a Celestial Master. Whenever a Celestial Master emerged from the mansion, they were invincible in this world. According to Lin Yuan's understanding, the ceiling of combat power in this world was the Celestial Phenomena Realm. Perhaps a very few exceptionally gifted individuals could manage to step half a step or even a full step beyond the Celestial Phenomena Realm. But only the Celestial Masters of the Celestial Master Mansion could genuinely transcend the Celestial Phenomena Realm. This was why the Celestial Masters were invincible throughout the world. Even Lin Yuan was eager to discover what exactly allowed a Celestial Master to fully transcend that threshold. Considering his calculations to surpass the Celestial Phenomena Realm, even with his against heaven's understanding, it would still take at least 50 years. But a Celestial Master, how could they achieve it? Could it be that every Celestial Master of the mansion possessed an against heaven's understanding like Lin Yuan's? That was clearly impossible. After Master Kang Cheng brought Lin Yuan and the other 4 to their residence, he reminded them not to wander around at night, then turned and left. Lin Yuan sat on the bedstead. He casually placed the true martial sword in front of him. By now, the sword had completely calmed down. This sword must contain the secret of the Celestial Master. Otherwise, Master Kang Ching would not have acknowledged me as the future celestial master. Lin Yuan gently caressed the hilt with his right hand. At the same time, a faint flow of vital breath began to explore deep into the sword's body from the hilt. Boom! The scenery around Lin Yuan suddenly changed. He found himself in a vast darkness of void. To his left, not far away, was a sun-like fireball. To his right, lay an abyss emitting an endless chill. The power of Taiyang and the power of Taiyin permeated the entire space. What is this? Lin Yuan's pupils slightly narrowed. His mind suddenly began to flood with spiritual light. Your understanding is against heaven. Witnessing the external manifestations of the forces of yin and yang poles deepens your grasp on the Tao of yin and yang. Your against heaven's understanding has deepened your comprehension of the Tao of yin and yang as you observe the external manifestations of the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang. Your against heaven's understanding has deepened your comprehension of the Tao of yin and yang as you observe the external manifestations of the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang. In an instant, a massive influx of insights flooded his mind. Lin Yuan was utterly absorbed, his focus entirely devoted to the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang on his left and right. He didn't know how much time had passed. Gradually, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. A sudden realization dawned on Lin Yuan. At this moment, he finally understood why the successive heavenly masters of the Celestial Master Mansion could surpass the celestial phenomena realm. It was because of this true martial sword. Within the sword, the externally manifested powers of Taiyang and Taiyin were housed. This was a direct path leading above the celestial phenomena realm. The successive heavenly masters of the Celestial Master Mansion observed the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang within the sword day and night. Constantly comprehending the nature beyond the celestial phenomena realm, it was naturally not difficult for them to exceed that realm. 20 years. No, that's not right, at most a dozen years. I should be able to break through the celestial phenomena realm. Lin Yuan's heart swelled with excitement. In truth, the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang in the sword. Merely comprehending either would allow one to break through the celestial phenomena realm. This was also the path taken by the historical heavenly masters of the Celestial Master Mansion. But Lin Yuan had great ambition and wished to cultivate both Taiyin and Taiyang simultaneously. Only then would the necessary time skyrocket. If Lin Yuan had chosen to comprehend one power alone, with his against heaven's understanding, it likely would have taken only a year or a few months to break through the celestial phenomena realm smoothly. I was wrong. I was wrong. The method I used to break into the celestial phenomena realm was mistaken. After Lin Yuan observed the essence of the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang, he immediately recognized the issue with himself. Years ago, Lin Yuan had quietly broken through to the celestial phenomena realm. However, the foundation of Lin Yuan's entry into the celestial phenomena realm mainly stemmed from his last journey through the martial world. It's not to say that was wrong, but breaking through to the celestial phenomena realm in such a way would make the subsequent path more difficult to traverse. If I rooted my entry into the celestial phenomena realm in the power of Taiyin or Taiyang, and then attempted the fusion of yin and yang to break through the celestial phenomena realm. Thoughts swiftly formed in Lin Yuan's mind. He decided to break through the celestial phenomena realm again. If it were someone else, attempting to break through the celestial phenomena realm again would likely mean ruining their cultivation and starting over. However, Lin Yuan possessed against heaven's understanding and quickly grasped a method that would perfectly convert his celestial phenomena realm's qi and strength into the power of Taiyin or Taiyang. Although there were losses involved, it was far better than starting over from scratch. This sword. Could it truly be that the true martial great emperor exists in this world? Lin Yuan's gaze once again fell upon the sword in front of him. The essence of the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang contained within the sword could guide beings to transcend beyond the celestial phenomena realm. The sheer power of its maker was unimaginably formidable. The next day, Lin Yuan gathered outside with 4 other Taoist disciples. Master Kang Ching and 2 other celestial phenomena realm masters stood not far away. All right. You 5 are the future hope of our celestial master mansion. Master Kang Ching's gaze lingered briefly on Lin Yuan without trace. Clearly, in Master Kang Ching's eyes, the other 4 were optional. As long as Lin Yuan, the future heavenly master chosen by the true martial sword, was present, that was enough. Nevertheless, due to the rules of the Celestial Master Mansion, he brought the others along. Next, I will take you to the true martial Daozang. That place is where the successive heavenly masters of our Celestial Master Mansion have secluded themselves. Inside, the cultivation paths and realizations of the heavenly masters are recorded. Master Kangqing slowly stated. Upon hearing this, excitement appeared on the faces of the 4 Taoist disciples. At Dragon Tiger Mountain, the heavenly masters had been mythologized. Being able to go to the place where the heavenly masters once cultivated was something any Taoist of the Celestial Master Mansion deeply desired. The true martial Daozang was built within the mountain of Dragon Tiger Mountain, hidden to an extreme extent. The inside space was large, with walls densely engraved with text. These characters were all written by celestial masters from various generations. They contain the essence of cultivation. You should not observe them frequently. Just gaze upon them occasionally, otherwise it will affect your cultivation. Master Kangqing reminded them. Aside from Lin Yuan, the other 4 Qingping had already crowded around, staring intently at the characters on the wall. It was only after Master Kangqing's reminder that the Qingping reluctantly shifted their gazes away. Your main focus now should be on comprehending the fire pearl and the ice pearl. Master Kangqing led everyone to the center of the Daozang. There, 2 stones were placed, one with a reddish surface and the other with a deep blue surface. Faintly, a great amount of heat and cold emanated from them. These fire and ice pearls were formed from crystal stones from the deep depths of the East Sea, capable of containing and preserving various kinds of essences. The celestial masters of my Celestial Master Mansion often infused their power into them. Accumulated over a long period, they have formed what the fire and ice pearls are today. Master Kangqing explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. These fire and ice pearls must be a greatly reduced version of the power of Taiyang and Taiyin contained within the true martial sword. They were imitation artifacts that were attempted by celestial masters from generations past, in an effort to emulate the power of Taiyang and Taiyin. Unfortunately, whether it is due to the materials used or the vast difference in strength, even the fire and ice pearls crafted with the power of generations of celestial masters, when compared to the power of Taiyang and Taiyin in the true martial sword, they were still but the light of a glowworm compared to the daylight. This was Lin Yuan's first impression, as Lin Yuan pondered. Master Kangqing continued, your main goal now is to perceive the power of Taiyang and the power of Taiyin from the fire and ice pearls. The strong ones in my Celestial Master Mansion usually take only 2 paths. Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme. Whether it's Taiyin Pole Extreme or Taiyang Pole Extreme, if you can comprehend 3 or 4 parts, you will be able to step into the celestial phenomena realm. Master Kangqing scanned the crowd and continued speaking. This was also the cultivational path set by the first-generation celestial master for the disciples of later generations. Indeed, this had proven that these 2 cultivation paths were very strong, and the celestial phenomena realm strength of the Celestial Master Mansion was always a bit stronger than that of the external celestial phenomena realm. This advantage was due to the Taiyin Pole Extreme or Taiyang Pole Extreme. Even successive celestial masters took one of the paths within Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme. However, the celestial masters could contemplate the true essence of the power of Taiyang and Taiyin within the true martial sword. The effect was far stronger than the current fire and ice pearls, and thus they progressed much further on the paths of Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme. After finishing, Master Kangqing sent the 4 Qingping away. He then approached Lin Yuan. You do not need to feel the fire pearl and ice pearl. Master Kangqing gazed at Lin Yuan, though he was unaware of the secrets inside the true martial sword. According to the records of the Celestial Master Mansion, the celestial masters who came to cultivate in the true martial Daozang, it seemed they were not much interested in the fire and ice pearls. Under such circumstances, the past celestial masters still led far ahead on the paths of Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme. Master Kangqing therefore surmised that perhaps the past celestial masters had other methods of cultivation. Mainly focus on the text on the walls, those are the insights and contemplations of the celestial masters, which should be helpful to you. Master Kangqing's expectation for Lin Yuan was to be a future celestial master. Hence he made such a suggestion. Okay, Lin Yuan nodded. The celestial masters of the Celestial Master Mansion were all beings who surpassed the celestial phenomena realm. Their insights and contemplations were naturally useful to Lin Yuan. "If there's any issue or difficulty, you can call me." Before leaving, Master Kang Qing specifically left these words for Lin Yuan. Clearly, he held Lin Yuan in high regard. In the following time, Lin Yuan did not leave the true martial Dao Zhang. He was served food and drink by the Taoists of the Celestial Master Mansion. There was no need to go out. Indeed, even if Lin Yuan wanted to leave, he could only stroll around Dragon Tiger Mountain at most. The Celestial Master seedlings selected by the true martial sword, before becoming Celestial Masters, were forbidden from leaving Dragon Tiger Mountain. The main reason was to ensure the true martial sword did not get lost. The true martial sword was key for the Celestial Master Mansion to produce a Celestial Master. It absolutely could not be misplaced. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year passed. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in front of a stone wall. It was engraved with a plethora of texts. These texts were left by the 18th generation Celestial Master of Dragon Tiger Mountain. They narrated this Celestial Master's insights and contemplations on the path of Taiyang Pole Extreme. Your perception is incredible. Observing the Celestial Master's stone wall deepens your understanding of the Tao of Yin and Yang. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. "I finally fully transformed." Lin Yuan's face lit up with a smile. During this period, aside from comprehending the Tao of Yin and Yang, the remainder of his time was spent converting his previously attained celestial phenomena realm's true power entirely into the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang. Using either the power of Taiyin or the power of Taiyang as a foundation to step into the celestial phenomena realm, his strength would be 20 to 40% stronger than usual. This was only the initial change. In terms of potential and cultivation speed, both Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme surpassed other celestial phenomena realm powers by far. Originally, Lin Yuan would have needed 50 years to surpass the celestial phenomena realm. But after converting his foundation into Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme, even without relying on the essence of Taiyin and Taiyang from the true martial sword, the time to surpass the celestial phenomena realm was reduced to merely 20 or 30 years. This saved him nearly half the time. "Shangfeng, how is your comprehension coming along?" Just then, Qingping hurried over. The fire pearl is too difficult to comprehend. I haven't figured out much yet." Qingping said with a disappointed face. "Take your time. Don't rush." Lin Yuan offered comfort. Qingping had chosen the path of Taiyang Pole Extreme, and thus was trying to comprehend the fire pearl. Although the effects of the fire pearl were far inferior to the true martial sword, having it was better than none. With Qingping's qualifications, recognized by the Celestial Master's sword, patiently contemplating it for years, would surely bear fruit. "Shangfeng, how about your comprehension?" Qingping seemed to think of something, looking at Lin Yuan with expectation. "I have made some progress," Lin Yuan thought for a moment, then raised his right hand. A trace of the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang twined and collided between his fingers. "Wow, Shangfeng, you are so incredible," Qingping's eyes widened. Although amazed, Qingping showed no hint of disbelief. For ever since that day within the sword tomb, when Lin Yuan held the true martial sword, all the Taoist children felt an irresistible aura emanating from him. Latterly, Master Kang Qing reminded them several times not to compare themselves with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was the future heavenly master, destined to overlook the world. Comparing themselves with Lin Yuan might disturb their state of mind, making it very difficult for them to step into the celestial phenomena realm. So, upon seeing Lin Yuan controlling both the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang at the same time, Qingping merely marveled. The other three Taoist children also gathered around, their eyes blinking in envy. Half a month later, Master Kang Qing and two other celestial phenomena realm masters arrived. They prepared to check the cultivation progress of the four. First was Qingping, who tried to lift his hand, with a faint trace of scorching breath circulating. "Not bad, you've made it to the threshold," Master Kang Qing nodded. He too followed the path of Taiyang Pole Extreme and was particularly sensitive to the scorching breath of the world. Next were the three Taoist children. One of them managed to make it to the threshold on the Taiyin Pole Extreme path, just like Qingping. The other two still hadn't made it to the threshold. Taiyan pole extreme and Taiyang pole extreme are obscure and difficult to comprehend. Even with the aid of the fire pearl and ice pearl, entering the threshold is no easy task. The essence of what Master Kang Ching meant was to encourage everyone not to lose heart, to slowly perceive and steadily cultivate. After checking the cultivation progress of the four Taoist children, Master Kang Ching's gaze fell on Lin Yuan. Not just Master Kang Ching, but the other two celestial phenomena realm masters too. Lin Yuan had been chosen by the true martial sword, a seed of the future heavenly master. Among the other four Taoist children, two had reached the threshold in their comprehension of either Taiyan pole extreme or Taiyang pole extreme. What then could be expected from Lin Yuan, the most talented among them? Master Kang Ching and the other two celestial phenomena realm masters were quite eager to find out. Master, Lin Yuan stepped forward, raising his right hand. Both the power of Taiyan and the power of Taiyang emerged, constantly colliding and intertwining, occasionally emitting an even deeper aura. Incredible, Shangfeng has grown stronger again. I wonder when we'll reach Shangfeng's realm. Seeing this, the other four Taoist children began to discuss among themselves. Among them, even those who had reached the threshold had only gathered the power of Taiyan or the power of Taiyang as thin as a hair. Whereas Lin Yuan had gathered both to the thickness of a thumb. The difference was clear at a glance. What the Taoist children did not notice, however, was that as Lin Yuan was simultaneously channeling the power of Taiyan and the power of Taiyang. Master Kang Ching's face suddenly turned grim. Who allowed you to simultaneously cultivate both Taiyan pole extreme and Taiyang pole extreme? Master Kang Ching's face even reddened with distress as he looked at Lin Yuan. Either Taiyan pole extreme or Taiyang pole extreme alone are paths to the heavens. But cultivating both is a path to death, a dead end. Yin and yang are inherently opposing forces. You might not notice anything initially while cultivating both, but the deeper you go, the more troublesome it will become. The third generation celestial master of our celestial master mansion wanted to cultivate both yin and yang, introducing the power of Taiyan into his body with his celestial master status, only to end up exploding to death. By doing this recklessly, have you considered the consequences? Master Kang Ching was nearly driven mad with anger and couldn't help but reprimand Lin Yuan. Inside the true martial Dao Zhang, the voice of Master Kang Ching, head of the mansion, echoed continuously with fury. The other four Qingping disciples' faces were pale, filled with fear. For such a long time, Master Kang Ching had been strict with them, but had never lost his temper, let alone scolded them. Even when they had failed to master either the Taiyan pole extreme or the Taiyang pole extreme. Master Kang Ching would just remark briefly, his words more encouraging than anything. Zhang Shangfeng, you were chosen by the true martial sword, an exceptional honor. Even I am not confident that I can teach you, so I had you read the insights and realizations left on the stone wall by generations of heavenly masters. Master Kang Ching's voice was subdued. Among these insights and realizations, there was none that suggested you follow both the Taiyan pole extreme and the Taiyang pole extreme, right? Indeed, there wasn't. Lin Yuan nodded. All the celestial insights in the Dao Zhang were singularly focused on illustrating either the Taiyan pole extreme or the Taiyang pole extreme. As for mentioning both, there truly wasn't any such case. Because through the generations, the Taoists of the Celestial Master Mansion likewise followed only one path, either the Taiyan pole extreme or the Taiyang pole extreme. Given that there was none, why did you take it upon yourself to assert otherwise? The path of cultivation is fraught with caution, forged by the lives of ancestors. Do you think you can alter it on a whim? Master Kang Ching looked at Lin Yuan with disappointment. Shangfeng, with the recognition of the true martial sword, you need only follow the prescribed path, whether you choose the Taiyan pole extreme or the Taiyang pole extreme. In as short as 50 years, or at most 80 years, you are destined to become a heavenly master. You are the hope of the Celestial Master Mansion, the hope of the world. We all had great expectations of you, but what did you do? A variety of emotions surged in Master Kang Ching's heart, including anger, disbelief, and heartache, among others. The Qingping disciples were shivering with fear by the side. They, too, realized that Lin Yuan might have taken the wrong path in his cultivation. Otherwise, Master Kang Ching wouldn't have been so infuriated. Lin Yuan was a seedling of a heavenly master. His faltering pained Master Kang Ching more than if he had deviated into demonic paths himself. Taiyin pole extreme, Taiyang pole extreme. Two completely opposing paths. You've already compromised your foundation by cultivating both. Even if you realize something is amiss in the future, do you think you'll be able to start over? Regret welled up in Master Kangqing's heart. He should have imparted this common knowledge to Lin Yuan at the beginning of his cultivation. Actually, it wasn't really an oversight. After all, for the vast majority of people, mastering one of the Taiyin pole extreme or the Taiyang pole extreme was already incredibly difficult. Even a genius with the talent to step into the celestial phenomenon realm like Qingping spent close to a year for a semblance of achievement. The difficulty of mastering the opposing Taiyang pole extreme after entering the Taiyin pole extreme would undoubtedly increase 10 to 100-fold. Therefore, it never crossed Master Kangqing's mind that Lin Yuan would cultivate both the Taiyin pole extreme and the Taiyang pole extreme simultaneously. Add to that the guidance from the ancestor Taoists' insights on the stone walls, which never mentioned the simultaneous cultivation of both Taiyin and Taiyang. Master Kangqing really didn't understand. How did Lin Yuan manage to merge Taiyin pole extreme with Taiyang pole extreme? I know, Lin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly, but I feel that cultivating both Taiyin pole extreme and Taiyang pole extreme is the truly correct path. His against heaven's understanding wouldn't deceive him. Since Lin Yuan was able to perceive Taiyang pole extreme and Taiyin pole extreme through his against heaven's understanding, the path ahead could not be a dead end. You feel? Master Kangqing almost laughed out of exasperation. Even commonplace knowledge dictates learning from history. For 6,800 years, 36 invincible heavenly masters of the Celestial Master Mansion paved the way for future disciples. And just like that, Lin Yuan nonchalantly denied it all? Perhaps, taking 10,000 steps back, combining Taiyin with Taiyang really is a great Tao that surpasses both Taiyin pole extreme and Taiyang pole extreme. But to fully traverse this path, countless generations will have to strive, making great sacrifices. Take for example the third-generation Celestial Master of the Celestial Master Mansion, who, upon becoming a Celestial Master, attempted to harness both yin and yang forces but met an end by self-implosion. To explore new paths, sacrifices are inevitable, even Celestial Masters cannot escape it. However, Lin Yuan, having gained the recognition of the true martial sword, was bound to become a Celestial Master. There was absolutely no need to take this risk. Better to have one bird in hand than 10 birds in the bush. To forsake the position of an invincible Celestial Master in this world for a path whose future is obscure. This was the very reason for Master Kangqing's fury. From today on, Shangfeng, you will stay by my side. I will temper your body with my true qi every day, attempting to erase the influence of the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang. Within 10 years, your foundations will be reborn, and thereafter you may resume cultivation. Master Kangqing solemnly spoke after a long silence. Huh? The chubby Taoist beside him stared at Master Kangqing in surprise. Even for a peak powerhouse of the celestial phenomenon realm, tempering someone else's body with true qi daily comes at a great cost, not to mention maintaining it for 10 years. To put it bluntly, for Master Kangqing to make such a commitment, he was essentially ruining himself. Not to mention that his cultivation might regress to the early stages of the celestial phenomenon realm, and at the very least, it would shave off 20 years of his life. Brother, you. The disheveled Pingyang Taoist sighed deeply. Despite Master Kangqing's rigid and severe demeanor, he truly stood from the perspective of the Celestial Master Mansion. Lin Yuan was the first in 500 years to be chosen by the true martial sword. And even though he had taken the wrong path, Master Kangqing hadn't given up and wanted to bring him back by all means possible. Master. Lin Yuan glanced at Master Kangqing and shook his head. I still feel that embracing both Taiyin and Taiyang is not a dead end. If the Master forces me to choose, I fear I will lose interest in the cultivation to come. Lin Yuan outright refused Master Kangqing's offer. Mainly because if Master Kangqing were to temper his body, Lin Yuan's secrets would undoubtedly be exposed. Furthermore, Lin Yuan didn't believe that cultivating both Taiyin and Taiyang at present was a mistake. Each moment of insight from against heaven's understanding reinforced Lin Yuan's belief that this was a path surpassing all previous celestial masters. However, this was something Lin Yuan could not disclose to Master Kangqing. Very well. This is your choice. Just don't come to regret it in the future. Master Kang Qing shook his head. As much as it pained him, he had no choice but to let Lin Yuan go. Cultivation is an extremely personal matter, especially since Lin Yuan had the recognition of the true martial sword. He couldn't force Lin Yuan to do anything. Shortly after, Master Kang Qing and the other three-peak celestial phenomenon realm experts left the true martial Dao Zhang. Lin Yuan returned to the front of the celestial master's stone wall and began to ponder. He wasn't frightened by Master Kang Qing's words, since this was merely his consciousness incarnation. Even if he did meet his demise by exploding due to cultivating both Taiyin and Taiyang, it wouldn't harm his main body in the main world. In simple terms, Lin Yuan had countless chances to start over again. Moreover, Lin Yuan didn't believe he would follow in the footsteps of the third-generation celestial master. The third-generation celestial master forcefully introduced the power of Taiyin as a celestial master, trying to merge it with the power of Taiyang within his body. But the power of Taiyang he cultivated for nearly 100 years was strong. To recklessly introduce a completely unrooted power of Taiyin would lead to an imbalance of yin and yang, and it would be a surprise if his body didn't explode. "Brother Shangfeng, are you alright?" As Lin Yuan was gathering his thoughts, Qingping, the little Taoist boy, cautiously approached him. The other three little Taoist boys stood not far away, not daring to come over. "I'm fine." Lin Yuan shook his head. Compared to the deceit and intrigue of the outside world, Dragon Tiger Mountain was much purer. The four little Taoist boys inside the true martial Dao Zhang usually got along well with Lin Yuan. Now that Lin Yuan was being reprimanded by Master Kang Qing, not one of them ridiculed him. Instead, they all showed concern. Even Master Kang Qing himself, upon discovering Lin Yuan's stray into the wrong path, did not give up on him right away but considered using the body refining method to pull him back, even if this method was irreversible and harmful to Master Kang Qing himself. It must be the Mansion Master who got it wrong. When I try to comprehend either Taiyin Pole Extreme or Taiyang Pole Extreme, I find them so difficult. Brother Shangfeng comprehended both at once. That must be truly amazing. Qingping murmured softly. He wasn't lying. After barely entering the door of Taiyang Pole Extreme, Qingping tried to comprehend Taiyin Pole Extreme. He found the difficulty soared. Initially, when he had not entered either path, he could barely sense the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang using fire and ice beads. Once he entered Taiyang Pole Extreme, he couldn't feel the power of Taiyin at all. Not being able to feel the power of Taiyin, let alone comprehend Taiyin Pole Extreme. Therefore, cultivating both Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme was seen by Qingping as an incredibly formidable task. "Is that so?" Lin Yuan smiled faintly. After chatting with the little Taoist boys for a few moments, Lin Yuan once again immersed himself in cultivation. To be precise, with his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan had new insights and bursts of spiritual light every moment. Especially after observing the insights of past celestial masters on the stone walls. The celestial masters of the Celestial Master Mansion, while they did not cultivate the dual path of yin and yang like Lin Yuan, the insights of each master in their respective paths often resonated with Lin Yuan. Marvelous. The power of Taiyang can be used this way too. Lin Yuan sat in front of the stone wall of the first-generation celestial master, his eyes shining. After such a long time studying the stone walls, Lin Yuan categorized the past celestial masters of the Celestial Master Mansion into 3 levels in his mind. The first level was the first-generation celestial master. Without a doubt, the strength of the first-generation celestial master was the strongest among all the masters, leading the way like a sheer cliff. Especially in the path of Taiyang Pole Extreme, the first-generation celestial master could be said to have explored very deeply. Following the first-generation celestial master were the second-generation master, the third-generation master, the 15th-generation master, and the 28th-generation master. These 4 masters, although not as strong as the first, were clearly superior to the rest of the masters. In their respective paths of Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme, each had considerable achievements. As for the remaining masters, compared to the first 2 tiers, they seemed somewhat ordinary. However, even the weakest master had strength far beyond that of the celestial phenomena realm, capable of dominating the world. My path should not be limited by the achievements of past celestial masters. I intend to surpass all of them. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his heart exceedingly resolute. Just then, Lin Yuan's heart stirred, and he looked towards the entrance. Before long, a real person of the Celestial Master Mansion walked in briskly. "Disciple Zhang, someone is looking for you." Even though Master Kang Qing had given up on Lin Yuan or held him in low regard, Lin Yuan's status in the Celestial Master Mansion was still supreme. As a disciple recognized by the true martial sword, once he became a Celestial Master, he would be able to command the entire Celestial Master Mansion. Even if he didn't become the Master, no one could give him orders, including the current Mansion Master. "Uncle Chongqing." Lin Yuan walked out of the Daozang and saw the figure of Taoist Chongqing. Lin Yuan had great respect for Taoist Chongqing. After all, without him, Lin Yuan certainly wouldn't have survived, whether from freezing or starvation. Against Heaven's understanding allowed Lin Yuan to continuously break through his limits and comprehend various secret techniques, but it had its limits. As an infant without food, even if he truly hibernated, he wouldn't last long. And Taoist Chongqing had a good relationship with Lin Yuan's father. Although he did not arrive in time back then, he had been very kind to Lin Yuan over the years. "Ah, Shangfeng, I've heard that you've rather upset the Mansion Master?" Taoist Chongqing looked at Lin Yuan with a gratified expression and casually said. "I indeed failed to meet the Mansion Master's expectations." Lin Yuan replied with a nod. Master Kang Qing's expectation for Lin Yuan was for him to become a Celestial Master. But Lin Yuan's own goal was to transcend Celestial Mastership. Ha 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 ha. The Mansion Master usually keeps his emotions well hidden. To see you've irritated him like that, it's quite interesting. Taoist Chongqing laughed. Immediately after, Taoist Chongqing's expression became serious. "Shangfeng, do you know why I came here today?" "Did the Mansion Master send you to persuade me?" Lin Yuan guessed. "Indeed," Taoist Chongqing nodded. "The Mansion Master sent me to persuade you, hoping you would consent to the body refining and then walk the path of a Celestial Master like all past masters. But now it seems I don't need to persuade you. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. You don't need to worry too much about being a Celestial Master or not." Chongqing went on, but then he seemed to remember something and fell into a trance. "Years ago, when I was on good terms with your father and your mother was pregnant, I wrote to your father to ask what he hoped his son would achieve one day." Chongqing said softly, "I assumed your father would say that he wanted his son to become a world-renowned hero or, at the very least, to inherit the Zhang family fort. But your father only hoped that you could live a happy life. In this life, we can either live happily or under constant pressure. The Celestial Masters of the Celestial Master Mansion have been invincible throughout the generations. But what is the difference now that they are dead and gone? What's the point of a legacy when a person is dead?" Chongqing finally sighed and said, "I only hope that you won't regret the path you choose in the future." Chongqing's words took Lin Yuan aback. He had originally thought Chongqing would be Master Kang Qing's lobbyist. Instead, the other party spoke from his perspective. After Chongqing left, Lin Yuan once more plunged into his cultivation and sudden enlightenment. There were the insights and realizations left on the stone walls by generations of Celestial Masters. With his against Heaven's understanding to deduce, Lin Yuan's cultivation speed was much faster. According to Lin Yuan's estimate, in at most 10 years, he would be able to elevate both Taiyan Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme beyond the level of the celestial phenomena realm. On this day, Lin Yuan was cultivating. A Taoist in a disheveled Taoist robe appeared silently behind him. "Pingyang." Lin Yuan's face showed a look of surprise, and he immediately greeted him. Compared with Master Kang Qing, Lin Yuan was much more familiar with Taoist Pingyang. Before the venture into the Sword Tomb, Taoist Pingyang often chatted jovially with the Taoists from the mountainside Taoist Institute, without any hint of the bearings of someone from the celestial phenomena realm. Impressive. To cultivate both Taiyan Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme simultaneously is something that no generation of Celestial Master has ever achieved. Master Pingyang nodded slightly, expressing his admiration. Out of the 36 Celestial Masters of the Celestial Master Mansion, only the third-generation Celestial Master ever thought about cultivating both paths of Yin and Yang simultaneously. However, the third-generation Celestial Master only tried to incorporate the power of Taiyan after becoming a Celestial Master. And the result was not very successful. Lin Yuan had not yet become a Celestial Master, but he was already pondering over this matter and even putting it into practice. truly deserving of the true martial Dao Zhang's recognition. Thank you for the compliment, Uncle Master. Lin Yuan maintained a calm expression. However, have you thought about the road ahead? Cultivating both Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme might allow you to reach the celestial phenomena realm. But if you want to step into the celestial master level and surpass the celestial phenomena realm, you will need to transform your own primordial qi. Considering you tend to both yin and yang, once the transformation begins, the yin-yang power will repel each other, and you know what the consequences will be. Master Pingyang reminded. The consequences would be the third-generation celestial master. He perished in a blown-up body. Uncle Master, regarding this matter, I have given it some thought. The reason why the yin-yang power repels during the transformation of the primordial qi is that they are not unified. If I can integrate the yin-yang power into a new force before that and break through the celestial phenomena realm once more. Lin Yuan revealed his own thoughts. This was also the path he had deduced after many days through his Against Heaven's understanding. Integrate the yin-yang power? You mean to merge Taiyin Pole Extreme with Taiyang Pole Extreme? Are you crazy? Two fundamentally opposite forces that can't even be practiced simultaneously, and you want to merge them? Taoist Pingyang swallowed hard, truly frightened by Lin Yuan's idea. That would be like trying to merge fire with water. Ultimately, either the fire would be extinguished and water partly vaporized, or the water completely vaporized with the fire severely weakened. The more likely outcome would be both fire and water collapsing simultaneously, with no other possibility. You've really gone mad. Merging Taiyin Pole Extreme with Taiyang Pole Extreme is utter nonsense. Since ancient times, no one has dared to do such a thing. Even the first-generation celestial master couldn't do it. For generations to come, it would be impossible for anyone to conceive of this. Taoist Pingyang muttered to himself, looking at Lin Yuan with disbelief. With two extreme forces, harmonized through the human body, there might be a slim chance to practice both, but to merge, that would be courting death. The ancients didn't dare to do it, and modern people couldn't achieve it either. Master Pingyang opened his mouth, wanting to say something else, but in the end, he swallowed his words. He could see that Lin Yuan was resolute, truly intent on merging the dual path of yin and yang. Ah! Master Pingyang sighed and turned to leave. Lin Yuan watched Master Pingyang's retreating figure. Then, he stepped out of the Dao Zhang and came outside, looking down from above, overseeing the mountain below. The ancients dared not, the modern cannot. Lin Yuan lifted his head slightly, with the power of Taiyin and power of Taiyang interlacing and clashing in his eyes. I will do it. 8 years later, atop Dragon Tiger Mountain. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on a massive boulder. Wish wish. The pitter-patter of raindrops fell from the sky, evaporating into thin air several yards from Lin Yuan's body. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, looking down at the drifting sea of clouds in the early morning. Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme may seem like two entirely different paths, but their essence is part of the vast universe. Taiyin can be transformed into Taiyang, and Taiyang can be transformed into Taiyin. Deep within Lin Yuan's Qi Dantian, the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang merged into a duo of black and white, constantly colliding, dissipating, and then rebirthing in an endless cycle. Over these 8 years, Lin Yuan had immersed himself almost entirely in comprehending the Taiyin Pole Extreme and the Taiyang Pole Extreme. He hadn't even progressed half a step in his cultivation realm. He was still in the early stage of the celestial phenomenon realm. For Lin Yuan, having mastered the Taiyin Pole Extreme and the Taiyang Pole Extreme, there was no difference between the early stage and peak of the celestial phenomenon realm. This true martial sword. With a slight thought from Lin Yuan, the true martial sword floated in front of him. The more he comprehended, the more Lin Yuan realized the terrifying nature of the true martial sword. It condensed the essence of both the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang into a single sword for future generations to comprehend, which was an inconceivable level of control. Without this true martial sword, Lin Yuan's progress and comprehension over the years might have been slower. Mastering the Taiyin Pole Extreme and the Taiyang Pole Extreme is not difficult, but to fuse them together is indeed as hard as reaching the heavens. For the ordinary, it means certain death upon contact. Lin Yuan thought to himself. No wonder Master Kang Qing and other celestial phenomena realm masters considered it a dead end. Even for someone as strong as the Celestial Master, to dare such a feat was to court death, as shown by the case of the third-generation Celestial Master. As one of the 36 powerful Celestial Masters in the Celestial Master Mansion, ranked second tier, did the third-generation Celestial Master not know the consequences of forcibly invoking the power of Taiyin? I am different from the third-generation Celestial Master. The third-generation Celestial Master decided to pursue a path that balanced yin and yang after becoming a Celestial Master. But by that time, his foundation was already set. I am different. I have not yet stepped into the role of Celestial Master, and by balancing yin and yang, fusing them, it is entirely possible. Lin Yuan silently thought to himself. Of course, the entirely possible here refers to Lin Yuan, who possesses against heaven's understanding. For anyone else, even if they still had exceptional talents and were recognized by the true martial sword, to balance and fuse yin and yang would remain an elusive hope. Firstly, one must consider how to initiate into the other after starting with either the Taiyin pole extreme or the Taiyang pole extreme. Secondly, while balancing both the Taiyin and Taiyang pole extremes, how to fuse the two. In the process, any slight mistake could result in a fatal explosion. Lin Yuan, with his against heaven's understanding, could grasp a thread of survival in any situation that was not destined to be fatal. The terrifying aspect of against heaven's understanding is the ability to comprehend the most beneficial methods for oneself, no matter what the circumstances. Just like 18 years ago, when Lin Yuan was still an infant on the brink of being discovered by beasts, he comprehended a technique to conceal his presence. On the verge of starvation, he comprehended a hibernation breathing technique. These two secret techniques didn't require any internal energy or qi. They were completely based on the circumstances Lin Yuan found himself in at the time. During the fusion of yin and yang, Lin Yuan faced countless crises, but each was overcome by the relevant secret techniques comprehended through against heaven's understanding. Just a bit more, and with the power of Taiyin and Taiyang, I can break through the celestial phenomenon realm. Lin Yuan felt the continuous collision and intertwining of Taiyin and Taiyang within the depths of his qi dantian, anticipation hidden in his heart. According to his prediction, breaking through the celestial phenomenon realm with the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang would make him far more formidable than any of the Celestial Master Mansion's past Celestial Masters. How could the individual powers of Taiyin and Taiyang compare to the combined force after merging? After scrutinizing himself, Lin Yuan's gaze inadvertently shifted beyond Dragon Tiger Mountain. These years, things have not been peaceful outside. In fact, ever since the Myriad Demons sect rose again more than 20 years ago, there has been little peace under the heavens. However, with the suppression of righteous forces such as the Celestial Master Mansion, the Myriad Demons sect dared not be too reckless. Nevertheless, 5 years ago, a message suddenly spread from the Myriad Demons sect. The sect leader of the Myriad Demons sect had obtained the heritage of the Primordial Demon Gate. The Primordial Demon Gate was an incredibly ancient force that, in theory, had long since perished in the annals of history. Ever since the establishment of the Celestial Master Mansion 6,800 years ago, the successive Celestial Masters of the Celestial Master Mansion had always been synonymous with invincibility. But invincible did not mean no one else could come close. 6,800 years ago, the first-generation Celestial Master emerged, brandishing the true martial sword. That era belonged to the first-generation Celestial Master. However, it was in that same era that another mighty figure was born. That was the Primordial Demon Lord. Although the Primordial Demon Lord could not defeat the first-generation Celestial Master, the first-generation Celestial Master was also unable to kill him completely. And so, amidst their ongoing stalemate, they each established the lineage of Mount Longhu Celestial Master's Mansion and the Primordial Demon Gate. In the end, the first-generation Celestial Master sacrificed his life in a battle and finally killed the Primordial Demon Lord. But even though the Primordial Demon Lord died, the Primordial Demon Gate continued to exist. In the following hundreds of years, under the joint siege of the second and third generation Celestial Masters, the Primordial Demon Gate was finally utterly annihilated. In the ensuing thousands of years, the Primordial Demon Gate disappeared from sight and was never heard from again. The Celestial Master Mansion has not had a new Celestial Master for too long, a full 500 years. Without a new Celestial Master to deter them, demonic forces have developed rapidly, which is why we have the myriad demons sect today. According to the custom of successive celestial masters, the first thing each celestial master did after assuming the title was to descend the mountain to purge the demons, suppressing the demonic Tao. Now, with 500 years without a new celestial master, even though righteous forces like the celestial master mansion still hold an advantage, it is undoubtedly giving the demonic Tao plenty of time to grow. Compared to the righteous Tao, demonic methods are easy to master quickly, and one can even rapidly improve by absorbing human essence and blood. This is also the reason why Zhang family fort was slaughtered. Apart from the fact that Zhang family fort possessed a large amount of wealth, it was also because of the sufficiently large population and even the presence of strong individuals. And these, in the eyes of demonic practitioners, were no different from delicacies. Regardless of whether the myriad demons sect really obtained the primordial demon gate's heritage, the moment this news broke out, the reputation of the demonic path would certainly soar. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Speaking of which, he had his own grudge against the myriad demons sect. 18 years ago, when Lin Yuan was just born, the entire Zhang family fort was annihilated by the 8 helmsmen of the myriad demons sect. Lin Yuan's biological parents died on that day. Shangfeng. Shangfeng. Just then, a calling voice came. A young Taoist came running over. I knew Shangfeng would be here. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, the young Taoist cracked a smile. It's Qingping. Lin Yuan turned around for a look. The young Taoist who had come up to him was none other than Qingping, the junior apprentice from those years past. 8 years had passed, and Qingping had grown up a lot. Moreover, due to his cultivation, he was almost no different from an ordinary adult male. Over the years, Lin Yuan kept to himself, yet, he got along quite well with Qingping. Mainly because Qingping would often come over for small talk with Lin Yuan whether there was something to discuss or not. By the way, he would also mention various news from Dragon Tiger Mountain. Besides Qingping, Chongqing visited Lin Yuan from time to time. For Chongqing, Lin Yuan was no different from his own offspring. No matter whether Lin Yuan became a celestial master or not, Chongqing's attitude wouldn't change. In Chongqing's heart, there was always a sense of guilt towards Lin Yuan. If only he could have arrived in time back then, Zhang family fort might not have met such a fate. And Lin Yuan wouldn't have had to live a hard life on Dragon Tiger Mountain ever since he was a child. A few days ago, the sect leader ordered the 4 of us to descend the mountain for trials one by one. Qingping said casually. The 4. He mentioned naturally referred to the 4 Taoist children who were chosen by the celestial master to inherit swords during the trip to the sword tomb. Although they couldn't compare to someone like Lin Yuan who was chosen by the true martial sword, they were still the hope of the celestial master mansion. As for why they descended the mountain one by one, it was to prevent extreme incidents. Like the situation where all 4 might die at the same time. If, with Lin Yuan being a celestial master seed that took a detour, the 4 celestial phenomena realm seeds were to die, Dragon Tiger Mountain would not recover for at least 50 years. Descend the mountain? Lin Yuan was somewhat curious. Having arrived in this world with his consciousness 18 years ago, Lin Yuan had only spent 1 day outside. The rest of the time, he had stayed on Dragon Tiger Mountain. Brother Shangfeng, as a celestial master seed, you're different from us, you cannot leave the mountain. Qingping said, immediately feeling somewhat nervous. Now he was no longer the ignorant little Taoist boy. He understood the importance of a celestial master seed to the celestial master mansion. Only disciples recognized by the true martial sword could become celestial master seeds of the celestial master mansion. And each celestial master seed was never without the true martial sword. If Lin Yuan were to leave the mountain, it would mean that the true martial sword would have to leave as well. If something unexpected happened and the true martial sword were lost, it would be an unprecedented blow to the celestial master mansion. The current sect leader of the celestial master mansion might spit blood on the spot from anger. A celestial master seed like Lin Yuan taking a detour was indeed a serious matter, but it could not shake the foundation of the celestial master mansion. At worst, when Lin Yuan died of old age, the true martial sword would return to the sword tomb, and the celestial master mansion would still have the chance to give birth to another celestial master. But if the true martial sword was lost, that would truly be an irreversible catastrophe. Qingping could fully predict that if he caused Lin Yuan to sneak out, The sect leader, Master Kang Ching, might even consider flaying him alive. Just kidding. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He was not really an 18-year-old youth. In fact, considering all the time he had spent, Lin Yuan was probably over 50 years old. Moreover, with his against heaven's understanding, he did not need what was known as trials outside the mountain. For Lin Yuan, Dragon Tiger Mountain was the best place. There was food, drink, and unparalleled safety. Why would he even think about leaving? That's good. Qingping let out a huge sigh of relief. By the way, brother Shangfeng. My recent cultivation has felt rather strange. After chatting for a while, Qingping broached the subject of cultivation. Lin Yuan casually asked a few questions and soon understood the cause. You're wrong. Your state of mind is wrong. You're following the path of Taiyang Wuji. Taiyang Wuji is the utmost rigid and yang. Out of the 36 past celestial masters of our mansion, the majority followed the path of Taiyang Wuji, including the strongest first-generation celestial master. What is Taiyang Wuji? It is the utmost rigid and yang, unyielding and unstoppable. Recently your mindset hesitates, looking forwards and backwards. Continuing to cultivate Taiyang Wuji, naturally you feel that everything is strange. Lin Yuan pointed out the problem directly and spoke slowly. It's not to say that those who follow the path of Taiyang Wuji are all rash. But that kind of indomitable spirit and decisive character is required. So that's how it is. Qingping suddenly understood. Indeed, he had been quite stirred by the thought of descending the mountain for trials, wanting both to see the outside world and fearing potential dangers. Now, after Lin Yuan's reminder, his state of mind started to clarify. Qingping only felt the qi within his body flowing smoothly, and a hot current surged through his limbs and bones. 9th grade. After a short while, Qingping opened his eyes, his expression excited. Taking advantage of Lin Yuan's comment, he had managed to break through from 4th grade directly to 3rd grade. It must be known that in this world, cultivation levels are divided into 9 grades. The 9th grade is the lowest, while the 1st grade is the highest. Being at the 3rd grade, he was already among the upper echelons, even when considered amongst the powerhouses of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Many thanks to brother Shangfeng for the guidance. Qingping bowed deeply to Lin Yuan. He was aware that without Lin Yuan's words, not to mention breaking through to the 3rd grade, he might have regressed if he continued as he was. No trouble at all. Lin Yuan waved his hand, unconcerned. At his current level, giving pointers to a cultivator who hadn't even reached the celestial phenomena realm was too simple. True martial hall. Master Kang Ching rubbed his brows, his expression revealing a hint of fatigue. The myriad demons sect was constantly causing trouble outside, and the key issue was that the celestial master mansion couldn't do anything about it, only able to join forces with other orthodox powers to suppress it as best they could. Moreover, the sect leader of the myriad demons sect had obtained the heritage of the primordial demon gate, which greatly boosted the morale of the demonic Dao forces. This resulted in a series of encounters between orthodox and demonic Dao forces, all ending with the orthodox forces being defeated. The multitude of pressures was indeed making it hard for Master Kang Ching to catch his breath. It seems that the sect leader of the myriad demons sect truly is a remnant of the primordial demon gate. The previous generation celestial master had discovered traces of the primordial demon gate while traveling the world but was unable to find the source. At the time, we thought it was a coincidence, but now it seems that the remnants of the primordial demon gate were already there at that time. Over the years, the myriad demon sect has been secretly supported by the remnants of the primordial demon gate. The hefty master beside him spoke up. As Dragon Tiger Mountain was the ancestral home of the Tao, and the celestial master mansion the foremost authority under heaven, their intelligence capabilities were naturally not bad, quickly figuring out the details of the myriad demons sect. It's too late to discuss this now. Master Kang Ching shook his head. Right now, the most important thing was how to continue suppressing the myriad demons sect. At that moment, a figure ran in from the outside. It was Qingping. Master, I have reached the 3rd grade. Qingping's tone was light-hearted as he shared the good news. As a celestial seed of the celestial master mansion, Qingping and the 3 other Taoist children were always directly taught by Master Kang Ching. Whenever any of them made a breakthrough in cultivation, they had to inform Master Kang Ching at once. 3rd grade? So soon? Upon hearing this, Master Kang Qing slightly furrowed his brows. It wasn't that he didn't wish for Qingping to break through, but he was worried that Qingping had used some rapid but unsafe method. According to the cultivation speed of disciples from past generations who received the Celestial Master's sword, reaching the upper third grade took at least 15 to 20 years. But since Qingping started his cultivation, it hadn't even been 10 years. His rate of cultivation was clearly abnormal. The foundation is solid. I see no problems. The hefty master stepped forward, carefully examined Qingping for a while, and concluded. Hearing this, Master Kang Qing's brows finally relaxed. Qingping, what's with your rate of cultivation? Master Kang Qing was still somewhat astonished. Master, it's because Shangfeng gave me pointers that I was able to break through so quickly, Qingping honestly explained. Before this, although Qingping often received guidance from Lin Yuan, his speed of cultivation was only somewhat faster compared to the other three Taoist children. It was still within normal limits. So Master Kang Qing did not question it, thinking that Qingping was just very diligent. But this time, jumping from the 4th to the 3rd grade normally requires 5 to 8 years. Qingping's effortless advancement naturally caught Master Kang Qing's attention. Shangfeng gave you pointers? Master Kang Qing's tone was somewhat astounded. A few casual pointers were enough to enable Qingping to step into the 3rd grade, which meant that his strength must far surpass the 3rd grade. Even most cultivators in the celestial phenomena realm might not be capable of achieving this. Yes, Shangfeng has been guiding me over the years. He's really powerful. Every word he says enlightens me, and then my strength improves, Qingping said. These words were like thunderclaps in the ears of Master Kang Qing and the other powerful celestial phenomena realm masters. Every word spoken brings enlightenment, and then strength improves. Although these sentences might seem trivial, to someone like Master Kang Qing, who was a powerful being, he realized something was amiss. Anyone capable of such feats must have an extremely profound understanding of the essence of cultivation and the nature of power. And this was coming from Lin Yuan, whom Master Kang Qing had completely given up on. I also feel that Shangfeng is very strong. When I see Shangfeng, it's like seeing Master. Qingping, seeing Master Kang Qing silent, gathered his courage to speak. Upon hearing this, the surrounding area fell quiet once again. Like Master Kang Qing? Isn't Master Kang Qing a celestial phenomena realm powerhouse? Could it be that Lin Yuan was also at the celestial phenomena realm? To step into the celestial phenomena realm before the age of 20 was unheard of among past celestial masters. Could it be that Shangfeng is truly an unprecedented prodigy? Murmured the hefty master, his expression one of shock. A prodigy? Master Kang Qing lapsed into silence. Then a look of bitterness crossed his face. If what Qingping said was true, then Lin Yuan was indeed a prodigy. A prodigy beyond all their imaginings. But in the end, no matter how talented, cultivating both Taiyan Wuji and Taiyang Wuji meant his limit was the celestial phenomena realm. He could never reach the heights of past celestial masters. Because the powers of Taiyan and Taiyang within him would explode at the moment he became a celestial master. So young, yet with such an understanding of the nature of power, our celestial master mansion. The lofty master paused halfway through his sentence, stopping short. A deeply painful thought surged in his heart. Such a prodigy. Why did he have to go astray? Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. Lin Yuan's life had hardly changed. He was either comprehending the wisdom left by the previous heavenly masters within the true martial Dao Zhang, or he was climbing to the top of Dragon Tiger Mountain to watch the Sea of Clouds. Apart from occasionally communicating with Qingping, he hardly spoke a word. When Master Kang Qing learned that Qingping had stepped into the upper 3rd realm thanks to Lin Yuan's guidance, he wanted to converse with Lin Yuan, but was quickly preoccupied by the disturbances of the outside world. The Myriad Demon sect was ready for a decisive battle. The sect leader of Wan Mo Men, accompanied by 9 vice sect leaders, 43 protectors, 126 helmsmen, and thousands from the demon crowd, marched imposingly, intending to ascend Dragon Tiger Mountain. Dragon Tiger Mountain is the ancestral land of the Tao, and the Celestial Master Mansion is the foremost authority in the world. The unbeatable heavenly masters of past generations all emerged from here. If they could flatten Dragon Tiger Mountain and destroy the Celestial Master Mansion, who else in the world could stop the Myriad Demon sect? True Martial Hall. The atmosphere was heavy. Under Master Kang Qing's lead, numerous experts of the celestial phenomena realm gathered. These celestial phenomena realm masters, mostly from other powers across the land, had come in response to the summoning of the celestial master mansion. They all understood the principle of interdependencia. If the celestial master mansion really fell to the myriad demons sect, then the next ones to be eradicated would be the other righteous forces. In peaceful times, the forces of righteousness had slain countless demons. Should the myriad demons sect gain the upper hand, their fate would not be much better than that of the celestial master mansion. The 9 vice sect leaders of the myriad demons sect are all at the celestial phenomena realm, and the 43 protectors are even at the upper third realm. They won't be easy to deal with. A celestial phenomena realm expert of middle-aged lady's appearance spoke slowly. Other celestial phenomena realm powerhouses nodded slightly at her words. Together, these celestial phenomena realm experts numbered 11, surpassing the myriad demons sect by 2. But the demonic sect's celestial phenomena realm fighters were not easy to tackle, as demonic arts naturally excelled in slaughter. Even if 2 righteous celestial phenomena realm experts teamed up against a demonic Tao celestial phenomena realm fighter, they might still be traded for 1 life in a desperate struggle. None of these matter. At this moment, Master Kang Qing, the leader of the Celestial Master Mansion, spoke. In terms of combat power, the Celestial Master Mansion's Celestial Phenomena Realm Masters who followed the path of Taiyan Pole Extreme or Taiyang Pole Extreme were clearly stronger than their demonic sect counterparts. This had been verified through numerous past encounters. Master Kang Qing had taken action thrice, easily repelling several vice sect leaders of the myriad demon sect. Even Wan Mo Men's sect leader chose to retreat when facing Master Kang Qing. However, under such circumstances, the myriad demon sect still dared to initiate a decisive battle, aiming to strike at Dragon Tiger Mountain. This gave Master Kang Qing an ominous premonition. 2 possibilities. One was that Wan Mo Men had gone mad and decided to battle to the death. The second was that Wan Mo Men had enough confidence, believing they could level Dragon Tiger Mountain. Master Kang Qing thought the former unlikely, as he knew from numerous encounters that the sect leader of Wan Mo Men was very composed and would not engage in shore-lost battles. This was also why the sect leader of Wan Mo Men did not even engage with Master Kang Qing and chose to withdraw. To outsiders, it may seem like Wan Mo Men's leader was afraid, but Master Kang Qing did not think so. The retreat of Wan Mo Men's leader was simply an unwillingness to waste time. One day, Qingping rushed to the top of Dragon Tiger Mountain in a fluster. "Brother Shangfeng, something terrible has happened, Uncle Chongqing," he. Qingping's face was ashen, as he cautiously looked at Lin Yuan. "Uncle Chongqing? What happened to Uncle Chongqing?" Lin Yuan opened his eyes and turned his head towards Qingping. Chongqing was ambushed while chasing a demon, and by the time we got there, he had already suffered severe injuries and was unconscious. The leader and the others have seen him. They say the demonic qi has entered his lungs and it's very difficult for him to regain consciousness. Qingping explained the situation all in one breath. "Take me to see him," Lin Yuan said directly. No matter what, if it were not for Chongqing, he wouldn't be alive today. Although for Lin Yuan, death was not an end, it was merely a waste of a chance to traverse again. Inside the Tao Institute, Lin Yuan looked at the unconscious Chongqing. Qingping stood beside him, his face showing a hint of grief. Chongqing was well liked within the Celestial Master Mansion, and Qingping had received countless assists from him. In Qingping's heart, Chongqing was more like an elder, not just an uncle master. "It's nothing serious," after a thorough inspection, Lin Yuan concluded. Chongqing had fought with a demon, who had infused him with demonic qi. This caused him to fall into a coma, unable to awaken. Such an infusion was difficult for outsiders to interfere with, even those at the celestial phenomenon realm peak could do little. But for Lin Yuan, who was about to break through to the celestial phenomena realm using the power of Taiyan and Taiyang as the foundation, solving this issue of demonic qi infusion was merely a trivial effort. "Take good care of Uncle Chongqing. I will come back to save him in some time," Lin Yuan instructed Qingping. Now, Lin Yuan was only a step away from completely merging Taiyan and Taiyang. With every moment of comprehension afforded by his against heaven's understanding, he was moving closer to the level of a heavenly master. "Okay." Qingping was momentarily stunned before responding. The matter of Chongqing's coma did not affect Lin Yuan. He remained immersed in enlightenment at all times. With the help of his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan was in enlightenment while awake, and even as he slept. Your understanding is against heaven, and your comprehension of the Tao of Yin and Yang deepens. Your understanding is against heaven, and your comprehension of the Tao of Yin and Yang deepens. Your understanding is against heaven, and your comprehension of the Tao of Yin and Yang deepens. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on a massive rock, his mind devoid of distractions, continuing to ponder over the power of Yin and Yang. It had to be said, the power of Yin and Yang was definitely the highest level of force Lin Yuan had ever encountered. Mere comprehension of this power had already taken Lin Yuan nearly a decade. And that was with the help of his against heaven's understanding. Naturally, compared to other powerhouses of this world, even compared to past generations of heavenly masters, Lin Yuan's pace of comprehension and cultivation was simply unreasonable, indescribable even by any monstrous or perverted standard. Hundreds of miles away from Dragon Tiger Mountain, within a dimly lit grand hall, a tall man dressed in a black robe sat on the master's seat. This tall man had pitch-black eyes. A mere glance would cause ordinary people to spawn heart demons, and all sorts of desires to emerge. Sect leader. To combat the Celestial Master Mansion so soon, is it not? On the right below him, an old man with wrinkled skin tentatively asked. The foundations of the Celestial Master Mansion were unfathomable. After all, they had produced 36 invincible heavenly masters. Moreover, other righteous forces would not sit idly by, and would surely provide their full support. Although Myriad Demon's sect was powerful, it was not suitable to confront the Celestial Master Mansion head-on. A bunch of incompetents, if this sect leader did not have confidence. Would I make such a decision? The Wan Mo Men's sect master snorted coldly from his seat. Instantly, the demon crowd below broke into a cold sweat. Even the 9 vice sect leaders, who had attained the celestial phenomena realm, felt chills down their spines. Their own people knew well that, given their potential, there was no chance for them to step into the celestial phenomena realm. It was the Wan Mo Men's sect leader who, through some unknown means, had forcibly elevated them to this realm. Even though they had sacrificed a significant price, at least 20 to 30 years of their lifespan, the 9 vice sect leaders did not regret it at all. This was the celestial phenomena realm, a level many dreamed of reaching, and no one would dislike the sensation of standing at the pinnacle of the world. I know what you are worried about. The Wan Mo Men's sect leader slowly stood up from his seat. But I have already stepped half into the celestial phenomena realm. As long as the Celestial Master Mansion does not produce a heavenly master with my strength, I am more than capable of sweeping through them, said the sect leader of Myriad Demon's sect, his eyes deep. He had taken a half step beyond the celestial phenomena realm. The 9 vice sect leaders below were startled. It was true that transcending the limits of the celestial phenomena realm was not exclusive to the heavenly masters of the Celestial Master Mansion. Besides the heavenly masters, there were still a very few other hereditary powers, capable of surpassing the celestial phenomena realm by a small or large half-step. But those who achieved this degree were incredibly rare. Had their sect leader also reached this level? HMPH. If I could fully absorb the heritage of the primordial demon gate, it wouldn't just be a half-step. The Myriad Demon's sect leader glanced at the multitude of subordinates below, his mind involuntarily recalling everything he had experienced in the heritage site of the primordial demon gate. It was a great opportunity that he had acquired after surviving countless brushes with death. Furthermore, he could only enter once, now he could no longer do so, not even able to confirm the corresponding location range. As time went by, the ultimate confrontation between the Myriad Demon's sect and the righteous factions such as the Celestial Master Mansion grew increasingly imminent. Half a year later, at the foot of Dragon Tiger Mountain, the Myriad Demon's sect gathered several thousand demon crowd. The Celestial Master Mansion, not to be outdone, had all their celestial phenomena realm experts emerge. They formed a standoff against the Myriad Demon's sect. Ha 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 ha. Master Kang Ching, you wouldn't think that I retreated in the past because I was afraid of you, would you? The Myriad Demon's sect leader was wantonly arrogant, with the terrifying aura of the demonic Tao sweeping across all directions. Opposite him, Master Kang Ching remained calm, unaffected. Remnants of the primordial demon gate, wasn't it enough that you were chased and killed by generations of heavenly masters from my celestial master mansion? Master Kang Ching spoke indifferently. What of it? Your celestial master mansion hasn't produced a heavenly master in 500 years. In the end, this world will belong to my primordial demon gate. The myriad demons sect leader stopped pretending and let his aura become even more formidable. Upon hearing this, Master Kang Ching sighed inwardly. If Lin Yuan hadn't taken the wrong path, it wasn't impossible for his celestial master mansion to produce another heavenly master. But in the current situation, it was of no use. Even a heavenly master needed time to grow. According to the cultivation speed of past generations heavenly masters of the celestial master mansion, it would take at least 50 years to become a heavenly master. When the heavenly masters of the celestial master mansion descended from Dragon Tiger Mountain, most were already in their 60s or 70s. Even if everything went smoothly for Lin Yuan, without any detours, it would still take 50 years for him to become a heavenly master. Today, you, Master Kang Ching, will witness my true strength. Seeing that Master Kang Ching didn't respond, the myriad demons sect leader laughed heartily and simply raised his right hand, lightly pressing down. Boom! A terrifying presence crushed down from all around. Seeing this, Master Kang Ching did not hesitate to draw the sword at his side. Hum! An extremely sharp sword chi burst forth, directly piercing the surrounding demonic chi, while slashing toward the myriad demon sect leader. The Celestial Master's sword? Not bad. With your strength, by wielding the Celestial Master's sword and invoking the residual Heavenly Master's power within it, you could indeed unleash a power close to mine. The myriad demon sect leader offered his comment. As the current sect leader of the Celestial Master Mansion, Master Kang Ching was naturally cultivated as a celestial phenomena realm seed since his youth, and had entered the Sword Tomb, having been chosen by one of the Celestial Master's swords. The Celestial Master's sword, although far from being like the true martial sword that contains the substantial powers of the power of Taiyan and the power of Taiyang, was nurtured day and night by generations of heavenly masters, retaining some of the heavenly master's power. A celestial phenomena realm expert from the Celestial Master Mansion, following the same path and exerting full force, could completely activate the power deep within the Celestial Master's sword. What a pity! Even with the Celestial Master's sword, it's still an external object. Even if you can activate it, for how long can you maintain it? The myriad demons sect leader sneered. Even if every celestial phenomena realm individual in your Celestial Master Mansion held a Celestial Master's sword, and joined forces to besiege me, at most you could suppress me until your power is exhausted. The myriad demons sect leader's gaze turned cold. In fact, the celestial phenomena realm of the Celestial Master Mansion couldn't truly besiege the myriad demons sect leader with Master Kang Ching, because they didn't have enough hands, which allowed the demonic sect's celestial phenomena realm experts to act without restraint. Die! The sect leader of myriad demons sect took a step forward, a horrifying and frenzied demonic chi enveloping him. This isn't good. Master Kang Ching's complexion changed. At the peak of Dragon Tiger Mountain, the atmosphere here was the complete opposite of the heavy, ominous mood at the mountain's base. The morning sun rose, bringing with it a hint of warmth. Lin Yuan remained seated on the giant rock, indifferent to external matters. Shangfeng, Qingping had somehow made her way up without anyone noticing. The Celestial Master has instructed me to tell you. You must leave Dragon Tiger Mountain now through the secret passage. Qingping spoke rapidly. In the decisive battle against the myriad demon sect, Master Kang Ching was not fully confident. To ensure the survival of the Celestial Master Mansion's heritage, Lin Yuan, the disciple recognized by the true martial sword, must leave. This way, even in the most extreme case, the lineage of the Celestial Master Mansion would not be completely severed. As long as the true martial sword didn't fall into the hands of the myriad demons sect, the possibility of a new Celestial Master emerging in the future would remain. Even if it took hundreds or thousands of years, as long as a new Celestial Master emerged, he could still restore the heritage of the Celestial Master Mansion. Shangfeng, seeing no response from Lin Yuan, Qingping called out a little louder. However, Lin Yuan, with his back to her, remained unresponsive as if he was lost in a trance with his eyes slightly closed. Shangfeng, just as Qingping speculated whether Lin Yuan had fallen asleep and was about to go forward and nudge him, Lin Yuan, who had been sitting on the boulder, suddenly opened his eyes. Your insight is against the heavens, meditating day and night on the Tao. You've comprehended the fusion of power of Taiyin and Taiyang, and significantly refined it, surpassing the celestial phenomena realm. Lin Yuan's eyes were clear. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan stood up, rising from the giant rock. At this moment, in his field of vision, all things in heaven and earth were divided into yin and yang, the two colors, merging into black and white, turning into the fish of yin and yang, intertwining and fusing continuously. Shangfeng, you? Qingping's gaze turned blank, and for some reason, she felt that Shangfeng seemed different from before. Hold on a moment. Lin Yuan smiled faintly and reached out to grasp at the void. A sword, unnoticed until now, appeared out of thin air, suspended above Lin Yuan's palm. Lin Yuan gently caressed the sword, speaking softly, "You go ahead first." Whoosh! The sword soared into the sky, heading towards the foot of Dragon Tiger Mountain. At the foot of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Master Kang Qing was clashing with the sect leader of the Myriad Demons sect. Suddenly, the sect leader of the Myriad Demons sect seemed to sense something, his expression changing dramatically as he retreated explosively. Ancient sword descended from the sky, its point embedding in the exact spot where the sect leader of the Myriad Demons sect had just been standing. The ancient sword was only 3 feet long, but it contained a vast Tao, overshadowing the sky as if it were as majestic as Dragon Tiger Mountain itself. One could vaguely make out the words, "True Martial," engraved on its scabbard. The true martial sword? The sect leader of the Myriad Demon sect's expression grew serious as he looked up in the direction from which the ancient sword had come. That was from the peak of Dragon Tiger Mountain, at that moment. Atop Dragon Tiger Mountain, Lin Yuan simply let out a long sigh, taking a light step forward. That one step traversed hundreds of yards, bringing him directly off Dragon Tiger Mountain. Above the peak of Dragon Tiger Mountain, clouds surged, all converging towards Lin Yuan's feet. Lin Yuan walked on the sea of clouds, step by step heading towards the base of the mountain. Qingping, stunned by the spectacle before her, seemed to recall something, her eyes reddening as she murmured softly, "Chongqing, wake up and see, Shangfeng has taken a step into the celestial master realm." Atop Dragon Tiger Mountain, clouds rolled and surged like a vast sea in the sky. A figure in a Taoist robe, crowned with a lotus tiara, slowly descended. Using heaven and earth as steps, with the sea of clouds as a ladder. This scene, seen by all, whether from the righteous or the demonic Tao, filled everyone with trembling reverence, as if beholding a deity. The Heavenly Master, our Celestial Master Mansion's Heavenly Master. An elderly Taoist from Celestial Master Mansion, with tears streaming down his face, said with trembling lips. Apart from the invincible Heavenly Masters, who else possesses such capability? To tread upon the clouds, to descend through the skies? None of the strongest beings of this world, not even those in the celestial phenomena realm or those who surpass it by half a step, could achieve such a feat. Only a Heavenly Master who has mastered either Taiyin Pole Extreme or Taiyang Pole Extreme could have such means. The Heavenly Master? The Heavenly Master? The 183rd generation of disciples from Celestial Master Mansion greets the Heavenly Master? Greetings to the Heavenly Master. The numerous disciples of Celestial Master Mansion knelt with a thud, incessantly kowtowing. Disciples from other righteous forces also knelt down. The Heavenly Master of Celestial Master Mansion held special significance for Dragon Tiger Mountain and for all under heaven. When a Heavenly Master emerges, heads of all major righteous forces would personally come to pay their respects. The Heavenly Master. Pingyang Taoist gazed blankly, unlike the other disciples and the righteous forces. Insiders know their own affairs, of this generation in Celestial Master Mansion. Indeed, there was a disciple recognized by the true martial sword. But that was not too long ago, not even 10 years have passed. Even with the potential to become a Heavenly Master, it would still take 40 to 50 years. Now, to become the Heavenly Master? The Heavenly Master? Master Kang Qing, the mansion's sect leader, looked up towards the figure treading on the sea of clouds. As the distance closed, he saw the face more clearly. It was Zhang Shanfeng, the one he had abandoned. Could it be that I was mistaken, and that following both Taiyin Wuji Taiyang Wuji is also a path to reach the heavens, one also capable of entering the Heavenly Master's level? Master Kang Qing's thoughts were in turmoil, and it took him several breaths to calm down. No wonder he was so beside himself. Others only saw that a Heavenly Master had emerged from Celestial Master Mansion. They could not imagine which path this heavenly master had taken, one that was unprecedented among all generations, combining Taiyan Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme, a path deemed impossible. If Lin Yuan had not become the heavenly master, that would be one thing. But if he had achieved the position of heavenly master with both Taiyan Wuji and Taiyang Wuji, then he would be the strongest heavenly master in Celestial Master Mansion's 6,800-year history, even surpassing the first-generation Celestial Master who founded the mansion. The path that balances both Taiyan Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme is known to everyone as powerful, and Master Kang Qing was certainly aware of its strength. But knowing it is strong and achieving it are two different things. Everyone knows that mastering the great Tao of heaven and earth will turn them into divine beings, but how many can truly master it? The same goes for Taiyan Wuji and Taiyang Wuji. These two entirely opposite forces, if recklessly approached, could cause immediate bodily explosion. But now, Master Kang Qing's face showed disbelief, complexity, a bitter smile, excitement, and scare of a narrow escape. He nearly destroyed Lin Yuan, nearly destroyed the entire Celestial Master Mansion. If Lin Yuan had not held his convictions, not stubbornly followed both Taiyan and Taiyang, but had chosen one according to their requirements, he would have been just another ordinary heavenly master among the mansion's history, even possibly not achieving the heavenly master status until his 50s or 60s. By then, the entire Celestial Master Mansion could have been trampled by the myriad demon sect. Master Kang Qing took a deep breath. No matter what, after 500 years, another heavenly master had emerged from Celestial Master Mansion. And it was very likely that he was the strongest among all generations. As for the rest, what does it matter if Master Kang Qing couldn't recognize a treasure? Even if he had to die as an apology now, he would not hesitate in the slightest. Having seen the emergence of a heavenly master in Celestial Master Mansion before his death was enough. The heavenly master? Damn it, how could a heavenly master emerge at this time? Wan Mo Men's sect master felt a chill crawl over his scalp. In recent decades, while accruing power, he had also been covertly testing Celestial Master Mansion. Only after confirming that this generation of the mansion had not produced a heavenly master did he dare to gather the powers of the demonic Tao and plan for a decisive battle. When the demon crowd surrounded the mountain, Wan Mo Men's sect master was convinced that there was no heavenly master in Celestial Master Mansion. Otherwise, with the invincible power of the heavenly master, how could they have surrounded Dragon Tiger Mountain? But Wan Mo Men's sect master could never have anticipated that, at the last moment, a heavenly master would indeed emerge from Celestial Master Mansion. Given his insight, he could tell that this heavenly master had just broken through, otherwise even Master Kang Qing would not have shown such a look of surprise and shock. Clouds descended beneath the sea of clouds. Lin Yuan landed on the ground, his eyes tranquil as he looked towards the myriad demon sect master. Whoosh! The true martial sword, stuck in the ground, lifted off again, revolving around Lin Yuan before finally coming to a halt beside him. Heavenly Master. A shiver ran through the heart of Wan Mo Men's sect master. Go! Without hesitation, Wan Mo Men's sect master retreated explosively. Although he still had many trump cards, even the strongest one brought from the heritage site of the primordial demon gate. If he used these trump cards, Master Kang Qing would have died long ago, and there wouldn't have been such a prolonged struggle. But Wan Mo Men's sect master knew that in front of a true heavenly master, those trump cards would merely prolong the inevitable. At best, they would change dying from one palm strike of the heavenly master to dying from 2 or 3. A few more breaths of life, but the outcome would remain unchanged. Therefore, Wan Mo Men's sect master naturally knew how to choose. In fact, upon the appearance of the true martial sword, Wan Mo Men's sect leader had already faintly guessed it was related to a heavenly master. But his unwillingness made him wait until he saw Lin Yuan in person and confirmed he was truly a heavenly master before deciding to retreat. Rustle! Wan Mo Men's sect master's figure suddenly exploded, transforming into 6 demonic shadows, fleeing in all directions. This was a life-saving secret technique of the demonic Tao, and with Wan Mo Men's sect master's power, suddenly using this technique, even a heavenly master might not be able to catch up. Besides, Lin Yuan had just achieved his breakthrough and was not highly proficient in the power of the heavenly master's level. Thinking of running away? Lin Yuan smiled faintly. Rise! With a mere thought from Lin Yuan, a vast circle with him at its center, spanning across hundreds and thousands of meters, formed. Within this circle, the powers of Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme permeated, turning into black and white, forming yin fish and yang fish, continuously merging, transforming, and colliding. Boom! Within the area, 5 out of the 6 demonic shadows silently shattered. Only the horrified myriad demons sect master remained. No, what kind of technique is this? You're not a heavenly master. Wan Mo Men's sect master struggled desperately, a glimmer of black demonic flame igniting between his brows, trying to resist something, but he disintegrated into dust within the waves of black and white. For decades, who had stirred countless upheavals in the world and led the demon sect in besieging Dragon Tiger Mountain. The myriad demon sect master. Dead. The scene plunged into dead silence. On the side of Celestial Master Mansion, the powerhouses felt dizzy, as if they were in a dream. Although they had long guessed that the Heavenly Master would sweep through the myriad demon sect, seeing this scene unfold still stirred a whirlwind of emotions in their hearts. The myriad demon sect master, who had exerted immense pressure on them, seemed like an ant by the roadside in front of the Heavenly Master, easily crushed to death with a single step. Compared to the myriad thoughts on the side of the righteous. On the demonic sect's side, emotions were simple and pure. Fear, dread, anxiety, and trembling engulfed the hearts of every demon leader. Run! Another heavenly master has emerged from the Celestial Master Mansion. What are you waiting for? The sect master is dead, everyone run, or die just the same. The 9 Celestial Phenomena Realm Vice Sect leaders, along with numerous protectors and helmsmen, panic-stricken, fled far from Dragon Tiger Mountain. Slice. Lin Yuan's mind stirred slightly. The Taiji yin-yang diagram suddenly expanded, and he swiftly drew the true martial sword, making a light cut. Slack. When the sword light first emerged, it was only 3 feet in size, but it grew larger and larger, heavier and sharper to the extreme. With just one sword strike, 7 of the 9 Vice Sect leaders were cleaved in 2, with hundreds in the demon crowd meeting their demise. Lin Yuan struck several more times. Thousands of demon corpses lay strewn, the ground almost dyed red with blood. It's almost done. Lin Yuan sheathed the true martial sword. With those few strikes, at least 99% of the thousands of the demon crowd surrounding Dragon Tiger Mountain had died. Lin Yuan turned around and walked towards the Celestial Master Mansion's group. Mountains. Heavenly Master. The Pingyang Taoist and Taoist Kanqing's hands trembled, their old tears flowing freely. This was the Heavenly Master, after all. For the first time in 500 years, the Celestial Master Mansion had finally seen the rise of a new Heavenly Master. We pay our respects to the Heavenly Master. We pay our respects to the Heavenly Master. The rest of the righteous faction's members also bowed in unison. At this moment, they all felt a tremor in their hearts, and a question arose within them. Was the Celestial Master Mansion's Heavenly Master really this powerful, killing those in the Celestial Phenomena Realm as if slaughtering chickens? The scenes of Lin Yuan's actions just now were witnessed by them, and the major forces had records of the previous generations of Heavenly Masters. In terms of power, the Heavenly Master indeed stood completely above those in the Celestial Phenomena Realm, but their abilities and techniques shouldn't be this terrifying, right? All of you, rise. Lin Yuan waved his hand, yes. The crowd stood up, feeling somewhat relieved internally. It seemed that the disposition of this generation's Heavenly Master was quite good. But when everyone remembered the fate of the thousands of the demon crowd just now, and the scene nearby with bodies strewn everywhere, they immediately dismissed that thought. Quite good, my ass. Disciple. This disciple has sinned. Master Kang Qing still knelt in his place. The others could stand, but he could not. It's fine. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Master Kang Qing had indeed given up on him, but at the time, Lin Yuan had also taken the path of the Supreme Yin and Supreme Yang, which indeed could be described as shocking and unorthodox. Had it been anyone else, their death would have been on their own head. But Lin Yuan had been acknowledged by the true martial sword, making him a seedling for the Heavenly Master. For the Celestial Master Mansion, he held great significance, such a disciple taking what was perceived by the public as the wrong path. Master Kang Qing's deep regret and distress were understandable. It was like those scientists from the Cosmic Human Alliance who study battleships and mechas, suddenly focusing on literature and theology. The outsiders would be furious, let alone the teachers and schools who nurtured these great scientists. Afterward, after chatting with the other righteous forces for a few moments, Lin Yuan, along with the Celestial Master Mansion disciples, returned to Dragon Tiger Mountain. The powerful individuals from the righteous factions also tactfully took their leave. 500 years and the Celestial Master Mansion has finally produced a new Heavenly Master. I almost thought the ancient records were wrong, that there was no such thing as Celestial Masters, that the Celestial Phenomena Realm was the apex and the idea of a Celestial Master transcending it was nothing but absurdity. The Heavenly Master. To witness the grandeur of a Heavenly Master in one's lifetime, tisk tisk. Right, what was the name of that Heavenly Master again? Zhang Shangfeng. I heard a true person from the Celestial Master Mansion mention this name. Zhang Shangfeng, Heavenly Master Zhang. The strong individuals from the numerous righteous factions conversed among each other, and it was predictable that within a month, the news of a new Heavenly Master's emergence in the Celestial Master Mansion would spread across the world. At the waist of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Lin Yuan walked up the mountain path, step by step. Following behind him were Master Kang Ching, Pingyang Taoist, and other disciples of the Celestial Master Mansion. Heavenly Master. Pingyang Taoist hesitated, wanting to speak but stopping himself. Lin Yuan had once told him that he intended to follow the path of the Supreme Yin and Supreme Yang and even aimed to merge them to surpass the Celestial Phenomena Realm. At that time, Pingyang Taoist had thought Lin Yuan was crazy, as it was already extremely difficult to pursue the path of the Supreme Yin and Supreme Yang, let alone to merge them. But now, it seemed, Lin Yuan had obviously succeeded. Even outsiders could see that the power Lin Yuan displayed was different from that of previous Heavenly Masters. As someone from the Celestial Phenomena Realm within the Celestial Master Mansion, Pingyang Taoist naturally had his own feelings about this. That's why he harbored doubts in his heart. I know what you want to ask. Lin Yuan halted his steps, looking over the scenery below the mountain. I have indeed integrated Taiyang and Taiyin. After the fusion of Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme, I call it a Taiji. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then slowly said. At the same time, the Taiji symbol formed by the intertwining of the yin fish and yang fish appeared in the palm of Lin Yuan's hand. The extreme of Taiyin is Taiyang. The extreme of Taiyang is Taiyin. Taiyang and Taiyin together compose Taiji, Taiji, Taiji. Pingyang Taoist felt an indescribable shock in his heart. This was a realm that the 36 generations of Celestial Masters of the Celestial Master Mansion had not touched. Even the most powerful first-generation Celestial Master paled before the path of Taiji. The path of Taiji is not for those without great perseverance, great opportunity, or great enlightenment. I will imprint this path into my Celestial Master's saber. In the future, I will place this saber in the sword tomb. If a future disciple unconsciously conforms with the Tao of Taiji, the saber will fly out on its own. Lin Yuan continued to speak. The Tao of Taiji was something he had comprehended in this world, and thus he would return it to this world. The reason Lin Yuan did not directly record the path of Taiji in books for inheritance was that the dual cultivation of Taiyang and Taiyin was too perilous. Ordinary people who touched it would die. If the complete path of Taiji were made available for all to see, it was feared that the Celestial Master Mansion wouldn't last many years before self-destructing. Inside a Taoist temple on Dragon Tiger Mountain, Lin Yuan stood in front of a bed. Behind him, Master Kang Ching, Pingyang, and others all stood respectfully. Lin Yuan looked towards the bed, where Taoist Chongqing lay in a coma. Taoist Chongqing had fought with a powerful practitioner of the demonic Tao and ultimately had been infused with demonic qi deep into his viscera. This caused his consciousness to sink into a coma, from which he could not awake. Such an injury was difficult to cure, and even practitioners in the Celestial Phenomena Realm could do nothing, only relying on the patient himself, hoping that one day, if the demonic qi in the viscera dissipated enough, he might wake up on his own. Of course, such injuries for Lin Yuan at this time, naturally were not a concern. With the power of Taiji bringing balance between yin and yang, it only took a few breaths for him to completely expel the demonic qi from Taoist Chongqing's body. Half an hour later, Taoist Chongqing gradually regained consciousness. Shangfeng. Seeing Lin Yuan first, Taoist Chongqing became excited immediately. I found the trail of the Yin Snake helmsman who acted against Zhang family fort back then, but when I tracked it down, I ended up ambushed. That Yin Snake helmsman was well prepared, and with all my strength, I only managed to seriously injure him before being struck by others. Taoist Chongqing said this with a bewildered look in his eyes. He knew nothing of what happened after that. No matter. I will personally reclaim the vendetta for Zhang family fort. Lin Yuan smiled slightly. Shangfeng, those people from the demonic sect are extremely cunning, you must not personally undertake such risks. Upon hearing this, Taoist Chongqing's tone immediately became serious. He himself was a living example. He thought he was the hunter, but ended up falling into the Yin Snake helmsman's trap. Taoist Chongqing was about to continue educating Lin Yuan a bit more. However, Taoist Pingyang, standing beside, found it a bit unbearable to watch. Chongqing, what are you saying? In front of you is Celestial Master Zhang. Mind your tone and words. Taoist Pingyang subtly hinted to Taoist Chongqing with a glance. Ah, Celestial Master Zhang? Shangfeng became Celestial Master Zhang? Taoist Chongqing's face filled with confusion, and it wasn't until he saw Master Kang Qing and many other prominent individuals standing respectfully behind Lin Yuan that his mouth slowly fell open. I just fell asleep, and Shangfeng became the Celestial Master? Under Qingping's quiet explanation, and Master Kang Qing's nod of affirmation, Chongqing finally believed that Lin Yuan had become a Celestial Master of the Celestial Master Mansion. To be precise, he was the 37th generation Celestial Master. The 36th generation Celestial Master dated back to 500 years ago. How unpredictable life is. Chongqing's expression was one of gratification, tinged with a hint of complexity. Before he fell unconscious, the Celestial Master Mansion, together with other righteous forces, had been collectively striving to curb the expansion of the demon crowd and other demonic Tao forces. The situation between the two sides wasn't exactly even, but the Celestial Master Mansion had not gained any advantage. But now, Lin Yuan, whom he had watched grow up, had become a Celestial Master, directly breaking through the myriad demon sect, with the blood of the demonic Tao's followers still warm at the foot of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Such a turn of events left Chongqing quite emotional. Next, Lin Yuan checked Chongqing's body several times over to ensure there was no residue of demonic qi. Before rising to take his leave, Chongqing walked to the entrance of the Taoist temple, watching Lin Yuan's departing figure. His lips moved. Zhang, your son has become an invincible Celestial Master. True martial Dao Zhang. Lin Yuan returned here once again. This place had always been where the Celestial Masters of the Celestial Master Mansion secluded themselves for cultivation. It only became a site for potential Celestial Masters and those of the Celestial Phenomena realm to seek enlightenment in the absence of a Celestial Master. Celestial Master. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. He carefully felt his own strength. After becoming a Celestial Master, Lin Yuan had first rushed to handle the myriad demon sect. Then he had rescued Chongqing, which meant it was only now that he had time to experience the power of a Celestial Master. Firstly, it was his lifespan, based on the power of Taiyan Wuji Taiyang Wuji. After becoming a Celestial Master, Lin Yuan vaguely felt that his lifespan had skyrocketed to 500 years. You should know, the lifespan of previous Celestial Masters was only about 200 years. Lin Yuan's lifespan was more than double that of previous Celestial Masters. Combining both Taiyan and Taiyang indeed made him much stronger than Celestial Masters who focused solely on Taiyan or Taiyang. This was not only evident in combat power but also clearly reflected in lifespan. 500 years, Lin Yuan was profoundly stirred. You see, this was the basic lifespan. This meant that without any external aids, Lin Yuan could live for 500 years. If he were to return to the Cosmic Human Alliance, combined with various cutting-edge biotechnologies, Lin Yuan estimated he could live for over 2,000 years. The essence of a lifespan limit comes from the failure of various organs, but in the Cosmic Human Alliance, it was entirely possible to cultivate new organs to replace the decayed old ones. This was also why the first layer evolvers could easily live for 400 to 500 years. Of course, replacing organs could only prolong life. With the passage of time, the soul's consciousness of living beings would gradually weaken, and then, no matter how many organs were replaced, it wouldn't be very helpful. However, the strength of the soul's consciousness depends on the strength of the realm. The stronger the being, the stronger its consciousness. My current strength, according to the rankings of the Human Alliance, would be roughly equivalent to the second layer 9th stage. Lin Yuan thought to himself. In this world's cultivation system, the celestial phenomena realm roughly corresponded to the second layer evolvers of the Human Alliance. Specifically ranging from the second layer 1st stage to the 2nd stage. As for a celestial master, it would be between second layer 4th stage and 6th stage. Since Lin Yuan entered the rank of celestial master rooted in both Taiyin and Taiyang, his strength far surpassed that of previous celestial masters, thus positioning him at the second layer 9th stage. Do not underestimate the gap of just a few stages. The Cosmic Human Alliance's ranking is extremely standard. Even a difference of one stage can mean nearly double the internal energy capacity. Still 61 years of residence time left. Lin Yuan glanced at the virtual text below his line of sight. Name: Zhang Shangfeng, Lin Yuan. Identity: holder of the Myriad Realms Gate. Bound talent: against heaven's understanding. Current status: consciousness descent. Remaining residence time: 60 years and 11 months. This time traveling through, Lin Yuan's residence time reached 80 years. Apart from the first 10 years and the more than 9 years of becoming a celestial master seed. A total of 19 years and 1 month had passed. There's still plenty of time. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Compared to the 20 years of residence time during his first travel, this time the residence duration was considerably more generous. Perhaps, as my strength increases, the residence time for each travel will extend? Lin Yuan speculated in his heart. Having sensed his own condition, Lin Yuan's mind slightly stirred. The true martial sword hung in the air, stopping in front of Lin Yuan. Go back. Lin Yuan reached out to touch the sword's hilt, whispering softly. After stepping into the realm of Heavenly Master, the power of Taiyin and Taiyang within the true martial sword offered virtually no assistance to Lin Yuan. Thus, Lin Yuan planned to let it return to the sword tomb and continue its slumber. Go! Lin Yuan patted the sword's hilt, and the true martial sword, with a swoosh sound, turned into a sword light and went back into the sword tomb. Shortly after sending away the true martial sword, Master Kangqing respectfully walked in. Heavenly Master. Master Kangqing inquired. I wonder how the celestial master's sword should be crafted. What requirements do you have, Heavenly Master? In the Celestial Master Mansion, every generation's Celestial Master would possess their own Celestial Master's sword. The Celestial Master's sword is also a symbol of each generation's Heavenly Master. Even if a Heavenly Master passed away, the sword he left behind could still represent him. The journey to the Sword Tomb, which happens every 20 years at the Celestial Master Mansion, would occasionally see the sword of a past Celestial Master fly out. The disciple recognized by the Celestial Master's sword would receive the full support of the Celestial Master Mansion's training. The Celestial Master's sword. Lin Yuan fell into brief contemplation. He had no special requirement for his own Celestial Master's sword, as long as it was of a normal sword shape. Do you need anything engraved on the hilt or the blade? Master Kangqing reminded. Typically, every generation's Heavenly Master would have their signature engraved on the Celestial Master's sword. This signature could be characters, a pattern, or even a painting. After all, the swordsmiths of the Celestial Master Mansion were highly skilled, so this was no issue. Engraved. Lin Yuan thought for a while and said, My name is Zhang Shangfeng, so let's engrave a mountain peak on the Celestial Master's sword. No problem. Master Kangqing agreed immediately. This wasn't a difficult task. Wait a moment. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered something. The name Zhang Shangfeng was given by his parents. They originally wanted him to protect the entire Zhang family fort like a mountain peak. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan's parents had already been dead for nearly 20 years. Add 2 more mountain peaks. Lin Yuan changed his mind, engraved 3 mountain peaks on the Celestial Master's sword. 3 mountain peaks? Master Kangqing was slightly startled. 3 peaks. Several days later, the swordsmith of the Celestial Master Mansion delivered the newly crafted Celestial Master's sword. The reason for such speed was that every generation in the Celestial Master Mansion had their own swordsmith craft the embryo of the Celestial Master's sword in advance. As soon as a new Celestial Master was born, they could craft the complete Celestial Master's sword in the shortest time. Indeed, it's a fine sword. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the 3 mountain peaks engraved on the blade. Of course, the good sword Lin Yuan referred to was in comparison to ordinary swords. The most special aspect of the Celestial Master's sword was that it was imbued with the Heavenly Master's energy over a long period, which gave it a certain level of sentience. Even inside the Celestial Master's sword, there remained power left by a corresponding Heavenly Master, and future disciples could hope to draw out this power to fight their enemies. When Master Kang Qing fought the Wan Mo Men's sect master, he had used the power of the Celestial Master within the sword. It's almost time to go down the mountain. Lin Yuan picked up his own Celestial Master's sword, left the true martial Dao Zhang, and descended Dragon Tiger Mountain. 20 years ago, the Zhang family fort was destroyed. Several years ago, Chongqing was possessed by demonic Qi, and not long ago, the Myriad Demons sect besieged Dragon Tiger Mountain. New grudges and old hatreds could not be settled just by Lin Yuan killing the Wan Mo Men's sect master and several thousand members of the demon crowd. How many demon chiefs are there in the world? If someone were to ask this question, they would certainly be mocked. Because the number of demon chiefs in the world is simply countless. Even if you counted every demon chief under the command of the Myriad Demons sect, the leading force of the demonic Tao, including those of 8th and 9th grade, the number would still fall short of 10,000. And what about the demon chiefs causing chaos in places all around the world? Aren't they more than 100,000, a million? Because becoming a demon chief is just too easy, and the benefits are too great. Ordinary people who want to step into the 9th grade and become cultivators, not to mention enduring training in the 3 nines of winter and the 3 10 days of summer heat, must devote countless efforts and time. And in the end, they may not even succeed. But if you simply cultivate a single demonic technique, and then consume the essence and blood of several dozen ordinary people, you can smoothly step into the 9th grade realm. Although it's true that demonic techniques are easy to begin but much more difficult to master into higher levels, or even to achieve the upper 3 grades, compared to righteous techniques. Many people wouldn't even be able to reach the lower 3 grades without demonic techniques, let alone the upper 3 grades being an outlandish idea. Moreover, demon chiefs act unscrupulously, not bound by various rules, killing as easily as eating and drinking. And thus, they are pursued and revered by many, especially in the last few decades, as the Myriad Demons sect has risen, occupying much of the righteous path's efforts. This has allowed the demon chiefs all around to run even more rampant. Previously, strong cultivators of the righteous path would often leave their cloisters to purge demons and protect the Tao. Now, these righteous path strong cultivators are all battling with the Myriad Demons sect. The demon chiefs that squat around have lost their shackles, their methods becoming even more vicious. However, now, the demon chiefs of the world have met their doomsday. Because Zhang, the heavenly master from Dragon Tiger Mountain, has descended to purge the demons. The headquarters of the Myriad Demons sect. After the battle at Dragon Tiger Mountain, the sect master of the Myriad Demons sect met his death. 8 of the 9 celestial phenomena realm vice sect leaders perished. The only one who escaped alive did so because he had tasks to perform at a distance from Dragon Tiger Mountain. And with his expertise in preserving his own life, he barely managed to escape. Even so, the vice sect leader was still terribly shaken. Although he was fully focused on escaping, a casual glimpse revealed the Myriad Demons sect turned into mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a sight so horrifying that it almost shattered the demon heart of such a demon chief. Vice sect leader, what do we do now? The sect leader is dead, and the other vice sect leaders are dead too. Do we stay here now? A demon chief who was left behind asked with a trembling voice. If we don't stay here, where can we flee to? This is the headquarters, full of complex mechanisms. Hiding here is the safest option. The vice sect leader composed himself and issued the order calmly. At the beginning of the rise of the Myriad Demons sect, they had already considered that if they were to lose the decisive battle against the righteous path, the headquarters would be their last refuge. The headquarters of the Myriad Demons sect, prepared by dozens of master mechanicists, would not be a place where a group at the celestial phenomena realm would dare to barge into without risking severe injury from the traps. It was precisely because of this, the vice sect leader finally chose to flee back to the headquarters. At the same time, he ordered the demon chiefs who stayed behind to activate all mechanisms. Suddenly, Just at this moment, screams of agony could be heard from the outside. At the same time, a terrifying tremor was almost transmitted throughout the entire headquarters. "No! Who are you? Why are you killing us?" The desperate howls of demon chiefs within the headquarters came over, and in the blink of an eye, silence fell. A figure dressed in a Taoist robe walked in step by step. It was Lin Yuan, Heavenly Master. The vice sect leader gave a wretched smile. He had anticipated that the headquarters mechanisms wouldn't stop the Heavenly Master from Dragon Tiger Mountain. But he didn't expect it to be so fast. The many mechanisms that the myriad demons sect once regarded as a means of retreat were unable to hold on for even a fraction of an incense stick's time in the hands of the Heavenly Master. "Heavenly Master, if I choose to submit to you, to submit to the Celestial Master Mansion, could I still live?" The vice sect leader didn't give up and asked softly. No matter what, he was a celestial phenomena realm figure, so surely he must be of some use, right? "There's no need." Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He then turned and left. The vice sect leader who sat in the chief position suddenly had a red line appear at the center of his forehead. The demon chief beside him was no exception. His eyes quickly stiffened, and he collapsed. The Great Yu Dynasty. The capital. A man dressed in a blood-colored robe, full of terror, fled to the outer gates of the imperial palace. "My name is Ouyang Yi, the direct disciple of the myriad demons sect master. I know the secret method to swiftly cultivate celestial phenomena realm powerhouse, said the myriad demons sect's 9 celestial phenomena realms came into being through this method." The man in the blood-colored robe, Ouyang Yi, looked towards the imperial palace in front of him, activated his true qi, and projected his voice inside. The Great Yu Dynasty was the unifying and powerful dynasty of the world today, and also the only survival path for him, Ouyang Yi. "I can reveal this method to the Great Yu Dynasty. My only request is that you protect me and stop that Zhang, the Heavenly Master." Ouyang Yi continued, his expression almost begging. He believed the method to swiftly cultivate celestial phenomena realm powerhouses was something the Great Yu Dynasty couldn't refuse, for these were celestial phenomena realm beings. No matter how great the cost, for a dynasty, it was an invaluable treasure. After a long wait, the massive gates of the imperial palace were pushed open. A hunched old man walked out. This hunched old man exuded a profound aura, evidently a celestial phenomena realm powerhouse. "You may go. Zhang, the Heavenly Master, is unmatched in the world. Those he wishes to kill, the demons he wishes to purge, we cannot help with." The hunched old man shook his head slightly. Then, as if sensing something, he quickly turned and went back through the door. The next moment, the great doors of the imperial palace were shut tightly. "Can't help? You'd forsake even the methods of cultivating warriors of the celestial phenomena realm?" The man in the blood-colored robe, Ouyang Yi, fell silent. "Could it be, there is really no one in the world who can save me?" Ouyang Yi was utterly disheartened. Soon after, a streak of sword light flashed from behind. Ouyang Yi fell to the ground, lifeless. How sensible of him to fall. Lin Yuan looked up at the Great Yu Imperial Palace for a moment, then turned and left. The extreme northern ice field. In front of a palace built of crystalline ice. A figure clad in black robes knelt there. "My primordial demon gate lineage once stood with yours from the northern plains, side by side, 6,000 years ago. I am willing to reveal many of the primordial demon gate's secrets, if only to survive." The figure in black robes spoke softly, knowing that the lord inside the ice palace of the northern plains could hear him. Under all the heavens, it was only this northern plains lord who could somewhat restrain that heavenly master Zhang. "You want to live?" Deep within the ice palace sat an imposing man with golden glinting eyes. His expression was grave, betraying no emotion. "I, too, wish to live." The imposing man sighed. "Northern Plains Lord, are you really just going to watch as my primordial demon gate lineage faces extinction once again?" With no response coming, the figure in the black robe raised his head in despair. Meanwhile, the figure in the black robe collapsed with a thud. Lin Yuan's voice emerged beside him. "Northern Plains Lord?" Lin Yuan looked at the palace before him with slight surprise. From the records of the Celestial Master Mansion, he knew that the Northern Plains lineage had a history as ancient as the Celestial Masters. However, this lineage had always kept their distance from the Central Plains power, dwelling in the extreme northern ice field, hence the world knew very little about them. Heavenly Master Zhang, this demon has nothing to do with my northern plains. He came to us of his own accord. The imposing man in the depths of the ice palace immediately spoke up nervously, sensing Lin Yuan's gaze. I know. Lin Yuan nodded. He vanished without a sound. Only after Lin Yuan had completely left did the Northern Plains Lord heave a sigh of relief. The pressure this generation's heavenly master puts on me is too great, apparently much stronger than any of his predecessors? The imposing man thought to himself. The Northern Plains lineage understood the celestial masters better than other righteous forces. And for this reason, the pressure the imposing man felt from Lin Yuan was almost unbearable. In a desolate desert, dozens of figures frantically fled. Heavenly Master Zhang, although we brothers call ourselves demons, we have nothing to do with the Myriad Demons sect. When the Myriad Demons sect attacked Dragon Tiger Mountain, we brothers were not privy to it, nor did we take part. The leader, with a hoarse voice full of fear, looked back at the figure approaching step by step. All demons must be killed. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and gently pressed down. The dozens of people running ahead of him fell simultaneously. On a bustling street, a fortune-telling Taoist called out to passers-by. At that moment, a man with ordinary features approached. Tell me, how long can I live? The man with ordinary features had red-rimmed eyes, obviously in a state of extreme tension. Considering your young age. The fortune-telling Taoist took one look and his expression changed slightly. He quickly packed up his abacus and without a second thought, turned and left. Sir, are you that afraid of him? You didn't even dare to give him a reading? A child ran after the fleeing man. What do you know? The fortune teller glared at him. The man from just now, his life won't last long. If we get too close, we might get involved. The fortune-telling Taoist spoke quickly. Get involved? The child blinked, knowing that his master was one of the strongest under the heavens, wondering how he could be afraid of getting involved. Because that man is a demon. The fortune-telling Taoist stated bluntly. A demon? Upon hearing this, the child shrunk his head back. Who didn't know, nowadays, that the demons of the world were facing a great calamity? The heavenly master Zhang, who came down from Dragon Tiger Mountain, was hunting demons all over. Any demon would hardly escape death, and no one could stop it. Heavenly Master Zhang. The fortune-telling Taoist suddenly stopped. His heart began to tremble, for a young man wearing a Taoist robe came facing him, walking towards the spot where the man with ordinary features had been. Heavenly Master Zhang has arrived. The fortune-telling Taoist murmured to himself. Later generations recorded that the 37th generation Heavenly Master Zhang Shangfeng descended the mountain to purge a myriad of demons. In the 60 years that followed, the demonic Tao forces vanished into obscurity, and peace reigned in the world, with no one daring to call themselves a demon. This period was subsequently known as the Demon Purge Cycle. Time moved languidly. In the blink of an eye, 60 years had passed. Deep in the endless desert of the extreme west, there sat an ancient and eerie mysterious ruin. This is the place, according to Master Zhang's description. This should be the location of the primitive Demon Gate ruins from years ago. Hurry and notify Master Zhang. Dozens of martial artists who had explored this far all felt a surge of excitement. The burly leader quickly gave the order and then stood guard in front of the ruins. It is said that this ruin shifts its location in concert with the Earth's ley lines, relocating periodically, which is why it remained undiscovered for such a long time. Added a slightly darker-skinned man next to the burly leader in a low voice. Half a day later, there appeared, in front of the ruins and of unknown arrival, a young man clad in a Taoist robe. Master Zhang, said the burly leader, immediately walking over and respectfully speaking. We have seen Master Zhang, continued the others, each performing the customary rites of respect. Everyone felt an immense pressure involuntarily surge within them upon facing this Taoist, who appeared utterly unremarkable. That was because this Master Zhang was undoubtedly the most lethal amongst all the heavenly masters of the Celestial Master Mansion throughout the generations. In the past, it was indeed customary for heavenly masters of the Celestial Master Mansion to descend the mountain and purge demons. However, at most they would carry out such purgings for a few years, yet, this Master Zhang had been purging demons for a full 60 years. By this time, numerous once arrogant demons had now become but legends, with the most taboo words in the world being, demonic Tao. All because of Master Zhang. Master Zhang alone had killed so many demons that no one dared call themselves a demon lord under his watch. Someone internally calculated that, during these 60 years, the demon lords who died at Master Zhang's hands numbered not in the millions, then certainly in the hundreds of thousands. This is the place. Lin Yuan carefully examined the ruins, confirming them to indeed be the site of the ancient primordial demon gate. The primordial demon gate, as a power capable of contending with the first-generation celestial masters 6,800 years ago, could be described as the source of all demons under the heaven. For Lin Yuan to truly eradicate all the demons in the world, he definitely couldn't bypass this ruin. However, the location of the primitive demon gate ruins wasn't fixed, it was constantly changing. Therefore, directly under the authority of the celestial master, Lin Yuan mobilized martial artists from across the world and finally pinpointed the ruins' location today. "I'm going in now, you all leave quickly." Lin Yuan glanced at the burly leader and the others, then spoke. "Yes," quickly responded the burly leader. "Master Zhang, this place is very dangerous, you must be careful." The burly man hesitated for a moment before speaking. He greatly admired Master Zhang. During Lin Yuan's 60 years of demon purging, although the world could not be considered entirely without strife, it had certainly become much more peaceful. The burly leader's grandfather often told him how 60 years ago, demons were rampant, frequently capturing humans to feed on their blood for demonic cultivation. "I am aware," nodded Lin Yuan and then proceeded straight into the ruins. Outside the ruins, the crowd quickly started discussing. "That is Master Zhang. He looks very young." Young? 60 years ago, Master Zhang was already 20 years old. Now, he must be 80. Heavenly masters are not like us mortals can imagine. I heard that all the past heavenly masters lived over 200 years. The crowd whispered among themselves, for these years had seen Master Zhang becoming nearly mythical. Compared to other heavenly masters of previous generations, Master Zhang had purged demons for the longest time, hence his fame was even deeper, so much so that even the Emperor of Great Yu had to show respect to Master Zhang. In these years, what was it that allowed Master Zhang, under the title of Heavenly Master, to command the heroes of the world? Was it because they were simply obedient? It was nothing other than unbeatable strength. Although Master Zhang always only slew demon lords, how these demon lords were defined depended solely on Master Zhang himself. Even if you practiced righteous arts and never harmed a soul, if Master Zhang deemed you a demon lord, then you were a demon lord, and thus could be killed. "Alright, let's leave. Since Master Zhang has asked us to leave, he surely has his reasons." Even though the primordial demon gate has fallen, its ruins should not be underestimated. Master Zhang might not fear it, but we are not Master Zhang, sternly said the burly leader. The others, hearing this, immediately shuddered. They quickly followed the burly leader, leaving the area. Inside the primitive demon gate ruins, Lin Yuan strolled leisurely. An invisible Taiji energy field, centered around him, covered an area of 100 meters. Within the 100 meters, everything was as clear as viewing the lines on one's palm. 60 years ago, upon becoming a heavenly master, Lin Yuan was already unmatched under the heavens, surpassing all previous heavenly masters. Now, after another 60 years, even Lin Yuan himself was somewhat unsure of the level he had reached. Throughout these 60 years, although Lin Yuan had been purging demons, with his against heaven's understanding, whether in seclusion or in demon purging, he was always mindful of enlightenment, constantly cultivating. Before becoming a heavenly master, the reason Lin Yuan hid on Dragon Tiger Mountain was twofold. Firstly, his strength was not yet unrivaled under the heavens, presenting certain risks should he leave the mountain. Secondly, he had yet to fully comprehend the true martial Dao Zhang of Dragon Tiger Mountain. After becoming a celestial master, even if he did not exorcise demons, Lin Yuan would not remain on Dragon Tiger Mountain. Instead, he would travel around the world, comprehending the universe. The interior of the ruins was dark and eerie, but Lin Yuan seemed unaffected as he walked directly to the deepest part of the ruins. Before long, Lin Yuan saw a huge altar. The altar was black and red in color, with faint traces of blood remaining on its surface. Heh. Just as Lin Yuan looked towards the altar, a deep and robust voice rang out. Countless blood ores surfaced on the altar, condensing into a blood-colored figure. So many years have passed, and the true martial lineage has finally given birth to another celestial master. The blood-colored figure gazed at Lin Yuan and lightly chuckled. "Who are you?" Lin Yuan asked. "Who am I? You can call me the primeval demon spirit." The tone of the blood-colored figure heightened, slightly maniacal as he spoke. "Primeval demon spirit?" Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and asked, "You are not from this realm?" Back when he acquired the true martial sword, Lin Yuan had speculated that it originated from another world. Because the power of Taiyin and Taiyang within the true martial sword, even the current Lin Yuan could not harness it, let alone celestial masters from past generations. And the celestial master is the pinnacle of this world. If a celestial master could not do it, it meant no creature in this world could. Only so-called other worlds or perhaps even the upper realm might be possible. Now, encountering the primeval demon spirit in front of him, Lin Yuan was even more certain of his speculation. The way the primeval demon spirit had appeared already surpassed the mundane, and his tone suggested he might have existed as long as 6,800 years ago. Ha ha ha. This generation's celestial master is somewhat perceptive, recognizing the origins of this demonic spirit. After observing Lin Yuan, the blood-colored figure spoke, "But since you've come here, the person chosen by this demonic spirit likely died by your hand. 100 years ago, the sect leader of Wan Mo Men accidentally entered the ruins. Under the covert guidance of the primeval demon spirit, he obtained part of the heritage of the primordial demon gate. With it, he stirred up blood and chaos in the world. It was not an isolated incident. Every few hundred years over the past 6,800 years, scenes of chaos initiated by the demonic Tao occurred, most of which were instigated by the primeval demon spirit. So, tell me, seeking this demonic spirit, what do you intend to do?" The blood-colored figure stood in the center of the altar, asking with interest. He had been lonely for too long. The last time he saw a living person was 100 years ago. "I plan on trying to destroy you." Lin Yuan did not disguise his intentions. He led the heroes of the world to search for the primitive demon gate ruins to put an end to this source of all demons once and for all. Without the primitive demon gate ruins, there might still be many demon lords in the next few hundred or few thousand years, but at least they could not cause a major disaster. Ha 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 ha. You want to destroy me? How arrogant. More than 20 celestial masters have found this place before you. That includes the first celestial master of this world. Why do you think I still exist now? The blood-colored figure paused briefly, then suddenly burst out laughing. Taiyin. Taiyang. Lin Yuan remained silent, but his mind stirred, invoking the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang from the environment, suppressing them towards the altar. Boom boom boom. The black and white turned into a yin-yang great grinding disc, which sought to crush the altar, causing the entire ruins to tremble faintly. Under the crush of the yin-yang great grinding disc, the blood-colored figure suddenly retreated a few steps, its vibrant red figure dimming slightly. Simultaneously controlling the power of Taiyin and Taiyang, just with these methods, you surpass all the celestial masters of the true martial lineage in this world, including the first-born celestial master who received the true martial heritage. But with just these, you still cannot destroy me. The tone of the blood-colored figure returned to calm, as a large amount of blood aura emerged from the altar again, continually replenishing his energy. Condense. Lin Yuan cycled the Taiyin and Taiyang within him and extended his right hand, slowly pressing down. After 60 years of cultivation and enlightenment, Lin Yuan's understanding of Taiyin and Taiyang had far surpassed that of 60 years ago. The power of Taiyin and Taiyang he invoked was now vast and formidable. Boom, 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 boom. The yin-yang great grinding disc expanded tenfold, the power of Taiyin and Taiyang transforming endlessly, like an immense ocean rippling and undulating. Useless, I am indestructible. The expression of the primeval demon spirit slightly changed, but he still remained defiant. But just after a few breaths had passed, stop, stop, stop. Let's talk properly, there's no need for violence. Within the ruins of the primitive demon gate, the overwhelming power of Taiyin and Taiyang transformed into a vast ocean. Unmoved by the pleas for mercy from the primeval demon spirit, Lin Yuan was indifferent. Whoosh! A strand of yin-yang power transformed into a sharp sword, piercing through the blood-colored body of the primeval demon spirit. In an instant, the blood-colored body boiled and then rapidly recovered. However, this scene caused Lin Yuan to pause slightly. Because your against heaven's understanding allows you to perceive a part of the primeval demon spirit's essence, acquiring the demonic skill, Great Desolation Rejuvenation skill. In an instant, all the details pertaining to the Great Desolation Rejuvenation skill flooded into his mind. This skill. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he had not cultivated it, Lin Yuan was certain that this skill was indeed a Heaven Master level skill, and even within the Celestial Master Mansion, there were not many skills of this level. Primeval Demon Spirit. Lin Yuan looked down at the blood-colored figure screaming pitifully on the altar. What is the Primeval Demon Spirit? A protector? Clearly not. The Primeval Demon Spirit cannot leave the altar, nor the ruins of the Primordial Demon Gate. Obviously, it has no connection with the protectors. Lin Yuan believed that the Primeval Demon Spirit was more like an inheritor of some sort, guarding the heritage of the once mighty Primordial Demon Gate, ensuring that this lineage did not die out completely. The sect leader of the Myriad Demon sect, 60 years ago, had obtained part of the Primordial Demon Gate's heritage from this very Primeval Demon Spirit, thereby establishing the Myriad Demon sect and bringing chaos to the world. If it was an inheritor, then it surely had control over many of the Primordial Demon Gate's heritages. Just now, when the Primeval Demon Spirit had been pierced by the yin-yang power, it instinctively used the Great Desolation Rejuvenation skill to recover. As a result, falling into Lin Yuan's sight, he directly perceived and understood it with his against heaven's understanding. Over the past 60 years, while pursuing the evil heads across the world, Lin Yuan had indeed comprehended many demonic skills and secret techniques. But those demonic skills and secret techniques were not of high level, and Lin Yuan barely paid attention to them. Only the Primeval Demon Spirit before him. This was a demonic Tao heritage comparable to the lineage of the Celestial Master Mansion. The many profound essences it commanded were indeed enough to catch Lin Yuan's eye. Take it slow. Lin Yuan had made up his mind. He had originally planned to finish the battle quickly and deal with the Primeval Demon Spirit as soon as possible. But now, finding profit in the Primeval Demon Spirit, Lin Yuan naturally would not let it go so easily. What followed? Lin Yuan deliberately held back, forcing the Primeval Demon Spirit to use many of its inherited skills. Thusa, your against heaven's understanding allows you to perceive a part of the Primeval Demon Spirit's essence, acquiring the demonic skill. Your against heaven's understanding allows you to perceive a part of the Primeval Demon Spirit's essence, acquiring the demonic skill. Your against heaven's understanding allows you to perceive a part of the Primeval Demon Spirit's essence, acquiring the demonic skill. Several months later, the Primeval Demon Spirit had basically been drained dry by Lin Yuan. All the demonic Tao heritages it possessed had fallen into the hands of Lin Yuan. Are you going to kill me or not? Give me a quick end. Atop the altar, the Primeval Demon Spirit had completely given up hope. Though it was not a living being, it was intelligent and could not fathom why Lin Yuan, clearly powerful enough to kill it, had instead played around for several months. Could it be that the Primeval Demon Spirit was fun to toy with? It wasn't right to bully like this. The Primeval Demon Spirit probably never dreamt that all of its tricks would be covertly learnt by Lin Yuan. All right. Lin Yuan nodded. Upon confirming that no more could be extracted from the Primeval Demon Spirit, he directly activated the Yin-Yang Great Grinding Disc, completely annihilating it. As he walked out from the primitive Demon Gate ruins, Lin Yuan looked back once more. This visit to the Primordial Demon Gate had been like killing two birds with one stone for Lin Yuan. He not only truly eradicated the Primordial Demon Gate, achieving what generations of heavenly masters had failed to do, but also conveniently acquired the complete heritage of the Primordial Demon Gate. Although Lin Yuan was a heavenly master of the Celestial Master Mansion, he held no aversion to the heritage and secret techniques of the demonic way. As long as it made him stronger, be it the righteous path or the demonic way, there was no difference. The Cosmic Human Alliance possessed evolution paths that were considered numerous, within which many were horrifying, with some even feeding on blood and souls. But not one of them was forbidden by the three goddesses. The essence of power has no right or wrong, it's the wielder of the power who can determine its morality. The demonic way. Lin Yuan appeared to be in deep thought. In the span of several months, he had essentially mastered the many heritages of the Primordial Demon Gate. Against heaven's understanding depended on Lin Yuan's strength. Before he became a heavenly master, Lin Yuan had spent years, barely managing to grasp the insights contained within the true martial Dao Zhang. After becoming a heavenly master, and continuing his assiduous cultivation for 60 years, he faced the heritage of the primordial demonic gate, which was almost as profound as the true martial Dao Zhang, and Lin Yuan needed only a few months. The way of heaven lessens the excessive to supplement the insufficient. The way of demons lessens the insufficient to supplement the excessive. Many heritages of the demonic Dao surged within Lin Yuan's heart. Dragon Tiger Mountain. Lin Yuan stood in front of the true martial hall. He looked up at the statue of the true martial great emperor. Heavenly Master. Qingping immediately came forward. 60 years had passed, and the former master Kang Qing and Pingyang had both passed away. The current Celestial Master Mansion was essentially managed by Qingping and a few other celestial phenomena realm experts. Master. At this moment, a figure walked in, and greeted Lin Yuan with the utmost respect. You've become a heavenly master? Very good, very good. Lin Yuan turned his head and glanced at the figure. This figure, named Yuan, was an orphan that Lin Yuan had picked up during his time vanquishing demons off the mountain 50 years ago. Noticing his unusual talent, Lin Yuan took him under his wing and carefully instructed him for several years. When Yuan turned 10, Lin Yuan took him to Dragon Tiger Mountain. With Yuan's talent, he would not have been approved by the true martial sword. But under Lin Yuan's command, the true martial sword had no choice but to recognize Yuan. Now, 40 years later, Yuan had not disappointed Lin Yuan and had officially become a heavenly master 2 years ago. Thus, the Celestial Master Mansion welcomed its most prosperous era, with 2 heavenly masters emerging in one era. If not for Master, Yuan would have died at the foot of the mountain long ago. Yuan said respectfully. His achievements, greatly attributed to those years of Lin Yuan's guidance, played a decisive role, even greater than the influence of the true martial sword. As his strength grew, Yuan felt even more the unfathomable depth of his master. As a child, when Yuan saw Lin Yuan, he just thought his master was very strong. Upon entering the upper third realm, seeing his master felt like facing the might of heaven. Now that he had become a heavenly master himself, Yuan realized that his master was as vast and boundless as heaven and earth. It was like standing 100 miles away from Dragon Tiger Mountain, feeling like the mountain doesn't seem very high, but as you step closer, it grows taller. When you're only 5 miles away, you find the mountain truly lofty, and when you arrive at its base, the mountain rises so high it obscures the sun and sky. Zhang Family Fort. The peach blossoms were in full bloom, filling the mountain with their dance. Nobody knew that over 80 years ago, this place had been annihilated by the demonic sect, with the loss of thousands of lives, their blood dyeing the earth red. The current Zhang Family Fort had become a mausoleum, burying all of the former Zhang family members. Due to that celestial master Zhang, the mausoleum was guarded by dedicated people who forbade outsiders from disturbing the peace of the deceased. Because of this, the mausoleum was usually undisturbed and exceptionally quiet. But today, in the Zhang Family Fort mausoleum, in front of a tombstone, stood a figure. This figure, dressed in a Taoist robe, with a youthful appearance, was none other than Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan gazed at the tombstone in front of him, inscribed with the names Zhang Kun, Su Yun. They were the parents of the body Lin Yuan occupied. The time has come. Lin Yuan's eyes were filled with a sense of loss, his 80-year tenure in this world nearing its end, with at most half an hour left before returning to the main world. Now that the Celestial Master Mansion had a new heavenly master, and with the Celestial Master's sword that carried Lin Yuan's, Taiji Wei, left within the sword tomb on Dragon Tiger Mountain. At this moment, Lin Yuan could be considered without worries. Before leaving, Lin Yuan suddenly wanted to see the parents of this lifetime. Time slipped away. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. In Lin Yuan's mind, the door to the myriad realms suddenly shone brightly. As his consciousness was about to return, Lin Yuan's thoughts moved ever so slightly. The yin-yang taiji power within his body clashed and scattered. Along with it, his physical body also began to dissipate inch by inch. A gentle breeze blew through, and Lin Yuan completely vanished from sight. Born to this world, he returned to this world. There was no longer a celestial master Zhang in the world. Kanglin Star, Shuihui Residential Complex. Residence number 32. Inside a nutrition pod, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, compared to the first traversal. This traversal lasted much longer. He had stayed in the Dragon Tiger world for a full 80 years. Consider that before the second traversal, including the first traversal. His life in the main world and his life on Earth, all added together, did not amount to 80 years. However, it was all worth it, because Lin Yuan had created the Tao of Taiji. You should know, at the level of a heavenly master. The heavenly masters who break through by following the paths of either Taiyin Pole Extreme or Taiyang Pole Extreme are not the same concept as those who break through by following the Tao of Taiji, even without relying on either Taiyin Pole Extreme or Taiyang Pole Extreme. With Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, he could force open a new route and break through to the heavenly master realm. In the first 10 years of the Dragon Tiger world, that's what Lin Yuan did. But in the end, he found that both in terms of potential and combat power, they did not compare to Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme. And Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme, in turn, are far inferior to Taiji. The Tao of Taiji is, up to now, the path most suitable for Lin Yuan and also the most perfect and powerful path he could achieve. Perhaps in the many evolutionary paths of the Cosmic Human Alliance, there are paths stronger than the Tao of Taiji. But definitely none as suitable for Lin Yuan as the Tao of Taiji. How could the evolutionary paths initiated by others ever be as smooth as those one creates oneself? My current strength should be at the peak of the second layer, 12 segments, infinitely approaching the third realm. Lin Yuan speculated in his heart. In the Dragon Tiger world's demon purge cycle, it only took Lin Yuan 40 years to advance from the second layer 9th segment to the 12th segment. The remaining 20 years, then, were spent exploring the subsequent third layer path. 40 years to advance 3 segments. Looking at Kanglin Star, this might be considered top tier. But if considered within the entire Cosmic Human Alliance, it could only be regarded as above average. But don't forget, every step Lin Yuan took was path creating. Creating a completely new evolutionary path from scratch. The difficulty was 100, 1,000 times higher than for those evolvers who followed paths paved by pioneers. Gathering his thoughts slowly, Lin Yuan got up and left the nutrition pod. During the 80 years in the Dragon Tiger world, Lin Yuan was invincible. But there were still many secrets he hadn't unraveled. For instance, the true martial sword and the primeval demon spirit. Why had these items from the upper realms fallen into the lower realms? Could it be that the upper realm powerhouses were laying out some plans? But now that he had returned, none of this was relevant to Lin Yuan anymore. 2 hours. Lin Yuan glanced at the time. To confirm that from the moment he lay down for the traversal to the moment he got up, it took a total of 2 hours. To be precise, it took 2 hours and 3 minutes. It seems that the tiers in the Dragon Tiger world are indeed higher than in the martial world. Lin Yuan judged inwardly. In the martial world, 20 years passed and only 10 minutes had gone by in the main world. If extended to 80 years, that would be 40 minutes. In terms of the flow of time, the rate in the Dragon Tiger world is less than half that of the martial world. There are also the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang on Kanglin Star. Lin Yuan walked to the rooftop. It was currently night, and Lin Yuan could distinctly feel the forces of Taiyin and Taiyang disseminating throughout the heavens and the earth. Being nighttime, the power of Taiyin was more pronounced than the power of Taiyang. Absorbing it bit by bit is too slow. I still need to purchase corresponding spiritual objects. Lin Yuan sighed. He now had the realm, what he lacked was merely energy accumulation. And in the main world, what was least scarce was various forms of energy. If Lin Yuan had the means, he could completely go cultivate on the surface of a star. The power of Taiyang there condenses into a liquid. With a single breath, the Taiyang power Lin Yuan could absorb would probably match years of arduous cultivation. Of course, achieving this would require a substantial amount of money. And Lin Yuan, most of all, lacked money. With sufficient funds, Lin Yuan could not only purchase various spiritual objects. He could even buy many of the evolutionary paths of the Cosmic Human Alliance to simulate and perfect his own cultivation system. Continue uploading the Tao of Taiji. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan made up his mind. The Cosmic Human Alliance encouraged its citizens to develop new evolutionary paths, and the 3 goddesses even gave certain resource preferences to this. After the first traversal, Lin Yuan exchanged the martial path evolutionary path for 5,000 merit points. 1,000 of those merit points had elevated his citizen level to second level, granting him many privileges and making him an undisputed privileged class on Kanglan Star. The Tao of Taiji, being a continuation of the martial Tao cultivation system created by Lin Yuan, if uploaded, would certainly prompt the Goddess of Wisdom to re-evaluate and thereby earn more subsequent merit points. In the Cosmic Human Alliance, merit points are everything. The prerequisite for acquiring merit points is to contribute to humanity, and there are undoubtedly many other ways to do this. But for Lin Yuan, the quickest and simplest way was only one. That was to upload the Tao of Taiji. The three goddesses of the Cosmic Human Alliance are absolutely selfless, and there are no scenarios involving suppression or enslavement of citizens. As long as the Tao of Taiji uploaded by Lin Yuan was valuable enough, it would receive the protection of the three goddesses. As for whether other citizens could surpass Lin Yuan in cultivation after uploading the Tao of Taiji, even though the cultivation environment of the Cosmic Human Alliance far surpassed that of the Dragon Tiger world, it would still take others decades to reach the Heavenly Master level on the martial path evolutionary path. In a matter of decades, given Lin Yuan's shuttling frequency of once every 8 months, he would have already experienced dozens of shuttles. To the Heavenly Master of today, Lin Yuan of several decades later would hardly be considered anything less than an ant. Since he decided to upload the Tao of Taiji, Lin Yuan began to translate it into the language of the main world and made minor adjustments. Several days later, Lin Yuan organized his achievements in the Dragon Tiger world into 2 parts. The Celestial Phenomena chapter and the Yin-Yang chapter. The Yin-Yang chapter, indeed named by Lin Yuan for the Heavenly Master level. To master both Tai-Yin and Tai-Yang, to integrate Tai-Yin and Tai-Yang. After completing these tasks, he immediately connected his consciousness to the Goddess of Wisdom. If he were an ordinary citizen, even connecting to a trivial sub-entity of the Goddess of Wisdom would require patiently waiting for several minutes. But Lin Yuan was a second-level citizen who had made contributions to the Human Alliance. It only took a moment. The solemn and calm voice of the Goddess of Wisdom came through. Respected second-level citizen Lin Yuan, please state your request. I want to continue uploading on the martial path evolutionary path, Lin Yuan directly said. After notifying the Goddess of Wisdom, Lin Yuan uploaded the organized, Celestial Phenomena chapter, and Yin-Yang chapter. The moment the Goddess of Wisdom received the Celestial Phenomena chapter, and Yin-Yang chapter, in a mysterious space countless light years away from Kanglan Star, numerous large screens flashed rapidly, and massive computational power frenziedly assessed and deduced the value of the Celestial Phenomena chapter, and Yin-Yang chapter. Detection of Celestial Phenomena chapter, involving dual properties of Yin and Yang. Detection of Yin-Yang chapter, involving the integration of dual properties of Yin and Yang. Extreme power integration. This evolutionary path's theoretical limit is determined as 6th rank. Discovery of potential up to the 6th rank evolutionary path, triggering the 9th charter, commencing contact with the Goddess of Justice. Commencing contact with the Goddess of Freedom. Upon confirmation by the three goddesses, this evolutionary path indeed has the potential to reach 6th rank. Relevant contingency plan generated, beginning to contact the highest authority of this planet, Planetary Governor Song Wuyang. At the highest point of Kanglan Star, Governor Song Wuyang had ended his calls with other planetary officials. The planetary tournament is about to begin. I hope this tournament yields a few seeds with the potential of 3rd or 4th rank. Song Wuyang sighed. As the planetary governor, he too faced performance pressures. Every 10 years, the Goddess of Wisdom would review every action taken during his governance, no matter how trivial. Among the criteria were how many evolvers of different ranks were born on Kanglan Star during this period and the overall happiness index of all citizens, among others. The higher the Goddess of Wisdom's evaluation of him, the greater his rewards, most tangibly in the form of merit points. Of course, if the Goddess of Wisdom rated him too low, he would not only fail to earn any merit points but would also face impeachment. And in severe cases, he would lose his position as governor and be sent to the Supreme Court for trial. I wonder how the creator of that martial path evolutionary path is doing now. Thinking of the tournament, Song Wuyang naturally thought of Lin Yuan. After all, The martial arts evolution system had squeezed into the top 100 of Kanglen Star's evolution rankings as soon as it appeared. This was the first change in the rankings during Song Wuyang's term. The goddess of wisdom really protects these creators of evolutionary paths tightly. Even I, the governor, can't access their information. Song Wuyang clicked his tongue. Ordinary second-level citizens were open to his scrutiny as much as he pleased. After all, he was a fourth-level citizen. However, Lin Yuan was not only a second-level citizen but also a creator of an evolutionary path, making him a special person protected specifically by the goddess of wisdom. But Song Wuyang also understood such actions by the goddess of wisdom. In the history of the Cosmic Human Alliance, there had been many instances where promising talents were prematurely eliminated. These eliminations arose from various sources: rivals, competitors, or different species. Thus, the three goddesses decided that anyone identified as a genius of the human race would be protected with specific encrypted information. Outsiders couldn't access their information at all, naturally making it very difficult to carry out any eliminations. It's just that the martial arts evolution system, having a potential upper limit of third rank, wouldn't be valued so highly by the goddess if it wasn't so widely adopted. Song Wuyang shook his head slightly. Evaluating the value of a particular evolutionary path, potential is one aspect, and its degree of adoption is another. Suddenly, just then, an electronic synthesized voice came. Governor Song Wuyang, the goddess of wisdom requests a connection. The goddess of wisdom wants to speak with me. Song Wuyang was slightly startled. He had just been thinking about the goddess of wisdom when she sought him out. Connect her. Song Wuyang nodded. He straightened up his back a bit, wanting to appear more presentable to the goddess of wisdom. After all, although Song Wuyang couldn't see the goddess of wisdom, through various monitoring equipment, she could always keep track of all his movements. As Song Wuyang chose to connect with the goddess of wisdom. The goddess of wisdom has been connected. The goddess of freedom has been connected. The goddess of justice has been connected. In an instant, the three ultimate intelligent goddesses of the Cosmic Human Alliance all arrived. This made Song Wuyang, who had been pondering how to speak with the goddess of wisdom, feel his scalp tingle. Wasn't it the goddess of wisdom who wanted to talk to him? Why did all three goddesses show up? Good heavens! What on earth had happened to draw the attention of all three goddesses at once? The Cosmic Human Alliance's three ultimate intelligent goddesses are known as the goddess of freedom, the goddess of justice, and the goddess of wisdom. These three goddesses govern different aspects. The goddess of freedom oversees aggression and expansion. The goddess of justice handles legal decisions. The goddess of wisdom is in charge of civilian life and logistics. The three goddesses each fulfilled their roles, collectively supporting the dazzling brilliance of human civilization today. Normally, each goddess would only appear in their respective fields. Only when an event occurs that could impact the star domain, or even beyond, do the three goddesses communicate and make decisions together. Song Wuyang has seen the three goddesses. Song Wuyang speculated uneasily, speaking with a hint of respect. Although the three goddesses don't possess what are called emotions, and they don't treat citizens differently based on their attitude. But in front of these three, it's always safe to be a bit more respectful. Changes have been detected in the martial path evolutionary path. The goddess of wisdom said with a solemn and cool voice, being the first to speak. The martial path evolutionary path? Song Wuyang was stunned. He didn't know about the martial path evolutionary path. He even had a strong impression of this evolutionary path. But for the three goddesses to seek him out because of this? The martial path evolutionary path is special, but its theoretical limit was already set. Third rank. Was such a level of evolutionary path worthy of startling the three goddesses all at once? Could it be that the theoretical limit of the martial path evolutionary path had changed, rising by a rank? Song Wuyang thought to himself, silently speculating. The theoretical limits of evolutionary paths are deduced by the three goddesses using their tremendous computational power. Simply put, a second-layer evolutionary path, if its theoretical limit is third layer, then it means this path potentially could reach the third layer. Of course, this is only a possibility. Most evolutionary paths do not reach their theoretical limits. But it's undeniable that the theoretical limits derived by the three goddesses are somewhat linked to the potential of the evolutionary path. Moreover, the deductions of the goddesses are not entirely accurate. During the development of evolutionary paths, they can be influenced by various factors. For example, a first-rank path evolving towards second-layer could, under certain special influences, see its potential greatly increase, raising its theoretical limit. Although these are low-probability events, now that all three goddesses have approached him and mentioned changes in the determination of the martial path evolutionary path, Song Wuyang could only think in this direction. This is the latest determination result of the martial path evolutionary path. The somber voice of Goddess of Wisdom came again, at the same time. A virtual screen appeared in front of Song Wuyang. It displayed many characters describing the martial canon. Song Wuyang immediately looked towards the theoretical limit section. 6th rank. Song Wuyang was stunned, almost thinking that he had read it wrong. He looked again. It was still 6th rank. Goddess, is this? Song Wuyang wanted to ask if the goddess had made a mistake, only to suddenly realize that it wasn't just the Goddess of Wisdom watching him. The other two goddesses were also present. He swiftly tucked away that comment in his mind. As ultimate intelligences of the cosmic human civilization, every action of the goddesses is computed millions of times over. They are definitely not mistaken, especially when it concerns the 6th rank. Moreover, it wasn't just the Goddess of Wisdom who had come today. All three goddesses were here, clearly after countless confirmations prior to their visit. How is this possible? Song Wuyang muttered to himself. The martial path evolutionary path, which had a theoretical limit of 3rd rank just 6 months ago, now suddenly had a theoretical limit of 6th rank. Skipping 3 ranks in one go, this was rarefied among dozens of star domains nearby. The Celestial Phenomena chapter and Yin and Yang chapter of the martial path evolutionary path involved the fusion and transformation of extreme forces. Continue to develop and explore, and there is a 100% chance of reaching the 3rd rank, a 60% chance of reaching the 4th rank, a 30% chance of reaching the 5th rank, and a 10% chance of reaching the 6th rank, the Goddess of Wisdom said. Extreme force fusion. Song Wuyang took a deep breath. Fusion of the same type of forces could already cause major issues. Not to mention the fusion of extreme forces, which had a high probability of causing a self-explosion. Suddenly, Song Wuyang's curiosity surged about what the founder of the martial path evolutionary path had gone through to delve into these realms. Unfortunately, Song Wuyang knew the only thing he could be now was curious about Lin Yuan. The evolution path that was established reached the theoretical 6th rank, and now that creator of martial Tao was probably the favored gem of the Goddess of Wisdom. It was likely that not even the Lords of the Stars had the authority to investigate this person, let alone himself. What can I do now? After a moment of silence, Song Wuyang spoke up. According to the judgment, the subsequent Celestial Phenomena chapter and Yin and Yang chapter of the martial canon are valued at 20,000 merit points and require authorization from official Song Wuyang, said the Goddess of Wisdom succinctly. 20,000 merit points. Song Wuyang felt somewhat bitter. He had battled various different species on the front lines, killing countless to barely elevate his citizen rank to 4th level. Then he was reassigned to the rear to serve as an official. Just the rewards he could earn as an official, even over 1,000 years, would not amount to 20,000 merit points. That was under the condition of receiving a superior evaluation from the Goddess of Wisdom every 10 years. But Song Wuyang also knew that an evolutionary path with a theoretical potential of 6th rank truly deserved that many merit points. Not to mention, just the fusion of two extreme forces had failed countless times, each failure resulting in tremendous losses. I agree, Song Wuyang nodded. In fact, it wouldn't matter if he disagreed. The three goddesses would authorize it step by step, and the result wouldn't change. Shuehui Residential Complex. Underground Training Ground. Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged, waiting patiently for a response from the Goddess of Wisdom. In his heart, Lin Yuan believed that the insights gathered from this journey through the Celestial Phenomena chapter and Yin and Yang chapter were more valuable than the Grandmaster chapter, Great Grandmaster chapter, Mythological chapter, and Carefree chapter. Even when Lin Yuan encountered bottlenecks while exploring the latter, he surpassed them in days or months at most. But the Yin and Yang chapter, to comprehend the Yin-Yang power, Lin Yuan had deliberated for nearly 10 years, even with the aid of the true martial sword. Lin Yuan's thoughts were turbulent. Just then, a solemn and cold voice came through. Respected second-layer citizen Lin Yuan, the evaluation of your submitted martial path evolutionary path has been completed. All right, Lin Yuan was invigorated. Although Lin Yuan had expended a great deal of effort on the yin and yang chapter, the specific value it held in the eyes of the goddess of wisdom was unknown. Citizen Lin Yuan, according to our evaluation, the subsequent evolutionary path is valued at 20,000 merit points. Would you like it credited now? 20,000 merit points. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Considering that 1,000 merit points could generate one second-layer citizen, 20,000 merit points could create 20 second-layer citizens. 20 second-layer citizens? In the entirety of Dongning City, there were only 6 or 7. Go ahead, Lin Yuan said, after confirming the 20,000 merit points were credited. Lin Yuan suddenly became curious to know the current evaluation of the martial path evolutionary path. Theoretical upper limit of 6th rank. Lin Yuan checked the latest information on the martial path evolutionary path. He was somewhat surprised. 6th rank, corresponding to a 6th rank evolver. And 6th rank evolvers had another name. That was fallen star level. Every 6th rank evolver was capable of traversing the cosmos with their physical body alone, and with a full force strike, they could obliterate stars. The title of Fallen Star for a 6th rank evolver is in reference to the Cosmic Human Alliance. If that were placed in the martial worlds Lin Yuan traversed, like the martial world or dragon tiger world, it would be equivalent to an apocalypse level rank. However, be it fallen star level or apocalypse level, they had nothing to do with Lin Yuan's current situation. The goddess of wisdom, with her vast computational power, deduced that the theoretical limit of the Taiji Dao is at the 6th rank. But a theoretical limit is, after all, just that, a theoretical potential for the future. It indicated that the goddess of wisdom had high regard for Lin Yuan. To be precise, she was very optimistic about the yin and yang chapter of the martial path evolutionary path. The reason why the goddess of wisdom determined that the subsequent parts of the martial path evolutionary path uploaded by Lin Yuan were worth 20,000 merit points primarily resides in the yin and yang chapter. Had it not involved the fusion and transformation of yin and yang, but simply been a pure Taiyang chapter, or Taiyin chapter, even if it ranked at 3rd rank, its final value would only be a few thousand merit points. How could it possibly reach the frightening 20,000? The power of Taiyang and the power of Taiyin are both high-level energies. Mastering one holds the potential of reaching 3rd rank, let alone the fusion of both. The fusion directly extends their potential to the level of 6th rank. I currently have 24,000 merit points. Lin Yuan had just received 20,000, while the remaining 4,000 were left over from his last traversal. On the first traversal, Lin Yuan uploaded the innate chapter and Grandmaster chapter of the martial canon, earning 2,000 merit points. Later, he continued to upload the Great Grandmaster chapter, Mythological chapter, and Carefree chapter, gaining 3,000 merit points. After deducting the 1,000 merit points needed to upgrade to a 2nd-level citizen, Lin Yuan's current merit points had reached 24,000. Let's directly upgrade the citizen rank. With so many merit points, there was no need for hesitation. Lin Yuan chose to directly upgrade his citizen rank. Congratulations to Citizen Lin Yuan, your citizen rank has been upgraded to 3rd rank. In the blink of an eye, 5,000 merit points were deducted, and Lin Yuan's citizen rank was upgraded from 2nd rank to 3rd rank. I am now a 3rd rank citizen. Lin Yuan's spirits lifted. Across Kanglin Star, a 3rd rank citizen could also be considered a significant figure, and the highest citizen rank in Dongning City to date was only 2nd rank. From a 3rd rank citizen to a 4th rank citizen, I need 10,000 merit points. Lin Yuan checked the citizen rank information and immediately felt a slight urge. He currently still had 19,000 merit points, which was more than enough for another upgrade in citizen rank. A 3rd rank citizen is followed by a 4th rank citizen. A 4th rank citizen. This was no longer a significant figure on Kanglin Star, but a major power player. Only the planetary governor had achieved this rank on the whole planet. If Lin Yuan became a 4th rank citizen, his status would be directly on par with that of the planetary governor. Of course, Lin Yuan was well aware that this was only in terms of status. far from comparable in terms of power and influence. But the influence of a fourth-rank citizen was already quite significant, especially with the numerous privileges it granted within the human alliance, enough to make ordinary citizens shudder. Let's upgrade, upgrade. Lin Yuan was about to continue raising his citizen rank, when at that moment, he glanced at other content on his information interface. There were items like name, account balance, loan limit, and so on. Lin Yuan suddenly noticed that his loan limit had somehow been maxed out. After being promoted to a second-rank citizen, Lin Yuan had a 10 million credit line at the Central Bank of the Cosmic Human Alliance. This type of loan, provided by the Human Alliance to high-ranking citizens, was an interest-free loan with a repayment period of several decades. It was pretty much like giving money to high-ranking citizens. Even if they did not spend this money and just withdrew the loan to invest in a few financial products, they could earn money effortlessly. After all, the loan provided by the central bank required no interest payments. Therefore, prior to his second traversal, most of Lin Yuan's expenditures were principally through loans. Purchasing a residence in Shuai residential complex, other nutritional products, and that military-grade nutrition pod, and so on. The initial 10 million credit limit had been almost fully utilized by Lin Yuan. Only now, his personal loan limit had been restored. To put it simply, all the money Lin Yuan had borrowed before was now repaid. This was quite strange, as Lin Yuan was clear that he had not actively repaid any loans. As for automatic deductions, how much time had passed? Besides, the money in Lin Yuan's account hadn't decreased. Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan directly chose to connect with the Goddess of Wisdom. Respected third-rank cosmic citizen Mr. Lin Yuan. The Goddess of Wisdom quickly explained the reason to Lin Yuan. It turned out that every time a citizen's rank is promoted, the personal loans belonging to this citizen will automatically be nullified, with the central bank repaying them on behalf. Of course, the personal loans mentioned here can only be the official loans. As for private loans from non-official sources, they are not included in this repayment clause. This repayment mechanism is one of the implicit benefits of a high-ranked citizen, which isn't explicitly stated. An upgrade in citizen rank signifies a contribution to the human alliance, and hence, the central bank repaying loans for them isn't a strange occurrence. There's such a good deal. Lin Yuan blinked and glanced at the loan limit available to third-rank citizens in the central bank. 100 million. The thought of immediately ascending to the fourth-rank citizen was suddenly restrained. If I spend this 100 million in loan limit and then upgrade to a fourth-rank citizen, wouldn't I be able to freeload this 100 million without paying it back? Clearly, Lin Yuan's speculation was correct. According to the central bank's loan repayment mechanism, that was indeed the case. This isn't a loophole in the citizen rank system. Merit points are extremely difficult to obtain, and ordinary citizens will definitely upgrade as soon as they accumulate enough points for it. Almost no one can resist the urge not to upgrade, especially given the vast array of enticing privileges and benefits that come with a higher citizen rank. While thinking about how to spend this 100 million, Lin Yuan browsed through the mail sent by the Cosmic Human Alliance after being promoted to a third-rank citizen. First was the congratulatory message and a transfer of 10 million. When promoted to a second-rank citizen, the Cosmic Human Alliance transferred 5 million. Now, upon being promoted to a third-rank citizen, the Cosmic Human Alliance transferred 10 million. The increase was far less than the increase in the loan limit, but it was understandable. After all, this was free money, and Lin Yuan naturally accepted it without reservation. Next came updates to the many privileges. Compared to the privileges of a second-rank citizen, a third-rank citizen had an additional appeal privilege. If subjected to any unfair treatment or witnessing any injustice, one could make a direct appeal to the highest planetary governor of the local star. After Lin Yuan reviewed all the privileges and had a clear understanding in his mind, he immediately opened the shopping options and started selecting various spiritual objects to restore his strength. With the authority of a third-rank citizen during the search, Lin Yuan could see a list that was several times larger. Many unheard of spiritual objects and wonders continuously appeared. These two then. After half an hour, Lin Yuan finally confirmed his choices. Solar Essence. Cosmic Spiritual Object, 30 million civilization dollars per portion. Lunar Marrow. Cosmic Spiritual Object, 20 million civilization dollars per portion. Lin Yuan, having created the Taiji Dao and encompassing Taiyin and Taiyang, naturally needed the most yang and most yin objects to recover his strength. In this regard, solar essence and lunar marrow were suitable. Solar essence came from stars in the exhaustion phase, and its collection was quite difficult. The price of 30 million per portion was the result of Lin Yuan getting a 20% discount with his third-rank citizen privileges. As for lunar marrow, it came from a few special cold planets, often guarded by different species, and was extremely dangerous. In fact, due to the characteristic of the Taiji Dao to merge and convert, Lin Yuan could still recover his full strength even if he continued to take high-grade nutrient solutions, slowly refining the energy within the nutrient solution and transforming it into the power of Taiyin and power of Taiyang through the Taiji Dao. However, this method would take a fair amount of time. And a bottle of high-grade nutrient solution was worth 200,000. Lin Yuan had used over 20 bottles of high-grade nutrient solution to recover before. Now that his realm had reached the second layer limit, to fully recover his strength, at least 200 bottles of high-grade nutrient solution would be needed. Over 200 bottles of high-grade yin and yang essence would cost 40 to 50 million, which was not much different in value compared to lunar marrow and solar essence. He clicked to confirm the purchase of lunar marrow and solar essence, and set the payment method to the loan limit from the central bank. Lin Yuan stretched lazily, his mood brightening. How to spend the remaining 50 million. Lin Yuan pondered in his mind. Maybe I could buy some evolutionary paths to look at. Lin Yuan thought quietly to himself. With his against heaven's understanding, examining other evolutionary paths might allow him to further perfect his martial path evolutionary path. Thinking of the martial path evolutionary path, Lin Yuan's thoughts once again drifted to the Kanglin evolution ranking. This ranking recorded the most powerful 100 evolutionary paths in the history of Kanglin Star. Before the second crossing, Lin Yuan had uploaded the subsequent Great Grandmaster chapter, mythological chapter, of the Martial Path evolutionary path. The addition of higher levels of cultivation moderately increased the potential of the Martial Path evolutionary path. As reflected on the Kanglin evolution ranking, it went from originally being ranked 93rd to 78th. And just now, he had uploaded the Celestial Phenomena chapter, and the Yin and Yang chapter, especially the Yin and Yang chapter, which was key in allowing the Goddess of Wisdom to start anew in evaluating the Martial Path evolutionary path. Goddess of Wisdom, where does the Martial Path evolutionary path now rank on the Kanglin evolution ranking? Lin Yuan contacted the Goddess of Wisdom, inquiring with a hint of curiosity. The Kanglin evolution ranking was updated daily at midnight. But as the creator of this evolutionary path, Lin Yuan could naturally ask the Goddess of Wisdom for the real-time ranking. Respected third-rank citizen Mr. Lin Yuan, the comprehensive ranking of the Martial Path evolutionary path is now 8th on the Kanglin evolution ranking. Kang Lan Star Virtual World, early morning, Central Plaza area. A towering Kanglin evolution ranking stood erect while a middle-aged man with reddened eyes casually sat on a chair, his gaze occasionally flicking towards the evolution ranking. His name was Pei Lu, a member of the Pei family from Kanglin Star. The Pei family was a well-known family of evolvers on Kanglin Star. There were two types of evolvers, unique type evolvers and general type evolvers. Among the unique type evolvers, there were many categories, one of which included lineage evolvers. Lineage evolvers, the foundation of many evolver families, had their evolutionary abilities passed down through their bloodlines. Compared to other evolvers, the cultivation for lineage evolvers was much easier, merely needing to continuously unlock the potential of their bloodlines. Of course, the drawback was also clear: the limit of their bloodline was their own limit. Prior to reaching the limit of their bloodline, they wouldn't encounter any setbacks or obstacles, but once they reached that limit, it was basically impossible to break through. The Pei family was a third-rank lineage evolver family. I wonder why the family head is so concerned about the evolution ranking. Pei Lu was somewhat bored. In 10 minutes, the evolution ranking was due for an update. Ever since, half a year ago, a path called the Martial Path evolutionary path broke into the top 100 of the ranking. The family head then ordered him to watch over it at this time every day and to immediately report any changes back to the family. Actually, not just the Pei family, but other powers on Kanglin Star had basically started sending people to guard the evolution ranking. The Kanglin evolution ranking was not just a list of ranks. Many evolutionary paths recorded on it were connected to the future situation on Kanglin's star. For example, if a citizen wished to try becoming an evolver, they would naturally prefer choosing an evolutionary path listed on the evolution ranking. Evolvers of the same evolutionary path naturally gravitated towards each other and easily grouped together. Over time, forming a group was nothing unusual. At that moment, as long as the creator of this evolutionary path stepped forward, they could easily rally a response, and establishing a force corresponding to that evolutionary path was merely a matter of speaking out. The 100 evolutionary paths on the Kanglin evolution ranking represented the most powerful 100 forces on Kanglin's star. These forces were deeply intertwined within Kanglin's star, and their influence even spread to nearby star domains. Half a year ago, the Marshall Path evolutionary path had risen remarkably, entering the top 100 of the ranking and causing a massive impact, dropping many jaws in surprise. Just a few months later, not a few citizens on Kanglin's star embarked on the Marshall Path evolutionary path. Although no evolvers of corresponding realms, i.e., the Grandmaster realm, had yet appeared, given enough time, it was only a matter of when. Since the Marshall Path evolutionary path had appeared on the evolution ranking, it must have been recognized by the three goddesses, ensuring the correctness of its cultivation progress. Marshall Path evolutionary path. Peilu's expression became slightly serious. He had reviewed this evolutionary path in the Innate chapter and Grandmaster chapter. He had also recognized where the advantages of this evolutionary path lay. That was its low threshold. Compared to other evolutionary paths which required various external substances and medicines, or even special environments. The Marshall Path evolutionary path almost had no requirements, simply needing citizens to cultivate day after day as instructed. Perhaps stepping into the Grandmaster realm is difficult and requires some talent, but for the innate realm out of 3,000 or 4,000 citizens, producing one was not very difficult. It's a pity, the limit is not high, only 3rd rank. Peilu couldn't help but shake his head. His bloodline was also only 3rd rank, but on Kanglin's star, the world of bloodlines had always been uniform, only occasionally seeing existences with bloodlines reaching the 4th rank or even the 5th rank. However, recently, the Marshall Path evolutionary path moved up from 93rd to 78th place, which is quite interesting. Did the founder improve the related concepts? Peilu couldn't help thinking to himself. He was not too concerned about it. The Kanglin evolution ranking was divided into 4 layers. The top 10 was 1 layer. From 11th to 30th was 1 layer. From 31st to 50th was 1 layer. From 51st to 100 was 1 layer. From 51st to 100, the difference among these 50 evolutionary paths was not significant. The limit was also generally 3rd rank. Centuries ago, no new evolutionary path had broken into the evolution ranking. But changes from the top 50 to the top 100 in the ranking were not uncommon. The Marshall Path evolutionary path, its potential is already set, belonging to the 4th layer of the evolution ranking. Perhaps soon, there will be evolvers of this path establishing a force that could shake Kanglin's star. Peilu stroked his chin and speculated. Just then, the distant towering evolution ranking's surface suddenly became blurry. It's updating. Peilu's thoughts twitched, and he watched intently. At that moment, other figures in the plaza similarly looked over. Very soon, new text re-emerged. Peilu, out of curiosity about the Marshall Path evolutionary path, directed his gaze straight to the 78th place. Huh? Why is the Marshall Path evolutionary path gone? Peilu was shocked. Subconsciously, he looked further down. 79th place. 80th place. 90th place. 100th place. Peilu's expression changed. Could there be a problem with the Marshall Path evolutionary path? Was he kicked out by the goddess of wisdom? Peilu found it hard to believe. At the same time, he began from the 78th position and looked upward. 70th place, 69th place, 60th place, 50th place, until he had seen all the rankings of the last 50 positions on the evolution ranking. Peilu still did not see the Marshall Path evolutionary path. What on earth happened? Peilu's eyebrows furrowed deeply. At that moment, Peilu suddenly noticed that the other people in the plaza had become somewhat noisy. Especially a few individuals, who couldn't control themselves and stood up from their positions, craning their necks to look up at the top of the evolution ranking. What's happening? Peilu's eyebrows slightly furrowed. For several months, he had been watching the updated rankings on the evolution ranking right here. The other people in the plaza had also been very quiet, so what was happening today? Pei Lu didn't understand. Subconsciously, he looked towards the top of the evolution ranking, the top 10 positions. It was just a glance. Pei Lu then saw that the 8th evolutionary path on the original evolution ranking had become the Martial Path evolutionary path. Pei Lu's eyes widened, and it took him a long time to collect his thoughts. The Martial Path evolutionary path? Number 8? Wasn't it 78th yesterday? Pei Lu was completely taken aback and instinctively looked at the 11th position. The Titan evolutionary path. This was originally the 10th on the evolution ranking. Now it had been pushed down to the 11th place. This is big news. Pei Lu swallowed hard and immediately began to contact the family head to send this information back. Shuihui Residential Complex. Residence 32. A strange man stopped, standing in front of the door. "Hello, Mr. Lin Yuan. This is the item you purchased. You can open it with your fingerprint." Lin Yuan took the sealed alloy handed over by the other party, running his finger over the top of the alloy box. Beep. Fingerprint verified. A synthesized electronic voice sounded, and Lin Yuan took the alloy box directly. The box was light, and if it weren't for the faint sensation of huge energy fluctuations inside, Lin Yuan might think there was nothing much inside. As expected of cosmic spiritual objects, a smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. He could feel the energy fluctuations inside the box, belonging to Taiyang and Taiyin. Even though they were not as strong as the power of Taiyang and Taiyin inside the true martial sword and the dragon tiger world, they were not far off. "Mr. Lin Yuan, if you confirm there's no issue with the item, you could sign here." The delivery man next to him spoke up to remind him, looking at Lin Yuan with a hint of envy. Even though he didn't know what was inside the alloy box, he knew that the delivered item was of the highest class. And usually, an item of this level was valued at least in the tens of millions, and anyone who could casually offer tens of millions in civilization currency was not ordinary. After Lin Yuan's signature, the delivery man then turned and left. Lin Yuan, holding the box, returned to the underground training grounds. Click. The box opened. It revealed 2 containers made from a special transparent metal inside. The left container displayed a fiery red color, while the right one displayed a deep blue color. Truly beautiful. Lin Yuan looked at the 2 types of cosmic spiritual objects. After admiring it for a moment, he immediately began to train. 2 days later, the underground training ground. Lin Yuan was seated cross-legged. In front of him, both solar essence and lunar marrow were almost consumed. Second layer limit. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, looked at the solar essence and lunar marrow, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. With these 2 types of cosmic spiritual objects, Lin Yuan had restored all of his strength in just 2 days. Strength hasn't been affected at all. Lin Yuan closed his eyes to feel for a moment, then nodded slightly. Although, in the dragon tiger world, he had grown familiar with his own power. But after all, the main world was another world and there were subtle differences between different worlds. The Tao of Taiji. Lin Yuan's mind stirred and his feet left the ground, floating in midair. In the dragon tiger world, as long as one reached the level of a heavenly master, one could walk in the air. In the main world, due to the different focuses of the various evolutionary paths, the rank at which one could achieve levitation also varied. Most evolutionary paths allowed for levitation at the 3rd rank. A few special evolutionary paths enabled levitation at the 2nd layer. Of course, there were also some evolutionary paths that only granted the ability to levitate at the 4th rank. Lin Yuan came to the rooftop of the residential building. He stepped out, his body suspended in the air, ready to soar. But suddenly, Lin Yuan seemed to remember something. His body shrank back. This isn't the dragon tiger world. In the dragon tiger world, Lin Yuan could fly however he wanted. But in the main world, on the highly advanced Kanglan star, did it really seem like the planetary defense system didn't exist? With Lin Yuan's speed and life fluctuation, as long as he dared to appear in the sky, he would inevitably be detected by the planetary defense system. If he were to be surrounded, that would still be okay, but if he were mistakenly identified as a different species invader, and were to be directly targeted by electromagnetic cannons, laser beams, and other energy weapons, Even Lin Yuan would suffer a significant loss. Respected Level 3 citizen Mr. Lin Yuan, if you wish to fly, there is no need for any concerns. You may roam the skies of the entire eastern continent at will. A solemn and cold voice came through. It was the goddess of wisdom. Lin Yuan was currently on top of the residential building, which did not fall under the privacy space agreed upon by the Human Alliance. Therefore, the goddess of wisdom had the right to observe. Then, deducing Lin Yuan's intention from his earlier actions, the goddess of wisdom considerately provided relevant advice. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's mind immediately settled. As long as the goddess of wisdom thought there was no problem, that was all that mattered. Even Kanglin Star's highest security planetary defense system, if the goddess of wisdom wanted to take control, she could do so at any time. Whoosh! Lin Yuan shot straight into the sky. What Lin Yuan didn't know was, as he levitated, the invisible fluctuations enveloping Kanglin Star seemed to be torn open by a small gap. Centered on Lin Yuan, in a radius of several hundred miles, all sensing devices and monitoring methods failed. Beepa. In the security center of Kanglin Star, a staff member looked at the enormous monitoring screen with a surprised expression. What's wrong? A colleague casually inquired. Nothing. The goddess just redirected some data, answered the staff member. That's normal, said the colleague with a shrug. The goddess of wisdom managed all the civic logistics for the entire Human Alliance and often took control of Kanglin Star's security systems. Redirecting some data was hardly a cause for concern. High above Kanglin Star, Lin Yuan lay on his back on a cloud. His gaze turned toward the direction of outer space. A bit further out and I should be beyond Kanglin Star, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Without the protection of Kanglin Star, one would have to face various kinds of radiation from the starry sky, and without oxygen and other materials, an evolver below the 6th rank couldn't survive long in the true starry sky. This is the starry sky. Lin Yuan had never observed the cosmic starry skies up close, quite like now. For a moment, he was somewhat entranced. Your understanding is against the heavens, and observing the cosmic starry skies may bring enlightenment. Your understanding is against the heavens, and observing the cosmic starry skies may bring enlightenment. Your understanding is against the heavens, and observing the cosmic starry skies may bring enlightenment. This continued for more than half an hour. Only then did Lin Yuan snap out of his immersed state. It's a pity. The starry universe is too far away from me now. Feeling it out forcefully, it's impossible to gain anything in a short time. Lin Yuan sighed. Like in the Dragon Tiger world where he contemplated the Tai Chi Yin and Yang Dao. It took Lin Yuan almost 10 years to fully comprehend it. As for the more vast and boundless cosmic starry sky, Lin Yuan thought that to fully understand it might take hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of years, or possibly even longer. Of course, this was also because Lin Yuan's current realm was too low. If Lin Yuan were at the 6th rank, 7th rank, or even 8th rank, and then observed the cosmic starry sky, his speed of comprehension would certainly far surpass his present rate. The essence of what could be comprehended with against heaven's understanding depended on the height from which Lin Yuan stood. Simply put, the stronger Lin Yuan became, the more he would comprehend. It's still more convenient to directly purchase an evolutionary path for comprehension. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The evolutionary paths, including the Martial Path evolutionary path created by Lin Yuan himself. They are all in-depth analyses of certain paths or powers. Compared to comprehending nature and the universe, comprehending an evolutionary path is like taking a shortcut. It's like how students learn from textbooks, although in theory, without textbooks, they could still learn, deducing complex formulas on their own from real-life situations. However, doing so would be incredibly inefficient. Nowhere near as simple as learning directly from a textbook. Next, Lin Yuan continued to watch the cosmic starry sky for a while. Then he returned to his residence in Shuihui Residential Complex. Once his consciousness connected to the virtual world, Lin Yuan appeared in his personal space. The virtual world is divided into two parts. One is personal space, and the other is public areas. Public areas are subdivided into central plaza area, living area, trading area, arena area, and so on. So many private messages? Upon checking, Lin Yuan found over 10,000 unread private messages. It's about the Martial Path evolutionary path. Having briefly read the first few messages, Lin Yuan roughly understood what was going on. The Celestial Phenomena chapter and the Yin and Yang chapter he uploaded 2 days ago caused the potential of the Marshall Path evolutionary path to skyrocket, pushing its ranking on the Kanglin evolution ranking into the top 8. This naturally caused a disturbance among the various powers on Kanglin's star, prompting many people to attempt to contact the founder of the Marshall Path evolutionary path. Since Lin Yuan had concealed his citizen number, only leaving a moniker called Yuan, those who wanted to contact him could only do so through private messages. Not very interesting. Lin Yuan spent half an hour to browse through the more than 10,000 private messages. The messages mainly fell into 4 categories. First, wishing to get to know Lin Yuan. Second, wanting to recruit Lin Yuan into their own faction. Third, wishing to ally with Lin Yuan. Fourth, inquiring about issues related to the Marshall Path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan largely ignored the first 3 types of messages. It was only the 4th type. People who sent the 4th type of messages were generally intending to try the Marshall Path evolutionary path, or they had already embarked on it. These individuals wanted guidance from the founder of the evolutionary path himself, Lin Yuan, and were willing to pay a hefty sum for it. One of the messages said they were willing to pay 10 million civilization coins for 3 hours of Lin Yuan's guidance. 3 hours? 10 million? Lin Yuan was indeed tempted. After his own promotion to 3rd-rank citizen, the congratulatory gift from the Cosmic Human Alliance was also of this amount. Moreover, for guidance, it was not necessary to do one-on-one tutoring. One could easily teach a class with dozens of people at once. Even Lin Yuan could release paid videos of the Marshall Path evolutionary path. Even if the price were a bit lower, as long as he, the founder, published it, would the citizens who had embarked on the Marshall Path evolutionary path not buy in? Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan connected to the Goddess of Wisdom. How many citizens are there currently practicing the Marshall Path evolutionary path? Lin Yuan asked directly. He had uploaded the Marshall Path evolutionary path more than half a year ago. With the publicity of the Kanglin evolution ranking, he estimated that many citizens had become aware of this evolution path by now. After all, most evolution paths have various restrictions, such as requiring financial support and so on. But the Marshall Path evolutionary path doesn't greatly demand financial resources. Of course, here, not greatly, is relative to the current living standards of citizens. At the very least, one should not eat too lightly since practicing martial arts requires the support of qi and blood, and every meal should contain meat. And this requirement poses no difficulty for human citizens. In the star-faring era, even if you completely lie flat and do not work, you can still receive welfare payments from the government every month. As long as there are no demands for the quality of life, there are no problems. Currently, the number of citizens who have completed the innate chapter of the Marshall Path evolutionary path is 1,232, and for the Grandmaster chapter, there are none. The Goddess of Wisdom provided the answer. So soon. Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. You must know, the innate chapter of the Marshall Path evolutionary path corresponds to innate realm martial Taoists. And in the martial world, innate realm martial Taoists could dominate an area. The great Zen temple, with 1,000 years of heritage, had several thousands of martial monks but only just over 50 who had reached the innate realm. But Lin Yuan quickly reconsidered and felt it was normal. This is Kanglin Star, where technology is incredibly advanced. Although the Marshall Path evolutionary path doesn't demand much financially. If one has abundant financial resources, for the Grandmaster chapter and Great Grandmaster chapter one might have to rely on oneself. But for the innate chapter, it's still possible to utilize external resources. In the martial world, methods for quick advancement in the innate realm include consuming heavenly spirit fruits. And these so-called heavenly spirit fruits, in the main world, would probably be some sort of spiritual objects, which somewhat positioned citizens are likely able to purchase.